Chapter 108. Stay back, you monsters. A priest who had at first been taking the lead in defending against the attack stammered aloud as he took a step back. Rather than Valkyries, the figures in front of him were akin to masked demons. The cold utterance of the golden-haired one was enough to scare him to the point of nearly running away. May our Lord guide us, oh, Ihit, give us strength. Some of the more devout priests and nuns sent out prayers. If they were going into a battle, they'd likely meet their end, and it was better to do whatever they could to gain even the slightest advantage. Even if their leader ran away, they already set their minds to dying here if it meant defending their holy mountain. So you have chosen death. Phyllis muttered those words aloud with faint excitement. Her tone sent numerous of the defenders into disarray. Their breathing was irregular. Sweat pouring down their face, the gulping of their throats as the unconscious pile of saliva that had piled up made it difficult to keep one mind track. Aside from the ones in front of them, they also had to deal with the two other invaders. One being a dragon and another an imposingly dressed. What they assumed to be male, a figure that stood atop with his arms crossed as if to observe their encounter. For now. It'd be best that he stood there just to observe. In due time all they had to do was await aid from the other disciples of the mountain. The shattering of the first barrier should have been enough to wake everyone up and set them on high alert. It was their misfortune that they happened to be the first group to run into the invaders. Kissshot, go ahead and set up the barrier. Speaking briefly, Claire addressed you using the codename he had assigned her. At first, they were a bit confused about why he had given her such an odd name, only getting that it was the name of a character he adored after asking. It was brief and easy to pronounce, so you herself had no qualms. Roger, in accordance with Ivan's instructions, they resorted to speaking only briefly. She turned her back to the disciples and faced the tower, sending what seemed to be like a flare into the air before staring at Ivan, who sat atop Tio. Are you ready, maidness? The one who spoke this time was Ari, who had a grin on her face as she announced Claire's name. If not for the mask Claire wore, one would notice the blush that had adorned her face. Compared to Yu's name, she couldn't help but feel hers was more embarrassing. However, her protests had led to nothing and the others became accustomed to it, so she gave up on having it changed. I was just waiting on you, Silver Bondage. Now, this was a name Ivan had unabashedly announced to the group. It seemed at that point his horrible naming sense had worsened to the point of giving Ari such a shameful name. His defense was that her main method of attack was her silver chains. Ari flinched hearing her code name. All she wanted to do right now was gouge out the eyes of the disciples who had looked over at her with pity. What are you complaining about, Silver Bondage? I think your name is great. I don't think she wants to hear that from you, Canis followed along with faux exasperation. Boredom in her voice as she kept an eye on the disciples that were slowly inching away as if to run away. Don't be like that, Meow Punch, I was just trying to encourage her. Yes, Meow Punch. That was her code name. Just the utterance of that name sent Canis into shock, her fists reflexively propelling forward and hitting a disciple who had charged in with a crazed expression. Crack. The rest of the disciples could only wince as their foolish comrade who had charged in alone had his head caved in with a single blow. Canis swore to herself that one day she was going to get her father back for giving her such an embarrassing codename. She sent a glare toward the dragon-riding asshole before taking steps toward the cowering disciples. She really needed to vent out her frustrations right now. Hallowed ground. You shouted with vigor. The barrier that was erected around the tower rose seconds after Maidness and Silver Bondage charged in. Faint sounds of heads being battered and bodies exploding erupted from within. Kissshot sent out a sigh of relief as she was glad they proceeded inwards without much resistance. 9 Lives and Meow Punch on the other hand took care of things on the outside. After the time they wasted playing around, hundreds of disciples had surrounded them. Normally this wouldn't be much of a hassle with their nigh immortal bodies and near inexhaustive mana capacity. However, things became a bit difficult when taking into account that they had someone to defend. 9 Lives' arms were coated in a metal-like substance as she stood behind Kissshot to receive the fireball that had been launched her way. Seconds later the coat had vanished and she launched a fireball back at the offender, knocking the nun right in the head before she was burnt to a crisp from head to toe. She snickered a bit, much to the disgust of the other disciples. Bang! Crack! Meow Punch ran through the crowd of priests and nuns with reckless abandon. While her father had told her to keep their immortality a well-kept secret, he also advised that they use it to their advantage whenever possible. A rare smile formed on her body as she sent heads flying with just a single kick. The scars on her body immediately vanished as she sent out a beast-like howl. Seconds later she went on the prowl again, protruding her claws and cutting open the innards of several disciples with each slash. It didn't take long for her to be completely covered in blood and guts. Her speed increased several-fold as her feet transformed into that of a lion's. In the meantime, Magnus and Silver Bondage were ascending the steps of the tower at a rapid pace. The disciples within had heard a crash and boom at the top of it and were rushing up to see what was the cause of the disturbance. Unfortunately for them, turning their backs to ascend the staircase meant leaving them exposed to the daggers and chains that assaulted them from behind. Surprisingly, there was a large number of disciples holding up in the tower. So much so that Magnus opted to erase the stairs behind her and Silver Bondage using her air vacuum blades. And disciples brave enough to jump the gap were immediately bonded and pushed off into the gap of the staircase to fall to their deaths. Along the way, Silver Bondage didn't ignore some of the more flammable objects within the tower. Her chains were set ablaze and trailed many rooms on the way up to create chaos and death. While they were currently stuck on the staircase with enemies both in front and behind them, their only hope was that they eased some of the burdens Ivan might have found at the top of the tower. "We're counting on you, Paracelsus. Let's turn the clock back to 5 minutes ago." The barrier you had formed hadn't existed yet and the group was in the middle of making fun of each other's names. It depressed Ivan a bit that some of them weren't fond of the names he had given them, but that wasn't important enough right now. He'd take a few moments to observe them before entering the tower. For now, he wanted to be certain that they'd be safe even if he vanished for a few moments. A concern less rooted in sanity than paranoia, as he was aware the needless worry was just a byproduct of his love for his newfound family. Seconds went by and the operation commenced. Ivan grinned widely, looking at the swiftness and collectiveness of their moves. The training had paid off. Each of his group members was strong enough to hold out on their own. An overwhelming sense of pride filled his heart looking at Felis and Canis tear through hundreds of disciples with ease. To think that only a few months ago they barely possessed the capacity to speak right now was not the appropriate moment to release tears. Ivan reminded himself before turning his eye to the tower. Tio released multiple draconic breath attacks at nearby structures, particularly targeting the chapel. It seemed to have a barrier of its own, but that was not of concern. What she was concerned about was the people within the chapel. From the rooftop stood Ishtar and a plethora of other disciples, each of them standing unaffected as they sang a song. The song was by no means pleasurable to Ivan and his group, as along with it was a flurry of magical attacks. The song itself seemed to power the golden barrier that defended the chapel. Once Tio was done obliterating the area, then it'd be the next target of her ire. She roared aloud as if affirming Ivan's instructions. All that being said, he still had a task to complete as well. He stared at the tower before descending from Tio's back. Unlike the others, he floated down. Softly, he invaded Yu's portal with her permission and landed on the roof. He bent down a bit to peer over the sides as he remembered seeing bars in place of windows near the peak. "There you are." He spoke aloud as he peeked through the bars only to find the target that he had been searching for. There sat Aiko. In a plain white room with nothing but a toilet and a bed. Each of which looked particularly uncomfortable, as if it was forged by crystals. Rather than taking a seat on the bed or resting, she sat on the floor with her head buried in her knees. It seemed more like a symbol of unruliness rather than a decision made on a whim. As if to tell her captors she wouldn't relent to them. Ivan stared at the blood staining her palms and surrounding area before sighing. He inferred that she was so desperate to escape that she continuously attempted to break out by forming a magic circle with her blood. On her wrists were cuffs that, if he guessed correctly, limited the flow of mana to her hands, making her unable to form her magic circle in the air. "Psst, over here," playfully, he called out to her. She only shook for a moment before sighing, likely concluding the voice to an illusion her mind was playing on her from hunger, blood loss, and sleep deprivation. Playing on to that thought, Ivan continued. "No, I'm really here, just look outside your window." Deciding the voice was weird, she peered up. Her eyes froze for a moment before shining and expanding rapidly. She hurriedly pointed a finger to his figure before stammering. Numerous times she nearly bit off her tongue. Why you what? Paracelsus. Ho. That's right. 'Tis I, the Great. Bang. Chapter 109. Bang. One side of the tower was vaporized in an instant. That's right, vaporized. Seconds beforehand there had been a beam of light that hit the tower. The light made a strange noise as it slammed into the stone wall. It wasn't the sound of a physical object slamming into rock. Nor was it the distinctive hiss of heat melting stone. No, it sounded as if the light had simply dismantled the component parts of the wall. The top of the imposing tower blew away in the wind, its stone turned into particles finer than sand. It was an interesting process for Ivan, who wanted nothing more than to learn the specifics of it. So without another moment of hesitation, he turned to the source. In the sky floated a silver-haired blue-eyed girl with a helmet on her head, gauntlets on her arms, and greaves over her legs. Over her torso, she wore nothing but a white sleeveless dress. If anything, she matched the figure he had seen in Melusine's illusions. A pair of glimmering silver wings unfurled from her back. Aya, if it ain't a true Valkyrie as beautiful as you may look, that ain't no excuse for ruining my introduction. Throw along whatever that magic was and I just might forgive you. If Ivan hadn't teleported a few meters away, that disintegrating beam of light would have nailed him and Aiko. He stared at the figure with an expression that didn't match his words. His fingers curled as his left hand held Aiko from the nape of her uniform. As of now, she dangled in the air like a misbehaving cat. And as much as she wanted to protest, the situation didn't seem to allow for her to break Ivan's concentration. The only solace she had was that none of her students were here to witness her like this. Sweat poured down from her forehead as the floating angel-like figure made a pair of large, hiltless swords appear in her hands. The 2-meter-long swords glimmered with the same silvery light as the rest of her. She swung them as if they were weightless, eyeing Ivan without a trace of emotion on her face. The same thing could be said for her voice. I am Noint, an apostle of God. My duty is to remove unwanted game pieces from my lord's game board. So you just chose to ignore me, huh? Unfortunately. I don't intend on being removed from this game yet. Considering the circumstances, I believe it's correct to assume your god is a hit. If I was so unwanted, then why hasn't he gotten off his ass and come after me himself? Actually, scratch that. Considering all he does is play games, then I can't imagine he's capable of anything else. There is no use in trying to taunt me, for I have no emotions. She lunged forward after saying such a sentence. Though to Ivan, he doubted her claim, as he could have sworn he saw her eyebrows flinch. I'm apologizing ahead of time, Aiko. Ivan turned to look at the figure he had hung up to his eye level. As she was, she'd just be a disadvantage in this fight. Not understanding what he was apologizing for, she only looked back at him. Shortly you'll be seeing a comrade of mine. Stay alongside them and you'll be safe. With that being said, farewell. Ivan ignored the worry on her face before the hand he held her in was engulfed in light. A second later she vanished. Seeing the figure still rushing him, Ivan lifted his bracers to receive the dual greatswords. Clang! You've gotten rid of the distraction. Am I correct to assume that you intend on taking me seriously? To Ivan's surprise, Noint was suddenly up for discussion. Fighting and talking wasn't a problem to Ivan. In fact, he rather enjoyed it. Something was satisfying about getting to know the person you were going to kill. Clang! I wonder. I still want to know how you did that light beam thing, so I'd appreciate it if you could do it again. Of course, I'll reward you handsomely for your troubles. Clang! I thought about this before, but are you sure you don't possess any emotions? I can't help but feel that the last strike was stronger than the other one. Clang! Clang! That one too. Enough of this farce. She pulled back before shooting into the air. When positioned comfortably toward Ivan's direction, she flapped her wings. Silver feathers poured from the sky like needles. Each feather seemingly carrying a penetrating power greater than that of a rifle. In response to the flurry of feathers, Ivan held both his hands up. Each of his tattoos glowed with imbued mana before releasing an electric discharge into the air. Every feather the red wave hit was returned to sender, every feather the blue wave hit was immediately destroyed. I'm going to assume that you do have emotions, so what do you want? That bastard, he hit. How much is he paying you? If you've done your homework, you should know that I'm quite the lucrative businessman. I could triple it. Hellfire tsunami. Noint formed a magic circle made of her feathers in response. Seconds later the circle glowed white before a wave of fire appeared out of thin air. Its mass and span so wide it'd be impossible to dodge. If it was in any other condition, Ivan would have been happy to fight such an enemy. Unfortunately, his opponent seemed quite fond of air battles. Not that he could blame her. She had every right to use her advantages. But as a predominantly melee fighter, it was difficult to get a foothold on the air even with air dance. In the face of a wave of fire the plan was simple: go through it. Ivan leaned forward before placing his feet on an arched air platform. Another second passed and he leaped headfirst into the fire like a cannonball. He held his right hand in front of him like a spear. Red lightning enwrapping it. Through the air streaked red lightning, a faint cry of a crow resonating the longer the streak went on. Fume. He passed through the wave almost instantaneously. The heat was crazy, but he managed to pass through without a scratch. But he didn't stop there. Keeping the momentum, he charged at the unsuspecting Noint, who had expected her attack to at least cause some damage to him. Without hesitation, he aimed for neither her swords nor heart, as each of which was defended by her in those short seconds. Instead, he aimed his right hand at her wings. He latched onto her right wing and charged his mana output to the max. Contrary to her statements about being emotionless, Ivan was 100% sure her eyes shot open in surprise. Bang! The wing exploded in a single second. As a result of the explosion her body was sent flying into the tower. With her impact, it finally decimated what remained of the top floor. What the hell is happening? Claire and Ari ran from the base of the tower with anxiousness in their voices. They returned to use Sai to hopefully gain a gauge on the situation. You, seeing that a barrier was pointless, turned to help Ivan. Ivan is up there fighting something strong, she muttered. No shit, Sherlock. The two kept their honest thoughts in their minds. They looked up into the air just in time to see the top half of the tower obliterated. If we had left any later, Ari trembled at the possibility of having been squished by that silver-like meteor. As much as it pains me to say, I don't think Air and I would be any help in a battle against that figure. In fact, I'd say we would just end up putting Ivan at a disadvantage. You, please aid him in our place. Claire finished her words with a bow. She had been the one to guide her and Ari to evacuate the tower. Moments prior she peered out a window to see what happened at the top of the tower from the first explosion. Immediately she knew they were outclassed. Instead, she saw it wiser to allocate her and Ari to aiding either Felis and Canis or Tio in destroying the chapel. You nodded to her words, glad she understood. Ari originally had protested, but after some pondering, she accepted the fact. If Ivan needed help, however, they were determined to throw themselves in. Take care, you too. You vanished from her place and appeared on the highest level of the tower that wasn't destroyed. She planned on jumping the apostle from behind when she let her guard down. Alright, let's go, Ari. Yes. Wrath. Ivan refused to relent. He had taken out a core component of his opponent's fighting style and he wasn't going to let them adapt. Of course, he wasn't naive enough to believe that taking out one of her wings removed her capability of flight. In fact, Ivan inferred that the wings existed for two reasons: one, that they served as a great defensive mechanism, and two, they were capable of being used offensively and in offensive magic. Her flight was likely a byproduct of her being. She clearly wasn't a human, so he amounted it to that. He did however hope that knocking out a wing severely reduced her attack output. Rumble. The debris from the tower shook as she re-emerged her head. Faint scratches marred her body. Slight burns from the explosion as well. Each of which vanished almost instantaneously. She stared up at him without another word, floating into the air as Ivan had expected. I underestimated you, irregular. She attempted to keep her poise. Though one could infer from the strong grasp she had on her swords that she was anything but calm. Yeah, and I appreciate it too. It would have been way more difficult to incapacitate you if you didn't instinctively defend yourself with your wings. Ivan grinned beneath his mask. For some reason he derived a powerful sensation of enjoyment from breaking that emotionlessness she proclaimed in the beginning. I'll kill you. Noint's words were followed by an expulsion of mana. The air shook and Ivan smiled as an oppressive force weighed down on him. And then she started glowing like a star. Chapter 110. Noint flew through the air like a comet, only this time of her own volition. Silver streaks lined the sky in a blur. Ivan only waited for the comet to hit him. It seemed Noint was intent on taking his arm as he did her wing. But to slow it down he did something he hadn't attempted before. The runes on his palms glimmered with grey light. Taking a book from Yu's book, he pressed his hands on the air itself. Slowly the air flowed with frosted breath, movements became sluggish, and the air itself started flaking snow. It succeeded in slowing her, but not by a lot. If he had to guess, this explosion of power was like Limit Break. Only that it seemed like Noint had an inexhaustible capacity of mana. After her first few attacks that no normal mortal could pull off, she seemed no less rugged than when they began. Either she had as much talent in magic as you, or her inhuman body functioned as did the homunculi. She must have had a core with nigh infinite mana. If that was the case, then Ivan planned to steal it for himself. But going back to her current condition. Light enshrouded her entire being, her movements multiplied to a great degree. As for physical prowess, the air itself trembled as if she had a gravitational effect on reality. Just a swing of her swords would have likely caused a rift in space. Taking advantage that she still hadn't crashed into him, Ivan formed icicles in the air along with some panes of ice for defense. Here she comes. Ivan wasn't blind to not notice what was going down on the ground below. He knew you waited on standby to provide support. As much as he favored a battle of honor between two warriors, this bout was for the sake of moving on. He couldn't afford to die here. If that meant accepting some help from the side, then so be it. Rumble, rumble. Ivan crossed his bracers in front of him, arching his knees into the air to form himself into a ball. Boom. The moment of impact marked something akin to a collision between planets. Ivan's body carried a metallic color as he manifested diamond skin last minute while forming his faux barrier of restoration around him. It succeeded in vastly lowering the power of the impact by reversing her momentum, however. The sheer force of her attack managed to overpower the backward propulsion in due time. After the collision, the battle didn't end there, it only marked the beginning. Noit bisected her swords to chop off Ivan's head like scissors. Her leg lunged forward to dig into his knee should he choose to ward off the great swords with his hands. Immediately Ivan activated his lightning-clad mode. For the first time he used his mind control exploding needles. Using his bracers to hold back the head chop and pointing his fists toward her unguarded face. He fired dozens of needles right into her face, not minding how close he was should the impact happen. And of course, it did. Bang bang. Over and over, she stood there attempting to guard her face with her arms. Unable to do so as the force behind each explosion sent her body into shock. Ivan's face would have melted off if not for the defense of his mask. Using her shock to his advantage, Ivan briefly paused the fire of his right gauntlet to destroy one of her swords. Shatter. The blade exploded with the activation of his right arm's symbols. All that remained of the Valkyrie beauty was a single sword and wing. Having been reduced to such a state, Ivan anticipated her reaction. Shall it be fear? Hate? Would she deny the present that transpired in front of her? Unfortunately, none of that happened. Instead, she took the opportunity when Ivan removed one arm to destroy a sword to break out of the loop. A fine outcome to Ivan, who was starting to run low on ammunition anyways, or well, he needed some time to reload. He considered the bout to be successful on his end anyways. Though it was a shame that the ice needles he formed behind her back were all deflected by her remaining wing. Such magic was extremely expensive to someone like him who didn't possess infinite mana, though that situation seemed to be changing soon. Be proud of yourself, irregular, you are the first in hundreds of years to injure an apostle, as such you cannot be allowed to leave alive. The white enshrouding her only enhanced as it seemed like she planned on laying everything on the line to kill him. After that barrage of missiles she was bleeding minorly but nothing severe. Odds were she knew that the next intent of Ivan was to go for her heart and steal it for himself. If she was going to die, then she was set on taking him down with it. Her lord's games needed to continue. The least she could do was offer her life to ensure it. Though unfortunate for her, she didn't possess a self-destruct feature or anything like that. In fact, her creator intended the apostles to be unparalleled beings that could conduct his work for him with ease. As such, he held complete faith in their strength. So much so that he didn't bother adding a contingency plan should one of them be defeated. In his defense, the apostles were made to overpower residents of the world. An outside factor like Ivan was simply unaccounted for. Hence why he was an irregularity. She two-handed the single great sword, flying into the air before dispersing the remaining feathers on her single wing. Dozens of feathers formed together to form magic circles. Ivan sighed in awe as hundreds of magic circles, each with different elemental attacks, littered the air. Waves of fire, tornadoes of gust, icicles of ice, asteroids of earth, each magic circle held the same level of danger as her first magical attack. Ivan smiled brightly in face of this attack. He stared over at where you was waiting before looking back at his impending doom. Come, puppet of God. Whoosh. Each spell propelled forward with great vigor. Mimicking his former method of dealing with these kinds of attacks, he shot forward like a missile. Simultaneously he activated his restoration field to hopefully revert any attacks that made it by his arm of destruction. And so he flew. At the speeds he was traveling, turning was nigh impossible. He was able to bend a bullet, I suppose you could say, but such changes to his trajectory were marginal. With Noit having lost her remaining wing's feathers, all she had left in her arsenal was the sword she held. The swords were beautiful, seemingly of the same toughness as Azantium. Breaking the other one with his hand was a product of him taking advantage, now though it would be different. Ivan was sure she wouldn't allow him to touch it for longer than a second. So yes. His intent now mostly lay in stealing her heart. Like a toy without batteries, he inferred that upon losing her heart she should be inoperable. There was however the chance that her body would remain operable using the mana her body infused and stored before being separated from her core. An idea he wanted to implement on the girls upon their creation but was incapable of, as it required attunements to their bodies that likely would have resulted in continuous failures. He burst through the flames with renewed vigor, right hand in the air as it threatened to drop upon her like a hammer. However, as soon as it collided with her body, whoosh! Her body dispersed into dozens of feathers. It was an ability he didn't anticipate from this muscle-headed puppet. From above lunged her, falling from the sky with a sword in hand. Ivan dodged it by deactivating his air walk. But it was too late. As impressive as it was to dodge an attack that was almost certainly supposed to attack his head, upon falling he left his chest exposed to her attack. The armor got shredded from the chest piece in a single downward slash. Blood poured from his chest but not in copious amounts. Likely something he could attribute to the chainmail he thought would one day come in handy. While falling he pointed his bracers in the air. Right at her. Bang bang. He fired off a ton of rounds before regaining a foothold in the air. As strong as he was, slamming into the pavement at high velocity sounded too painful for his tastes. They were closer to the ground, for better or worse. Noint dove down through the ashes from those explosions. Now that they stood below what remained of the tower, she got very careful about his movements. So careful that she neglected the other irregularities that may have been skulking the area. This is for hurting Ivan. Bang. What remained of the tower fell forward on top of the unsuspecting Noint. Its bricks and contents spilled out and crushed her. But that wasn't all, of course. You knew simple debris wouldn't kill an apostle of God. Spatial shatter, so she intended on bisecting the Valkyrie in half. Space divided and anything between the invisible slash was therefore lost forever. Gah. For the first time, Noint displayed her emotions for the world to see. She only narrowly dodged the slice after having lost a foot in the process. Ivan didn't relent. He jumped atop her as she made desperate attempts to regain her footing before plunging his lightning-infused hand through where her heart should be. And without hesitation, he ripped it out. Splat. Copious amounts of blood flowed from her chest. The beating of the blue mechanical heart came to a complete stop after several seconds. Without another glance, Ivan transported it to a preserving chamber within his treasure trove. Noint's eyes lost their luster as time went by. As emotionless as they were, their beauty was undeniable. She exhaled her last breath staring at the stars, her emotionless face marred with shame. Chapter 11. Bang! What now? Ivan screamed with exasperation as not even a minute had gone by and something else happened. He turned around right in time to catch the explosion that occurred at the main chapel. Flames erupted and engulfed the building. Likely not a single soul survived the aftermath. If Ivan remembered correctly, Tio might have been in charge of that, but there's a good chance Ari and Claire aided her. I suppose that's a wrap. Things had been settled up here quicker than Ivan thought. In fact, the only thing he had to do was destroy Noint, as every other adversary was pitifully weak. Though he felt such a turnout was beneficial. At first he came solely for the ancient magic and to maybe rescue someone he respected, but that searched for copper and ended up finding gold. He turned towards Noint's body before storing it in his ring. Now that she was dead, and technically her body was artificially created, it was possible to store her within the spatial storage. The mechanical heart was already a great find for him. It'd be foolish to not take the opportunity to examine the body as housed. A bit apathetic for a soul he pitied, but there was no point in holding back for a soul that tried to kill him. His actions caught the eyes of you, who nodded in return before rushing over to the chapel to see what had gone down. Ivan followed suit after reloading his gauntlets with another dozen rounds of needles. Phew. Ivan whistled softly while admiring the damage done to the church. None of its previous regals remained, as everything was singed black. Not to mention the limbs and heads that littered the area, either on fire or in ridiculous places because of the explosion. Ivan wanted to see if he could find Ishtar's body in hopes of finding some loot, but as of now, it seemed nearly impossible. It was likely that as a contingency Tio demolished his body to atoms just to ensure that there were no other tricks up his sleeves. With this, there's one less enemy for us to deal with. Though the Holy Church was likely being controlled by another force, as was suggested with Noint. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he and his group managed to send the largest religious group in the world into extinction. Sure, there were subsidiaries out there spread far and wide, but without the guidance of the capital, they'd be no different than chickens without heads. All that remained was the Hylai Kingdom, the Holshire Empire. And the remnants of the demons. The demons were a competitor still even after the elimination of Freed, as the completely anonymous demon lord existed. Freed was the only of his kind with ancient magic, so it was likely Freed didn't usurp the throne out of loyalty. If not, then it was best to assume the king was powerful enough to subdue an ancient magic user. Such a situation would be alarming but not completely out of the equation. But keeping all of that out of his mind right now, Ivan approached Tio. Good work, Tio. As expected of the dragon, I trust. Tio blushed bashfully at the praise before clearing her throat. It was unfit of her to completely take credit for what had been a cooperative effort. So with that, she pointed toward Aiko, who was busy throwing up what she had for lunch in a dark corner of the church ruins. While your praise does excite me, Master, I must admit that it was not I alone that managed to accomplish such a feat. If not for you, Sensei, then it would have taken much longer to demolish the chapel hidden within the barrier. Each word only added to Aiko's distress. Seeing that he wasn't going to get an explanation from her, Ivan turned back to Tio. She smiled wryly before going into a somewhat detailed summary of what occurred in the past few minutes. A story that only got an "as expected of a teacher" from Ivan. To sum it up, Aiko noticed that Tio's breath wasn't enough to shatter the barrier as it was. So using her ferment skill she filled the air with flammable gas by turning some organic material into methane. From there Tio used wind magic to keep the gas contained within the church. For the barrier to remain activated at all times it needed to let gas and air through, or else everyone within would suffocate in due time. And so the barrier let the methane enter with zero resistance, and Tio took that opportunity too. And that's when I let out a strong flame breath, igniting the gas and eliciting a massive explosion. Ivan would pat Aiko on the back if not for the fact that this whole event may have caused her even more emotional damage. But that also meant he didn't exactly know what to do to calm her emotional response to her first killing. What she had done in the eyes of their world was unforgivable. While Tio would have been able to kill those priests herself with enough time, responsibility bared on Aiko for filling the chapel with flammable gas. No matter how they changed the situation. In her own eyes she was a killer. Inevitably this would weigh down on her the more time passed, likely, she'd even insist that she wasn't befitting of being a teacher. So without saying a word, Ivan walked up to her and pressed a palm to her head. White light enveloped the area before her incessant muttering grew quiet. This was just a suppressant. Restoration magic used for keeping her worries away for the time being. Sooner or later they may pop up again, maybe when she's using the bathroom, or eating breakfast. Though with her stats it'd likely only last a few days. Phew, thank you, Paracelsus-san, it was unfit of me to act as such in this situation, I'm sorry for weighing you guys down. With a sad smile, Aiko thanked Ivan for calming her down. She didn't mention that she aided the group but instead apologized for what she didn't do. Ivan only stared at her for a second before directing his attention to another corner of the ruins. A bald old man clad in white robes stood ethereally like a ghost. His feet floating above the rubble as he appeared slightly transparent. He stared at Ivan's group before gliding away to another section of the ruins. Ivan motioned for them to follow the guy using telepathy, he followed suit before lunging Aiko over his shoulder. Her protests at first were loud but in due time she accepted that she'd just be in the way if she were left to her own devices. They only had to chase for a few minutes before the ghost came to a complete stop. He stood above a pile of rubble. Not saying a word. Within seconds he vanished, the rubble he stood on floating into the air before a hole opened up in the ground. The group looked at each other before stepping into the hole. A second later. They were standing in an unfamiliar room. It wasn't very big. The walls were painted black, and there was a magic circle in the center. Next to the circle was an old pedestal, and atop that pedestal was a book. It seemed they'd been teleported straight to the end of the labyrinth. What in the— Ivan was baffled. Was eliminating the church a part of the trial? He questioned himself. The circle was familiar in that it seemed just like every other magic circle that bestowed ancient magic in the other dungeons. Everyone locked hands under his instruction, in case it was a teleportation trap then it'd be best if they were transported together. With a single step. They made contact with the circle. The familiar brain-probing memory search happened, dealing quite a bit of damage to Aiko who was unfamiliar with the process. Spirit magic. As the name implies. It allows the interference of others' souls. Ivan was 100% confident this was how Milady transported her soul into that of a golem. He stared at the book before lightly skimming it, the situation didn't exactly allow enough time for a light reading session. The forces of the Highlight Kingdom were likely to ascend the mountain soon. Laus Barn, the liberator, and possessor of spirit magic. Apart from his life and legacy, there wasn't much in the book worth reading. At the very end. It explained the conditions needed to clear his labyrinth. First, you had to have cleared at least 2 labyrinths. Second, you needed to have disavowed the gods of this world. Third, you needed to have defeated someone under God's direct influence. Only then would Laos' ghost apparition appear and guide challengers to this room. Coincidentally Ivan and his group completed the prerequisites without even knowing. It was precisely the definition of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ivan took the book and the ring rewarded for completing the dungeon before turning around and heading back toward the door. Noting that Aiko who had nearly thrown up on his shoulder had finally managed to recover. This magic with it we may be able to return home. Ivan mused at her words, for a second he forgot such a conclusion existed. With the hit having been revealed as a heartless bastard who manipulates races for fun there was a good chance he wasn't going to aid the students in returning home. Such an insight had created despair for Aiko who had lost all hope but now stood another hope. Ivan decided to go ahead and not crush her hope as the likelihood of the class being able to clear a single dungeon, no matter which one, was 0. Well, unless it was also the Divine Mountain, its trials were obviously directed at residents of the world who find it difficult to go against the church. That's true. Though let me warn you that there are still those who seek to prohibit you and your students from leaving. The kingdom isn't foolish enough to relieve what they believe to be their last hope in defeating the demons, especially after they learn of the church's collapse. Aiko nodded. It was precisely the reason she had at first planned a secret meeting for all her students to talk about the situation. To inform them that the people they were working for may not be what they seem. She stared at Ivan from atop his shoulder before resting a hand on his head. Paracelsus-san, I need your help. Chapter 112. Gee. Ivan sighed under the stares of the class. He looked at his imaginary watch before looking up at the ceiling. He accepted Aiko's proposal for two reasons. One, if Eri was here then he could go ahead and solve the case immediately by forcing a confession. Two, he was still a bit worried about Aiko. With that Aiko's return to the kingdom was hidden, if they found out she returned the same day the Holy Church collapsed it's likely they'd put her under hold again. It was difficult to usher the students to the meeting place without explaining too much why they needed to go there, but after an hour Ivan managed to convince them all, with the aid of Hajime and Kaori. Of course. He was in disguise the whole time using a uniform he stole from the armory. Unlike last time the kingdom was in a dire state, so they allocated their forces to protect the king rather than the students. That meant less competent and strong guards protected the dorms, all of which were easily incapacitated by Ivan. Though when Ivan meant everyone, that wasn't entirely the case. Of course, the person he was most hoping to see was nowhere to be found. Even after asking the other classmates, no one knew where Eri Nakamura had vanished. He placed his odds in that the destruction of the Holy Church scared her into hiding. If that were the case, then there was indeed a good chance she had help from them. Ivan nudged Aiko, who had spent a minute recollecting the information that she was withholding. He had yet to tell her of his zombie theory, as it was best to deal with stuff like this one at a time. Too many scenarios and she just might break. As for the rest of Ivan's group, they all left to roam the city in search of a good hotel room to book for all of them to sleep in. With no one to talk to comfortably, he was left in an awkward situation where he was the only one that wore anything like a disguise in a room full of high schoolers. His only solace was that Aiko would have to wear a disguise as well if she ever wanted to roam outside again until the situation was dealt with. Ivan's grin sent a shiver down Aiko's spine. As even with a mask covering his features she somehow felt his malcontent. Having enough of the awkwardness, he snapped his fingers and a chair appeared out of thin air. He straddled it from the front as he rested his chin on the backrest to stare back at the students. Unlike him, they didn't have a mask to cover the awkward blush that covered their faces. Ahem. Aiko was finally ready. She cleared her throat to catch the attention of the two parties that were busy goofing off. Though she sent an appreciative glance at Ivan, as with the explosion and fight of the Holy Church the children's anxiety shot through the room. This little play of his was just the right thing to settle down their nerves. Ivan nodded, choosing to forego the fact that his attack on the Holy Church was what incited their nervousness in the first place. In any case, he imagined they were quite afraid to hear they would be the first line is going to see what was strong enough to go and pick a fight with the church directly. Hajime-kun, please start with what Paracelsus-san told you when you last spoke. It seemed that she wanted to start this explanation as though it was a court case. As Aiko asked. Hajime stood up and took his place next to her before speaking his part. He told them all of the true identities of the liberators, people once thought to be heretics who were actually rebels who sought to free the mortal world from the control of gods. He told them of the gods' game. That every race in Tortus was just another piece on a chessboard to the gods who used them as entertainment. It was a revelation that disgusted the class. As when they first arrived they truly believed they were brought here for the sake of humanity. Especially Cookie, who vehemently resisted the fact that this whole time his efforts had been for the amusement of a god who kidnapped them. Under Aiko and Shizuku's words, he managed to calm down. For a second they were worried he'd rush out of the meeting room to go and confront the king, who was likely to have been an accomplice in forging the story. Finally, Hajime explained that their last hope lay in completing the dungeons. That the ancient magic at the end of them may allow for a way to transport themselves back to Earth. With that the class turned their stares back to Ivan. They had all already seen or heard of his exploits either down in the Orcus dungeon where he saved the heroes, or after seeing the destruction caused by his raid on the Holy Church. Though they were supposed to be the ones greater than the rest of humanity, they sure didn't feel like it when they were in front of this guy. They did not doubt that his strength must have been because of his attainment of ancient magic. Unfortunately I have yet to claim all of the ancient magic this world has to offer, there are a few more I must claim before I can claim such an achievement. Though find relief in knowing that I wouldn't mind handing you people a door back to your home should it be an easy feat to accomplish. If it's not, well then good luck, no way would I spend time on something that I don't even need. His words elicited both hope and despair, even Aiko stared at him with plea, the tiredness in her eyes not at all faint. Don't you all give me that look. I understand those of you who want to go home right now, in fact, I want to go home now as well and relax for a bit. All this dungeon busting is getting to my bones ahem. What I'm saying is that until that time you have other pressing matters to attend to. Am I correct, hero? Ivan turned his eyes to Cookie. If his assumption about his character was correct then. We have to stop the gods from playing with the people of the world. There it was. Cookie stood atop the table with a fist clenched in front of his face, no doubt that he found himself a new duty to latch onto for the sake of justice. We can't just run away and leave these people to their demise, we'll save them all. He turned to the rest of his class with expectations that they'd join him in his conquest except, contrary to both his and Ivan's expectations, only less than a handful of people raised their hands alongside him. So much so that it wasn't even worth mentioning. Not even Shizuku nor Kori raised to join him as they only turned their heads with exasperation. It seemed that the weight of everything that has been going on finally caught up to them. Monsters. Demons. The odd occurrences of the kingdom. Games played by the gods. The absurdity of it all just tired them out in the end. These were just high school students who only a few months ago idly spent their time talking with friends or indulging in hobbies. The last thing they wanted to do was lose their lives meaninglessly when someone who seemed much more capable of doing everything for them had finally appeared. Even if most of them felt shame from leaving their lives in the hands of a stranger, for now. It seemed the most sensible option. The only way to return home was to claim the labyrinths, the first of which they hadn't even completed half of despite putting in all their effort. They weren't opposed to aiding the residents of this world, but expecting them to lay their lives any more than they already have was too much. Especially when the first time they did it ended up being revealed that they were being manipulated. Ivan didn't shame them for these things. In fact, if he were in the same situation he would have done the same thing. That was precisely why when he first arrived in Tortus he chose to lock himself up in both his room and the library instead of training to fight like the rest of the class. His bravado earlier was to just see where they stood, he had every intention to create a way back to Earth. As mentioned before, he still wanted to see his mother, not only that but despite all the changes to his life here he still felt a desire for the modern commodities back home. He felt pity for Aiko, so there was that too. Why you, guys? Despite such an outcome, Cookie lashed out, oblivious to their feelings. This got Ivan curious as to what kept the guy going, as even with the admonishment of nearly his entire class he didn't show a sign of giving up. Fine, I'll do it myself. If any of you chose to join me in saving humanity from the game these gods are playing, you're free to join me. Know that I won't idly stand by as people have their lives ruined just for amusement. With those words, he took quick steps to leave the room, the extra angst not at all hidden as he slammed the door shut on his way out. Sighs filled the room before everyone directed their attention to Aiko. His words did indeed sting them quite a bit, but other than that they only glanced around uncomfortably. For Aiko, the option the students took made her happy. From day one all she wanted was for the children to not get involved in the antics of another world if it meant their lives would be in danger. And now it seemed as though her prayers had finally been heard. She sent an appreciative nod toward Ivan before turning back to the class. Now, this put Ivan in another dilemma. Should he speak of the zombie matter to the class? This was something not even Aiko knew yet, as there was a good chance that telling her one of her students might be responsible for the collapse of the kingdom might push her over the edge. He stared at the back of her head for a minute before sighing. Without another moment of hesitation, he took a step forward and opened his mouth. Chapter 113. Please read ending message. What did you just say? The class let their confusement be heard. Staring at Ivan's mask-clad face with disbelief. The demure book-loving girl that clung to Cookie's group for as long as they knew was just announced as a murderous manipulator by the guy right in front of them. While most of the class wasn't familiar with Eri, she hadn't particularly rubbed them off as a murderer. She was just the shadow that followed Suzu Taniguchi around as her best friend. That girl had in fact been the first one to use physical force to disprove Ivan's claim. Suzu jumped out of her seat and appeared in front of Ivan in less than 2 seconds. A testament of how hard she had trained in the dungeon. Sensing what she was about to do, Ivan allowed the girl to grip him by the collar, tilting his head downward slightly to meet her glare. Who the hell do you think you are to make such baseless claims? The rest of the class stared on as the sunshine of the group showed a look they had never seen before. Was it anger, grief, perhaps delusion? Well, it was most certainly all of the above in Ivan's eyes. Bzz. He allowed the girl to grip his collar in respect to her despair. He pitied her for having learned the betrayal of her best friend. But being accused of making things up was another matter, it was an insult to his reputation. Suzu startled back as the coils of red lightning flared around Ivan's body. She held both of her fists up in fighting position as he readjusted his collar after the wrinkles she gave it. Baseless? Are you a detective? I merely conducted my observation after an extensive observation as a request from Hajime. We can verify it right now if you don't believe me. His nonchalant attitude had peeved Suzu off, but right now was not the right time to worry about it as a body jumped out of the portal and laid cold on the floor. Plop. The class stared at it for a second, noting that the body was deftly clad in steel armor. It was a knight, a pretty high-ranking one at that too. They held their breath in as the body did nothing but lay face forward into the wooden floorboards. But then, it got up. Ugh, my head. It massaged the back of its head with its right arm, its voice not missing a single beat. There's no way it's a zombie, right? A boy looked at his classmates for confirmation, only seeing the horror on their faces as they lost all color. What's wrong, guy? No hand to speak of. Instead, all that stood in its place was blood. Red goop sludged out of the limbs whole like juice from a slushy. Along with it were maggots and insects that inhabited the corpse and had been breeding inside of it. The knight, no, the monster. No way it was human. No human would be capable of withstanding the writhing of maggots and be able to walk around without an appendage leaking that much blood. The monster seemed to notice that its cover had been blown, and before it was able to scream for its comrades' help, it felt its face contort and its mouth hole close. Ivan bound the monster with magic-depriving cuffs, including its feet and one around its neck for safekeeping. Alright, if you guys don't believe me, how about you go ahead and touch its chest, tell me if it has a heartbeat. The faceplate on Ivan's mask slightly lifted to reveal his mischievous grin. But how do we know you didn't do this yourself? Their question was well founded, as the possibility that the monster was a prop Ivan made using ancient magic was not exactly zero. If it'd satisfy you, how about we go around the kingdom and bind all the guards we come across? I guarantee you 2 in 3 will have no heartbeat like our friend here. His confidence caught the students off guard. They glanced at each other for a moment before turning to Aiko. I don't want to believe it either, but Paracelsus has evidence. Eri-san is the only one that I could think of capable of doing this. She has the talent, she has the class. And she even fled when we asked everyone to gather here. I'm sorry students, but I believe Paracelsus is correct. Aiko spoke with a heavy heart. Suzu slumped to her knees in defeat. And the rest of the class all held glum looks on their faces. Aiko was the last hope they had that everyone in their class had remained human despite everything that transpired, and yet here they had no choice but to look at the evidence. The knight squirmed on the floor, the blood creating a pool as it swung its appendages everywhere. I've come to let you all know this. Now that I've confirmed she has a hold of the kingdom, I intend to take her out. As long as her spell is in effect, the kingdom will forever be under her control. I know not of her motive, unfortunately, though that can wait until I catch her. For now my priority is making sure she doesn't unleash an undead army against me. And if she isn't willing to comply, well. They knew the severity of Ivan's words, but no one dared to speak up for the girl anyone barely knew. Suzu perhaps would have, but seeing as how she was still in shock, she was incapable of responding. She's nearby, I know it. The odds of her abandoning her deadman army in the wake of this terror is low. This couldn't have been done instantaneously, she'd be too reluctant to start from scratch. Not to mention the safest place for her to be would be in the kingdom, as she has an endless supply of dead bodies to put in front of her. Ivan took a look around the room. No one seemed to oppose him. In fact, the one most likely to oppose him had ran out of the room already. He already had an idea where Eri could be hiding. The lack of guards around the dorm and city plus their focus on protecting the king was the perfect masquerade for her. If he had to bet, the king was truly under her control already, and she was likely relaxing in his personal bedchamber, waiting for the storm to die down. In fact, the knight he had kidnapped was busy skulking around the area. Odds were he was a spy sent to document what happened at the Holy Church headquarters and report back to her so she could determine if it was safe to go outside. Well, that's all I had to say. Let me know if you guys decide to get off your asses or anything. Ciao. A bright light flared in the room as the class alongside Aiko shielded their eyes from the blast. A second later, and Ivan along with the knight had disappeared. All that remained was the pool of blood the knight left trying to struggle out of the restraints. The class had no idea where to go from here. Should they try to catch Eri themselves? Should they stay inside the dorms until Ivan took care of everything? The heroes stood silent in their defeat, not noticing the 3 figures that had snuck out of the room. How did they take it? You spoke out as she rubbed Ivan's shoulders, standing on her toes as she struggled to reach. To help her out, Ivan went ahead and sat on the bed of the inn they were in. He stared across the room at the other bed. Then to his left, only to see another bed. The group had grown so much larger than what it had been when they first began. Even 3 beds was barely enough to fit everyone. If Phyllis hadn't been as flat as she was then, it wouldn't have been possible to squeeze everyone in one room. As for why they were staying at some third-rate inn, well, to not arouse suspicion, the girls decided it'd be best to rent an unpopular room. This was the only room that had more than 2 beds, so they were going to take what they could get. As for getting another room, no one wanted to be separated in this city of zombies. Well, they all froze like I thought they would, one ran out before I could say much, and only 3 other people got their heads out of the clouds before I left. With that Ivan laid back, nestling his head onto Yu's thighs, sighing in content the moment she began brushing his hair almost instantaneously. Humph. Then nothing's changed. They weren't reliable in the first place. I must agree with Felis, master. Those folks are simply too accustomed to their old life, such naivety would only hinder us in our goals. Tio affirmed Felis' words. She had attempted to climb into bed with you and Ivan, but after you knocked her off out of annoyance she just stared from afar with wanting. I know, I never expected much from them in the first place. If they want to sit indoors and wait for me to open a portal back to our old world, then so be it. The most I want them to do is to not interfere with our plans. The group nodded according to Ivan's words, showing the resolve in their glimmering eyes. Tomorrow we assault the kingdom. All to eradicate Eri Nakamura and bring peace back to this kingdom. I would have liked the princess to be present to take over after the king's death, but we don't have much time. If we wait any long, there's a good chance Eri would run away. I'll leave the management of the kingdom to Aiko. I doubt she'd leave the people in distress without leaders. Though I do feel guilty about dumping all this work on her, hopefully it would serve as a good enough distraction from her troubles. With that they reaffirmed their feelings, shutting their eyes early in preparation for tomorrow. The lights dimmed. And Ivan snuggled closer to you, who straddled his chest like a koala. All would have been said and done if not for the rustling of the sheets, as well as the several new sources of heat that attached to his body. What was the point of getting all these beds if we were going to sleep together? Ivan sighed inwardly before fading away into dreamland with a smile adorning his face. Chapter 114. So, how are we going to break in? Felis peered around the corridors of the kingdom. The group had found themselves inside the palace and right in front of the room where the king usually held an audience. As Ivan mentioned, about 80% of the kingdom's forces were to stand on guard here, possibly under Eri's orders. That meant sneaking in through the front door was nigh impossible if they didn't want to arouse suspicion. If Eri refused to undo her necromancy, then they'd have a ton of zombies to deal with. And if killing her doesn't undo the spell either, then they had chaos on their hands. We're sneaking in. The windows are guarded against the outside and there are no back doors either. I bet there's a secret passage for royalty that'd lead directly to the king's bedchamber. But we don't have the time or knowledge to look for it. The best thing to do in this scenario is to sneak in and take care of Nakamura Eri. I don't know how her necromancy works. If she's able to command her army without words, then we'd have no choice but to blast a hole in the kingdom to break out. Ivan was a bit doubtful if she was capable of commanding her army without words, as unless she had mana manipulation then it shouldn't be possible to activate spells with just her thoughts. But there were always exceptions, and she was a hero. Her necromancy is unusual in the first place. Necromancy was of course frowned upon by the Holy Church. Records of necromancers did not go far as they were usually killed before being allowed to advance. All that was written was that necromancers can manipulate the bodies of the dead. And yet every zombie Eri had made seemed to possess a level of consciousness, albeit very low. Such as that night Ivan presented to the students. At first he seemed like any other person, groaning in pain and rubbing where he had been hurt. But when his cover was blown he regressed. Why Ivan cuffed the knight with mana-restricting cuffs? That was because other than magic the zombies were capable of using skills. It was one oddity after another, some of which Ivan believed should have been documented back in the old days if they existed then. If he had to guess, the necromancy Eri had used was similar to the spirit magic he and his group just obtained. I suppose I'll save the questions for her. The sun had fallen and most residents of the city below had fallen asleep. It was the perfect time to cause chaos, as knights who hadn't been infected with the cursed magic had already gone home to see their families. Ready? Ivan turned around to signal the 3 that had been behind him. For this mission, it'd only require a group of 4. Any more and the odds of being discovered would increase. Claire for her wind blades. Felis for her copy magic, and Ari if for some reason they needed her chains. Everyone else was incapable of pulling off magic that wouldn't destroy everything and cause a ruckus. Apart from Canis, who wasn't brought up because having to charge her momentum on a time-sensitive mission wasn't exactly easy to do. Of course. Since they were connected through the mask receivers, the group would have no trouble communicating despite being separated. Everyone that wasn't a part of the stealth mission sat near the palace on standby. With a single word from Ivan, all they had to do was bombard where the bedchamber was located with their highest level spells. Are you sure it's the room on the left? Ivan whispered to Claire. The only basis they had on where the king's bedchamber was located was from the guesses of the former kingdom made next to them. Why yes, unfortunately, it seemed their guide wasn't so confident. At least that's where my friend said it was, so the only thing they had to go on was something Claire heard more than a year ago. Seeing no other choice, Ivan decided to put faith in that pseudo-rumor that was likely just made up to stir some gossip. 2 guards down the corridor, 2 more at the large doors into the auditorium. I'm guessing at least 9 within, judging from the format of the room when I first had an audience with the king and the time after to present my potions. The auditorium has a second level with more knights peering over a balcony that overlooks the entire interior. I'm guessing at least another 6. The diagram Ivan held was adjusted with Claire's memories of the layout. As it was now, this would be the perfect map they could get of the room they were going to break into. The bedchamber is upstairs to our left. Odds are knights are patrolling up and down the stairs as well, no entrance via the ceiling. It was a well-guarded area. The conditions he spoke of were things he believed to be the situation before Ares' takeover, as well as before he caused a ruckus at the Holy Church headquarters. He didn't know what the numbers could be now that she manipulated them. For all he knew, about 100 slumbering knights were sitting beneath the throne. "Alright, we're going in." Ivan transmitted the message through the mask's receiver, getting affirmation in response from the 3 who were on standby. The plan was simple: get in without being seen. Obviously, that wasn't going to be so easy, even with a small group of 4. Teleporting wasn't an option. Without the exact coordinates, they could very well teleport inside a wall or something. There was also a possibility that they'd be teleporting in the middle of a trap set by Ares. In hindsight, going all in might have been the best bet. Disguises weren't going to work. It was late and no other guards were expected. If anything, it would just arouse suspicion. Ivan activated his lightning clad in front of Phyllis. She was able to mimic it for a few seconds, so right after he made his move, Ivan jumped from around the corner and impaled the 2 closest guards with his lightning-infused fingers, piercing their necks to disrupt their vocals. Before the knights sitting at the door were able to respond, Phyllis used Ivan's back like a trampoline to lunge at them. Her lightning-clad claws sliced them up in a mere 2 seconds. Aerie likely sensed the death of 4 of her minions. But with the independence the zombies had, Ivan guessed that she couldn't pinpoint which exactly had passed. Their bodies decayed like a normal person, so it was likely she'd shrug it off as one of her zombies outliving their usefulness. That's taking into account that she had hundreds of zombies piled up inside the auditorium, as he guessed. Ivan waited for a few seconds before judging that she didn't send anyone outside to check what happened. In fact, there were no audible footsteps from the other side of the door. With the guards dead, Ivan turned to his left and entered the storage room that was planted right beside the auditorium. His group followed behind him as he placed both hands on the ground. Slowly the floor molded into a tunnel beneath the auditorium. Any quicker and the shifting of the ground would have likely alerted some of the knights above. So he dug deeper and slower. The impatience was killing Phyllis, but out of fear of disrupting his work she stood silent. "Done," he muttered. Without another word he leaped into the tunnel he dug. After him were Phyllis, Ari, and then Claire. Claire complained about getting her outfit dirty, but other than that they slithered down the tunnel with quiet footsteps. There was still the matter of the bedchamber being upstairs. He hoped that they would reappear right below the staircase. All while not alerting the horde that might be waiting. Dink. Ivan held his arm up to stop the progress of everyone behind them. They nodded before Ivan pressed his hands to the ceiling of the tunnel. A little peephole appeared as Ivan stuck a small straw-like device through it. He put his eye at the end of it that was available to him, while the other end stuck through the floor of the auditorium like a periscope. That was because that's exactly what it is. A small periscope he made specifically for this mission. Seeing as how it was one of the most basic things he ever had to make, its development was fairly easy. Making the glass was the most difficult part, but after a few talks with the glaziers and Furin things became simple. "We're good." All the knights were kneeling in front of the throne, likely put into a resting state to slow down the progress of their deterioration. Ivan tried to angle the periscope to view the situation on the next level, but it was too high up. But seeing as how they were beneath a catwalk right beside the stairs, they were unlikely to be seen. Aerie isn't sitting on the throne, it's only the king. However, he seems just about out of it, as all the zombies do. The king sat on the throne with his jaw open wide, eyes open but not a single spark of light within them. He was dead already. How creepy. Though Claire was unable to observe the situation, just the sound of Ivan's words was enough to send a shiver down her spine. "Alright, let's go." Ivan did another scope around the area before opening a hole large enough for him and his group to crawl through. He swiftly closed it behind him before climbing the stairs in a crouched position. Hide Presence and Foresight were activated at full blast before he pulled the leg of a knight ascending the stairs. A thud resounded after the knight's jaw collided with one of the stairs. Ivan took the opportunity to twist the knight's head, confirming his kill. That thud seemed to attract the attention of another knight up on the second floor, the knight only given a moment to peer around the corner before a blade-ended chain dug into his throat and cut his ability to speak. A second later he was pulled forward onto the staircase to meet Ari's bladed heels, which resulted in him having his brain pierced. Ivan shivered a bit looking at the sight, simultaneously praising the girl for her brutality while at the same time making a reminder to himself not to piss her off. The rest of the second-level guards were disposed of by Phyllis and Claire, both of whom didn't want to be outdone. Good, we move on to the bedchamber, get ready. Ivan telepathized those thoughts before putting his hand on the doorknob. He waited for a nod before gently opening the door. And then. Chapter 115. Bang! The figure leisurely lying in bed had less than a second to respond before getting pinned down. She struggled and was about to let out a scream when a foreign object entered her mouth. Her muffled cries didn't leave the room as three more figures followed behind her attacker. Phyllis barricaded the door with furniture and kept an eye on it in case Ares' zombies showed up. Claire backed her up while simultaneously holding one of her twin daggers toward Ares' neck. Ari dutifully bound Ari in her chains under Ivan's instructions. Ari only stared at the four figures in terror whilst simultaneously struggling to wiggle out of her restraints. Bang bang. The banging on the door incessantly continued as Ivan assumed Ari had a way of telepathizing to her minions that she was in danger. He gazed at the door for a few seconds before snapping his fingers. Ari, Claire, and Phyllis ran to his side and gave up on guarding the door. And right before the hundreds of zombies burst through, a portal opened up and consumed the group of five. The zombies looked around in confusion, their semi-conscious minds working at full speed in search of their master. That was pretty smooth, huh? Ivan's portal had brought them back to the inn they were staying in the night before. For now, this would be her place of interrogation. Of course, it wouldn't be a permanent location as there was a chance the zombies knew the location of their master at all times. So let's get this done quickly. Phyllis and Ari head outside and watch any of the doors for guards. Canis, you, and Tio will watch the inn from afar while simultaneously keeping an eye on the kingdom for any major movements. Only Claire and I will be in charge of the interrogation. Considering the fate of the girl they had captured, her knowledge of their names didn't matter. It wouldn't change the situation as they were already declared heretics long before they did anything as horrible as this. Not that there was anyone left to punish them with the Holy Church headquarters being demolished and the king a zombie. Yes, sir. Father. The girl squirmed on the floor before feeling the gazes of two monsters on top of her. Without a doubt, you're the cause of all this. I doubt that shameless king would be so willing as to let some background character of the hero party sleep in his bed. Ivan's words made Ari realize that any hopes of deceiving him were already knocked out the window. Master, shall I remove her gag? Claire crouched down and yanked the rag out of the girl's mouth upon receiving affirmation. Her brash actions led to the captive groaning in pain as she felt her teeth had nearly been ripped out of her mouth. Feel any better? How about we go ahead and begin our little conversation? What do you want? Before possibly revealing any secrets, Ari Nakamura spoke with trepidation. She had a sliver of hope within her heart that maybe her captors had just kidnapped her just to hire her as a part of their team. Don't play coy with us, we know what you did. The chair leaned forward closer to Ari's face. Ivan's mask warped into that of a clown's. It was a small result of his progress toward manipulating the space around him. The floorboard beneath Ari cracked with each passing second. She didn't say a word. Wooden planks snapped to form the maw of a dragon, threatening to open up and swallow her before closing her in eternal darkness. Alright. Alright. Whatever you want, I'll help you. Ari spoke with desperation. She couldn't afford to die here, especially not now. After all her efforts to begin making a move on the object of her obsession. She was so close to obtaining what she had been striving for several years. Her hysteria grew larger with each passing second. The facade that Ivan took note of before leaving the kingdom and venturing into the dungeon had completely melted away. In the face of death, Ari began to show her true colors. As much as I'd love to get the motive for your actions, we are quite pressed for time. I've brought you here to kindly ask that you relieve that curse you put on the people of this world. Do that and I'll return you right where we picked you up. Not a single scratch on you. It'll all just seem like a bad dream. Ivan's words were akin to the whisper of the devil, only none of the words he said enticed her in the slightest. Her eyes dotted around the room. To give up and restart from zero? No, she knew everything that he said was bullshit. If he truly intended on letting her go scot-free, then he had no motive to kidnap her, as the smartest choice would be to kill her to make sure another situation like this ever came again. That's what the Holy Church did in the past to necromancers. And that was what he should have done to her. This brought her to a realization. You can't kill me, her eyes snapped at the thought. You can't kill me. Ari held a triumphant smile on her face as she glared with glee at the figure looming over her. She waited to see his smile fade, and she waited, and she waited. Huh. Crack. Aha. Eri howled in pain the moment the Azantium-clad foot crushed her face. Her nose bent and blood leaked along with the broken teeth. She attempted to roll away only to be held in place by the creepy maid. "Let me go. Let me go. What are you complaining about? I haven't even done anything to you, yet." "Huh?" Eri's eyes snapped open the moment she heard his words. She looked at the hand mirror that had been placed in front of her before sinking deep into her thoughts. Yes, the disfigured face, out-of-place teeth, and botched-up nose, all of the harm done to her with a single stop of Ivan's boot had completely vanished, as though she was only having a nightmare. "As much as I'd love to get the motive for your actions, we are quite pressed for time. I've brought you here to kindly ask that you relieve that curse you put on the people of this world. Do that and I'll return you right where we picked you up. Not a single scratch on you, dot. It'll all just seem like a bad dream." What? Eri asked back subconsciously if she wasn't remembering things incorrectly. Her face had been smashed in a moment ago. Not only that, but these were the exact words the masked man had asked her 2 minutes ago. "You went deaf. I asked you to deactivate that necromancy spell you cast on the kingdom. It's really creepy, you know." "And no, I. Crack. Oh, God. Whyy. Eri tried again to roll away, only to once be met with the restraining arms of an abnormal maid. "What are you complaining about? I haven't even done anything to you, yet." The cycle repeated itself, again, and again. Eri Nakamura had concluded that time had been repeating itself. The pain continued endlessly. No matter how much she tried to appease the masked man, her face met the boot every single time. Then again she never once agreed to his demands, always asking for an alternative route instead. "What are you complaining about? I haven't even done anything to you, yet." "Ah, that's right, nothing has happened yet. If there's never a conclusion to this torture, did it ever occur? Is this my punishment? Cookie, help me." The eyes full of hysteria had regressed to the point where they had lost their luster. She muttered aloud, "Cookie," louder and louder as each loop occurred. Ivan prod her on this, whispering that all she had to do to return to her beloved side was release the spell. "What are you complaining about? I haven't even done anything to you, yet." The expression of defeat marred her face, and the boot hurtling toward her face came to an abrupt stop. "Oh yeah, that expression, something tells me you've come around to the idea." Ivan's words were met with a despondent nod. He brought the girl to her feet, holding her up by an arm as she lacked the mental fortitude to even stand. Whoosh! With a snap of his fingers, the mana-restricting cuffs had disappeared from Eri's wrists. Even then she didn't make a single movement. She tried neither to launch a spell nor make way for escape. She just stood there, with dull eyes and a face covered in dry tears. Claire stood with ready daggers, prepared for the slight possibility that Eri might rebel. Very faintly Eri spoke the undoing of her spell, her mana flared beneath her feet with each passing word. As if in a trance, Eri complied with the demands and after 5 minutes of whispering finished it. "So, how is it, you?" Ivan held a hand to his mask, asking you how the situation was within the kingdom. They all fell over, she responded with audible glee. The plan had succeeded. "Phew, it took 60 loops but we finally made it," to the world line where, Ivan looked up at the sky as if to thank the gods, his speech cut off as Claire firmly pressed the heel of her shoe onto Ivan's right foot. "Humph, what the hell was that all about? Couldn't you have at least told me what the plan was before locking us in the room with this psychopath?" Sorry, but it was something I thought up during the moment, but thanks as always for going along with it." The whole time looping thing had been a little trick of Ivan's to break down Eri, using restoration magic to act as if he never harmed her in the first place. Repeating his lines over and over to wear her down. "And it's also because it was you with me that I went ahead with the idea." The real reason he sent Felis and Ari out was to spare them the scene. He wouldn't know how they would have reacted, but he was glad Claire was so understanding. In the end, he put all of his faith into the dutiful maid that killed for his sake. "Yeah right, you had no other choice." Felis would have broken the trick immediately and Ari would have gotten bored after 12 loops. Ignoring the very correct complaints behind him, Ivan opened up a portal and tossed Eri into it without another thought. Where did you send her?" It's fine, she's in good hands now." His mysterious words brought her to a nod. Putting faith in her master, Claire cleaned the scene of the blood and wreckage their little play had accumulated. The inn owner was probably going to return soon, and the last thing they wanted was for him to discover that the people who exclusively rented the inn for a night had used it to commit a crime. Meanwhile, back at where the students had held the meeting with Ivan. Whoa! The white-blue portal appeared right in the center of the room before a bundled-up body shot out of it like a cannonball, right into the nearest wall. "Eri?" The students crowded around the bundled figure before exclaiming aloud. Today was going to be another busy day for the students of another world. Chapter 116. Can we confirm that every zombie is dead? Well, I mean actually dead this time. Ivan spoke to you through the telepathic masks. Yes, Tio and I checked a dozen different bodies and each of them showed no signs of responding. To double check, we burned the bodies of a few unscrupulous knights to see if their subconscious would respond to being disintegrated. You responded coolly, Canis and Tio at her side as they watched the pile of corpses from afar. Eri, oh Eri, I apologize for the damage I may have caused to your psyche, though you were one evil bastard. Ivan mused to himself about the result of this little mission. He apologized slightly to the mind of the girl he broke. He had faith that little tactic of theirs scared her from ever doing anything like this again. And if that isn't the case? He smiled at the button in his hand. With how many times he smashed her face in, he had plenty of opportunities to insert something into her body without her notice while she recoiled in pain. And who was he to decline such an opportunity? Kaboom! Ivan slid his finger over the button, enjoying Claire's stressed-out expression as she hoped in her heart that he just left things as is. As evil as that girl was, the person she was no longer remained, tortured by Ivan and let go as a husk. But isn't this the best scenario for a wicked girl like her? I mean, now she gets to be taken care of by the knight she's been coveting for dozens of years. If anything, I'd say she got it easy compared to the tens if not hundreds of families she ruined to satisfy her desires. Aiko better appreciate the gift I sent her. Ha, you say gift as if what you had done was out of generosity, but I can't help but have a feeling you just didn't want to have to take care of another prisoner. Claire sighed, remembering the demon they had locked up in their basement. After all this time she had zero ideas what Ivan wanted to do with her. As much as having my own undead army fascinates me, the immorality of it all is a bit too sickening. Not that I could say much considering how immoral the acts I just committed were. Besides, Katlia is not a prisoner. She's a bargaining chip. Ivan made confident strides toward the door of their room. Now that the crime scene was cleaned up, it was time to venture out once more. They had accomplished both the goals they set when they first initially set out to the kingdom. Investigate the cause of the abnormal behavior in the kingdom, and clear the Divine Mountains dungeon. As a side bonus, they even managed to get rid of the Holy Church and the kingdom's king who conducted their bidding. Spirit magic, huh? Ivan walked down the steps to the first floor with an amused smile. It was a rather straightforward ancient magic. While being able to transfer a soul between bodies was good and all, what enticed Ivan the most was its reviving capabilities. Granted, such a feature only seemed to work on the soul of a being who hadn't left the world for long. Something he tested on using two squirrels. While one squirrel was capable of being revived into its own body after suffocating almost immediately, the other squirrel who suffered the same fate was unable to be revived after 15 minutes. The vessels the souls took were a separate matter. Reviving someone into a destroyed body was of course a foolish move to make. But what interested Ivan was that a soul could be inserted into an inanimate object. Maybe I could carry Katlia around in her own little pokeball. It was a demented thought, but helpful in proving to the demons that he had her in his custody. I'll test it out when I get home. Other matters filled his mind. If possible, he wanted to create a backup body for every member in the group in case something happened to their true bodies. Such as if there was an incurable poison made by the gods and one of their members got infected by it, he wanted to be able to transplant their soul to a safer body. It'd take a lot of effort. And undoubtedly an uncomfortable experience for the girls who needed to expose themselves to him so he could create a perfect recreation, but it was a sacrifice he was willing to make. Why do I feel a sudden urge to punch you right now? When they made it to the front door of the inn, Claire spoke. Much to Ivan's worry, as felt his intentions had been seen through. The intuition of girls is scary. Ivan remarked inwardly, wondering if science would ever progress to the point of explaining a female's ability to know when they were being thought of. Is that everything? What would a vacation be without souvenirs? As such, Ivan made sure that everyone gathered the things they bought before he activated the airship. Now that their mission was done, there wasn't anything left for them in the kingdom. Most establishments had closed for time being because of the mysterious deaths that occurred in the past 12 hours, and that meant no fun for the group. Not that Ivan even wanted to be hanging around during the cleanup. If so, then he might have to face Aiko's wrath. Especially when she realized that he dumped a lot of work just for her. Maybe I should hold off on seeing her until I find a way to get them back home. He thought that would surely distract her from the resentment she held for him. And if that didn't work, he could always say he hoped she could lead the kingdom as a way to pay him back for saving her. But where the hell did the princess go? Ivan laid that thought to rest when he concluded that she'll show up when she shows up. As investigated by him, she was neither held by the church nor the kingdom. It was likely she ran away and would return after finding out the situation over here. Unless she's not the person I thought she was, there was always a chance she just ran away to gain independence from her family or something like that, unlikely considering she left behind her precious little brother. Good luck, heroes. Find her so I don't have to. Ivan prayed inwardly to not have to do any more work. If they were going to do something right, then it should at least benefit him somehow. Especially considering they hadn't done much anyway. So are we going to see Shay now? You said aloud with glee in her eyes despite having her usual monotone voice. The first friend she made since being freed by Ivan, her student, she was finally going to see her again. Though I wonder how it'll go. Who's to say she'd be the same rabbit girl we met back then? The Halia might have infected her with their Chinibu syndrome, though I may be at fault for that. I do hope she's made it closer to that goal of hers. Shay's goal is to take reign of Verbergen to end all future discrimination against beastmen born with peculiar circumstances like her. Being a part of a race banished from Verbergen didn't help her position much, but Ivan had faith that the optimistic and stubborn rabbit would take the reins of any future she desired. Oh yeah, she could read the future, huh? Ivan just remembered the circumstances that led to her being ostracized. Though back then she couldn't choose when she could read the future, you affirmed Ivan's words. But if that changed, do you think she knows we're on our way? It was a harmless thought, one which got Ivan anticipating what kind of welcome they'd receive when making it there. If it's the Shay I know, then she'll probably try to beat us up for leaving for so long. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. For some reason, Phyllis was the one most excited to go. Likely she was just interested in going to a forest with trees so large they topple the tallest building in the kingdom. At the same time, she was curious to meet the person who had first met her father when his journey began, excluding you of course. Do you think Phyllis and Canis could navigate through the fog? Ivan asked you. He was unaware whether the prerequisite to maneuvering through the fog was to have the characteristics of a beastman, or perhaps only people born in the sea of trees can guide themselves through it. If that was the case, he was curious what kind of magic determined what made someone capable. The best way to find out would be through practical effort. So long as Shay and the Halia were around, then they'd be able to test their theory without the worry of the two getting lost. Not that we'd have anything to do with that information. It's not like we have a lack of guides to lead us through the forest unless the dungeon itself requires that we need someone capable of navigating through the fog. That would be a likely scenario. But with this, our journey is near an end. Fried was dead, Eri was incapacitated, the demons lost their only advantage against the humans' large numbers, the Holy Church lost all of its head figures, and the kingdom would be reformed under Aiko. All that remains are the gods themselves. And the last two dungeons, the gods seem to be the largest obstacle, especially if there were a ton of powerhouses like Noint on their side. Ivan would need a special weapon if he wanted to take on legions of overpowered Valkyrie angel hybrids. Noint's body would aid him in this. At least that's what he hoped. There was still the matter of implementing her core, so he'll be sure to do that test as well after completing the Haltina labyrinth. At that point, it'd be all about preparing for the final dungeon, as well as excavating the rest of the dungeon in aid of funding their operations. With a dozen more excavators, it should be possible to clear the remainder of it in 2 months. If they could clear all the dungeons without having to interact with the gods, then that was ideal, though that of course wouldn't be the case. There was still someone in their group attached to the fate of this world. That being Tio. Most of her clan had been wiped out by the gods in the past, not to mention the remainders of the purge are in hiding. She wouldn't leave them for another planet until she was assured of their safety. We'll deal with them when we run into it, Ivan exclaimed inwardly before activating the airship, their destination. The Sea of Trees. Chapter 117. Are you sure this is the place? Phyllis looked around curiously. Her vision blocked by dozens of trees and dense fog. 30 minutes ago Ivan and the crew landed in the Risen Gorge. Afterward, Ivan guided them into the Sea of Trees despite knowing that heading in without a guide would mean subjecting themselves to the curse of the fog. But he had faith that they'd be found. After all, he was the one who trained the Halia. If they weren't able to detect a group of intruders entering the forest, then their training might as well have been for naught. So you can't navigate through all this? Rather than answering her question, Ivan went on to ask inquiries of his own. Other than testing the Halia, the other purpose of entering the forest recklessly was to see whether Phyllis and Canis could navigate through the forest as would a beastman. No, not at all. Even Canis seems to be having trouble. Phyllis gave up as she laced her fingers together behind her head, nodding toward Canis, who shook her head in return. It was quite a blow to the lioness, who prided herself in her tracking skills. I see. I suppose that only a beastman born in the forest know. That doesn't make sense either. There are plenty of examples of hunters using slave-born beastmen to navigate through the forest for the rare monster pelts that reside here. It must simply mean that neither Phyllis nor Canis are true beastmen besides their physical characteristics. Ivan muttered to himself, allowing his field to crush and distort the bodies of the monsters that lunged at him from 4 meters away. His proficiency was getting better with each passing day, but so long as a being with a particularly strong physique entered his boundary, then they'd be able to resist its effects before reaching his body. And that's all it took to break his concentration. Realizing that he wouldn't be able to crush a being that was able to get so close to him within half a second before they hit his face, the best option would be disabling the boundary and using his physical attacks. Unless the force of his boundary grew exponentially greater than what it was, hoping that he'd be able to destroy what was able to push through his boundary in such a short amount of time was a futile effort. There was one activity he enjoyed with his newfound abilities. Gra! The monkey-like monster sprung from a tree as if it were using a trampoline and dove straight for Ivan's torso. It had not witnessed the tragedies that had been done to other monsters, so with no fear it entered Ivan's invisible barrier. Crush! Its body contorted and twisted like an abused marionette, the head facing opposite from the body. No doubt it was dead. Instead of falling to the ground, the body of the monkey-like monster only hovered in the air. Then, as if time had reversed, each limb of the monster reverted to its former position. Its dilated eyes shone with renewed light, then, it fell to the ground. It looked at its body in a cold sweat, examining each limb as if to make sure what had happened was no illusion. Even if its body returned to normal, the pain remained embedded deep in its mind. Its limbs twisting, its eyes popping out of its head, the sound of their bones being crushed to dust, it remembered all of it. Step! The monster awoke out of its stupor hearing the sound of crushed leaves. It turned its head up to meet the eyes of who it had attacked seconds before being broken apart. And then it ran. The moment their eyes met, the monster knew that the human in front of it was the cause of its pain. Being killed without a chance of fighting back made the monster realize that it was no opponent to the human in front of it. That was pretty good, I suppose. Ivan snickered to himself, seeing the monkey run away rather than sling from tree to tree as it did when it first attacked. To put it simply, he crushed the monster, killed it, restored its body, and then revived it. All without lifting a single finger. As for how long it took to complete the process, restoration and revival took up most of the time, making a total of 2 minutes. Then again, it wouldn't be the same for another person. As it seemed, a restriction of revival was that the more complex a soul was, the longer it took to revive them. Restoration followed the same principle, the more intricate a body was, the more difficult it was to restore it. But now wasn't the time for a more in-depth discussion. Do you guys feel it? We're being watched. Phyllis' ears twitched upon saying those words. It couldn't escape her hearing, the crunching of leaves, the snapping of twigs. They had been surrounded. In the trees were their attackers. Ivan turned to her before signaling that their opponents must be incapacitated. Unless they wanted a war with another nation, not a single of their attackers must be killed. Of course, only he and you knew the truth. Thum. 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 It seemed the attackers had taken notice of the group's sudden cautious behavior. A volley of crossbow bolts shot out of the tree and threatened to pierce the vitals of the group of invaders. Each bolt coated in a viscous green liquid likely to incapacitate whoever it scratched should they miss. You silently moved to Ivan's side as she allowed his boundary to disassemble and crush any of the bolts that hurled their way. She dragged a confused Tio alongside her as she felt Tio would immediately invalidate the purpose of this test. Phyllis, Canis, Ari, and Claire on the other hand took cover behind a couple of trees. They noted the poison coating the bolts and knew it'd be bad news if they were hit by it. They could probably reverse its effects using restoration magic, but there's no telling if their opponents would let them. A group of 15 garbed in black beast men descended from the trees, their attire making their features indiscernible. Their goal was to push the intruders out into the open where their comrades still in the trees would fill them with bolts. Canis, sensing this, dove deeper into the woods. Her claws protruded quickly as she nearly ran into a thin line of wire that was perfectly lined up to cut off her neck. She quickly cut the wires down before noticing that she was completely separated from the rest of the group. For shadows descended upon her, having built no momentum, she held a defensive position and let her body get cut up with daggers. Her regeneration along with restoration magic minimized the damage to a point that it caught the beastmen off guard. She took the opportunity to grab the elbow of a plunging beastman's dagger, bending it upward so the force of the action reflected and made her attacker stab their own shoulder. That single attacker fled while the remaining 3 formed a triangular formation. Their archers had focused on the main group, thinking this single lioness would have fled out of fear. The beastmen never attempted to communicate with her, thinking she had been a manipulated beastman brought to navigate adventurers through the woods. As such a situation was never unheard of. The remaining 3 beastmen had never anticipated the brute strength of their opponent. Their defenses were useless against the force that broke them with a few punches. Canis tied them up with a nearby wire before using the length of wire she cut beforehand as a fishing line that would lead her back to the main group. Claire and Ari stood back to back. Claire's vacuum blades creating vortexes that consumed any incoming bolts while Ari's gravity-led chain chased the beastmen that hid in the trees. Like pigeons hit with stones, they fell to the floor after being suffocated by the snake-like chain. Phyllis handled a large group of the attackers herself. Copying fire magic she had seen To use before being restrained by you. Seeing a beastman cast magic, the attackers froze in place. Never did they expect to meet someone who possessed something someone of their race shouldn't, just like their leader. Their stupor was broken by the sea of flames. While they were a little peeved at having an inch of their forest burned, they focused on the fight at hand. Many of the beastmen looked at what seemed to be their squad leader as they received orders to capture the magic using the beastman for questioning, a gift their true leader would surely appreciate. Alas! They were no match for the flame user as their incapacitating bolts were incinerated to ash instantaneously. Intending to catch the masked beastmen meant they had to rid themselves of their usual killing methods. Their strength declined several times because of that. Their first mistake was underestimating their enemies. Had staying in these woods as the strongest group around dulled your caution? Ivan had enough of being an observer. Instead, he peered over and stared at a lone tree. As expected of Iva, Paracelsus, you've already spotted me. From the tree appeared a beastman far more distinct than any of the others. Nothing hid her features. Her long rabbit-like ears stood atop her head with pride. Piercing blue eyes stared back at Ivan with excitement, a bloodthirsty grin adorning the girl's face. Her bluish-silver long hair reflected in the moonlight, flowing over the coat that hung around her shoulders made of pitch-black monster pelt and bones. The girl's snow-white skin was in great contrast to the brown and black bikini bra that hid her abundant breasts whilst leaving her midriff exposed. Beneath her midriff was a tight black miniskirt that wrapped around her thin waist. And below that, black studded boots that laced up all the way to the bottom of her knees. Shay Holia. The girl Ivan and you had left in the woods months ago so she could pursue her dream. In her right hand was a double-headed war hammer made from thick wood and the remnants of strong beast-like monsters. She twirled it with one hand before positioning it in both. And then, she leaped. So you finally showed yourself, you bastard. Prepare yourself, I'll show how much I've been slacking off. Ivan smiled looking at the hurtling war hammer, tossing his helmet off to receive the blow with his fists. Bang! Chapter 118. Fist met hammer as a gust of wind engulfed the area and blew away the rabbit men that had been restrained. Meanwhile, you called up everyone else in their group to stand by and watch the show. I suppose you haven't been slacking on strengthening magic, EY. As durable as Shay was back when they first met, the scale at which she fought back was incomparable. If she followed the regime you had taught her before they left, then no doubt she stood as the strongest in all of Verbergen. In response, Shay's body shone with a sky blue color, her mana flaring to encompass only her body and nothing else. As if she were wearing a thin coat of mana all around her body. The weight of the hammer increased with each passing second. Though Ivan was impressed by this development, he knew the consumption of strengthening magic was immense. Shay flaring right now meant she intended on finishing the fight as soon as possible. A wise decision, as she likely had no gauge on what his current strength was. Though in the past she remembered that he had mid-close range fighting methods. Her best bet was to keep him on the defensive in hopes of breaking his guard as he tuckered out. Ivan sent his right boot to her stomach before she suddenly jumped back without having to look down. With how close their distance was and how much the warhammer obscured their vision, she shouldn't have been able to see the incoming kick. That's when he noticed her glowing eyes. Oh, so I see you now have some semblance of control over that power you once considered a curse. Ivan's words brought a smirk to Shay's lips. Indeed, she had once considered her future visions the reason for her family's suffering, however now it had been the very tool that had saved them from countless struggles. Her eyes glowed brighter as she dodged every kick and punch Ivan sent her way. Though he did make a note that in between periods of dodging her eyes would dim before glowing again. Whatever skill she was using, it was capable of being applied consecutively. And considering her movements, the consumption was next to none. Instinct, no, this is much more than that. If mentioning her future vision brought her to a smirk, I can only assume this is a byproduct of that, and if that's the case, I'm sure it's safe to assume she's looking into the future. Ivan unsealed his palms as each tattoo of destruction and creation glowed beneath his forearm guards. He used gravity magic to propel himself forward at a quicker pace. If Shay could see the future, then all he had to do was create a situation where she couldn't react despite that. The moment she used both feet to jump back, Ivan activated his boundary. Focusing on the space-locking property of it. Now she stood several inches off the ground. As long as she was within 4 meters of him, breaking out was a matter of how much she could force her way using brute force. She came to this conclusion as well and consumed a large part of her mana into her strengthening magic. This left her with 2 disadvantages. 1. Even if she broke out, she'd be nearly empty regarding mana reserves. 2. Breaking out could be exactly what Ivan wanted. So with no other option, she used branching paths. Another sub-skill of her future vision that allowed her to see every possible future based on her choices. Her eyes turned from a sky blue to a light purple. Ivan noticed this change before placing his hand on her warhammer. It was destroyed within a second. Shay's future-related skills took only an instant, with no way to disturb her. In that instant the only option he saw to stop her was by limiting her choices. With her hammer destroyed she'd only have her body, that at least eliminated a few possible choices for her. Ivan met her stare, staring at the eyes that slowly lost their glow. Then, Shay's body flared with strengthening magic once more. Seeing her choice he knew he succeeded in forcing her into the future he saw. His destruction and creation tattoos dimmed before the mark staining his palms glowed. He pointed his water transmutation hands into the air. The condensed fog collected and transformed under his guidance into a cage of thick ice. He dove out of the cage before closing it back up, and at that moment Shay broke out of the space lock. She swung and swung at the cage of ice that surrounded her, dumbfounded when every crack she made with her fists disappeared within seconds. On the other side of the cage Ivan stood with his boundary extended, focusing everything on restoration. And slowly but surely the cage of ice closed in. The smaller the cage became the more condensed the ice was, and the easier it was to restore broken parts. All the while Shay burnt herself out with strengthening magic. Everything went right as he assumed. The futures she didn't see were the ones that weren't up to her. She was unable to move. Unable to do anything when her warhammer was broken, and at that moment a future for Ivan was created. What was a cage became a solid block. If she didn't break out she would inevitably freeze to death, or suffocate, or if Ivan desired, be pierced by the very ice walls that surrounded her. A move he dubbed with much originality, Ice Coffin. He knocked on the ice after exhaling a gust of cold wind. You ready to give up? Ivan waited a bit before not getting a response. Right when he was about to relieve the ice coffin he received an answer. Bang bang. Two distinct bangs. For some reason Ivan was able to sense her frustration from them. Don't worry about it, I'm sure you'd get better responses if you knew more about my progress. His thin words fell upon deaf ears. It was a comment obviously done to comfort her. Of course, if she knew every ability her target had she'd have better odds of winning. It was because she didn't know about Ivan's improvements and he didn't know about hers that made this a fair fight. Bang. Aya, I suppose such words wouldn't be enough to allay your concerns now. Frustration. That's what he sensed. Though to Ivan her concerns were unfounded. All Shay had to improve herself was the words of you who had formerly instructed her. That was it. She was a special being of the Beastman race and had no one to reflect her development on as she grew. Saying that her growth was fantastic. If she wanted she could single-handedly destroy Verbergen with her own 2 fists. No one would be able to hit her. And no one would be able to defend against her strength. Ivan contemplated leading her to the Ryzen Labyrinth, as gravity would greatly amplify her strength. Maybe he'd take the time to do that after he and his group cleared the Haltina Labyrinth. But for now, he just undid the ice coffin burying Shay. He quickly put a forearm up as a fist came flying out of the melting ice. Humph. Shay's ears drooped slightly as she pulled herself out of the puddle of melted ice. The confidence she held before meeting her 2 friends again diminished greatly at how utterly helpless she was. Knowing cheap words wouldn't mean much to this warrior rabbit, Ivan only smiled gently toward her. We're back, Shay. She stared back in response, a blush adorning her snow-white skin. Her ears twitched a bit before she took a deep breath in. Then, she smiled gently right back at him. Welcome home. Whoa. You guys have been quite busy since the last time we were here. Since we were kicked out of Verbergen we needed to formulate a way to survive without their aid. We needed farms to feed our people, a clean water source, tailors capable of creating armor and clothing for members, and teachers to help guide the future generations. Shay proudly declared while leading the group around what had become the new headquarters of the Halia. A city in the trees. That was the simplest way to describe it. Houses sat in trees making a circular formation of a town that was visible using a map near the gated entrance that sat on the ground. Under the trees were normal buildings and the like made of wood and stone. While making every house in the trees would have been ideal, it would be impossible to do so without spreading out the town immensely. What Shay wanted was for every member of the Walia to be together. As their strength relied on numbers. At least that's what inspired this compact city formation. Though it seemed its residents didn't mind, as each passing member walked through the streets smiling and living with glee. Truly the Halia was the definition of a family with their bonds closer than what Ivan had ever seen from families back on Earth. Shay dubbed this land the Rabbit Hole. Not a bad name considering only members of the Rabbit Men race were allowed to join the Halia group. But that wasn't all. Come here, come here. Shay waved her hand sneakily before leading the group toward an alley. She took a token out of her coat's pocket before throwing it into the nearby sewage drain. It was silent for a moment before the wall it lay beneath began shifting to form a tunnel that led into the earth. Ivan's group stared for a moment before following her in. Immediately they were met by a crudely crafted wooden sign. And on it painted the word Wonderland. Ivan braced himself for what he was about to see as Shay lifted what seemed to be a painted sheet made to look like a dead end. He was speechless. No, it was more suitable to say he was proud. And so was Shay as she puffed out her abundant breasts proudly. An underground city. Blue crystals stuck out of the ceiling to create a sort of artificial moonlight that illuminated the stone structures and streets of the community below. Children and the elderly roamed the streets taking care of chores or just out for a stroll. Those old enough to train did so in an open clearing by an elderly rabbit man. Ivan stared at Shay without an expression. Ehehe, Shay rubbed the back of her head bashfully. For the first time ever she felt like she truly managed to surprise Ivan. Chapter 119. So Verbergen's council asked that you join them? Ivan said while taking a sip out of the porcelain cup handed to him by a waiter at the bar they were in. Shay was the leader of this tiny nation and emphasized the importance of having fun and working hard. Likely having citizens form a bond with Rabbit Hole to heighten their motivation to protect it. Apparently. It was also the reason why children below the age of 12 were not forced to train. Those shameless bastards have been constantly pestering us since we stopped a few invasions of the Empire not too long ago. I'd say they're afraid they won't be able to defend on their own if it weren't for us, but I ain't gonna let them have their way. Shay had a bloodthirsty grin on her face as she emphasized her loathing for the elders of Verbergen. Though we did gain a boon from this, Verbergen has recognized us as a nation of equal standing with them. From the shadows appeared another rabbit man, Cam, Shay's father. He spoke cordially before standing beside the seated Shay as an attentive servant. I see, that certainly does sound like a good thing. I take it that in exchange for protection they're offering labor as well as open trade with them. Ivan swished the liquid in his cup before directing his attention back to Shay. The booze in it was completely nullified by his resistance. Which was unfortunate in its own way. Exactly the case. While I'd rather eat mud than take the handouts of those bastards, my people need homes and food, besides they're the ones who need our help. If anything, they're just paying tributes to us. Shay spoke in a perfunctory manner. Restoring her heels atop the table she sat at. After repelling the Empire a dozen times, she had become a major target for the king. She and her clan had personally run into the fellow a few times before fleeing, as the moment they locked eyes with him they sensed his aura. Not to mention that he never stepped foot into the forest, instead standing out on the border with nothing near him to attack from. The Halia's goal was to defend anyway, so they didn't care as long as he stood in his place. They attempted to burn down the forest several times using slaves as guides, but we managed to stop them each time. Though I have to admit a lot of the forest suffered damage from their attacks. On the bright side, I'm confident they ain't gonna be bothering us again for a while. Shay chugged the contents of her mug before sitting upright. Well, as long as you guys are doing good, then I suppose my aid would be unappreciated. Ivan knew that it was the style of the Halia to not ask for help, especially from him who was similar to a deity in their eyes. We're fine as is. Shay appreciated his understanding. Though she wanted some assurance that he'd be able to provide help should they need it, she wasn't shameful enough to outright ask for it. If the time came, she was willing to dig her head into the earth if it meant giving her people the help they needed. Before we leave, I'll be leaving behind a few things. Think of it as something for my sake rather than yours. This paradise you've made, I want to protect it. Ivan waved his hand to dissuade Shay's complaints, smiling wanly as he met her gaze. What he had said was not a lie. Both the Rabbit Hole and Wonderland were places he was fond of, especially the latter's existence as an underground city-type bunker to protect the people should they need to hide for several weeks. He immediately began thinking of a barrier similar to the fog that makes up the sea of trees. If fog could be made to navigate through as a beastman, then a barrier that only allows rabbit men to pass through didn't seem like an impossibility. He shot Cam a glance before sending him a message through telepathy. Cam stared at Ivan curiously for a moment before nodding with respect. This interaction went unnoticed by Shay, who had been staring at Ivan in a daze. Alright, now that I know you are all doing okay, I'd like to move on to the main reason my group and I came here, the Haltina Labyrinth. Have any discoveries been made since we were last here? Before he left, Ivan had asked Cam and the others to investigate the Grand Tree to make sure they hadn't missed anything that may be of importance. Whether it be another entrance or a plaque with words on them. No, boss, unfortunately, we've been unable to make any discoveries since your absence. Cam spoke this time as the mission was at first left to him before Shay took the mantle of chief. It wasn't until after that moment that he transferred his position to her as well as his assigned missions as former chief. A decision that bloomed many opportunities, as in the short time Shay was chief she managed to gain more recruits than ever, her strength scared the council, and she even managed the construction of their nation. Ma, that's fine, we were able to acquire the required ancient magics to take on the Haltina labyrinth anyway, so we're just going to have to go through with the original plan of walking in through the front door. Which reminded me, Shay, would you like to join us for this expedition? Shay jumped out of her seat, the proposition visibly surprising to her. Sure, she intended on forcing her way with them, but to be invited was another matter. She coughed out loud as the other visitors of the bar stared at her because of her outburst. So you'd like my help? Humph, well, if you're gonna beg for it I might as well oblige. It'd just be another achievement under my belt as well. Sure, though note that since this labyrinth requires 4 ancient magics to be obtained, the difficulty will be unimaginable, not that I'm even sure whether people who haven't cleared the other dungeons will even be able to enter. Ivan invited her for 2 reasons. 1, for old time's sake, he thought it'd be pretty fun to travel again with this friend of his. And 2, the more magic available to Shay the greater her force could be to protect her little nation. If anything, she and the Halia might prove to be valuable assets if they ever fought the gods. Alright. Let me gather my things. Oh, and sorry, but I'm only gonna join you for this one dungeon, alright? As much as I'd love to join you all on your adventures, I have a duty here to aid my people. Shay gave her 2 cents before heading toward the bar doors. No one here asked you to join us permanently. So grab your things and hurry the hell up. That day was the perfect day to travel to the foot of Uralt, the grand tree that stood as the base for Haltina's labyrinth. The fog cycle was at its lowest as usually, the fog would be so thick that even a beastman would have trouble navigating through it. Every minute counted, so without reservations Ivan's group along with Shay and 15 of the Halia ventured deep into the forest. Ivan and co. relaxed as Shay put the duty of protecting them on the Walia she brought, insisting that it was good training for them. During their travel, they met numerous monsters dealt with using the Halia's great teamwork and assassination techniques very easily. After about 2 hours they finally made it. Ivan stared at the trunk of the tree before following it into the sky. It continued up into the fog ceiling but in the airship. Ivan and the rest traveled in on their way here. They saw that it didn't extend far from there, which likely meant that the dungeon should be down below, as even with the trunk's great width its shape was too small to fit a dungeon if Ivan were to compare the scale of it with the other dungeons. Though his inquiries with Cam revealed the truth. Cam had come to the same conclusion when he was assigned to investigate the labyrinth, as such he led a team to dig around the base of the tree. And they found nothing. Even Shay, who adopted the assignment, was unable to find anything out of her attacks against the earth, as proved by the numerous craters and mounds surrounding it. So that leaves one thing: spatial magic. It was a quite simple conclusion. Spatial magic was even one of the requirements to enter the Haltina labyrinth, so odds were when they entered the marks of the labyrinths in the plaque another teleportation circle would open up to take them to the location of the true dungeon. As such he went ahead and walked up to the plaque, instructing everyone to take a few steps back as he wasn't sure if activating it immediately sent the person entering the marks into the dungeon. 1 mark, 2 marks, 3 marks, 4 foot. He entered each mark with trepidation, his hands shaking as he entered the last mark. And right when he was about to look to see if anything changed, the ground beneath the group shook. No, it was more accurate to say the whole sea of trees was shaking. The withered and already grand great tree shook violently and was enveloped by a yellow-green light. Its branches extended as the leaves adorning them were restored to their vibrant colors. The base of the tree grew larger and larger in length, surely piercing the sky beyond where it already was. Uralt's trunk began making cracking sounds as the wood around it shifted to form a large opening, and before long that very same gaping hole glowed brightly with pure white light. W.O. Ivan audibly mused as he stared at the transformed scenery. The smell in particular was pleasant and stood out to him the most. Thankfully he wasn't whisked away by some sudden transportation. Instead a portal opened, allowing for him and his group to enter whenever. And at the same time, it seemed that the dungeon was willing to welcome anyone regardless if they cleared any dungeons in the past. If Ivan had to guess, it had to do with the creator's confidence, as whoever managed to survive the trials regardless of their history was worthy of the magic within. This is it, he whispered. Ivan looked at his group before watching as Shay approached him. She waved to her group of Halia as well before waving. She already knew, as she would likely be a burden to Ivan's group, the last thing she was going to do was drag in her brethren to their likely doom. Ulmo, whatever this dungeon has in store for us, I'm ready. I'm not the same girl I was when we first met, this time it'll be me that protects you, Shay declared loudly before stepping forward, the rest following behind her with relative relief. And then engulfed in the white light, they vanished. Chapter 120. This is. Ivan looked around with wary eyes. For a second he and the vision of everyone else in the group had been blinded by the bright light of the teleportation tunnel. But once they regained their vision they were met by a scenery not too different from the one they were occupying before. Another forest stood before them, one with trees of a different species than the ones in the sea of trees. To be specific, they seemed more of a tropical variety or the trees you'd see on a postcard from the jungle. Felis, Canis, Claire, Ari, Tio, Yu, and Shay, counting Ivan, meant that their current group was a team of 8. Ivan eyed each of his teammates before placing a palm on their shoulders. They stared at him with curiosity in their eyes before allowing him to do his thing. Something was off. The moment he had gone through the teleportation gate he felt a sharp pain in his head, a pain that was unbearably similar to the ceremony conducted when obtaining ancient magic. As far as he knew, that pain existed for 2 reasons. 1. It was to inscribe the ancient magic and its details in the victim's brain, and 2. It scanned the victim's memories to verify if they properly completed the labyrinth in a way that satisfied the Liberator's demands. Seeing as how they just entered the dungeon, the former was obviously impossible. Which meant the intention of the attack was for the latter. But why would the dungeon scan their memories now? If Ivan had to guess, it meant that the dungeon intended on using their memories against them in some form. So just to be safe he wanted to make sure everyone that was with him was indeed who they claimed they are. Aside from the homunculi, the others of the group should have a structure similar to that of a human body. How he'd be able to verify this was through his water transmutation. It wasn't until he reached you that he came to a pause. She's more water than matter, that was the conclusion he came to. Though masked, his thoughts went unnoticed, and as such he went down the line to check for any other irregularities. Shay and Ari too, 3 of the members of their group were imposters in disguise. Which was quite odd considering whether it be their mannerisms or memories that had them all. And of course, that's when Ivan realized what that memory scan had been before. If the dungeon went so far as to create perfect copies, then he wasn't going to risk finding out if their abilities had been copied as well. So as any responsible leader he went ahead and attacked the Yu as she was the strongest out of the 3. Ivan put a palm on Yu's shoulder, feigning intimacy as he closed in on her face. The clone responded in kind by closing its eyes. He hesitated for a moment before steeling his resolve. Perhaps I'll have to apologize to the real Yu after this. The near-perfect replication of Yu's mannerisms caused him to hesitate momentarily. However, it was his worry for the real Yu's safety that caused him to act. What he had placed onto Yu was his right hand, meaning the arm adorned with his destruction tattoo was connected to her as well. Ivan slid his hand from her shoulder to her cheek smoothly, ignoring the protests of the others who were annoyed by their intimate actions. And then, pop. The last thing Yu did before exploding was pucker her lips, expecting a kiss from her lover. Instead of brain and blood, what had splattered on the scenery around them was an orange slime-like substance. The other girls bristled for a moment before noticing that fact as well. Quickly. Kill Shay and Ari, they're both fakes just like this Yu. They executed Shay without another moment of hesitation. They had only known her for a couple of days after all. Ari was another matter. She trembled and pleaded, dropping her weapon to the ground as a show of good faith. What's wrong with you guys? I am me. How are we sure this Ivan is the real one, huh? I say we restrain high. Her words were cut off as she exploded into a pile of goo. The girls looked at the source of the brutal death as they noticed Ivan had gotten close enough to the monster that it entered his range. Taking no chances, he crushed the monster using a combination of space and gravity magic. It seemed that contrary to his expectations, these copycat slimes did not match the physical strengths of the people they copied. Now, just to be sure. Having dealt with hundreds of slimes in his time spent in this world, Ivan knew that it was standard procedure to eliminate any traces of the offender to not allow possible regeneration or assimilation. Tio, cinch it. Aye, master. Tio responded gleefully to the order, summoning an orb of fire to hurl at the quickly amassing slime. Again and again, she launched fire attacks that turned the orange slimes to ashes. Ivan mused before praising their tenacity. Fire magic, while effective, was still a very slow option. Then I suppose destruction it is. He told Tio to step back as he activated his boundary once more, infusing the space with the destructive properties of his arm. As if being eliminated by a black hole, every trace of the slime as well as the ground beneath it was deleted into nothingness. Master was that. While Tio had an idea of what just occurred, she decided it would be best to ask for an in-depth explanation, both for her sake and for the others who were confused as well. Ivan hummed for a while before walking in a completely random direction, opening his mouth to explain what he believed was the situation. When we were transported here, I felt the same invasion of my memories that occurs when ancient magic gets bestowed to us. At that point, I assumed our trial had already begun, Lord, and behold my transmutation picked up on some oddities of the physiology of you, Shay, and Ari. Thank you for clearing that up, Master. However, I must ask where we are headed now. As far we know this forest could extend forever. I have zero ideas, all I know is that eventually, I'll run into you and the others, the direction doesn't matter. Claire sighed hearing those familiar words. But in the end, she had to admit what he said was the truth. Other than blasting things to draw both the attention of monsters and their comrades, the best bet would be to simply press forward in hopes of running into them. Even if we blast everything, there's no guarantee we're even in the same location. Canis muttered aloud her honest opinion. There was a chance that the others we teleported to a completely different scene, one where they wouldn't be able to hear Ivan's group no matter the ruckus. And by that point, we'd probably have already drawn the attraction of every monster here. Felis knew better than to underestimate the sneakiness of the dungeon, especially after the particularly sly example that had happened beforehand. If it's you there shouldn't be a problem. In fact, I worry more for the other two than her, especially Shay. As for Ari, she had been personally equipped and trained by himself, so Ivan wasn't too worried about her other than her weakness against crowds of enemies. Which is why we must hurry. We'll find them eventually. Ivan was a bit concerned by the fact that communication with the three had been cut off, which either meant they were incapacitated and unable to speak or they had lost the telepathy tools he imparted with them. After several hours of walking aimlessly, and they finally discovered something new. A goblin village, no. It was more accurate to call it a camp. With ramshackle tents and makeshift defenses like giant stakes, the community was far too rudimentary to bestow it the title of village. Rustle, rustle. However, what caught Ivan's attention more was the goblin that had just emerged from the bushes. Its face was full of warts. Nose pointed and bent upward, disgusting green ears dripping with wax, and crud around its deep green eyes. And yet when staring at this monster, Ivan felt none of the disgust or contempt he usually did. It stared back at him with solemn eyes, none of the annoying groans or rambunctious movements as did the goblins huddled around the camp. And just as Claire was about to slit its throat with her wind blades, he stopped her. Leave it alone, it ain't like the others. Even with his comment, he stared at it with wary eyes. He had hoped Claire's movements would at least send it into fear, but none of that happened. Instead, it continued to stare deep into his eyes without flinching a single bit. Wait, it couldn't be. Ivan looked deep into its eyes, his brows furrowing as it lifted its right hand and pointed at its ring finger. It then held both of its hands to its face as if to form some protective barrier around it. Ring finger face, oh. So that's it, he smiled before making another mask appear from his storage, laughing before tossing it at the goblin. Ah, is this good? A melodious voice resounded in the minds of everyone wearing a mask. The goblin snarled as if to laugh aloud as well, presumably facing Ivan again before turning its back to him. It can't be right. Felis showed her disbelief clearly as the voice of her devil teacher had resounded in her head the moment the goblin adorned Ivan's brand of mask. As expected of my husband, you recognized that it was me. Fufufu, you sounded gleeful as she spoke to the group from her mask. The goblin mimicked the actions that seemed to match up with her voice. Whatever had happened when the group teleported here first, you had been turned into a monster. I see, so this must be the ancient magic that is kept in this dungeon. Tio voiced out energetically. It didn't seem like a far-fetched guess anyways. When I opened my eyes I was in this body, all my gear was stolen, and my magic doesn't work in this body either. Seeing that Shay or Ari aren't with you, I assume the same fate must have met them. Yep. When we woke up, you Shay and Ari were a little weird in father's eyes, so he went bang and blew you guys up. You should have seen how surprised we were when instead of blood and guts you guys turned into orange slime. Ivan smiled wryly as he realized how barbaric his actions had seemed in the eyes of another person. Restoration magic isn't working. Then it's as we guessed. If we can't revert your body, it simply means that instead of having your body altered, you were transmigrated instead. Since you weren't left an option, I doubt the Liberator had killed you just for this trial. Odds are we'll meet your true body as we go through the trial. At that point, all it'd take is me transferring your soul back. Ivan's words brought some relief to you. Who smiled under her mask before climbing atop Ivan's shoulders. She had already been a petite person, so getting put into the body of a goblin less than half her original height only put her at a disadvantage. Having cleared one mystery, the group moved on to look for the other two that likely found themselves in a new body, deeper into the forest where the Liberator had crafted traps tailored for them. Chapter 121. And that's how we concluded that you two are the Shay and Ari we know. Ivan spoke in a perfunctory manner as he stared face to face with a gorilla Shay and an ogre Ari. After running into them and handing over a mask, they were curious as to how he found out they were his allies. It was quite simple. He just threw a mask at whatever monster they ran into, and if they were met with hostility or confusement, they'd be eliminated right away. Ari in particular was easy to find as she hadn't strayed far from the large ogre settlement, and after getting swarmed by dozens of ogres she was easily identified as the only one that stood alone out in the open without a hint of fear on her face. Shay was a bit more difficult. She had traveled throughout the whole forest in an attempt to locate the group, unintentionally straying farther from them as the loud bangs and crashes were indicators in her ears to run away. It was pure coincidence that they ran into her after she made her third round around the jungle. So that's all of us gathered. It seemed this trial intended to test whether we'd be able to identify our teammates despite the changes done to their bodies, in other words, how tough our bonds are. Another mystery explained, all that was left was discovering how to restore the transformed back to their original bodies. I understand now. But wait, after I went around and around the jungle, I never found a way to continue through the dungeon. Shay hadn't just been running around aimlessly, instead during her search for the others she documented all the areas she traveled to see a way forward and perhaps progress in the trials. Maybe the situation has changed now that we're all together. If anything, this is just another trial, either there's some staircase somewhere waiting for us or another transportation circle is hidden. Ivan led the group through the luscious jungle. He created a very rudimentary map just to outline the size of the area they were confined to. As such, he confirmed that the jungle they were in was formed as a circle. And at the borders of this circle was a thick near indestructible wall of regenerating tree roots. Whether it be fire, destruction, transmutation, or the sharp claws of the homunculi girls, nothing they did ever got them further than 10 feet into the thick of the nature-formed barrier. The center of the jungle had nothing to note either. It was a clear empty plot of land with a beautiful ray of sunshine shining down on it. Ah! Where is the damn thing? Shay had just about enough of the madness safari tour of this little jungle. As expected of the berserker rabbit, Ivan remarked in his head. He activated a few of his tracking skills as he jumped atop a tree to get another view of the area. After decimating entire tribes of goblins, ogres and shape-shifting apes, nothing was left in the jungle to impede their expedition. Ivan had half a mind to not just incinerate the jungle in its entirety before he saw some trees shaking in the distance. Thump thump. Trees fell as the ground rumbled. Ivan stared in contemplation before rubbing his eyes vigorously. Whatever it was had been camouflaged to blend in with the trees around it, or the most likely scenario was, it's a tree. He telegraphed that message using the telepathy mask. What had been heading their way was a tree that surmounted every other in the vicinity. To be more specific, a Trent-like monster approached them. Its tentacle-like vines writhed in the air as if to show off the monster's ferocity. The Trent's mouth, which was just rigid cracks in its trunk, opened wide to reveal the dark emptiness within. It demolished every tree in its path, but what was important to note was that every tree ran over by the Trent had mysteriously disappeared after being taken down. Those affected by the dungeon's effects, stay back, take these tools. Ivan yelled aloud before throwing dozens of artifacts from his spatial ring. While you, Shay, and Ari were incapable of using their magic, they still had control of mana. Monsters, being creatures made by excessive mana mutations, meant that their new bodies were capable of using it without any circles or chance. Which also meant they would have no problems using that mana to activate offensive artifacts, the only stipulation being that their mana capacity was not nearly as large as it was in their former bodies. To counteract that, Ivan went ahead and also gave the three some of his battery rings, charged to the brim with mana ready to burst. Bang bang. The three transformed members of the group shot laser-like rays out of staves Ivan formed for the sake of arming an otherwise weak army. Initially, he intended on mass manufacturing them for potential droids to counter a HIATUS apostles, but as they were now, they stood as great tools to perform suppressive fire. There was always a chance to upgrade them in the future anyway. Fire. Ivan swung one arm down as if it were a hammer as an array of red beams shot out from behind him and into the trunk of the Trent's body. Claire diced up any incoming vines using her twin daggers as Felis copied the basic stave magic and upped it with more mana in a way that made it a more effective weapon. Canis followed Claire's example using her claws as hedge trimmers. However, as time went on, the number of vines that writhed through the air never decreased. In fact, the amount of them only grew. It seemed that to progress past this enemy they'll need to take care of it directly. Claire signaled to Ivan using a telepathy mask before taking his position in guarding the affected fighters of their group. Well, here we go. Ivan bellowed before summoning large amounts of water he had stored in a miniature treasure trove. The pursuing water quickly turned to ice and slowed the movement of the Trent monster. This was the moment he was looking for. Ivan jumped from frozen vine to frozen vine, rushing to the Trent's core. It was only when he stood 5 meters away from it that the Trent showed signs of having feigned its veil of weakness. Trees shot from the ground to form a wall of thick wood. Another row appearing behind Ivan as the monster intended to crush him from within. Ivan sighed before tapping the ground with his foot. A hole appeared beneath him and swallowed him up mere moments before getting grabbed. A few seconds later another hole opened up and Ivan appeared far away from the Trent's trap. He had two options. One was to keep shooting it in hopes of its regenerative powers fading out, and another was going all in on hoping that destroying the trunk would end it all. But in the end, he decided why not use both. Ivan signaled to the others to focus on any of the trees that shot out of the ground. As far as Ivan knew, its tree defenses were created by the surrounding trees. So to get rid of them, all his group had to do was make sure there were no nearby trees. To make sure the job went smoothly, he brought out a composite of ores and chemicals from his storage, looking away as he threw a plethora of materials into a vial while completely leaving his defense to his partners. Ivan sat with crossed legs as he hummed a tune, ignoring the explosions and rumbling that happened around him as he delicately mixed his new concoction. As long as it served its intention of being created, it shouldn't be too hard to create. In fact, he'd be a waste of an alchemist if he weren't able to do one simple trick. Bang bang. Can you keep it down? Ivan bellowed before huffing and returning to the task at hand. He returned to his tunes as if nothing had happened, ignoring the hesitation of the monster as it froze for a few seconds out of trepidation. Unfortunately, his team fell to the same effects other than you and Tio, who kept blasting despite it. Voil. He held the vial in his hand before standing up. Ignoring the vines that exploded near his hands as the monster felt a sense of danger from the potion that man had brewed. Ivan thanked his boundary for a moment before dashing toward the monster once more with renewed vigor. He left his back to his team while using his right arm to destroy anything that stood in his path to deter him. The wall of trees appeared once more, this time less in number as the group's effectiveness in its destruction became apparent. 10 meters, 7 meters. 5 meters, and finally, 3 meters. Ivan broke through the last wall of trees before making it to the trunk of the Trent. He shook the bottle in his hand before tossing it with an underhand throw, grinning beneath his mask as the bottle shattered against the Trent's trunk. Rohaha. For the first time since this encounter, the Trent made an audible noise. It screamed in what Ivan could only assume was agony as the entirety of its wooden body melted and dissolved like wet paper. Ivan puffed out his chest in pride, ignoring the shivering of his group as they looked at the melting Trent with pity. It wasn't for another 5 minutes that the suffering came to an end, as did the Trent's life. We did it, Felis exhaled loudly in celebration. What are you sounding so uncertain about? Compared to the sea angel in the Melusine labyrinth, this thing was nothing. But now that the presumed king of the jungle is dead, we can rumble. From the ashes of the Trent arose a new structure, yet again another trunk of a tree. Only this time what shone from its center was the same white light that appeared when they first activated the entrance to the labyrinth. So this is what we needed to take down before moving on to the next trial. Ivan spoke with enthusiasm as he approached the trunk. The rest of the group followed behind him with caution visible in their eyes. No need to get so worked up, I'm sure that challenge was just to see if we were as effective as a group even when 3 members of our team got incapacitated. His words caused the others to relax a little bit. Finding no fault in his words, they approached the trunk with less caution than before. Though to be safe, let's lock hands. It probably won't help if we get separated again, but it's worth a shot. Ivan held out his hand, locking it with Tio as you sat on his shoulders. To his right was Felis, who locked hands with Canis. Alright, 3, 2, 1. Ivan counted down before jumping through the gate, smiling as the white light consumed them all. Chapter 122. Beep beep. Ha. That incessant beeping was a sound he heard hundreds of times in the past, at least before he was spirited away to a new world. Instinctively he reached his right arm out in an attempt to slam down on the device making that noise. Crash. With a loud crash and bang, the alarm clock that had disturbed his rest was slain in one fell swoop, falling to the ground and subsequently shattering into bits of plastic and electronics. Phew. The boy released a content sigh before turning to his side. He ignored the rustling of paper each of his movements made, pulling the blanket over his head while groaning at the loud creaking that had resounded outside his room. Bang bang. She's here, he mumbled inside his mind. Whoosh. The bedroom door slammed open as a gust of wind rushed into the room. Before Ivan could respond, a familiar figure had appeared at his bedside. She held 2 pans in her hands and held them over the bed, glaring at him as if to threaten him with a bad time. Wake up, Ivan. You'll be late for school. Don't make me clang these things together. Alright Mom, I'll get up, so please don't. Phew, he let out a sigh of relief and threw the blanket that clung to his body onto the face of his attacker. Ivan grabbed the clothes he had readied the night before on the rolling chair in front of his PC. Dashing out and slamming the door behind him to buy time whilst simultaneously changing on the way down the staircase. He deftly fixed his tie and brushed the wrinkles out of his blazer before taking a seat in the dining room. He took a spoonful of the pancakes laid before him while snickering at the sound of banging footsteps. Ivan. Ivan turned to look at the figure that burst into the dining room fuming. She wore a green apron over her yellow t-shirt and light blue denim jeans, her long brown hair was done into a ponytail that stopped right above her butt. Her blue eyes gleamed with a violent light as she shuffled toward him with her pale-colored arms. It's great that you could make it for breakfast, mother he. Ivan responded with a dry laugh. Pretending as if everything that led up to this moment simply didn't happen. His mother in turn walked up to him and relentlessly pinched both of his cheeks, pulling them in different directions, not caring that his mouth was still full of pancake bits and syrup. Please nom. Keh. Milk please. The day had only begun and Ivan felt as though he sighed more times now than in the past few months. Sorry about that. His mother only cutely stuck her tongue out before giving a half-hearted apology. To that Ivan's response was to stare back at her with lifeless eyes, after a few moments though he decided to go ahead and join her in her laughter. Ring ring. Ivan looked around the dining room before remembering that he had a watch on his wrist. He silenced its alarm before turning back to his mother. Sorry, Mom. I gotta head to class now. He got up in a hurry before slinging the bag over his shoulder. That's when his mother, who had been standing the whole time, took a seat and rested her chin on the hand supported by her elbows. She grinned mischievously before calling out to him. About that it's Sunday today. She emphasized each word, her grin growing wider as the slice of toast Ivan was holding in his mouth fell to the ground. Even when he thought he had won, he still lost. Why, you mean you knew I'd break my alarm clock so I wouldn't be able to see the date? It's more accurate to say I placed it on the edge of the desk knowing you'd knock it down in an attempt to turn it off. Though I gotta say I'm quite surprised it shattered. Worst case scenario, I thought the batteries would fall out and roll under the bed. She raised both her arms as a sign of defeat under his intense glare, only continuing her laughter when Ivan formed a wan smile on his face. He sighed once more before dropping his bag to the ground and returning to his former seat across from her. Hey, Mom, how's it been? Ivan spoke after a few seconds of silence, taking a sip from the piping hot coffee she had left out for him. What an odd question. Ha. But if you're so curious, then who am I to not indulge you? So you know how your father's birthday is coming up, right? What says me and you throw a huge party with some of his coworkers and friends? I'm sure he'll enjoy it if we can get his favorite bar to cater for us. Ivan's mother snickered before revealing her plan with a hand cupped around her mouth as if afraid anyone other than Ivan would hear her plan. Though that worry was unnecessary as Ivan's father had already left to work that morning. My father, Ivan responded with a dry voice as he muttered aloud pensively, his expression complex before bending his head over to take a sip from his mug. Mau, don't be like that. Ivan. I know it's a shame your father ain't around too often, but he does what he can for the house. I mean, if it weren't for him I'd probably be working some dingy 9-to-5 job just so we could get by. Though it's thanks to your father that he won't even let me help him out, how stubborn. She finally had the opportunity to release a sigh herself before she in turn also took a sip of the mug she prepared for herself. Though it wasn't his father's lack of attentiveness that was bothering Ivan, it was for another reason that he had a complex expression whenever his father was mentioned. Hate welled up in him as he saw how fondly his mother spoke of him. And a desire for revenge? Ivan muttered inwardly, looking at a hanging photo on the wall of 4 people. Oh yeah, where's sis? I noticed that you didn't prepare any breakfast for her. That sister of yours, let me tell you weren't nearly as hard to take care of when you were her age. She slammed her mug onto the table before standing up with her hands on her hips. I mean, who the hell decides to go to the mall this early on a Sunday? On a Sunday. Her friends too, how can their parents be alright with it? Even when I spoke to them they didn't seem to care. I mean, the girls are in middle school, who knows what could happen to them, even thinking about it scares me. Ivan allowed his mother to go on and on about how girls these days lacked morals and whatnot as he took brief sips of his coffee. As annoying as his mother's tangents could be, he didn't particularly hate this side of her. But my sister, once again Ivan couldn't help but feel that the situation was wrong. Oh Ivan, how's your research been going lately? You seem happy, so there must have been some great news. I was going to ask you last night but you went straight to bed. Ivan's mother returned to her seat and propped her head up with her elbows whilst swinging her legs like a child, acting as if the earlier outburst never happened. Fufufu, it's going swell. Oh yeah. On that subject matter, I was wondering if I could head on over to Dr. Collins' house to go over a few theories with him. He even said if they sound good he'd be willing to introduce me to a few of his scientist friends. Go right ahead. I'm sure he'll have no problem lending an ear to hear what you have to say. In fact, I bet he'd be just as happy to see you again. Ivan's mother cupped her right cheek with her right hand, her ponytail swaying as she looked at her son with an expression of exasperation. Ah, so that's it. Suddenly Ivan's vigor turned into disappointment. He slumped back in his chair whilst ignoring the curiosity of his mother. I have 128 thought processes, mother. And right when I remembered that I realized that Ivan Koryai has no father, Ivan Koryai has no sister, he only has a single mother who worked hard just to raise her only son. And that mother, you, did not take so kindly to his fascinations as you are now. Ivan stood from his chair, circling the table to stand face to face with his mother. It's been nagging me really. I couldn't help but feel like I was forgetting something important. Truly a devious trap set up by the dungeon. I guess reading our memories wasn't just to create clones of our close ones, but to also create a world that matched our ideals. He lifted the hand of his mother, who since grew cold eyes, entangling it with his own as he looked back at her earnestly. Here your mother doesn't have to suffer, here she accepts your goals, here she wasn't abandoned by her lover, she wasn't rejected of her wish to have another child, and the same goes for you, the family you were deprived of exists solely here. The mother had dropped the veil of care it had worn before, directly putting what Ivan had already summarized. While that's most certainly true, I could think of more tragic things than my desire for my mother's approval, such as the loneliness she must have felt after finding out her son had disappeared. He dropped the hand that had been intensely clenching his own, musing slightly as he admired the depths this illusion ran. As for warmth, smell, and atmosphere, all of it was just as he remembered. Rather than appreciating the fake in front of me as a son, it's my duty to refer to the real deal. She's still waiting for me after all. The space trembled as Ivan felt his control over his boundaries slightly return. He forced it to push through with more and more mana, imbuing it with space and gravity magic in an attempt to shatter the dream he was stuck in. Humph. Not to mention my lovable assistants and companions who I promised to bring back to the real world. Sorry for not even attempting to see this world you made of me. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if any of the others managed to break out first. The illusion finally smiled, not the smile he recognized from his mother but one that seemed to stem from the Creator. You pass, there's no value in a world that's always as you want it. And there's no meaning in happiness you didn't earn. Even if it's painful, even if you feel like you can't bear it at times. It's only through overcoming harsh realities one after another that you will achieve true happiness, never forget that. It spoke to him with a voice that most certainly wasn't his mother's. But even with these words Ivan couldn't help but feel they were a bit off. Huh? Who said anything about unearned happiness? I was just saying there's still shit I need to take care of. Chapter 123. Ha, ha, ha. Ivan let out deep breaths, perspiration visible on his forehead as he dropped to his knees and panted to restore his breath. When he woke up from the dream he was surrounded by amber, thick orange-brown translucent amber buried in the center of a tree's trunk. With his whole body covered in amber, he was unable to make any movements to break out, so after overcharging his hand of destruction he was finally able to break out. He stood up on his legs as he stared around in confusement. It was dark, so dark he couldn't see his own hands in front of him. Without saying a word he activated his cat's eye ability, effectively granting him night vision at the cost of color blindness. At least I have a wider field of view, he muttered to himself. Compared to a human's 180-degree view, his transformed eyes granted him a full 200 degrees of vision. Ivan's pupils changed from their usual round form into that of red ellipticals. He dropped a colorful stone on the ground before walking toward the nearest thing he could see. You, he subconsciously muttered before putting his hand up against another tree full of amber, however deep within that amber was his dearly beloved. Phew, well at least we know her body's safe, all of her items seem to be on her person as well. Ivan smiled before turning around and spotting another amber-filled tree. Then another, and one more, and... You get the point, right? There existed a tree for every single member of the group. Each member embedded deep within likely experiencing a dream of their own. Ivan contemplated breaking them out before concluding that this trial was vital for being considered a clearer of the labyrinth. After all, it seemed the avatar of the labyrinth liberator had approved of him himself. He sat down near Yu's amber before taking things out of his ring to form a camp. A fire in case someone breaks out without him noticing, they'd have no choice but to walk up to it when surrounded by this darkness. Not to mention he wanted to prepare some food for them when they woke up. It wouldn't be nearly as good as Claire's food, or Yu's, to be honest, but it was better than nothing. The two aforementioned cooks might even be too tired to cook after they break out. And in case they were going to be sleeping in here, Ivan set up a tent and enough sleeping bags for everyone. It was over the top and probably overkill considering his group's capabilities, but with no one to talk to he didn't see a reason not to go all out. Now, what else? A smile formed on his face as 3 logs appeared out of thin air surrounding the campfire before he took a seat and stirred the pot boiling over it. If they take too long it might get cold. A microwave will be good enough, besides, they'll deserve a fresh meal if they break out fast enough. Ivan placed a microwave powered by magic crystals right next to the tent before returning to his spot at the fire. A cordless microwave, I wonder how much of a killing it'd make in my old world. Musing about pointless things brought a smile to his face. He stirred and stirred before hearing cracking noises behind him. Crack crack. Ah, just on time. Ivan smiled warmly before making his way toward Amber, opening his arms wide as he prepared to catch the girl that was about to fall out of the tree. Poem F. You fell gracefully into Ivan's embrace, feeling his arms wrap around her waist. Her eyes twitched slightly before opening slowly. Are you the real Ivan? She muttered quietly. In response to that, Ivan only smiled before nuzzling his head against hers. Of course, there's no other Ivan who's as handsome as I am. He brought her to his chest, smiling wryly as she deeply inhaled his scent almost as if to ascertain his existence. Ivan pushed her away slightly before placing his palms on her cheeks. Welcome back, you. I'm back. I see, so that version of me was a vampire king. With nothing else to do, Ivan talked with you about the dreams they each experienced. You looked so cool sitting on your throne. She smiled coyly before holding one hand up to her cheek. Ivan was smitten by her captivated look and blushing cheeks. Only being broken out of his stupor by the smell of something burning. Sizzle sizzle. Huh. Oh no. But it was only for a few seconds. Wait, who am I kidding? With looks that beautiful, it wouldn't be strange for time to have gone for longer than I thought. His words bloomed another smile on Yu's face, though at the moment he was more preoccupied dealing with the damage caused by his earlier lust. It had been hours since you broke out of her dream. A dream that consisted of her vampire empire having never diminished, nor did it ever betray her. Instead, Ivan and her ruled over it, successfully taking over the world. Meanwhile, you seemed quite glum when Ivan told her that she never appeared in his dream, though a little less so as he explained that he didn't even leave his own house, so odds were she could have been right outside his door. It was only an if or even a maybe, but that was enough to satisfy her. During this time of transferring stories, Ivan went ahead and started making a buffet of different foods. Forget the glutinous homunculi who don't even need food to sustain themselves. Ivan was starving after you drained him of his blood. As being locked in amber for hours and using mana to break out of her dream had cost a lot of her reserves. In any case, their group was big, so extra food wouldn't hurt anyone. Crack crack. Oh, here comes another one. Ivan handed his iron rod to you as he got up, shuffling to another corner of the dark abyss before appearing right in front of Tio's amber. Shatter. The amber broke into dozens of pieces and a beautiful buxom girl fell from the tree. She groaned slightly the moment she made contact with something warm. Without bothering to open her eyes, she snuggled in closer, nuzzling her head against the rigid yet warm object. A smile adorned her face as she fell into a deeper slumber. Except. Lightning clad. Abba. Her body went straight as lightning coursed through her. By the end of Ivan's trick, her body was left twitching on the ground as black smoke rose into the air. Wake up, princess. As much as I'd love to coddle you, now's not the time to be sleeping, especially after that long dream. Ivan ignored the writhing of Tio's body, not because he thought she would be fine, but because the face and noises she made were a bit too disgusting. Ah, it is only thee, my true master. Ye who can bring me such pleas exists only in this reality. Ha ha ha, that faker truly amounts to nothing compared to my true lord. Fufufu, I surely made the right decision. MNN, ah. Where the hell are you putting your hands? Ivan retorted inwardly, zapping Tio again as she finally rose to her feet. He smiled at her, placing his hands on her ears as she stared back stunned. Then embarrassed, to finally joy. Ivan watched her face go through these phases of emotions before staring into her eyes kindly. Welcome back, Tio. This time he was 100 times more considerate than when he spoke with you. While that slightly peeved you off, she understood Ivan's sentiments. Out of the entire group, Tio was the oldest, living an outstanding 500 years. And in those 500 years, she endured many tragedies. The death of her parents, the annihilation of her clan, the weight of her title as a princess, and the expectations of her people to restore her clan to its former glory. For over 500 years she endured all of it. It didn't take much effort to guess what she had seen in her dream. The happiness of her people. Her parents still being alive. Her clan as prestigious as it had always been in its prime. The only odd thing that stood out was that for some reason he had been there. Why you ruled beside me, together we were the strongest. We even had children. Children, huh? Ivan spoke absent-mindedly upon hearing her explanation, to think that she'd go so far as to imagine their future together. So how many children did we have? He asked hesitantly, as this wasn't exactly a conversation someone should have right next to their partner. 9. After a minute of silence she finally spoke, this time not having enough shame to face his eyes. She brought the hem of her kimono's sleeves to her face, a futile attempt to cover her tomato-red skin but a cute effort nonetheless. Ivan on the other hand stood still in shock. NN9. He thought inwardly. At most I only ever hoped to have 2 children. It seemed he got so caught up in these fantasies that he started seeing them as possible futures. Ahem, it was surprising to see you show a semblance of jealousy. Sure, she was very possessive of Ivan, but to make her express that instead of her usual calm demeanor was praiseworthy in itself. Once again you and Ivan returned to the fire, this time sharing their stories with a very curious Tio. And as minutes became hours, each member of the group broke out one by one. Phyllis had dreamed of becoming Ivan's real daughter. Surprisingly, the fact that she was made in a lab had bothered her quite a bit since birth. Coaxing her with affirmations like, "Blood relations matter not so long as we believe we're family," was enough to allay most of her concerns. Canis just dreamed of a quiet room where she read and relaxed for all of eternity. But she broke out of it eventually, complaining that it was boring. Ari remembered what her childhood was like, this time living a life where she was never kidnapped from her home and sold off as a slave. Shay dreamed of being just a normal rabbit girl, having fun with her family, not worrying about being exterminated because of her differences. Surprisingly, Ivan and you were in her dream as her best friends. And as for Claire, her dream was somewhat mundane. According to her, all she dreamed of were those days she and Ivan spent cooped up in his atelier, mixing potions, annoying his classmates and bantering with each other while playing around the city. She had dreamed that those peaceful days never ended. Together they lived as humans, loving each other till the end of their lives, even having children and grandchildren. It wasn't until the end of her life that she spoke to herself in an empty room, saying she was satisfied with the visions she had seen. But nonetheless, her duties as a maid came before her desires, and so the dream broke. So that's everyone, huh? This was an interesting trial in Ivan's mind. He ended up learning a lot about his companions and their aspirations, even if some of them were more lustful than he preferred. As if activating upon his words, a hole in the darkness opened up, revealing a ray of light that shot into the air, seemingly infinite. It was another teleportation circle. He stared into it before locking arms with his companions once more, Tio to his left while you locked to his right. I really hope this is the last trial. He gave a wry smile. The trials so far had been more mentally draining than physically demanding. And without another word, they stepped into the circle. Chapter 124. You gotta be kidding me, damn this liberator. Once the light faded, Ivan and his group found themselves in another jungle. It looked practically identical to the one before. Then again, seeing more jungle trees did not necessarily mean it was the same place. Even though the dome ceiling shape was the same. The only problem he had here was he didn't have a clue where to go next. Neither did the others, as they each took turns pitching ideas. What if we blow up the wall of vines that lock us in here? Phyllis came up with a suggestion Ivan immediately put off. We already tried that in the former jungle. It was too thick and too fast to regenerate to make any real damage, and that plan would be pointless if this place is actually underground. How about we just burn the jungle down again? Then the exit would have no choice but to appear before us. As much as I'd love to speed through this trial, I'd rather save the scorched earth approach until we know what we're up against. Ivan didn't want to risk pissing off whatever the Liberator had in store for them. Does teleportation still not work? You chimed in. Well, it might work if I try hard enough, but at best we'll just return outside the dungeon. At that point, it won't be just a guess to say that we failed the trial. As useless as the suggestion was at the moment, it was good to know in case the group faced a situation they couldn't handle. The group stood still. Idea after idea was shut down relentlessly. In the end, they couldn't find any other option than to walk around and hope something pops up. We're good on food and beverages anyways. Remember folks, if you need anything, go ahead and ask me. It only takes a few seconds to make the fridge reappear. Ivan took the role of walking sustenance as he bragged about the dozens of well-stored foods and drinks he kept stashed within his storage ring. A compass doesn't work here either, not exactly a surprise to Ivan. In fact, making a compass was difficult on its own in this world, as the natural magnetic fields of Tortus were different when compared to Earth. I wonder if I could make a magic compass, Ivan muttered to himself, some pointless things to pass the time. Waiting around in a forest without direction proved to be boring at times. Like Captain Jack Sparrow's compass. His words caused several eyes to turn to him, as they stared at him with questioning gazes. Ivan only smiled before telling the story of the great Captain Jack. In the end, Phyllis mused about the idea of going on an adventure together with her family out into the open sea. He couldn't help but take another look at the scene around them. Even after an hour of wandering, the group never ran across a single creature. No bugs, animals, insects, amphibians, reptiles, no fish either. At least from the numerous ponds and rivers they walked by, the whole area was uninhabited. In fact, the group had followed the river in hopes of finding a critter who might just be visiting down for a drink. Unfortunately, they never ran across such a being. Compared to the last jungle, this is just far too artificial. Tio spoke with a poised look, her eyes darting and her nose pointed into the air. Even this smell, the trees have yet to permeate the air with their scent. Felis and Canis affirmed her words, testifying with their heightened sense of smell. Then I suppose that means this space was just created. Perhaps it was triggered by our teleportation into this jungle, but if that's the case, then the maintenance of this labyrinth must be high. While it was only an assumption, Ivan was amused with the idea. If possible, he wanted to research how exactly the Liberator was able to forge an environment without being present. At least that's if she's truly dead, as the legend says. Sure, she was in his dream, but it also seemed like an automatic message for whoever passes the dream trial. Ivan was capable of making small environments, as he did with multiple of the training rooms and even Felis' savannah-like bedroom. The only problem he had was getting inhabitants for it, which resembled the space they were in right now. This area seems a bit odd. The group readied for an attack as they stepped into the open clearing devoid of any trees or boulders. Sunlight shot down onto the area like a spotlight. If Ivan knew anything about scenes like these, then he'd assumed they were about to walk into a boss fight. They shuffled slowly into the ring, finally making it to the center after several minutes of silence. Ivan and his group stood back to back, allowing no space in between them. Felis, Canis, you guys sense anything yet? Ivan asked the two in the group with the best sense of smell, hearing, and eyesight. No, I don't sense anything at all, Father, Felis spoke in an uncharacteristically somber voice, the hair on her body standing up as her tail stood high in the air. Despite not sensing anything, her instincts were yelling at her that she was in danger. She contemplated asking the others to run away with her to somewhere safer before holding her tongue. She decided to put all her faith into her comrades, believing they'd protect her and stand against the enemy that seemed to have already surrounded them. Me either, Father, Canis shared the same sentiments, only she spoke a little as if she was growling. In truth, she was gritting her teeth, tapping her right foot impatiently. Ivan ignored the two, believing they'd attune themselves to the situation with time. Right now wasn't the time to coddle them. He activated all of his detection skills: sense presence, detect magic, sense heat. His eyes glowed brightly. And then, it happened. From above, Ivan yelled out to the rest of the group as he formed a barrier of protective rock over them like an umbrella, his feet glowing after slapping them against the ground. The moment those words left his mouth, orange goo dripped from the ceiling and onto the stone umbrella. PSS. All that followed was a loud hiss, or it was more accurate to say that the sound was a sizzle. In less than 3 seconds the goo had melted through the rock and landed on the position where you had formerly stood. The group wasn't even allowed a second to process the situation as the same sound happened again, this time so loud the sound neatly stunned them. They dove out from the cover of the umbrella seconds before it completely evaporated. Cold sweat ran down Ivan's cheek as he stared up at the monsters that had nearly melted them. Orange slimes hung from the ceiling, their appearance akin to that of blobs of gelatin. Thankfully they were faceless, as slimes usually were. Ivan couldn't imagine how terrifying they would be otherwise. No, there's far more than that, maybe in the hundreds. Tio aimed one of her arms in the air, intending to turn the creature to ash. Wait. If you do that, the residue will rain on us like acid. Roger, she understood the look in Tio's eyes before holding both of her hands up. Hallowed ground. A translucent barrier formed above the group in an attempt to counter the incoming slime. Only contrary to everyone's expectations, it melted straight through. You stared in shock, failing to respond right before the slime hit her. A shadow appeared in front of her, taking the attack in her place. Ivan. She yelled out desperately as the slime hit him square on the back. She grabbed him by the shoulders before standing on her toes to meet his eyes. Meeting her worried eyes, Ivan only smiled wryly. At least that was before confusion marred his face as the burning sensation he expected never came. He looked over his shoulder to see the part of his body that was hit. As he expected, his armor had been melted through cleanly. However, it was the affected section of skin that subverted his expectations. There was no hole through his body, no sizzling on his skin. Hell, the only thing that happened was that now a mess of slime stuck to his back. He scooped a bit off easily, it didn't even seem to resist as he pulled it off. That's odd. Ivan was a little let down. His heroic moment had been shut down as the slime seemed to be only effective against anything other than flesh and skin. But then, he felt a change in his body. It's hot, he groaned loudly before holding his hands over his heart. It was beating at an irregularly fast pace. Ivan. You looked at Ivan in worry before she dragged him by one arm to somewhere far away from danger. The rest of the group held back the slime monster to buy time for her to help him. However, before long those weird effects receded, almost as if they never happened. Ivan stared at his body before coming to a conclusion. Despite how fine I look, you do not allow the slime to hit you. It affects the mind. for a second it felt as though my body was on fire, it burned with a strong lust. If not for my many resistances, I feared the worst may have happened. Yu's eyes glowed with understanding as she sent an affirmative nod. She held the mask in her hand and transmitted her message to the others who were busy fighting the slime. "Alright, I sent the message, don't worry and rest, they'll be fine." Yu stayed by Ivan's side, afraid that he'd be snuck up on if she turned her back to him. Ivan on the other hand got up from his position sitting with his back against a tree. "No, I'm fine. I imagine this trial exists to see if a group could keep their bonds together even after attacking each other, and less seriously, this liberator's an asshole." Ivan rubbed Yu's hand assuredly before removing it from his wrist. "We have to get to the others. The quicker we overcome this trial, the least we need to worry about it. We'll resort to Tio's fire magic and your ice magic. If we can encapsulate it and get rid of it instantly, that would be ideal. I'll even use my ice transmutation to build a seal around it." "Yes." Yu spoke with enthusiasm, following Ivan back to the scene of the battle with confident strides. She promised herself she wouldn't be so weak as to have him take a hit for her again. "This time I'll protect you." Chapter 125. Bang bang. "Get under the shield." Ivan held up both hands as a barrier of ice encapsulated the group. The orange slime swung its arm and dozens of smaller slimes soared through the air. Though the slimes flew by Azantium as if ripping through wet paper, against an element they were weak against they were met with some resistance. It was only 3 seconds, but that was enough time for Tio to cast a fire spell and incinerate the smaller slimes latching to the roof of the dome. Whoosh! Unable to rejoice in their progress, the group was met with several more swipes. The orange slime monster was more intelligent than Ivan had originally given it credit for. Instead of just standing still while slinging slimes, it toured around their dome fortress, dropping minions on each side. If they remained in their position, they'd inevitably get overrun while their shelter would be reduced to melted ice. "You!" Ivan hollered to Yu. She, in turn, nodded before placing both her hands into the air. As instructed, she had conserved her magic in case of emergencies. Being the strongest spellcaster of the group, she was essentially their trump card. And as such, she decisively released a spell she deemed capable of turning the tide of the battle. Void Shatter. She released an uncharacteristically loud scream as thin lines appeared in the space in front of her. As effective as freezing and burning remnants of the slimes were, the best course of action now would be to directly erase the slimes to the point where reassimilation wouldn't be possible. What better way to do that than by splitting space and erasing the existence of whatever stood in the way of her spatial lines? Walls of earth popped out of the ground to reduce the suction force of the spatial slash, holding Ivan and his group far away from the danger of being erased alongside many of the slimes. By the time dust settled, the size of the prime slime had reduced significantly. However, now was not the time to get complacent. The basic knowledge of monster hunting was that a monster was the most dangerous when forced into a corner. And though they were standing face to face with slimes which were considered emotionless beings, that saying still holds true. The orange slime, that Ivan dubbed Prime, froze in place before coagulating. Its base hardened and formed sharp ridges. Spikes adorned its body before it turned to the group almost mechanically. "Great," it evolved. Ivan sighed depressedly, slightly amused by the slime giant as he compared it to the scale of his frost giant. "They're most certainly similar," Tio affirmed Ivan's words. Comparing it, she still found Ivan's frost giant to be of utmost impressive. "In any case, this will be easier to deal with. Canis, Felis, go wild." Now that the slime was no longer a threat, it was time for the melee fighters of the group to move in. Of course, that included Ari and Claire, who couldn't even attack from afar in fear of their weapons being destroyed by the acidic properties. The slime's mistake was turning into a solid, even after chunks of it ripping out and breaking. None of the lust-affecting slime oozes out. That meant it was no different than a giant punching bag. Fire. In classic RPG fashion, mages bombarded the slime crystal giant from afar with catastrophic magic, and frontliners chopped at the giant's legs in hopes of incapacitating it. Little by little it was whittled away like marble under a sculptor's hands. Until... It's kinda cute like this. I think I want to keep it, Ivan mused at the ornate orange cube that sat in the palm of his hand. Every couple of seconds it jumped as if it were alive. He tossed the box in between members of the group so they could all get a good look at how the slime they had been fighting for 2 hours was reduced to cool bedroom decoration. Though he had to stop Felis from licking it as he was confident she'd contract its lustful effects if she tasted even a little bit of it. He wasn't going to risk dealing with that. But to be honest, he couldn't fully fault her. Something about how the cube looked made it seem like orange candy. If it didn't jump now and then, he would probably identify it as such too. "I'm sorry, little one, but it's your time to go. We already investigated the area and haven't found a way out. This leads me to believe that your death will trigger the next step towards progress, so, farewell." Ivan gave the slime cube a tiny send-off, faux tears forming in the corners of his eyes as the rest of the group looked at him with exasperation. But then a second later his right arm glowed as the cube was reduced to dust. Alright, so where is it? As if the tears before were just an illusion, Ivan began climbing trees in search of the next teleporter. Rumble rumble. The ground shook and the familiar dead tree trunk rose from the ground. It busted open from the middle before white light sprouted from its center. Oh, so we did have to kill that slime. The teleporter had shown up right where the slime's remains were. Is this it? Can we finally leave this place? Shay spoke with a hopeful expression as this whole labyrinth had been more than what she bargained for. That's what I'm hoping. The other dungeons were playful compared to this one. In fact, I'm quite certain that whoever this liberator was, they were probably hated by the rest of the group. Ivan provided his biased opinion. If you counted the clones at the beginning of the dungeon as a trial, and the body swapping as another, then that would put them at 5 trials already. Counting the Trent, Dream, and Slime. So once again we step through the wooden arches. What mysteries await us on the other side, I wonder? Ivan approached the portal without any added flair. Seeing as how this isn't the first time the group had to deal with something like this, there was no reason to put on airs. But even so, he locked hands with everyone. All the same, it didn't hurt to do, and it was quite pleasurable on his end anyways, even with you at his side pinching his waist. Alright folks, let's step in. If this liberator is as much of an asshole as I believe them to be, another trial awaits us. I only hope that I'm wrong. Though he couldn't help but feel as though he raised a flag, Ivan spoke the words that came to mind. And without a moment of hesitation, they all stepped in. It was dark, but not so dark that the group was unable to see their surroundings. That's right, for now, they were together. That in itself was something worth rejoicing over. Are we inside the tree? Tio couldn't believe the words that came out of her mouth, and yet she couldn't help but utter them to affirm what she was seeing was not an illusion. Branches spurred from the tower of wood that seemed to stretch into the sky without limits, each connected to the trunk of the tree. And though they were inside the tree, the room they had to move around inside seemed endless. Compared to the jungles they were previously in, its size was insurmountable. But rather than admire the grand sight in front of him, Ivan honed his ears to better listen to the sounds gnawing at his attention. Crunch crunch. The noise became rowdier as if the source of it sensed their presence. Ivan determined that it was coming from the edge of the platform they were standing on. So with you by his side, Ivan made his way toward the edge and peered down. What the? He spoke with neither fear nor doubt. Instead, what was present in his voice was an immeasurable amount of disgust. Bugs weren't a bother to Ivan. In fact, he found their biology interesting. At least when compared to a human, the variety of physical evolutions and the intensity of such differences were far more exaggerated. Ants could lift way more than what their bodies weigh. Some beetles even need drills to cut through their thick armor. And finally, roaches could survive nuclear fallouts, at least controlled ones. And unfortunately, their enemy just happened to be the last out of those superpowered freaks. Well, it was more suitable to say enemies. Hundreds, no, thousands, not even that, hundreds of thousands of them all writhing and crawling over each other, their exoskeletons cracking under the weight of their. Enough with the narration. Shay snapped at Ivan before running away to a corner where she would then throw up. Should we just get this over with and bombard them? Though Ivan knew that even with the most powerful of spells it'd be impossible to get rid of all of them in a single blast. Just initiating the battle would result in a wave of them hording and charging after them like an unstoppable wave. There's no other way, you agreed with his statement with disappointment across her face. In the past 5 seconds she had already thought of 500 ways to avoid the disgusting encounter. Alas, it would seem that fate hated them. If anything, the branches lining up the interior of the grand tree's trunk were just a method for those attempting the trial to run away from the wave of roaches. Though if Ivan had to go by the previous trials the cruel liberator made up, the real trial was likely facing this horde head-on. The liberator would likely spew some bullshit about facing their fear afterward while acting almighty. I think we should destroy the grand tree when we're done with this labyrinth. No one would miss it. While I'd love to agree with you, there are a few thousand beastmen that would most definitely disagree with you. Not to mention that even Halia likes the tree. I would feel bad about destroying it after ordering them to protect it for so long. Ivan and you had a casual conversation about a possible arsonist case, throwing out the ideas in favor of the Halia's faith. They didn't even turn to face the others that stood at the edges of the overhang along with them, who also showed the same revolted expression they did. Mom, I might be coming home sooner than I thought. Ivan felt as though he needed a break from the ridiculousness of this world. He was a person who preferred to see impossible oddities through an electronic screen, not right in front of him. I wonder how much poop is down there. Ivan resisted the urge to push Felis off the edge before calling the group back to where they first appeared to formulate a plan. Chapter 126. So, we crushing some bugs? Ivan's question was met with hesitant nods. He sighed before returning to the edge of the cliff to stare back into the abyss of roaches. Thankfully most of our members are physically adept. Everyone aside from you will climb the trunk of the tree using adjacent branches, you herself will be latching on to me whilst casting spells. He turned back from the group noticing their discontent stares, he smiled wryly before continuing. She's a powerful asset, as long as she has easy access to my blood she'll be able to fire at the horde without restraint. Ivan grabbed her hand and allowed her to shimmy up onto his shoulders. Even with her tough body, as a mage, her physical abilities are lacking compared to the rest of us. Sorry, but think of this as training. Not every enemy will sit still and allow us to cast magical attacks from afar. Though as someone who wasn't exactly a caster his words didn't hold much weight. Casting while moving, while dodging, and while under pressure, keep your focus no matter the situation and have faith that we're here to protect each other. Ivan smiled satisfied as this time he was met with confident nods. If he had to guess, the surface of this trial was another hack and slash. Of course, that was only on the surface. This dungeon has been the worst so far. He didn't think after all this the Liberator would lazily throw on another hack and slash trial. There was the Trent, that was just mindless killing while having the limitation of losing some of our greatest fighters. The dream was an independent matter and the slime was to test bonds after having our minds taken over with lust. If this Liberator was just going to throw mindless enemies at us. Why roaches? Was it cause they were easy to produce? Or perhaps because of how simple-minded they are. Hell, I don't even think roaches are inherently hostile in any case. Exercise caution at all times. Shay, I want you to push that future sight of yours until we figure out this trial's true intention. Aye, Captain. Shay sarcastically saluted before her ears perked up to their absolute peak, despite how careless she seemed she was going to take the dungeon veteran's advice seriously. But where do we begin? Claire had a good point, they could just start blasting, but that seemed a bit unwise when they had the opportunity to strike first. We'll advance to the top first, from there we strike down once we're barely within eyesight, that is if our ascendance doesn't piss the horde off. Ideally what Ivan wanted was the high ground. For now, the roaches were not hostile but there was a good chance they just haven't seen them as threats yet. Sure, roaches in his old world were generally cowards but this was another world, until now he hadn't seen roaches at all. That got him questioning how the Liberator managed to make identical copies of a monster present in his world, but that could wait until later. Maybe they even had a journal explaining everything at the end like some of the other Liberators. Could it just be a coincidence? Ivan's presence eliminating skill only worked on himself, the same went for use stealth spell. So the best option would be for the two to go on ahead and watch the back of the others as they ascended. And that's exactly what they did. Ivan and you sat atop a branch after deftly maneuvering through the tree. You held her arm out and charged a spell while Ivan aimed both of his gauntlets down at the pit of roaches. Alright, Claire and Shay head on up here, next will be Canis and Ari, then finally Tio and Felis. Ivan transmitted his thoughts through telepathy, receiving affirmations as he watched them slowly climb. The order was important, pairing the weaker members with stronger members of the group in case of shit hit the fan. Things proceeded smoothly, it seemed that unless they engaged first the roaches weren't going to bother chasing. Seeing as that's how things are, let's go ahead and investigate the area. While I doubt we'd be able to walk out of here without fighting, maybe there's a clue somewhere. Everyone nodded before the group shimmied up the tree together, taking care not to split too far apart in case finding a possible exit or hint triggered the horde. And after 2 hours they came up with nothing. Even as they reached the peak of the tree's insides they were met with a dead end. Shall we attempt to blast through the ceiling? Master, I do believe that we have no other choice than to try. Either way, we'll have to deal with the horde if it so happens we cannot break out of here. Ivan sighed while thinking about Tio's words, as she said even if blasting attracted the horde there at least they would find out whether breaking out was possible. Even if it seemed unlikely the result would be the same if they couldn't. Alright, we'll try multiple attacks at the same time. Tio will incinerate while you casts her space magic in hopes of cutting the space and removing the wood blocking our path. For added measure, I'll go to a different location of the ceiling and attempt to destroy it with my arm of destruction. The group each got into their places. Everyone not a part of the attempt to break through the ceiling had the job of watching the bottom of the tree for the incoming horde. Father, which one do I press again? Felis held a detonator in one hand and a satchel full of explosives in the other. Why the hell did I trust her with the explosives again? It was supposed to be a simple plan. If the horde started approaching then all she had to do was throw down the bag and wait until it landed on them. From there it was simply using the detonator to blow up the contents. Bang! Ugu! Felis leaned forward in her crossed-legged position before rubbing the back of her head with tears welling in her eyes. She glared at the perpetrator angrily before puffing up her cheeks and crossing her arms. You idiot, are you trying to kill us? Canis took the items before affirming that everything was properly in place. Now that she self-assigned this role after stealing it from her sister, the last thing she wanted to do was mess up as well. Well, it doesn't matter. It's not like the satchel will do much anyways. Ivan sighed before turning his direction back at the wooded ceiling. Inside the satchels were cryogenic grenades which you could guess. Freeze up the competition. Of course, there were a couple of electrical grenades to hopefully create a huge chain effect, but it would mostly depend on the biology of those roach-like creatures if they worked as intended. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Ivan telepathizes out before outputting his charged-up mana into the tattoo on his right arm. BZZT. Red electricity flared into the air, threatening to pierce and destroy the wood placed in Ivan's hands into bits of dust. Farther from Ivan was another light show, flames and rumbling lined the wooden ceiling with great intensity. This endeavor continued for several minutes before the fact that nothing of what they did made an impact became apparent. Rather than waste more mana on an indestructible object, they turned their attention to the rumbling beneath them. Rumble, rumble. Here they come. Canis, do it. Hundreds of silver beams shot down into the abyss before lights illuminated the pool of brown critters that writhed and climbed atop each other to reach their elevation. Bang bang. Everyone who specialized in a melee just tossed things down from above that Ivan had provided them beforehand. Now that they could see the critters attack, it was easy to tell that there were more of them than they initially guessed. But alas, that didn't make the remission any more different. If they failed, the critters would force them up against the indestructible wooden ceiling, so at this point they had no other option than to fight. What the hell are they doing? Shay muttered aloud, turning to Ivan to report what she had seen with her future sight. They're forming magic circles. Ivan yelled out before enhancing his to observe the condition of the critters in finer detail. Shay's report had been true. Instead of a disorganized horde or wave of roaches, they lined themselves up to only hug the walls of the tree trunk, leaving the middle open for hundreds of roaches to form circles in the sky. From each of these magic circles shot a beam of brown light. Fortunately, their power didn't compare at all to the strength of what could be considered the two greatest mages of the century. Tio and Yu fired back with great precision, not allowing a single opportunity for the brown beams to hit them. And in return, they inevitably destroyed the critters forming the circles. At least that was before new ones took their place. We're whittling them, but this division of forces they have going on is diverting our focus. You, Tio, leave the magic circles to me. Focus on defending us from the roaches crawling up the walls of the tree. MN all right. Yes, master. The two put all their faith into Ivan before turning their attention to the hordes approaching them. Eat lead, murderers. Though not exactly lead, the silver needles shot into the abyss and illuminated the carapaces of thousands of roaches. Seconds turned to minutes, then minutes to hours, and finally, it had been 4 hours of constant battle. Ivan's reserves were at about half, and several of his mana refilling potions and mana capacity accessories had been either consumed or emptied. And in that time frame, another event happened. Once the number of roaches had dwindled to the tens of thousands, the remaining roaches had taken the shape form humanoid-like monsters. It was an odd juxtaposition, seeing humanoid-like angles that were supposed to provide a holy feeling, and yet the only thing a person would feel is disgust when examining what these angels were formed of. In total there were 10, Ivan decided to face 2 alone, Yu and Tio dealt with 4, Canis and Felis handled 2 as well, and finally, Claire, Ari, and Shay handled the remaining 2. The fight was a lot smoother compared to the hectic battle that commenced upon starting this trial. Having them composed into easy-to-hit targets made it easier than ever to make progress. Just like the slime, its biggest mistake was making itself more compact. Aside from a few melee moves, these roach angels were nothing. They were easily incinerated or blown up from afar. Sure, they shot those beams, but they were as easy to deal with as they had been when they were formed by hundreds of roaches already. Eventually, there weren't enough roaches to sustain the forms anymore, and as time went the number of angles had significantly dwindled. Ivan was the first to deal with his pair, as modern weaponry made evaporating the critters into ash an easy feat. After that, he assisted Tio and Yu, which with the 3 of them made it quite overkill. From there, with each angel defeated, it became easier to help the next person that needed help. And finally every angel had been eliminated. Or it was more appropriate to say every roach had faced extermination. Chapter 127. This time, Ivan and the others found themselves inside a garden. The air was fresh, and the sky dazzlingly clear. The garden was about the size of a school gym. Canals crisscrossed the neat lawn. Crystal clear water flowing through them. Trees were spaced at regular intervals, each bearing delicious-looking fruit. Inside the ring of trees was a chalk-white building. Ivan and the others had been teleported to one corner of the garden, a short distance from the building. Bridges stretched out in all 4 directions, and there was a magic circle at their feet. The moment they destroyed all of the roaches, another gate sprouted from the ground, only it didn't allow them to contemplate before they were dragged in by a sudden force of suction. Ivan and the others relaxed their guard as they didn't seem to find anything off about the new place they found themselves. If they were to judge the situation, then this was just a natural process of the dungeon. Where the hell are we now? Ivan looked around, climbing on a nearby tree to gauge the situation. Apart from the overwhelmingly large tree that loomed over the entirety of the garden, there was another thing to note of. Where in the sky? Rather than surprise, Ivan spoke partly with exasperation. Beyond the garden was an edge of the island that led to nothing but the deep blue sky. However, inching his head a bit, Ivan was able to take note of the dense fog below them. Alright, so high elevation, dense sea of fog, and a giant tree. If I had to guess, we're at the tip of the grand tree, the tip above the sea of trees. He said this and yet doubted his own words. When he and the group had flown here, they had seen the tip of the tree already, and it was in no way near the elevation of where they stood now. It was when Ivan shimmied back down the tree and contemplated with the others that the situation became clearer in his eyes. The stone monument sitting beneath the tree looming over the garden was no doubt the ancient magic, and thus the end of their trial. As for the mystery behind where they stood, UNTO came up with the conclusion that the floating garden and the tip of the tree were hidden using illusionary magic, or simply bending light to hide the tip was just the Liberator's method of hiding their treasure. Or used high-level spirit magic to interfere with the perception of anyone who looks at it. Even, you gave an expert's opinion on how Haltina had managed to hide the tree. Keeping those thoughts in mind, they crossed the bridge from their magical circle toward the stone monument. The flowing canals illuminated green as they got closer, magic particles floating into the air like thousands of fireflies. They bloomed bright enough to dim the area. As for the tablet itself, it too glowed a bright green before Ivan and the others were assaulted with another memory scan. At the same time, the ancient magic they were in search of was also transplanted into their mind. Having been used to situations like this, the only one affected by the mind invasion was Shay, who had yet to clear a dungeon until now. Wah wah wah. She held her head as she felt the world spin around her. Felis and Canis propped her up by the pit of her arms before dragging her alongside them to the stone tablet. The tree behind the lithograph began to squirm. The tree's bark twisted and warped until it had formed an approximation of a person's face. The face protruded from the trunk until it had formed a full head and shoulders. Once the person, no. Woman's face was complete, she opened her eyes and spoke up. First, allow me to congratulate you on making it this far. I am Lutilis Haltina. You have done well to complete my trial, along with the trials of the other labyrinths. You have my respect for completing such a difficult gauntlet, and my apologies for forcing you through it. You got that right? Ivan failed to withhold his snarky comment, not caring that what he was speaking to was essentially just a recording. However, a trial of this nature was necessary. Since you have completed various other labyrinths, you have likely learned about the tragedies of the past. Of our relationship with the gods, and of the tyranny our world currently lives under. It is for that reason that I wanted you to know both the strength that can be derived from unbreakable bonds and how they can be tested. Moreover, having come this far, I felt it necessary to teach you both the strength of a person's heart, and its fragility. I pray this knowledge will aid you in the trials to come. Ivan sighed before kicking over a nearby rock, imitating a sizzling noise as the side, probably never kissed by the sun for over hundreds of years, showed itself. This was about the 5th time he and his group received somewhat of a moral lesson at the end of a labyrinth. It might have been refreshing to hear in the years of residence of the world, but for an earthling like him, such messages were preached in countless anime and movies. Thankfully it was the Gruin labyrinth that broke that cycle. Ironically enough, it was his message that he remembered the most and kept deep in his memories. I know not for what purpose you sought my magic, evolution magic, for. And now that it is yours, you are free to use it as you please. All I ask is that please, don't allow this power to rule your thoughts. If ever there comes a time you feel yourself drowning in the power you've obtained, cling to the bonds that saw you through these trials. The power of my ancient magic, evolution magic, allows you to enhance all other forms of power, no matter how weak. You should already have been granted the knowledge of how to use it, but that's not where the true worth of this magic lies. Ivan's eyes finally shot open with those words. They were very enticing after all. He'd love more information on what enhanced meant. If it was like multiplying power, then sure, it would still be worth toying with, but not nearly as interesting as he was hoping. As its name suggests, evolution magic causes other powers to evolve. Naturally, that includes other ancient magic. Creation magic, gravity magic, spirit magic, transformation magic, spatial magic, and restoration magic. These are all powerful branches of magic that manipulate the fundamental forces that govern this world. If you were to evolve them all and combine them, you would give birth to a magic that surpasses all others. Magic that could truly be considered godlike, concept magic. There it was, the exact words he was hoping to hear. Rather than enhancing strength or durability or abilities, it instead enhanced the effects, evolving them into a newer height of power. Concept magic is exactly what it sounds like. It can bring forth any concept its user can imagine, granting them the powers of a god. However, even if you manage to collect all the ancient magic, mastering concept magic won't be easy. For concept, magic operates not on theory, but force of will. You will need an unbelievably powerful will to bend this magic to your desires. Oh great! Unscientific shit to contend with my science, the dredged power of feelings was what controlled one of the most powerful magics. Something that could not be controlled, which meant training would be even harder to conduct, not to mention tests in a controlled environment. Even with our powers combined, us liberators were only able to create 3 concept magic spells. They served our needs well enough, but, regardless, as a gift, I shall pass on one of those to you. The stone tablet below Lutilus slid to the side, revealing an object resembling a pocket watch. Ivan bent down and picked it up. The front of the object was covered with a translucent glass-like substance, and inside sat a single needle. Engraved on the back was Lutilus Haltina's crest, indicating that the object also served as their proof that they conquered the labyrinth. As Ivan mused the object, Lutilus continued her speech. That object is called the Compass of Eternal Paths. The concept magic spell it's imbued with points its owner toward whatever they desire. If you wish for something, the compass will show you where that something may be found, whether that something is a missing person, a hidden object, or even a different world. Ivan stared at the compass in his palm. It appears my wishes have been heard. He carelessly fumbled it around in his hands. With it, the possibility of creating a door back to Earth wasn't entirely impossible. In fact, Lithostilus herself confirmed as such when she mentioned its direction toward other worlds. I pray that you can live freely, in a world where you may choose your own future. May the path you walk be filled with blessings. Still smiling, Lutilus disappeared back into the tree. Ivan ignored her disappearance before closing his eyes, holding the compass tightly as he intended to search for the Earth he knew. The problem was that even as the compass glowed, he was unable to confirm whether it was truly pointed to his destination. If there was some hidden desire, deep desire that he didn't know of, who knew how it would affect the results if he were to attempt transporting there? Though he had good faith that his current target was indeed Earth. As for why, well, no matter how many times he thought hard about reaching it using spatial magic, it was impossible. He was confident that he could teleport to the other side of the planet so long as he knew the spatial coordinates. And yet going to where the compass pinpointed was deemed impossible. How did the liberators do it? The compass was invented to take the liberators to the realm of gods, so they must have had a way to traverse there. I suppose we have no choice but to clear the last remaining dungeon. The rest of the group nodded with confidence. One more job, and they'd complete the task they'd been partaking in for nearly a year. That is if the gods let them. Chapter 128. So, this is it. Do you truly intend on staying here? Ulmo. I have people who rely on me here besides. I'd probably hold you guys back. She put both her hands on her hips, thrusting her chest forwards haughtily. Despite how unconfident she sounded in her skills, she knew better that compared to the struggles of Ivan and the group, she was still too green to be in their league. But don't look down on me too much. Watch your backs, else me and the rest of the Halia are comin' for your spots. Ivan only smiled wryly. In any case, he was glad she wasn't putting herself too down. Jokes aside, if you guys ever need help, don't hesitate to call on us. We're family, alright? Shay smiled warmly before taking the hands of Ivan and Shay, though her journey with them wouldn't extend here. If her precious friends ever asked for her, she'd come hell or high water. You got it, kid, the same applies to us. Here, take this. If you or any of your people need help, just press that button. I can't promise we'll be there immediately, but we'll sure as hell try. Ivan snapped as a small device appeared out of thin air. On it was a huge red button covered by tempered glass. Shay fumbled with the device for a second before promptly lifting the glass and smashing down on the button. For a second nothing happened, and then Ivan threw his helmet at Shay. Guh. She recoiled and groaned at the sudden impact that blew all the air out of her chest. She fell to the ground, her ears twitching as the helmet that she landed beside was releasing a very loud siren noise. And if that isn't enough. Ivan sighed before pulling his shirt up. A small ornament hung around his chest, blinking red and vibrating violently. So long as I have any of these things out in the open, I'll notice, though if you think these things won't help, you're welcome to suggest something else. Ivan's malicious grin put Shay to a pause. Cold sweat dripped down her forehead before she began shaking her head dismissively. And no need. I'm sure it'll be fine, thanks for the offer, I guess. She got off the ground, dusting off her garments. Shay pouted before giving Ivan the stink eye. But are you guys really not gonna say bye to everyone else? Dad's gonna be real upset when he finds out he missed his opportunity to say goodbye to his precious leader. That's fine, I'm sure he's busy enough as is training recruits and such. Besides, you're the leader now. If he complains, just teach him a lesson. Ivan's imposing posture brought even more cold sweat down Shay's back. however in the end she just saluted before solemnly nodding. "I'm sorry father, but orders are orders." She sent a silent apology to Cam, who back at the rabbit hole shuddered before nonchalantly continuing his work. He had no idea what awaited him the moment Shay returned. Ivan stood idly by as each of his group sent their farewells, though apart from him and no one else really knew her. So the farewells didn't take long at all. Except for the fact that you took a very long time herself to say goodbye. He just nodded sagely. Shay was her first friend after all. Though the title of best friend may belong solely to Tio. Even if she was a bit of a pervert, well, scratch that. The only thing that may stop her and you from being best friends might be because she is a pervert. Perhaps that wouldn't be the case if you weren't raised from young to respect dragon men, and then had that illusion destroyed by the princess of dragon men. How ironic, Ivan mused at the thought for a bit before his thoughts were interrupted. Master, that is quite the look you possess. May I inquire what it is that may be on your mind? Tio took the time you left his side to approach. She angled herself at such an angle that from where you stood she'd only be able to see his back, obscuring her presence. I was only thinking what a troublesome perverted teammate we've acquired. Tio squirmed under his gaze. Thankfully she possessed no tail in her human form, otherwise it would have shown how embarrassed she was in front of her master. But despite the trouble she had breathing in front of him, despite how still her breath becomes when speaking to him, and despite how narrow her world is when he is in a picture, she just couldn't get enough of it. Subconsciously she inched close to him, her breathing becoming just short of hyperventilation as her eyes moistened with desire. Tio-sensei, what's wrong? Her trance was broken by Felis, who tugged at the hem of her kimono in worry. Ivan in turn hummed, deciding to let the situation go without prying to save Tio's face. "Alright, we ready. Let's go. Farewell, oh, Rabbit Crusader." Ivan dove into the portal leaving those words, ignoring the fit of rage behind him as he sealed it close. Phew, Shay sighed loudly now that she was alone, her face pensive before she released another sigh and kicked the dirt at her feet. Her nose furrowed at the scent she caught, but in the end, she didn't bother commenting about it. Now that she had evolution magic she could make strides of her own to catch up to Ivan and the others. The problem was that she knew by the time she reached their strength they'd already be even more leagues above her. "For now I'll focus on my family, perhaps I'll even take Ivan up on that deal about conquering the Ryzen Labyrinth. That sounds good. I need more ways to get stronger, and gravity seems just about the right thing to improve physically." With newfound determination, Shay hopped from tree to tree with an excited grin on her face. So where to now? Ivan asked, particularly no one as he eyed the highlighted final dungeon on his world map. "Do you want to clear the final dungeon now?" You decided she would aid her man in his plans, proposing for them to move forward and clear the final dungeon. "I'm thinking about it, but it might also be a good idea to play around with the magic we have now to get ready for it. On the other hand, acquiring the final magic and then taking on what awaits us is plausible as well." He paced around the room, catching the eyes of the others as they approached the table as well. "If there truly are more combatants like Noint, then it isn't exactly a big deal so long as we stay together. The problem is if they outnumber us or manage to separate us. Worst case possible, both scenarios happen at the same time. That would certainly be troubling," Tio muttered aloud. Her master had quite a rough time dealing with that fake angel, and now there was a strong possibility that there would be a dozen. Thankfully evolution magic is simple as it is. We can apply it to whatever magic or items we want. As for actual evolution, I'll deal with that later. It shouldn't be impossible. At least every magic so far from the Liberators had the potential to be mastered to that of a power matching essentially gods. Or at least their idea of what a god is capable of. "So, what'll it be, boss?" Ari stood there with a carefree smile, her fingers laced behind her head. No matter what option her boss chose, she would keep her faith in the bet he put. "Honestly, I say we just rip the band-aid off and tackle the final dungeon. We can cultivate like hermits after we have all of the ancient magic and secrets the Liberators stowed away. We can evade a hit and his forces in our lair. The best way to do that is to clear the dungeon so we don't have to worry about him raiding it first and stealing the secrets." The others hummed, nodding as they didn't exactly see fault in his idea. Evolution magic was easy to implement and yet only really effective in the hands of great mages or craftsmen. Mages to enhance spells and craftsmen to level up their crafts. So for melee fighters, other than enhancing the weapon they hold or their body, there wasn't much of a use, not to mention strengthening magic already existed. Frost Cavern Schnee, I suppose we'll need to make ourselves sufficiently warm if we're to survive the harsh climate. Tio was the one to speak this time, reminding her master that apart from the dungeon itself they would need to worry about the climate as well. "I already have that covered. In fact, our heat-cold insulating clothes should be able to brave everything for us, though I can probably whip up a couple of devices as a backup just in case I might be underestimating it. If anything, creating a thin film to encapsulate the user that prevented climate and matter like the lust-inducing slime should be an easy feat if induced with evolution magic." Though the latter may be difficult to prevent with how acidic the material was to clothing, armor, and anything other than flesh. A bracelet or collar would be ideal, something they could activate with the press of a button or a simple thought. Then again, having the system be thought-based may increase the chance of accidental activations in the future. So a bracelet it is. A ring would probably be too small to imbue with the necessary runes and engravings. Ivan was a little remorseful about asking the girls to adorn another piece of jewelry with all the stuff they already had on, but it was a sacrifice for protection he'd need them to make. Meeting adjourned. You're in charge. Also, sit in the chair and make sure the aircraft has enough juice to guide us while it's on autopilot. Everyone is to follow her or Tio's words while I'm working. Ivan didn't allow for a moment of rebuttal as he slithered away to what was a mini workshop for his personal use. Chapter 129. It should be somewhere around here. Ivan spoke nonchalantly with one hand on the control of the aircraft, and the other waving around the compass. Thanks to its special property, locating the final dungeon was as easy as wishing for it to guide him. As expected of concept magic. Traveling in the blizzard surrounding the Schnee labyrinth would have been impossible if not for the aircraft. Ivan had no doubt the environment was a part of the dungeon's trial, as was the heat in the Gruen volcano. It's amazing we were able to find the dungeon in the first place, Canis muttered aloud. As easy as Ivan claimed it to be, locating what seemed like a crevasse in a sea of snow and storm of white was no easy feat. Neath is landing in it either, Ivan grunted, listening to the hailing snow smack into the aircraft like rocks against a car. Thankfully the aircraft entered the realm of alien-like technology, otherwise the group would have been stricken out of the air hours ago. Despite how tough the ship is, I'd like to ask everyone to buckle in. For all we know, this dungeon has some sort of anti-air artillery to attack those who have any advantages. Though unlikely, Ivan decided he should take the precaution anyway. Descending into the crevice was what the compass had directed, but expecting the dungeon to be right there when they descended was a bit naive. Odds were they'd need to travel a bit through the crevasse before reaching the actual dungeon. Rattle rattle. It took 15 minutes before they finally landed safely. Before exiting the aircraft, Ivan went ahead and had everyone line up. Here are your wristbands. Ivan dangled a dozen silver wristbands engraved with snowflakes on them. Using gravity magic, he handed each of his partners a band. It didn't matter what band each person received, as each one automatically fitted to resizing specifically for the wearer. With this, we step foot on land that hasn't been stepped on before, and actually, Fried claimed this dungeon first, so I guess this isn't exactly untouched land, Ivan sighed before just hitting the button to open the hatch. Siren's word, and the steel hatch on the floor descended to make a ramp for those within to access the outside world. Immediately the group was hit with a gust of cold air. And they decided to at least experience some of the climates before activating the weather resistance. They regretted their decision the moment they felt the atmosphere before holding the button on their wristbands. A translucent blue film enveloped their bodies and counteracted the coldness of the air as if it had been a mere dream. Though there was still a psychological effect to looking at the land before them. White as far as the eye could see. Flakes flew down from the sky in packs, making it hard to see farther than 5 meters in front of them. The sky was darkened gray, and the sun's effects had diminished the world around them from vibrant colors to a grim gray. Moosh. Ivan's foot sunk to his ankle the moment he stepped foot onto the thick sheet of snow. He hummed lightly before looking over at you worriedly. She seemed to not notice his stare, as she rushed to his side, taking steps onto the snow without any hesitation. Thum. You stood with a deadpan expression as she stood still with snow reaching up to her knees. She glared at the others snickering behind her before taking another step forward, stopping as she only sunk further. It would seem the dungeon's trials have begun. Ivan would have found Yu's comments more believable if not for the veins threatening to pop out of her head. Without a word he lifted her by the pits of her arms, setting her on his shoulders before marching forward. The others stared on before snickering when they felt Yu was far enough. So judging by the compass we should go this way. Now that they stood at the bottom of the crevices, many routes into the snowy mounts became visible to their eyes. Thankfully they acquired the compass before attempting the Schnee dungeon, otherwise they'd have to traverse each tunnel to find the true dungeon. And so the group marched forward, traveling through the icy tunnels that seemed to stretch on forever. Every once in a while they'd be distracted by their reflections off the reflective ice walls. This is just about enough to screw over any warriors that use large weapons, or God forbid, large weapons that require swinging. The ceiling of the tunnels was so low that Ivan would only have to stand on his toes to rub against it. Swordsmen would likely have their swords strike the ceiling before any enemy they met. Which means we should be running into something soon, and yet as time passed the group didn't run into a single enemy, only a couple of cute pristine rabbits sitting at the end of the tunnel in a somewhat open field. Ah, they're so cute. Phyllis charged forward with Canis following close behind. Without hesitation she lifted one of the rabbits and nuzzled it against her face. Hey, Ivan, is that? Yeah, most likely they're enemies, Ivan responded to Yu's inquiry with a wan smile. watching as things played out with one of his wrists pointed to the distracted Phyllis. It's so soft. So warm too. What she didn't notice was the approaching Canis, who curiously stretched her hand out to pet the rabbit's ears. Her hand jolted as the rabbit made it into her weather-defending barrier. Without a second to waste, her opened hand turned into a claw that hooked the rabbit by its nape. Huh? Phyllis voiced out with wide-opened eyes, turning to her sister before seeing her chuck it with all of her strength. Boom! The group stayed in silence before staring at the crater that had been created in the cliffside of the ice wall that had been opposite the tunnel. Why? Phyllis screamed aloud before shaking her sister's shoulders ferociously. Canis only shook off her sister's hands before picking up a nearby rabbit and throwing it toward Ivan. He caught it without flinching before fondling it in his hands. He ignored it nuzzling up against his hand before sighing aloud. And then, like Canis, he chucked it far away. Boom! Everyone, refrain from allowing these rabbits to come in contact with your person. Just touching them will sap the heat from your bodies. Even with the protective barrier, they can take every bit of your heat and kill you. Immediately after announcing those words, the gauntlets on his fists shot a flurry of silver needles toward the pack of cute rabbits. They only let out a single squeak before being encompassed by an explosion and flames. It seemed that though they were dangerous, they didn't have much of a danger instinct. And as such, they only stood there when being approached by super-speeding needles. Phyllis cried aloud for each rabbit slain, swiping her claws through tears despite her fondness for their cuteness. While Canis took a bit of enjoyment from it, having her sister bawl in her ears about how much of a monster she was a bit excessive even in her ears. Tens of temperature-sapping rabbits turned into hundreds. Ah shit, they're pouring in from the ceiling. Like a tidal wave. A wall of white fluff came hurtling toward the group, threatening to crush them with their softness. As Ivan mentioned, their method of approach came from the cracks in the ceiling that just barely allowed for their figures to pass through. As much as I want to dive in there, I'm not very certain that the comfort of that wave will suffice for the life that's lost, Ivan spoke with regret, yet his hands kept launching lethal device after lethal device. Thankfully, you was the crowd control master. Elemental dragons swarmed the area and tore through hundreds of rabbits at a time. Tio bellowed a wave of her own, consisting totally of flames. Though she expanded quite a bit of her mana, as flames other than in the advanced magic class wouldn't be able to survive in the cold environment. As for the others, they didn't have much of a choice and sat in the back whilst AoE attacks attacked discriminately. While Canis and Phyllis couldn't die, they still experienced pain. So for them, it was better to allow the veterans of the group to do the work. They felt they already took care of enough to be deemed a challenger by the labyrinth anyways. By the time the group was done, all that remained was a mountain of charred and torn apart rabbit heads. Their numbers likely in the thousands. Do you think this was part of the trial? Claire voiced her concern, as the rabbits might have just been native creatures wandering the area. Either way, they would have been a detriment to our team. I know for sure we have to pass through this area to challenge the labyrinth. Better deal with them now rather than having them jump on our backs in the middle of a fight, so yeah. There's a good chance they were a part of the trials. Ivan had no shame condemning the lives of the rabbits. He did however feel bad for Phyllis, who looked as though she had seen some terrors. Chapter 130. Let's see, and then we head this way. Ivan waved around a compass again. After the Great Rabbit Massacre, a wall opened up to reveal a secret passage. And of course, that meant even more walking. If not for the talkative Phyllis, the travel through the solemn ice tunnels would have only weighed on their mental sanity. She was truly their little ball of sunshine. Phyllis, I swear if you try to lick the ice again, I'll cut that tongue off this time. Canis threatened her sister, who was too close to her own reflection for comfort. The last time Phyllis got her tongue stuck, she let her off easy and pulled her out. This time she wouldn't show mercy and allow their regeneration to take care of things. I won't make the same mistake twice. Phyllis puffed her cheeks before turning her head away, her tail standing on end to show how agitated that comment made her. Ivan meanwhile praised Canis' restraint, as similar to Phyllis she too had never been in an environment like this, and yet she showed great restraint in her emotions. Even when she stared enviously at Phyllis, who dove into the snow to make angels. Perhaps this is just a way of letting off her petty anger. Admonishing her elder sister for doing the things her shame wouldn't allow her, seemed about right. This is, finally, the endless tunnel of ice showed signs of ending at the point they reached. One turn around a corner revealed to the group a large open area. Icicles hung from the ceiling, and along the walls were jagged pikes formed of ice. Though there were no lights, for some reason the large cave was bright enough so that even those without special optical skills could see. And in this huge opening was a lake of solid ice so polished that the reflections shown might as well have been doppelgangers. But the group focused their attention on the figures lazily lying on the ice. They were hairy head to toe, their feet the size of two people's heads, and the only places barren of brown curly hair were their chests and face. Though they weren't standing, Ivan estimated that their full height was close to 7 feet. Sasquatches, Ivan's mutter awoke the 7 slumbering giants. They stood up and pounded on their chiseled abs before releasing an ear-shaking roar. Rah! They were Bigfoots or Big Feets. No, those titles did not fit the creatures when Ivan witnessed how they maneuvered through the lake of ice. Like professional athletes. They held both arms behind their backs and skated across the ice in mesmerizing beauty. Some of the hulking figures even did pirouettes as they skated their way. Honestly, even to the others who didn't know of the sport from Earth, the skating was a beauty that anyone could appreciate. Unsurprisingly, Phyllis found herself reluctant to kill something again. Though this time there wasn't much of a choice, as what Ivan was going to call, Yetis, swiftly raced toward them. Among a volley of magic spells and sorceries, the Yetis deftly dodged everything coming their way effortlessly. On the ice, they were kings. Bang bang. 7 alone were enough to hold the group still. Both sides have failed to make a decisive move. The Yetis didn't dare get close as they felt the odds of being hit would only increase, while Ivan and his group had difficulty hitting the large elegant monsters. To remedy the standoff, Ivan asked you to cast her elemental dragon spells once more. With her control over gravity magic, entangling the Yetis should be an easy feat. She nodded before allowing herself to be encapsulated by the group as they all stood in front of her to protect her. I'll be counting on you, Tio, to take care of these guys until you is ready. Be careful not to expend too much mana. Even if we could refill, it would be unwise to empty reserves this early into the dungeon, especially on enemies such as these. While Ivan didn't look down on the bipedal creatures, he saw more of a threat from the tidal wave of rabbits than them. The reason is that at least 3 of the fighters in his group would likely be able to fight them off with physical strength should they close in. And seeing as how the Yetis have no other option than to close in, he even contemplated allowing such. At least that was until you finished casting. Go, elemental dragons. You uttered each word with apathy. The cave luminosity grew intensely as dragons of earth, ice, flame, and lightning each flew at their respective Yetis. Their tails threatened to slap the remaining 4 Yetis should they get close. Graph. The only Yeti that stood a chance was the one facing the earth elemental. It grabbed the dragon by its head before planting its get into the ground. Its strong arms gripped it so hard that the dragon was unable to open its large maws. And as such, it took the opportunity to flip the dragon over, grunting aloud while showing off its impressive strength. Thud. The dragon's body slammed into the ice, creating large cracks through its surface. The Yeti went to pound its chest in victory, angling its head up to release a roar. Unfortunately for it, it had completely forgotten the dozen or so enemies that had spectated the whole bout. Ivan took advantage of the creature's single time of pausing to step towards it with air walk. When it lifted both arms to roar, he simply placed his right hand on its chest. It stared down at him for a second, stagnating before attempting to slam down its arms again in the quickest possible amount of time. I apologize for ruining your moment. I truly feel as though this is a bit unfair, but my group and I have more pressing matters to attend to. As such, I must ask that you exit this fight. Bang! The Yeti wasn't allowed a moment to respond as its body was completely eviscerated. The remaining bits of flesh and parts were compressed once again with Ivan's gravity field, leaving nothing but blood scattered in the air. Ivan stuck his left hand out this time, activating his field and infusing it with his water transmutation. The specks of blood floating in the air gathered around his arm and coagulated to form a 2-handed halberd. The remaining Yetis, the 3 that hadn't been eliminated by elemental dragons, stared at the weapon in trepidation. From it, they felt fear, anger, resentment, and regret. It howled at them as if to transmit the pain it felt moments before being created. Infused in this weapon is the soul of your compatriot, so, what will you all do now? Would you like to join him? Ivan only inched forward, making sure not to turn his eyes to the figures sneaking toward the distracted Yetis. Slash! In a synchronized movement, each of the lined-up Yetis was beheaded in a single instant. Each of them held expressions of regret before staring at their assailants right before the loss of light in their eyes. Humph, that most certainly does leave a foul taste in my mouth. However, with this we can guess that your assistance with this trial will count to the labyrinth's completion. Ivan gave approving nods toward Claire, Ari, and Canis, each of whom returned the nod with pride of their own. The Yetis, in their opinion, were just annoying enemies they were glad to have dealt with while they were distracted. Rather than fight, the Yetis held an instinctive nature to avoid the group for how dangerous it felt when opposing them, as rather than waste over an hour of them dodging attacks with skating techniques, this result was preferable. Rumble rumble. Oh, it's just the next part, phew. Ivan relaxed his guard as another wall came tumbling down, revealing another series of tunnels that he believed would be the key to progressing their travel into the dungeon. He held his compass into the air, waving it around before nodding. Without looking back, he stepped forward, not worrying that the group would lose his trail. By this time Phila's fascination with the frozen climate had diminished greatly. Instead, her boredom grew seeing the plan mirror-like walls over and over again. The same with the matching floors and ceiling. Oddly enough, she found out that being surrounded by a single color only greatly affected her mental psyche more than she initially thought it would. She jolted, feeling something warm encompass her mind. The muscles in her body she didn't know were tense had greatly relaxed, seeing her father stare at her with a kind smile and one glowing hand in the air. Ivan nodded, proud of his control over spirit magic. A side attribute he found to it was relieving the mental fatigue of others, albeit only briefly. And another thing to mention was that its effects were barely noticeable when conducted on someone whose mind had collapsed. That didn't matter, for now, he was satisfied that he managed to turn Feela's frown into a smile with it. He laughed lightly, feeling her tackle into his back using her head, not bothering to turn around as she latched to his waist and allowed him to drag her to the destination. Perhaps I should have added a similar mental fatigue relieving attribute to the wristbands, huh? To Ivan, the best part about creating was witnessing the result and thinking of how he could further improve it. Sure, it meant more work would need to be done, but chances were he'd be way more satisfied with the result than initially. That, in his opinion, was all the more worth it. The group came to a strolling speed as compared to the barrenness that was present before. What now surrounded them were ice sculptures of beings from different races. Demons, humans, even beast-man. Wait a second, they weren't sculptures, it was more accurate to call them remnants. They were the frozen corpses of past challengers who had succumbed to the cold climate of the dungeon. Most of the frozen even held expressions of relief which suggested to the group that they had been frozen in their sleep without any notice. How terrifying. The rest of the group nodded before clutching their wristbands. Even with their regeneration, the homunculi sisters knew there was nothing they'd be able to do if they were perpetually frozen in this land of ice. They'd be forced to stay frozen for who knew how long. The same applied to you, who inspected each of the frozen figures carefully. They're wearing uniforms similar to Freed's. The demons who had met their demise seemed to be adorned with military-like outfits. I see, they must have been attempting this dungeon alongside Freed, or maybe he sent them in after to see if any other members of his race could conquer it. Well, for good measure let's smash them. Ivan followed up before kicking the head off a nearby statue. The others followed alongside him after hearing stories of his world where stuff like this usually comes to life when no one's looking. After several minutes the deed was done, none of the ice sculptures remained with a head atop their shoulders. That seems alright, now let us continue our trek. As soon as those words left Ivan's mouth, the sound of ice skidding across the ground resounded from behind the group. They turned their heads slowly, hoping what they had heard was just an illusion. But nope, the sculptures broke apart, flecks of ice were sent flying as the once living beings inside of it cracked and moved their limbs like broken marionettes. Chapter 131. Bang bang. It was like an arcade rail shooter. The group ran down the reflective hallways blasting at the arms and weapons that swung at them from the walls. The statues they passed were met with the same fate, only even when the frozen zombies were ground to dust they reassembled as if they were nothing. They operated with the same sluggishness as golems, and yet they didn't possess a core that was responsible for their regeneration or power. The only thing Ivan was glad of was that none of the zombies possessed any special abilities other than that to come back to life after facing certain destruction. None of them had devastating skills, powerful magic, or movement techniques that had put the group in a bind. While the strength of individual zombies was disappointing, their indestructibility and numbers in a narrow space such as the ice tunnels made for a horror movie-like situation. Ivan brought out the compass before weaving around again, nodding as he allowed you to cover for him. What are you doing, Master? Claire stood in front of Ivan, chopping up any opposers that stood in their way, and with a glance, she curiously voiced out her thoughts. You and I faced a situation like this in our second dungeon. Golems that would regenerate even without a core. Last time we just had to destroy the giant core, well at least that's what we thought would work. Until we ran into Milady Risen herself, but this time I'm optimistic that a central core is powering these zombies from afar. He ignored the speechlessness marring Claire's face, closing his eyes and directing his intent to find the mechanism that operates the frost zombies. After a few seconds, the compass began glowing. This way. Ivan came to a complete stop and allowed the rest of the group to pass him. He placed both his hands on the ground before molding the ice around them into a solid wall to keep the rushing frost zombies at bay. Noticing a fork in the road, he returned to his position as the spearhead of the group. In this fork he decided to go through the left tunnel after raising his compass. Please work, please work. Ivan hoped that the compass would direct him to something so vague as a possible energy source for the enemies. For now, it seemed like it would work as the dial from looking for the labyrinth turned to a completely different direction. Tio, take Vanguard. Claire, go ahead and join Felis and Canis in the back. Hold back any zombies that manage to break through. Claire nodded and left her position to take care of the order assigned to her. We're approaching an opening, odds are that'll be where we find the core, Ivan spoke contemplative, earning a nod from you who began chanting an intermediate spell as they ran through the frozen halls. Crack. The sound of Ivan's ice wall being destroyed echoed through the tunnel, following it was the groaning and mindless screaming of the undead. Shit, I'll form another wall when we reach the opening, but odds are we'll need to take care of two fronts, a battle behind us and a battle in front of us. If that happens, the fight to destroy the core is our priority, no point in fighting an undying army when the key to destroying it stands in front of us. Ivan put an end to his words once he spotted a bright light at the end of the tunnel. Bracing for more attackers, he held both his arms to his waist, ready to crush the face of anything that jumps at him. This is... Ivan needed to make a counter for the number of times he's spoken that phrase since being transmigrated to this world. There it stood, several meters tall. A single foot capable of crushing his entire being. Its shell of ice adorning long thick spikes makes attacking it dangerous. Those spikes ran even to its knees, where warriors would likely attack it to bring it down. Wisps of frost escaped its mouth with each huff of its breath. It stared back at the group with glowing gold eyes. And through its see-through shell, was a ball of deep blue light. Huh, it looks just like the turtle we have back home. Did the dungeon copy us? Felis voiced out what everyone was thinking. The giant turtle in front of them was just like the one Katlia used against them in Orcus dungeon, except this one was made of ice and packed with spikes. No, if anything those turtles were made by Freed using this little guy as inspiration. It made Ivan feel a little better that the trash that was Freed turned out to be some poser who copied the dungeon. Not that he could talk though. Whoosh whoosh. The situation turned from tense to intense the moment the air whirled with the appearance of several new enemies. Eagles sculpted from ice, they poured out the walls of the cave and flurried around like pigeons in a parking lot. Bang bang. Without hesitation the mages of the group began to shoot them out of the air. Breaking the ice wall behind them meant the melee fighters had their hands tied dealing with the waves of zombies. Ivan focused his attention on the colossal turtle, approaching it while activating his field to water transmute the approaching eagles into water. Though like the zombies they just reformed after a couple of seconds. It was truly a battle of attrition. The warriors are to fight off a nigh endless amount of enemies, before either destroying the core or being overrun and murdered. The liberators are only getting crueler and crueler. Then again we began with the asshole that is Milady. Rag. The turtle didn't care for Ivan's words, shooting a beam of ice from its mouth directed right at Ivan. He put up a hand and the ice turned to water, and then turned into a wall of ice to defend him from the next attack. Bang bang. He didn't spare a glance to the birds falling dead behind him, only thanking inwardly Tio and you, who had been supporting him from behind. After all, his foe in front of him may be jealous if he turned his attention to the girls. So just hurry up and die. Dozens of needles shot from his gauntlets, blowing up the turtle and creating a veil of smoke for Ivan to close in on. The heat from the explosion created a near split second of melted ice in the air. Ivan activated his field and shot pillars of ice toward the turtle's eyes. The turtle regressed into its shell, obvious to the fact that other than its eyes every other part of its body was also made of ice. Meaning all it had to do was make sure its eyes weren't destroyed. What the turtle didn't know was that all Ivan would have to do to destroy it was to touch it, an easy feat considering the size of the beast made swift movements near impossible. Ivan slid his hand across the icy ground and swiped up. A trail of spikes appeared out of the floor and tugged into the turtle's uncovered belly, lifting it into the air slightly. He took the moment it showed visible confusion to create a gate under it. He then went through the gate on his end and stabbed his fist into the beast's stomach. He ignored its groans, red lightning and blue on each arm doing work in either moving or destroying the monster's form of ice. As each second passed his hands got closer to the core. At least that was before an eagle appeared from underneath it. It soared through the turtle's mass of ice as if it were water, plucking the core and placing it in its beak. The turtle decomposed almost immediately into a pool of water, before freezing again into a mountain of spikes. Ivan heated the water around him to a boiling degree before chasing after the bird. If he were to allow it enough time it would probably try to form another ice turtle using the cave walls or other surrounding ice. Squawk. The eagle was met with unexpected turbulence as a sickle stabbed its way through its head, and with a swift swing, it was flung around before being slammed down to the ground. With that amount of force Ivan had no doubt the frost eagle's head was shattered upon impact. He nodded gratefully to Ari who smiled back. All of the eagles facing Tio and you reverted their attention to reclaiming the core, ignoring any lethal attacks done to their body and instead prioritizing recovery. Ivan signaled for you and Tio to cease attacking. Now that he knew where all of his opponents were heading he had the advantage. He dove for the core, activating numerous movement skills to get to it first. Got you fuckers. Crack. Gravity magic, spatial magic, Ivan activated his boundary to the max. He held the core up in the air to entice the eagles, even more, smiling as hundreds of them flew in only to sink to the ground like rocks, before shattering. Not hesitating any further, he put the core in his right hand, activating his arm of destruction before the core exploded in a bright blue explosion. That was fun. Whether it be the frost zombies or the ice eagles, each of them disintegrated like wet paper. Thankfully, his assumption about destroying the core to put an end to the assault was correct. Chapter 132. As was the case with the trials before, the destruction of the ice creature's central core unveiled a new path for the group to follow. Ivan stood with his arms crossed watching the wall of ice melt away. So far the dungeon had been a breeze. He was contemplating whether it was the fact that maybe the Liberator just didn't anticipate the involvement of people from other worlds. No. That shouldn't be the case. At the very least they should have anticipated someone with creation magic to have made it this far, and anyone with the right amount of creation magic would come to the same conclusion and create environmental protection from the cold. Oscar's labyrinth was considered to be at the beginner level, such was stated in his journal and even in the journals of the other Liberators. There was also the matter of the compass. He had retrieved it from the Haltina labyrinth, which required clearance of 3 other labyrinths to enter. The dungeons didn't have a definitive order other than that. Well, in order to uncover the Melusine labyrinth one needed to have the token from the Gruin volcano to light the way. That made 2 dungeons that had prerequisites that needed to be made before clearing. Receiving the magic compass right before entering a labyrinth full of twists and turns just may have been his luck, or perhaps that had also been within the Liberator's calculation. But if we're using topography, this labyrinth is the farthest. In games that should be an indicator that it's for high-level players. Though I guess that only applies if we're using video game logic, huh? Tio had mentioned that every labyrinth had a theme, testing strength, bonds, perseverance, and so on. The Schnee Cavern surely had a theme of its own. The question was, what might it be? Well, it's really cold. There were a bunch of cute heat-stealing rabbits, then there was the ice-skating Sasquatches, and finally a frozen legion. It all just seems more like a random assortment of tasks than trials following a theme. But he knew better than to underestimate the cunningness of the labyrinths. If the journals were anything to go by, Oscar and Schnee didn't get along very well. In his own words, they mixed like oil and water. Unfortunately, there was nothing written about what magic Schnee specialized in. Quite the surprise, considering Ivan thought with how much they hated each other Oscar would have likely let a few things slip out of spite. Or maybe Oscar is just at Sundra. That seemed about right. I wonder if the Liberators each proofread to make sure the others weren't spilling anything. Sure, that'd mean there wasn't much trust between them, and it was quite likely that could have been what led to their downfall. Though that's if it were the case. In this world they were the only ones who knew the truth and sought to do anything about it, especially so when the 7 of them were the final members to survive the eradication of their group. Likely his speculation was meaningless. There must have been some blood-hardened bond between the Liberators if they were willing to trust each other to fight alongside them against gods. Ivan snapped his head back, his eyes glaring over his shoulder. He only let out a sigh of relief when he realized nothing was there. Instead his eyes only met the concerned or confused stares of those traveling alongside him. Ivan, what's wrong? You was the first to press her concern. If there was something Ivan was taking seriously, then chances were that it was likely a danger to their group. I thought I heard a voice from behind us. Stay on high alert. I believe the next trial has already begun. If anyone hears any voices, tell me immediately. Ivan got the keyword he needed. No, he felt he was incorrect in his speculation. The theme of bonds was already done in the Haltina labyrinth. Yes. The group saluted before following Ivan down the hallway. For every person walking forwards, another one followed behind them walking backwards. This way they'd be able to keep a guard and notice any of the sources that the voices Ivan mentioned and where they might be coming from. This time it was Claire's turn to snap her head around. She placed her eyes everywhere to seek the source of the voice that had stung her heart. Master, it was a female's voice. She yelled out to him. He hummed for a second before nodding. The others in the group that were facing behind them hadn't seen anyone or anything. And mine was a male's. Either they were being harassed by multiple spirits or the dungeon had scanned their brains to create something to go against them, as did the Haltina labyrinth. Felis, Canis, how about you two? Did you guys hear anything? They shook their heads. Which got Ivan to wonder about something else. If this trial was truly what he believed it to be, would it affect the 2 unnatural beings whose life experience amounted to about 1 to 2 months? As seconds turned to minutes, the voices became more frequent, and by the time an hour had passed, everyone but Felis and Canis were hearing them. The voices went on and on. Eventually he and the group were bound to understand what was behind it all. It's the same as hearing your own voice through a recording. At first it sounds unrecognizable to yourself after all. Hearing your own voice from somewhere other than inside your own body is not something very common to the average person. You know. If you're not a voice actor or commentator or something like that. They nodded. So far his explanation was pretty reasonable for them to believe. To add an example, he even brought out a recorder he uses for memos, asking Phyllis to speak into it before directing everyone's attention to her when she winced hearing her own voice. It's the vibrations of your voice that happens because of the bones in your body, that is why you hear yourself differently than what is really perceived. So in other words, you're saying what we are hearing is our own voices? Is that why you hear a masculine voice and we hear a feminine one? If so, then I suppose that explains the familiarity I have with it. Tio concurred, muttering aloud her own thoughts. As expected of the wise centuries-old dragon, well, Ivan wouldn't dare say that aloud. Even with her masochistic character, a woman's age is still a sensitive subject. Like the Haltina labyrinth, this dungeon must have scanned our memories, using them to voice out our insecurities and darkest thoughts with telepathy. I'd say we finally entered the true trial. As far as Ivan was concerned, this whole event was a good thing. The logical part of his brain just took the punches dealt emotionally and ignored them. Moving deeper into the frozen tunnels only made the voices more incessant, marking to him that the trial was near its end. He turned around to make sure everyone was enduring all right. If they were being affected by the mental attacks, then it'd spell doom for their efficiency should they need to do battle. Apart from an emotionally tired Claire and Ari, everyone else was doing fine. Both you and Tio had endured their minds for hundreds of years, added to the fact that they've come to terms with their vices. Phyllis and Canis, as mentioned before, hadn't even been affected. Whether it'd count as them passing the trial or not, Ivan didn't know. Maybe it would if the dungeon attributed it to them using their strengths to fight against mental attacks. You, Tio, help em out a bit. He held both his hands above Claire and Ari's heads, light eliminated from his palms before their expressions softened. They closed their eyes and hummed, savoring the momentary comfort. This is. The tunnel came to an end, once again opening up to another large empty cave of ice. What stunned Ivan was the smoothness of every part of it. From the walls to the floor and to the ceiling, each aspect of the game was shiny enough that they were practically mirrors. And then. What are those things? Phyllis muttered aloud curiously. Standing, or rather, floating, above the icy floor was a single 3-meter in diameter orb of yellow-green light. It shone brightly as if detecting the visitors, and without another moment of hesitation, it started shooting green lasers everywhere. Chapter 133. The orb fired one beam after another, each that missed the group instead hit a reflective wall or ceiling and only gained more momentum. Even as time passed, the first laser shot never dispersed. So Ivan resorted to having each of them destroyed. Countering them with waves of energy, in other words magic, they only lasted because of the reflective surroundings. But if they met a figuratively brick wall, then they'd break and disperse naturally. Ivan created a wall using the ground beneath him, bending the ice into a ramp-like shield which allowed him to hold off the attacks while you rushed in. She ignored the attacks to her body, holes tore through her like pressurized air. Her clothes poked like Swiss cheese. But none of that ever fazed her. She silently extended her right arm out and supported it by using her left hand to hold her elbow. A trail of lightning soared through the sky and struck its target. The yellow-green floating orbit bursted in a stunt of brilliant light, but of course things in a labyrinth couldn't be resolved so easily. As if detecting the elimination of one of its turrets, the dungeon went ahead and threw at the group 10 more. Oh shit, this is like a Star Wars film. Ivan stopped himself from peeking over cover and yelled out in surprise. The members of his group just gave him questioning stares before turning back to return fire. Cave ain't tall enough to warrant the ice giant. I guess my only option is to enclose them. It seemed he hadn't learned his lesson. The dungeon wasn't ever so simple. The transmuted floor curled up to resemble that of a flower bud. In its beauty was a hidden malice to crush the foes standing within it. Ivan watched on as the orbs remained stationary. Before. Shit. They teleported. They fucking teleported. Their troubles didn't stop there. The orbs kept teleporting over and over, only remaining in place for a single second to launch a flurry of lasers before teleporting again. This created an awkward situation where only you, Phyllis, and Canis could poke their heads out and ignore the damage. Ivan, on the other hand, was too occupied creating cover for everyone that couldn't regenerate from having their heads blasted into smithereens. Canis ignored the damage done to her body, charging forward with her claws. Thanks to her inhuman agility and strengthening magic combined with gravity magic, she was able to reach the orbs before they destroyed with enough momentum. You did what she did best, blasting everything in front of her. Elemental dragons, space-rifting slashes, gravity-shaking attacks, each swipe of her hand and movement of her lips left destruction in its wake. Phyllis took it easy and copied her former teacher. From time to time she ran to Ivan's cover, lobbing spells from her memory either from Tio or you. And an hour later, one orb was left. However, no matter how much the group attacked it, it showed no signs of leaving this world. It just stood there menacingly. And then there was another bloom of bright light. This time so powerful that it rendered the group blind for a split second. Next thing they knew, they stood face to face with 7 towering golems of ice, bulking in what seemed like muscle. They stood 5 meters tall. One for each of them. And as if on cue, the group was blinded once more before each of them found themselves in different rooms. So this is just another trial back to back, huh? Ivan grinned, facing his opponent, a giant this size made of an element he had power over. Just put things insanely in his favor. The voices were still in his head, but for now all he was concerned about were Claire and Ari, who would likely be more susceptible to its effects when separated from those who could repress it. What was worse was that as he thought the deeper they progressed in the trial the worse it got. To his left he could hear repeated banging coming from the wall to his left. Claire! He yelled out. Telepathy had inexplicably disconnected. It seemed this whole time his favorite feature was at the mercy of the Liberator. This Liberator just might be a pretty cool guy. His yell was met with silence, but he was certain his words were heard. In fact, he took that silence itself as a response. You're way too green if you think you could kill me so easily. Don't ya? Remember, not even the heroes summoned by God stand a chance, so don't you be holding back. You're stronger than them, so don't keep thinking you stand beneath them. At this point he was spouting bullshit. Whatever was eating her inside her mind he had no way of telling. Pressing her for an answer would only make things awkward between them. His main priority was just getting her to pass the trial. Having her worry about hurting him would only end in disaster for both him and her. I do wonder what I ever did to piss her off. His thoughts were cut off as he nimbly stepped to the left to avoid a swiftly approaching fist the size of his body. He moved forward and used both hands to grab the wrist connected to the outstretched hand. Blue light flared out his palms and the connecting points between hand and arm melted into water. Of course it quickly froze back into ice due to the atmosphere, but by then the two had already been completely disconnected. The momentum of the hurling fist sent it flying to the other side of the makeshift arena. The golem smashed the ground in front of it using the nub of its arm. In response, Ivan dove back and focused his transmutation on the discarded hand. In blinding light it turned into water, then needles of ice, and with gravity magic sent back full force at the golem's face. It brought up both arms to guard its face, specifically its eyes. Ivan mused for a second before charging in, using his volley of ice needles as covering fire. While running he fired off his exploding needles, waving his gauntlets in front of him targeting the golem's eyes. Eeg! For the first time it made an audible noise. In response Ivan finally made it to the golem's feet. He snapped his fingers before the air around him changed. It's not that activating his field required a snap, it was just easier to visualize activation by creating somewhat of a trigger. It was also useful in making sure he wouldn't accidentally activate the ability. The legs of the golem disintegrated, melted, minced and reduced to atoms. He wouldn't allow it to regather its parts and rebuild. Though it seemed that was inevitable as it turned its head to stare at the surroundings. The walls, ceiling, and floor were all made of ice. Its intentions were obvious. A core, where is it? The golem was made of ice and yet its insides were so dense it couldn't be seen through. So Ivan prioritized where he'd attack. The center of its body, the head, perhaps where a heart should be, even its groin. There was no more time to waste. He got closer and climbed its body by making footstools for himself. It was quite disrespectful, but he wanted to hurry up and clear the current trial so he could rest until the others cleared theirs. Time was precious, and he wanted to make the most of it by lazing around to recuperate. The golem sensed impending doom. With no other choice it revealed a trump card of its own. Its body shone a crystal blue, spike appeared on every inch at a swift pace. It was transmuting its very being. TCH. Stingy bastard. He reverted time in his field and made all the spikes around him recede back into the golem's body. He then placed both hands onto the golem's chest. A second passed and a huge gaping hole large enough to let slip 3 grown men appeared on its body. There was nothing, and subsequently it appeared there wasn't a core where its heart should be either. Its chest was gone, along with both of its legs. All that was left were the arms and head. The arms would be a horrible place to put it, as it'd be putting its core in danger every time it swung towards its enemy. So in classic fashion, the head it is. He leaped up with his inhuman strength, firing a barrage of missiles to create a cover of ash to hide in. He firmly pressed both his hands on the golem's temple, digging them in whilst imbuing both arms of transmutation while using his field to increase destruction. Like a balloon the head popped, revealing an aquamarine marble just about the same size as his head. He unceremoniously crushed it with his right arm, heaving a sigh of relief as the ice wall behind the golem melted to reveal a new path. Chapter 134. So there he was, among the remains of ice and stone. He solemnly sat awaiting the next challengers. Juggling a knife in one hand recklessly, not even turning to look at it as he stared at the doors before him. The mysterious figure paused his actions as if stunned with electricity, and then he flung the knife with 2 fingers, expressionless as it pinioned itself in the center of the ice doors. He turned his head up, taking a deep breath in. And then, finally, he opened his mouth. I'm so fucking bored. It seemed that he completed his trial too quickly. Everyone other than him were still dealing with their golems, at least that's what he inferred from the explosions and rumbling that were going on the other side of the walls surrounding him. The double doors made of ice that stood before him likely only opened when receiving the results of the other challengers, whether they completed it or died trying. He contemplated breaking into the others' rooms and taking care of their golems before stopping himself. They'd need to complete the trial if they wanted to be deemed eligible for the magic at the end. But maybe sneaking a peek wouldn't be too bad of an idea. With a mischievous grin, he tied a rock to the end of an iron rod. He imbued the rock with foresight and connected it to his helmet's mask. Ivan drilled a small hole into the walls of an adjacent room, sticking his perv-like camera pole into it to observe the situation inside. You got this, Claire. He whispered loudly, making sure he wouldn't take away Claire's attention to the golem in front of her. He watched as she stood with blood on her chin, suggesting she had coughed it up not too long ago. Like Ivan, she cut off the hand of the golem, however she only stood helplessly as it reattached it only seconds later. In Ivan's opinion, her best bet was to directly go for the golem's core. Restraining its movements was impossible for her alone. Her vacuum blade shredded whatever it came in contact, but that didn't mean everything that was shredded would disappear. Even shaved ice can become solid ice with enough time. She'll be fine probably. Let's check up on the others. Ivan removed his little scope before walking to the opposite wall. He drilled another hole and inserted the rod. Her claws passed through the golem's packed ice like a hot knife with butter. To be honest, it was pretty strange she hadn't cleared the trial yet. But the reason why became apparent as it seemed she began to sympathize with the golem. Me and you, we're pretty similar if you think about it. I mean, you're made of ice and I'm like flesh, I think, but we both use a core to operate, so from this day forward you are my little brother. So she adopted the golem, huh? Ivan just prayed she didn't grow so attached to the thing that she'd be heartbroken when she has to destroy it. Phyllis, maybe I should have been a little harsher with your education. He averted his eyes ashamedly, withdrawing his observation tool once more before debating peering any further. No, I must find the truth. In all honesty, this was better than sitting by idly dying of boredom. Canis was the same as Phyllis, except she earnestly tried to destroy the golem in front of her. Sparing no words, she focused on building momentum. The golem had fortified its head to protect its own core. That meant it was difficult for it to balance itself and even move, but it was better than directly dying. She strengthened herself further. She'd need enough strength to break, slice, and obliterate the ice surrounding the core to solidify her victory. Anything less and she'd likely be up against a golem with a higher alert level than before. I have faith in you, Canis. Next was Ari, who deftly and beautifully dodged each strike done to her. Unfortunately, she didn't possess the strength to just shatter the golem. And not to mention that her flame-enchanted chains had almost no effect in this instant freezing environment. Out of everyone, she seemed like the one at the most disadvantage. Ivan worried a bit for her life before admiring her enchanting movements. She spun, did flips, and pranced around on her tiptoes, the flying beads of sweat glistening and drawing eyes to her shining body. I'll just put my faith in her. She's no kid to be coddled after all. And she seems to be holding her own. Her conservation of stamina is amazing. As much as at a disadvantage she seemed, she never once paused to take a breath. The beads of sweat were representative of how long the fight had gone on, but not how tired she was. In that department she was practically just getting warmed up. Tio just seemed to be toying with her enemy, testing to see how much the voices in her head impeded her ability to fight. Strangely, she became serious at the most perfect of times. The rest of the time she was just a big old pervert. She seemed to notice his stare, turning her eyes from her melting enemy to face him. She smiled lightly before waving. In response, Ivan waved back, despite knowing that his wave couldn't be seen through the peephole that only fit his rod and camera. Tio then turned back to the golem and with a snap of her finger engulfed the being in unbelievably hot flames. She seems to be having fun. Ivan took a step back from the wall, moving to another adjacent wall to find the final member of the group that he had yet to observe. That person being the vampire queen herself, you. He was momentarily blinded by blinding lights of magic, but of course he did not fear it. In fact, it only brought him comfort. Ashes, explosions, the rumbling of the walls and ground, each of these created a familiar melody in his heart. Luckily, Ivan had appeared at the very decisive moment. You had her opponent pinned to the ground with elemental dragons and gravity magic. The ground crumbled as it attempted to get back on its feet. But it was futile. With a mutter of her lips, a line appeared in the air, almost as if to signify that space itself had been cut, except that was exactly what had happened. The head of the ice golem was bisected cleanly, along with the core laying in its center. Seeing no point in staying quiet any longer, Ivan applauded. Yu in turn did an elegant curtsy before making her way to the melting wall. A smug smile on her face representing how much she wanted to be praised. And who was Ivan to decline? Welcome to the other side, I'm glad you can accompany me as we await the others. Head pats were universal, an act which can either break or make relationships. The former when done by a creepy stranger the recipient doesn't know. But if they were done with familiar and close people then they can even strengthen relationships, truly an action akin to magic. They shouldn't be too long, you had good faith that the other girls wouldn't be lagging too far behind, and as such she wanted to take advantage of the situation as much as she could. Alone time with Ivan nowadays was quite rare to her. Why your eyes are scaring me, don't tell me you wanna. Fu. And, what were you two doing while we were out there fighting for our lives? Training, we don't know what awaits us, so staying warmed up is a viable strategy. We don't want to lower our guards too much. Claire wasn't buying it, she dropped her usual respectful mannerisms and adorned a reprimanding glare. Her targets? The male and female duo laying next to each other with their clothes in disarray, hair a mess, panting breaths, and flushed faces. Not to mention Yu's glazed eyes and goofy expression. You don't want to lower your guard, you say? What you two have done is so much worse than simply relaxing. It was the ultimate of letting your guards down. Napping would have been better. This wasn't the first time she wandered into the aftermath of their battles. As the maid of the house, cleaning up each individual room was her duty. So of course she's either ran into the two themselves with their guards down, or the stained rooms they left behind. Animals. Ahem. While you are correct in admonishing these two, Miss Claire, it would seem the path to the next trial awaits us. Now then, let us go before something unexpected happens. Tio spoke quite convincingly, earning a thumbs up from Ivan, who appreciated the support. Fine, but don't you two think it ends here, when we get out of this place, so help me she didn't need to finish her words for everyone present to get what she meant. So, hiding the perspiration running down his neck, Ivan stepped foot into the bright portal sitting at the end of the hall. Chapter 135. Look on the bright side, at least we're all together. Ivan's words brought slight relief to the group, a relief that was immediately dispersed as they looked at the structure below them. It was a maze, one that spanned so far that it reached into a thick fog with seemingly no end. Taking a photo right now wouldn't even be of much use. To enter the maze one would have to leap down from the balcony they were teleported to. Obviously attempting to climb the walls to get over the maze would be something the Liberator has already foreseen. Especially considering the difficulty of this dungeon. If I had to guess, the walls are self-healing as well, or rather regenerating. Just keep your guards up, just a maze wouldn't be enough to be called a trial. Yes. Everyone put on a serious expression. Thankfully, since entering this new trial, the voices that had been seeping into their minds finally came to an end. Compared to the pain that was the previous trial, a little maze was nothing. Well, let's descend, stay close. I'm not even sure if teleportation magic would work here. Let's assume separation meant danger. If the maze started picking off people who were alone, then we'd be in big trouble. So far what Tio had said seemed completely sensible. Worst case scenario, they were expecting more things jumping out of the ice, or maybe the maze would shift as did the rooms in the Ryzen labyrinth. Each step the group made echoed in this empty maze, the crushing of ice under their boots only intensifying the situation more. And then Feela's hair stood on its ends. Hiya. She swung her foot behind her with all her strength, gnashing her teeth as it collided with something tough. The monster fell to its legs, allowing Ivan ample time to blow it up with one of his silver needles. How odd. He muttered. He had his enemy detection skills outputted to the max, and yet he didn't detect even a hint of the beast that seemingly appeared out of thin air. Monsters with unique magic. This dungeon just continues to produce more bullshit. Felis and Ari are to watch our backs for any more beasts, keep an eye particularly on the walls, they may be emerging from there. There was no ceiling to the maze, other than the zenith that stretched yards above them to signify the vastness of the cave. Even if they dropped from the ceiling, the group would at least hear them crashing to the ground. If Ivan had to describe their appearance, he would say they resembled lichens more than anything, werewolf-like creatures that appeared more like humans than their wolf counterparts. If not for their glowing yellow eyes, monstrously sharp teeth, and dark hairy bodies, they probably would have been identical to the average human. To the left. Another to the right. There's 3 behind us. It seemed the killing of one of them pissed off the whole pack. The lichens attacked in swarms. Their presence, unable to be detected, made them difficult to be aware of when they were alone, but the pitter-patter of the bare-footed herds made things considerably easier. To try things out, Ivan just threw out a ton of characteristically werewolf-repelling stuff. Like water, silver weapons, electricity, only the latter of which seemed genuinely effective. Not that there were many things capable of ignoring direct voltage to their body. The group's brisk walk turned into a jog. Then a sprint. They had no idea how much of the maze they'd need to make it through before reaching the end. In an attempt to cheat the system, Ivan had used his camera rod and held it over the wall, pulling it back down to be met with nothing but the rod itself. As expected, jumping over the walls would lead to excessive danger, as portals instantaneously appeared and swallowed whatever stood over it. Just run. Ivan had completely given up on fighting the horde. It went from seemingly endless to possibly infinite. Wasting mana on an endless amount of enemies seemed to be a complete waste. That's. His eyes glowed happily, seeing a clearing right before him. He led the charge and made a beeline straight for the massive double doors of ice ornate with markings and moldings. Except, it didn't open. No amount of kicking, punching, or destruction opened the door. Instead, he noted the 3 holes forming a connected pyramid between the 2 doors. There was a key, or more accurately orbs that acted as keys. If that was the case, then that meant they'd need to search throughout the whole maze for it. But then, Ivan turned around anticipating a horde of lichens, only that scenario never happened. Instead, he was met by the relief expressions of his teammates. It appears that they aren't allowed to enter this area, Master. As soon as we stepped into this opening, they all snarled before sinking back into the walls. Tio gave Ivan her observation, earning the nods of everyone else who saw the phenomenon themselves. Oh, well, I guess this is the safe zone then, that's awfully kind of the Liberator to give us a place of rest. Now Ivan was 100% sure that for some reason the female Liberators were the cruelest when it came to designing trials. He nodded slightly before pulling out a couple trinkets from his pocket space, each a necklace that he gave to Tio and Canis respectively. We're splitting up into teams of 3, first up is Tio and Ari. Next is Felis and Canis, finally, it will be myself, Claire, and you. Our targets are the orbs that I think are littered around the area, which are believed to be the keys to this door. Ivan waited for everyone to nod, making sure that no one had any questions they needed answering. These trinkets will make it so each of you 2 team leaders can find me and return back here. Of course, that's assuming we find our orb first, which should be simple if we use the compass. So long as you can find me, we'll never be lost. Assume that the difficulty from here will severely increase. While sticking together would be beneficial and safe, I have a feeling the dungeon wants to spread us apart. And then there's this, I have a feeling the amount of lichens that appear is related to how big a group is traveling through the maze. Like this, it shouldn't be nearly as difficult to find the orbs without massive pressure. Yes. And like that, they all split apart. Like he mentioned earlier, the compass gave Ivan a massive advantage. He simply needed to have his greatest desire to be opening the doors that kept them locked in the maze. Then the compass would do the rest of the work, pointing them to the necessary items they'd need for opening the doors. And after 20 minutes, they stood face to face with the item they needed. A red orb the size of an adult human's head stood atop a podium of ice. The only problem was the behemoth sleeping behind it. It's a goddamn cyclops. His estimation towards its height may not be accurate considering the monster was curled up into a ball, but even in that situation it was clear the thing was large enough to just peer over the 10-meter tall walls. Want to blast it? You was the first to act, taking the beast's slumber as the perfect opportunity to end it before it caused any trouble. Go ahead. I'm sure all of us here already have the qualifications thus far to be considered challengers. A simple cyclops death won't affect much compared to everything we've been through. You simply nodded before holding both hands in front of her. Ivan sent a silent prayer to the slumbering cyclops before it was struck by a burning blue sun. It's been a while since I last saw that move. Ivan thought to himself, ignoring the screams of the burning cyclops as it thrashed around in an attempt to put out the flames engulfing its body. After 5 minutes its actions came to a stop. It sat with its body leaning against a wall, covered in burns and oozing blood. We'll be taking this. Ivan only sent a glance to the cyclops corpse, speaking politely as he took the orb from the pedestal. But hey, don't you think you were a little too mean? It reminded me of when we first met. Now I remember. The cyclops that were sitting outside of your tomb. I remember that I needed to kill them to grab the keys they held as well, and they were also orbs too. Wait, wasn't that too much of a coincidence? As far as Ivan was concerned, you never mentioned the ones locking her up having ever attempted the dungeons themselves. If that was the case, then it could be her uncle who gained inspiration like Freed and built the Cyclops. I guess we're gonna need to talk about this later, Ivan held a wan smile, ruffling Yu's hair as the 3 of them made their way back to the large double-doored gate. Chapter 136. Glad you guys could make it, Ivan said, glancing up in his lounge chair just enough so that his eyes could be seen from under the sunglasses he wore on his face. Canis just huffed and made her way to the ice gates. As if we have a choice, she sternly placed the blue orb into the slot on her door, directly adjacent to the orb Ivan and his group had placed half an hour ago. Along with that, the doors opened and revealed once more another teleportation group. It should be mentioned that Tio and Ari had shown up and inserted their orb 15 minutes after Ivan's group. Ivan sighed, waving his hand as both the lounge chair and sunglasses disappeared. It was naive of him to think that it would be the end of the labyrinth. Then again, this portal might take them to the ancient magic they were looking for. As if locking eyes with his group, he gave one final nod. We've surpassed tribulation after tribulation. And now we find ourselves in the grasp of new power. Actually, fuck the speech. This trial so far has been one mind fuck after another. The theme of this one is likely to test the mind of individual members to see how affected they are to external manipulation. Tio nodded, likely having come to the conclusion herself. Example being the voices in our head. At first they were just annoying. And then our battles with the golems, the voices just added another degree of trouble by affecting our combat capabilities. For it we needed restraint to rebel against the voices and stop from acting on them. As for the maze, I don't know, it just seemed like random bullshit. His words only added to the group's exhaustion. Here they were thinking he had something important to say. Sure, learning the theme was a good thing, it likely meant that they would be separated again. The problem was the abrupt ending to his explanations. Testing us individually, excuse me, but what does that mean for Phyllis? Claire spoke, glancing at Phyllis, who only tilted her head with a questioning stare. Phyllis is kind of a special case along with Canis. Neither of them were affected by the voices. Either it meant that it didn't work on homunculi, perhaps the dungeon registers them as monsters, or they simply don't have enough negative life experiences that it could use against them. Both Canis and Phyllis were created using monster cores and organic materials, being artificially made. Their conditions were a bit different from demons, humans, or demi-humans. And the monsters in the labyrinth didn't seem necessarily affected, which might just be because their intelligence is insufficient. The dungeon used a challenger's deepest darkest thoughts. Since being born, Phyllis and Canis haven't had some tragic injustice done to them. If anything, Phyllis' biggest gripe in the world was not being allowed to have thirds at dinner, as for Canis it was not being allowed to sleep for as long as she wanted. Claire nodded, she was a bit envious of their ability to ignore the dungeon's interference but at the same time relieved that she wouldn't need to worry about them going crazy and lashing out. Now that we got all the questions out of the way, let us proceed. As stated before, there's a chance we'll be separated again once we go through these doors. Be ready for everything. Yes. Everyone nodded, Phyllis and Ari being the only ones to give loud verbal affirmations. So without another second to waste, Ivan took the first step forward. It was dark, too dark, at least that would have been the case for people who didn't possess ocular skills that improved their vision in the dark. Thankfully Ivan wasn't such a person. We really did get separated. He rubbed the wall of ice behind him. The ceiling to the tunnel he was in was barely above his height. Just tiptoeing would be enough to rub his head on the ceiling. He couldn't even extend his arms to his sides all the way without coming in contact with a wall. Couldn't even give me a bigger space. The hallway stretched on, seemingly endless. A white light at the end mocking him, yet never any closer with each step he took. Either it was just a ridiculously long hallway or another trial. But would walking down a narrow hallway really be considered a trial? The answer was, of course not. Suddenly he found himself outside of the tunnel. He looked back only to see the opening he stepped out of disappear. All it took was a blink of an eye, and now he found himself in another arena. A dome of solid ice enclosed him, reflective surfaces from every angle. Ivan stared at the visages of himself before noticing the dead tree that sat in the middle of the dome. Though he called it a tree, it was entirely made of ice. From the trunk to its branches. He walked up to it warily, one open hand up to his waist in case he were to get attacked suddenly. For a second he considered just blowing the tree up and getting it over with. Whoa. Let's calm it down, kid, no need to go all arsonist on me just cause you're feeling a little scared. From behind the tree stepped a figure, one strikingly resembling his own. The man had dark black hair and gleaming gold eyes. His attire a white version of Ivan's bleak and dark dragon-like armor. Other than the helmet, the figure matched everything except the different color palette. As if sensing that point, the figure lifted a hand from behind their back to show the white helmet he had taken off. I got it right here. I thought I just might show you my face so we can skip the formalities. To sum it up, I am you, just better. The man, the exact copy of Ivan, put the helmet on his head before presenting himself with a courteous bow. And I'm to assume your job is to kill me, seeing that you know what I know, I'm guessing playing you isn't going to be much of a viable option. Ivan wondered, when did it happen? Was he scanned and copied at the beginning of the labyrinth, or the moment he was teleported to this trial? That determined it all. If the one who stood in front of him had the knowledge of the trials that he faced before this moment, then things would be more difficult than he anticipated. It's the latter. I was conceived the moment you and your friends got separated. Right of you for finding out the theme of this dungeon, not that it was difficult to guess in the first place. He lifted his hands and placed the white helmet on his head. Ivan took advantage of the moment the clone closed his eyes to put on his helmet to assault him with a barrage of explosives. You really think I wouldn't have seen that coming? Like I said, I'm you, but better. The clone shot forward, leaving behind a trail of blue-yellow lightning, one hand on his wrist as he aimed for Ivan's head. In response, Ivan only met the barrage head-on, using to cover the exploding missiles made to close the gap. Activate, trigger. He screamed inwardly, an invisible film spread from within his body spanning over 4 meters. Evolution magic. Gravity magic. What was important was that he hit the copy as hard as he could. But it was his copy for a reason, either it was reading his mind or was just working off of everything it stole from him to come to the same conclusion. Whether it be his boundary, his tools, or skills, it had copied everything. Even his line of thinking. I still don't necessarily see how it all makes you a better version of me. The dungeon wouldn't just throw another duel at us, so go ahead and explain the intent behind this. This trial might have been the most dangerous he ever faced. And the best thing to do when facing great danger was to get out of it as quickly as possible. The clone wasn't just a clone, it was also an abstract created by the labyrinth to fulfill its goals. That should be enough to affect it and create a difference between it and the real deal. Intent? What other intent is there for a labyrinth other than to beat the arrogance out of overconfident adventurers like you? Chapter 137. Thou art I. The fighting had been drawn out and repetitive, that was inevitable considering the two partaking in the battle knew what the other was thinking at all times and only matched their opponent with the same if not similar move. So with no other options, the duel eventually turned into mocking the other person in hopes of pissing them off and messing them up. Do you not realize how trivial this is? Just admit your faults so we could get this over with. Oh, if that's all it takes, well, first of all, I'm quite greedy, distrustful of others, and possessive of my belongings. Is that enough? Can I go home? Ivan responded by looping the portal above his clone. He lifted it with gravity magic and locked the place of his clone momentarily. That's not enough. Come on, you need to believe it. Let's say for instance your aspirations, mother never really approved of them, but how did you feel? Well, the clone shook one finger in front of him, bursting out of a cloud of ash. That question was rhetorical. I know how we felt, resentment for having your one goal in life denied of you, guilt for not living up to mother's expectations, and regret. Oh, did we feel regret? The clone briefly ended the interrogation of Ivan Koryai, locking himself in a shell of solid ice. It opened only a slit before the entire dome melted and flew towards Ivan like an arrow strung from a bow. Ivan lifted one hand to intercept the giant icicle, holding it in place with his field of gravity. With a snap of his fingers it dispersed into steam. Honestly, this dungeon was something I dreaded the most, at least after figuring out the theme. Counteracting the negativity in your heart and accepting them as yourself, with such a cliché and vague theme, the likelihood of us completing it is lower than any dungeon we've faced before. His words brought nothing to the clone's attention, at least he couldn't tell if he was receiving praise or being ridiculed for being a part of a trial that basically recited childhood lessons about being yourself. So in response the clone dashed toward Ivan with a bare palm, his right hand glowing in striking blue light. Really copying even my homemade abilities as well? That's fucked up. The only problem was getting close enough and committing the deed without being blown up into chunks. The clone deftly dodged each swipe with style, whiffing his own attacks in the process. It was all decided upon who would get the first strike. Even if the clone had the ability to regenerate, at the very least Ivan would have somewhere from a couple seconds to minutes to take advantage of the situation. Another problem was breaking through the white bracers that covered his arms. Only a small slit was visible through the breathing cracks on it, made specifically so the tattoos can output mana without burning through the armor. They were on par. Every move was countered and so far no progress was made. Though one thing was clear, the clone didn't have to worry about stamina. That's the thing about being an abstract of the dungeon, here I don't have to worry about anything. He taunted Ivan with a crude smile. Since none of its words were invoking negative emotions, the next best bet he had was annoying him. My mother is a good woman, she's strong, smart, and never complained about having to take care of me on her own. That's why I wanted to do something for her. I watched enough films and consumed enough media to know resurrecting the dead was a bad idea. Yes, our father, we resent him for leaving us, and yet it wasn't entirely of his own volition. He was just doing his job as a father to provide for his family, and his job as a police officer to protect the people. But everything went wrong when he was momentarily transferred to another district. I remember it just like yesterday. Instead of enjoying his Christmas with his family, he took on voluntary work, and because of that, he ended up on the wrong side of a bloody knife. My memories of him are vague, so there's probably not a lot you can get off of me listening to my mother praise him. It sickened me, and from that I felt sick of myself. The clone dove back, transmuting a barrier in front of him. From its pocket space dropped a dozen marbles. A pungent smell filled the room. Both their eyes watered and their heads went light. In the end, despite how chivalrous he was, he abandoned his family, that is undeniable. He pushed a man into a corner and got the ending he should have seen, and for that your mother suffered. To say I resent him would be an overstatement, whether it be his face or his words. I can't remember any of it. I just can't help but think, what if? What if he hadn't died? Would I be pursuing the dreams a normal boy would? Graduating with good grades, landing a stable job. Living life with my love till the very end. It's too late for regrets, I know that. So you wanted to create something, someone, for you to push your ideals on, and that's why you sought to create humanity. Like an animal you had the urge to leave your mark on the world, but then. I just couldn't do it. Canis and Felis, I couldn't look into their eyes and just tell them that they'd be responsible for everything I left behind should I die, so I gave each of them a choice. Like an injured bird, I'd nurse them to maturity. Whether they left the nest or not was up to them. But we can't deny the thought that ever left our mind. We had created the new life we sought. Sure, they weren't human, but they were pretty damn identical. We could have easily pushed them to their limits, see what heights they could reach before they break. The data would have been valuable, and with the magic we have now the product would be immensely more impressive. The clone whispered like a devil, enticing Ivan with ideals of another future. Its words were certainly true. Compared to when he first made the homunculi, he had a ton more resources now. More magic, more skills, and more ideas. That was the point. They were too real. Sure, when they were first brought into this world they were more akin to feral animals than people, but as time went on they grew, as any person would. Ivan dropped both gauntlets to his sides before peering at the sky as if to reminisce. I learned about Felis' favorite snacks, and her dream when she got affected by the Haltina trial. She wanted to be my real child. A real human, whose ties to me ran with blood. And Canis, though not exactly a talker, is cute in her own right. She wants nothing more than to sleep away from all the danger of the world. Hey. You want to know something funny? When I asked her why she decided to stay with our group and not run away when I presented the opportunity, she said this. This world is too dangerous to sleep in, too many interruptions, so I want to see your world. You said it was peaceful, right? Ha ha ha. The clone did nothing, it only stood still and watched Ivan as he laughed at the sky without worry of being attacked. He looked down at his fist. The clone only had one thing on its mind. My power, it's weakening. The clone allowed the rambling to go on, despite Ivan saying things it already knew. He turned his attention back to Ivan when he noticed him staring at him. Humph, I can't deny that I had bad intentions when I created the girls. In fact, they were supposed to be experiments more than anything while I readied up for the true homunculus. But I don't know if I lacked resolve or if I just got soft. In a sense, they've acted out just as I wished. They're living the lives I wanted. Bracer met bracer, the use of magic or skills was leading to nowhere. What Ivan did notice was that the clone's physical capabilities were only a shadow of what they were when they first began. This is at the end is nigh. V completed my goal. To pass this trial, all you gotta do is survive this. The clone flung a barrage of flash grenades from the pocket space. Seconds after, it ripped off its own arm, the arm of destruction. Holding the arm of destruction with the arm of creation, a surge of red and blue lightning filled the air. It was going to explode. The clone was creating a singularity by both reconstructing and destroying the space around it simultaneously. Evolution magic to the max, each second that passed only put more strain on its body. Particles flew into the air, and the 4-limit meter had been exceeded. If your ideals are truly worth denying your duty for, then let it be your life on the line to validate it all. A suicide attack that left no defense available. The clone's body was engulfed by a white light, and in it Ivan was barely able to see the visage of it rip apart like wet paper. Chapter 138. Ivan was dead tired. As soon as the ice wall perpendicular to where he entered the room melted, he stepped through the opening and face planted into the icy floor. That suicidal bastard, I'd kill him if he weren't already dead. His voice muffled by the snow, he let out a sigh and closed his eyes for a few seconds. Alright, I should probably set up an actual camp to rest at. Laying in the cold wasn't exactly the most optimal way to recuperate. So he got up to his feet and held out his ring in front of him. Leaving the mirror battle room seemed to be a good move by him, as seconds later the previously melted wall reappeared out of thin air. Just the tent will be fine for now. A little nap is all I need, just enough to restore both mana and my sanity. I'll need to get up soon and find the rest anyway. Something probably worth mentioning was that the opening to the mirror battle room had led him to an incredibly long hallway. Even looking both ways, Ivan wasn't able to see an end with his enhanced eyes. Thankfully the hallway was wide enough to plop a tent down. So looking at the large blue tent, Ivan shuffled in, planting his face again, this time into a comfortable mattress. Wake up. I said, wake up. 10 more hours please. Ivan rolled over, nonchalantly irking the person who had spent the past 3 minutes trying to wake him up. Father, wake the hell up. She grabbed the hem of his mattress, pulling it from underneath him. Ivan jolted at the feeling of the frozen floor. Even with his protective gear and atmospheric tent, coming in contact with something cold was different than feeling cold air. He hastily looked around, a grenade in one hand while the other rested on the pin. And then his face was hit by a furry white tail. Gwei. He settled down a bit, caressing the tail that was wrapped around his head and covering his eyes. Canis normally wouldn't be so playful unless she was in a good mood. Not to mention that she wouldn't be so loud either, if anything she would have slept in a tent alongside him. So that meant. Oh, it's just you, Felis. Bingo. Humph, though I would appreciate it if you didn't say it so unenthusiastically. Seconds passed and without talking the two left the tent. Ivan only held his ring toward the tent before it disappeared. So, how was your trial? He asked unceremoniously. The two walked down the halls in hopes of running into their comrades as did Felis with Ivan. Meh, it wasn't a big deal. In fact, I spent more time wandering these halls than I did fighting my copycat, just know that the fight involved a lot of punching. She brushed off his question, stating that nothing interesting really happened. Ivan took that as a message to disregard his worry, judging from her demeanor and words just now the trial hadn't really affected her. If the last trial was anything to go by, then it must have been related to the dream she was shown. In that case, it would be. Her copy might have attacked her with the fact that she wasn't his biological daughter. Bang bang. The two heard the sound of battle in the distance. No doubt these empty and large halls made for a good echo. They glanced at each other for a second before nodding, then they went from a walk to a sprint. They hadn't run into monsters the whole time, so that meant the only things that would be in combat would be one of their comrades and a mirror copy. While they wouldn't be able to interfere without affecting the result of the trial, they could still be on standby until something dangerous happened. Ivan brought out his recently made tool, drilling a hole into the ice walls and jamming his perception and foresight camera-like stick into it. He covered one eye with his left hand and assessed the situation. Oh hey, it's Canis. He hollered cheerfully. Bang bang. Arg. At least that was until the rubble from Canis and her mirror's battle flew through the air and went straight into his eye. He backed up a bit before staring through the hole again, wiping his eye that had been glaring into the periscope. The two met fist and fist, leg and leg, head to head. They were mirroring each other in a true sense. Both parties not backing away from each other for even a centimeter. As far as Ivan could tell, they were evenly matched. Though what irked him was the silence. Where were the psychological games? The aggravations? The whole point for the trial? Instead, the two were just comparing physical strengths. It seemed that due to the lack of the real Canis responses, the copy just gave up on trying to toy with her mentally, deciding that it'd be futile. Ivan couldn't tell if that attested to the girl's mental fortitude or her lack of regard for the words of others. But then, an upset happened. In the blink of an eye, Canis swept the feet of her copy. It hovered in the air with wide eyes before adjusting to land in a way that would allow it to counter. Canis only glared. And in the split second from which the copy fell toward the ground and made contact with it, she stuck her tail between her legs and stabbed it like a spear toward the eye of her opponent. Wag! The copy failed its landing, holding both hands to her pierced eye in a futile attempt to stop the bleeding. But it was a copy of Canis, a homunculi. Canis knew that she couldn't allow the copy a second to regenerate or else the advantage she made would disappear. And so a grenade appeared in her hand. Taking a page out of her father's book, she drove it forward like a pile bunker, stabbing it into the heart of the copy that was still falling toward the ground. The heart being where her mana core was stored at. Kaboom! Both the copy and Canis were enveloped in black smoke. But Ivan wasn't worried, at least not for his Canis. The other Canis, well, he already knew what the result of her fate was. The grenade was something he manufactured after all. When the dust settled, all that was left was the illuminating gold of a beautiful lioness. Her stoic face lit by the reflections of the icy caves and sprawling fire caused by the grenade. Her clothes were singed, but a worse fate was in store for that of her opponent. Ashes. The copy had been destroyed without a single second to utter her last words. And all it took was less than 3 seconds. Chapter 139. Congrats, kid. Ivan ruffled the blonde's hair, receiving a deadpan stare in response. Even when he finished praising Canis, she never even attempted to fix it. M&M. She hummed in response. Grabbing his ring from his finger and spawning a couple food items from it. Though she understood that her actions may have been impolite, she returned the ring to his finger and handed him one of the food items she took from it. This is yours, she muttered. Ivan only smiled wryly, not mentioning the irony of her offering him things from his own stash. What she needed was replenishment, that he was well aware of. So along with the food items he handed her some of the cores of the monsters they slew in the dungeon. Considering the Schnee dungeon was a rather late game tier labyrinth, the cores of the monsters inhabiting it were quite nutritious. All homunculi are gluttonous. Ivan understood that well, especially so after witnessing his own daughters inhaling food. Well, now that we found you, go ahead and get on my back. You're no use if your body is too tired to do anything. Oh, and put these clothes on. What the hell were you thinking just standing in the blast zone of your own attack? Though I must admit it was pretty cool. He half admonished and half praised her, much to Canis' amusement. Ivan squatted down and allowed her to straddle his shoulders, a new coat dangling around her shoulders. It was an awkward sight, a 5 feet 7 inches woman sitting on the shoulders of a man. No fair. The only one not happy with the situation was Phyllis, who was regretting the fact that she hadn't exacerbated her own injuries. Then again, she'd be sitting on the floor injured inside her tent if she didn't wake him up so harshly. Onwards we go. To the next comrade we may find. He didn't bother asking Canis what she felt about the trial, seeing as how the latter immediately fell asleep on his shoulders after wrapping her golden furred tail around his waist. Ah, so we've come across another comrade of ours. This time the still awake duo didn't rush toward the sounds of combat, they took the same strides they did when setting off on their journey. Ivan in particular made movements to not awake the tigress, using his head as a pillow. The odd thing was that this time when they approached the arena, one of the ice walls melted without the clone indoors being defeated. Who? Ivan exhaled, amused, turning his eyes toward the darting figures within. There he spotted Tio. And then another Tio, but with snow-white hair, dark red eyes, and swarthy red skin. The two were duking it out with magic spells that would leave the average spectator blind. Fufufu, it would seem we have some guests. How about it, me? How about I expose our true self before their very eyes? Oh master, what would he think of us once he learns of our deception? The copy spoke with a grin, malicious intent in her eyes as she fluttered toward the opening where the others were. Finally, a normal-seeming trial. Ivan on the other hand was elated. Directly disregarding what the copy had said. He was feeling a bit awkward if he was being honest. A copy reflected the dark emotions held by someone, so when the Tio in front of him went off about deception and lies he felt a little bit guilty about peering into someone's repressed feelings. But the actual Tio made no movements, no words, nothing. She just stood there, as if to urge the copy into getting things over with. In response the copy snorted, her body enshrouding in a dark cloud. Each second marked a drastic transformation of its body. A claw the size of her former body grew from her hands. Her body went from red swarthy skin to scaly white. Tio's copy grew several meters in size, wings and a tail occupying the changes and becoming the main brand of her appearance. A white empress dragon, strongly contrasting to that of Tio's black dragon form. And then, with telepathy it spoke. Your search for the heroes, you never did tell him why it was that you left your land for them. That's right, you had orders, that's true. You, the princess of the few remaining dragonkin, took the mission of investigating the outside world in hopes of meeting the heroes who may have a way to defeat the god that caused the erasure of our utopia many years ago. The copy prod with its words, looking down at Tio with its scaly eyes for any reaction. Like a snake, when its opponent flinched or shifted their expression, it would attack. Tio, in response to the copy's words, transformed into her dragon form. Black scales, long gray claws, golden piercing eyes. She let out a breath attack of the same darkness of her scales, meeting the copy's white dragon breath with her own. But with that pride came a dark desire. You imposed your own selfishness onto your mission, the very mission they entrusted you with, and so you found a hero, one more potent than the rest. He would become your poison to the enemy you sought. Beams of light scattered within the arena, reflecting off the icy walls and turning the arena into something akin to that of a laser tag room. Ivan took cover behind a nearby wall, listening in on the copy's tale. Your mother, your father. Their deaths defending the people and land we dragons protected for centuries. All it took was a single sentence to turn the world against us. The dragonkin evolved from monsters. That's why they possess a transformation no other race has. Those words echoed throughout the world, and every bit of us dragons were erased. You ran away helplessly, watching the crucified bodies of your parents. Tio never responded to the copy's words, she attacked with all her might. This didn't satisfy the copy, it didn't feel itself getting stronger, but it didn't feel itself getting weaker either. Despair turned into malice. The practice of justice the dragonkin endorsed for all these years fell deaf upon your desire for revenge, and in that desire, you manipulated a hero, accompanying him just to enact your revenge. Alright, this should be enough. Finally, Tio spoke. Her words unrushed. She spoke calmly. Her attacks came to a stop and the copy just stared at her stupidly. The clone subconsciously let out a gasp, like a rock plummeting off a cliff. Its strength dropped in the blink of an eye. Tio had been playing with her food all along, allowing it to use her darkest thoughts against her just to see how much it'd affect her. The last thing she wanted to do was face a god when she wasn't even capable of facing herself. And after 4 hours she had finally obtained the result she was hoping for. The copy stood in shock. This whole time it had thought that it was in control. And yet in front of this true dragon its trials were nothing but a test to see how well she could control herself under manipulation. Seeing as how you copied my form, let's test whether you have what it takes to be considered a dragonkin. You better not disappoint me, faker. Tio didn't allow the copy a moment to respond. The black dragon inhaled deeply, the air around it contorting and cracking. The massive amount of mana contained in its maws was enough to awaken the copy from its stupor. But its time was limited. In a futile attempt it tried its best to hastily form a breath attack of its own. Boom! What came out of Tio's mouth was too potent to be called a breath attack. It drove forward like an all-consuming beam of light. Too dense to even see anything through it. But it was unmistakable, the same black patented fire Tio was a specialist in. In contrast, the copy's breath attack came out like a spewing fountain. Within its white flames were many cracks that could be identified as separate strands of flames. The result was obvious even before they collided, and like that the entire room was engulfed in a nauseating bright light. Chapter 140. Ivan sat in his lawn chair, one foot crossing the other. Tentatively swinging the right foot that sat atop his left knee. With his sunglasses on, he ignored the desperate please echoing right beneath his feet. Master, please if I may have a second of your time." Tio was prostrated on the floor with a flushed face and teary eyes. She tilted her head up to see whether her master was acknowledging her existence. After a minute of complete silence, Ivan sighed. This sort of scene wasn't exactly something the homunculi should be seeing. Even if they had seen it a dozen times back home. So you intended on pointing us in a hit's direction, copying us so you may obtain the revenge you sought for the past couple centuries. Am I correct in assuming so? That is certainly true, Master. When I first met you that was my only goal. If the heroes proved to have the capabilities then I'd join them if it meant slaying the foul god that has continuously destroyed this world's peace. With a dark expression, Tio snapped out of her playful mood and instead put on an expression of somberness. It wasn't an exaggeration to say the whole reason she joined Ivan and you was so she could manipulate them into helping her take down the evil god. The same could be said for why she didn't leave the group even when meeting the heroes she originally set out for. She believed both Ivan and you could fulfill her desire. The same couldn't be said about the hero party. As after the incident in the Orcus dungeon she clearly saw how unreliable they were. As for why that was a problem. From what you said, the Dragonkin were all about justice. Hundreds of years ago they accomplished the impossible. They managed to create a utopia in which every race lived in harmony. And that was in spite of the mockings from other races. With determination and hard work, they accomplished their goal. But that peace didn't last for long. Peace wasn't what the gods wanted. They wanted to be entertained, and as Oscar said, they're just playing a game. Your peace was a detriment to that. And so they destroyed both the utopia and reputation of the Dragonkin with slander and false accusations. An army was assembled. All bannering the marks of their own gods who had sent them a divine message. The dragons evolved from monsters. One day they will turn back and cause carnage. That was all it took for that peace to crumble. But despite the gods meddling, the Dragonkin remained true to the very end, true of their own justice. Yes, we were raised to treat any race as we would our own, that the only thing that separated us from monsters was our duty to protect the weak, bring justice, and never allow harm onto others. We were supposed to be selfless. Tio spoke with a heavy tone. That was precisely what had gripped her heart. The Dragonkin were supposed to be selfless deliverers of justice. But against that, she only moved forward with her desire for revenge. Her mother, her father, and the rest of her family that were murdered that day, she swore she'd take no matter how long to get her revenge. In her beliefs and that of her people, that was the very opposite of their own justice. She winced and planted her head back into the ground. She couldn't dare to face the expression of his should he determine her activities as betrayal. But the lashing she was expecting never came. Instead a palm gently rubbed her hair. It gave her warmth in her heart. She looked up to see her master's face, only. Gwei. The hand that had been on her head got considerably heavier, planting her face straight into the solid ice floor. Well, that much was obvious. If I were you I would have done the same thing. Revenge, I mean. While it is noble of you Dragonkin to put others above yourselves, it is inevitable for cognitive beings to have a desire of their own. In fact, your justice can be considered a selfish desire of its own, just as the gods desire for entertainment. No matter what, people will come to make this decision at least once in their life. Should I pursue my dream even if it means crushing the dreams of others? Ivan lessened the weight of his hand, allowing just enough weight to allow Tio to look up into his eyes. You could think of it as, being a hero to one person means being a villain to someone else, like Freed. Everyone here hates him because he's the commanding officer of demons, but at home I bet he's praised as a hero. And then the same here, I like to think I'm a well-liked guy on this side of the world. But I got a feeling a couple thousand demons want to make sure I have an extremely painful death. He thought for a bit before nodding. It would seem he felt as though he was going off topic. He removed the sunglasses from his face and lessened the pressure even more. Now Tio could tilt her whole head up to him. What I'm trying to say is that we all have a reason for going on this adventure. I want to learn new things, you wants to make memories with me. Claire wants to be the best maid possible, Ari wants to get strong enough to protect her people, as for Felis and Canis, well. The former just wants to have fun and the latter is likely just coming along just because she feels having more power would ensure she has a better sleep. And you Tio, if anything I'd say your desire is more selfless than anything we have, aside from Ari she's pretty selfless I guess. So go on, if you want revenge fucking take it, you're a part of this team. Just tell us ahead of time alright? So long as we're a team it's our duty to help each other out. Yeah, I said I'd rather not deal with the gods but that's seeming less and less possible as time goes on. That one apostle was just the beginning it's only a matter of time before hell rains down on us, so if that's the case use me as much as you want. You want me to destroy a nation of demons? No problemo. A demon lord needs slaying. Consider it done. What's that, you want to eradicate a pantheon of gods? Well what are we waiting for? Let's go. His hand moved from the top of her head to her cheek. You're a good person, I know that for a fact. You've saved lives, not only of total strangers but ours too. Countless times you have guided this group toward victory, whether it be with your intelligence or great wisdom. Being with you has been a ton of fun. My journey with you has only improved since your joining. So allow me to say this in simple terms, please never leave the team, Tio Claris. We need you, I need you. It was at this point that Tio felt as though her entire body had turned into jelly. In the past 300 years, what Ivan said to her was most definitely the sweetest thing she ever heard. But most importantly, her master not only forgave her selfishness, he desired her company. Despite her wobbly knees, Tio jumped up with startling speed. So much so that Ivan was barely able to perceive it. The last thing he saw before coming into contact with her was Tio's flushed face and teary eyes. And before he noticed it, her lips had locked with his own. Mslurpchu. The kiss progressed at startling speed. What had started as a rather chaste kiss turned into something more sultry. Before long the two had created a mist of steam between their bodies. Though startled, Ivan stared back at her before closing his eyes. In the end he went ahead and reciprocated the lovable dragon's feelings. Chapter 141. Claire and Ari stared suspiciously at Ivan, the atmosphere between him and the suddenly clingy Tio, who had been at his side with his arm nestled between her breasts, was all too apparent to them. They turned to look at the two accompanying the perverts. Canis and Felis. Each of them just shook their heads with equal confusion. As far as they knew Ivan and Tio were just being affectionate, normal to them who considered everyone they lived with family. That's normal for a family, ain't it? Phallus' words caused Claire's face to twitch, she turned with hidden anger, eyeing each of the two as if to determine who it was that deceived this child. So that's what I was forgetting, huh? Ivan was having his own dilemma inwardly. Sure he wasn't the one to deceive the sisters but it was a fact they saw something that could cause trouble, and so Tio took it upon herself to deal with them at least until she sorted things out with you. Only then would she officially tell them the truth. For now all the information the girls were left with was, it's something people do when they really like each other, and only do this with the one you love. A platitude Ivan heard often from parents teaching their children the matters of love back in his old world. Tio on the other hand was too absorbed to take care of the matter any further. That's not to say she didn't feel any guilt, in fact they wouldn't be in this mess if she had just kept her feelings bottled up until she and Ivan were alone. But she was the princess of the dragon kin, now that she's come this far she wasn't going to back down without a fight. She was determined to cement her position as Ivan's lover. Fufufu, I have become my master's lover. And so she sent out a declaration without any heed for the consequences. If the cat was out of the bag now then there was no point in hiding. Ari and Claire only stood there with indescribable expressions on their faces. On one hand they were confused, Tio being a pervert there was a chance her words were just another delusion of hers. And yet it was Ivan, who didn't bother clearing up the misunderstanding, that turned that doubt into concern. Concern not for Ivan, concern not for their relationship with him either. But concern for Tio who just might have signed her own death warrant. What's you going to think of this? The two girls thought, before each turning to the other and seeing the same concern through their eyes. Tio, congratulations and all, but what about you? Do you really think she's just going to accept you taking her place? Seeing her companion freeze up at the revelation, Claire took it upon herself to approach the daydreaming dragon. Of course. After Master's heartfelt confession, who was I to refuse? Are you perhaps jealous? Fufufu, don't you worry. It seems you has been wanting to talk to me about this matter for quite some time. I have no intentions of replacing you. In fact, I shall be accompanying her as the Master's second wife. It was another revelation that stopped the girls in their steps. Only Canis and Felis tilted their heads with visible confusion. So let me get this straight, while Ari and I were fighting our mirrored versions to the death, you cemented your relationship with Master. What sort of sorcery is this? Claire's eyes turned to Ivan, who had been silent the whole time. I have no intention of hiding our relationship, though I'd like to clear one thing up about what Tio said. What I said to her was not intended to be a confession of love. I only asked that she remain a part of our group to the very end. It was at these words Tio slightly nodded, an embarrassed and shy blush adorning her cheeks. But it was her cheeky smile that pissed Claire off all the more. From there things escalated. If you want to get technical, she attacked me when my guard was down. Tio's back bolted at the mention, her shyness turning into embarrassment. It was a bit damaging to her pride that she was the one to push for a relationship rather than the other way around like she had hoped. However, in the end it was her love for both Ivan and his words to her that pushed her over the edge so suddenly. So you said something to her and she turned like this? If I may ask, what was it that you two were talking about? Considering the situation, it was likely whatever they were talking about was related to the mirror trial, at least that's what Claire concluded. Unless Tio gives the go-ahead, I'll leave the decision up to her, so, what do you say, Tio? Ivan looked down beside him, eyeing the dragon princess who had brought up a finger to her chin. Her expression pensive. Very well, I shall agree to speak on this matter. As Master said, we are a team. To hold information would be a detriment to our relationship, however I shall wait until we are all reunited to speak, that way we can go over everything together. Claire nodded. Not only were they missing you, but they were still deep inside a dungeon. Lazing around for story time instead of finishing the trial as quickly as possible may be a bad decision to make. And then they heard the faint pitter-patters echoing through the hall. It was you. Only her clothes were a mess. A testament to how difficult her fight with herself had been. Being a regenerating auto-casting mage probably worked against her in this trial. But there was one thing that bothered the others other than the fact that she had been wearing torn clothing despite her ability to repair them with restoration magic. It was the thoughtful expression on her face. She was so lost in thought that she didn't notice the group until she was right in front of them, and at that point she had merely just walked into Ivan's chest accidentally. Like being snapped out of a trance, she peered upwardly. What's wrong, you? Ivan took her actions seriously. Whatever happened in the mirrored trial had greatly affected her. But if she was here now, then it could only mean she beat the trial. So what exactly happened, he wondered. She shook her head, a small smile adorned her face as if to relieve his concerns, though she sighed when realizing none of Ivan's concern diminished. In response she tilted her head forward, nuzzling it into his chest before wrapping her arms around his waist. Ivan hugged her back, tight enough to give her the security she was yearning for. Little by little, he noticed some of the tension in her body had lessened. I'll tell you once we complete the labyrinth, she muttered in his ear. Ivan nodded. Now that she seemed less down than before, he was willing to place his faith in her. They'd have time to talk about it, he knew that for sure. There was only one slight problem. But before that, what the hell are you doing, you perverted dragon? It seemed Tio's affectionate actions toward Ivan was enough to snap her back into her old self. Chapter 142. After about 2 hours. Yu's scolding came to an end. Once more she prefaced that there would be things to talk about once they exit the dredged labyrinth. One being the reason behind her unnatural activity, and the other Tio's newfound relationship with Ivan. Two completely polarizing points in seriousness, but things they'd need to talk about either way. Now that they were all reunited, there was no point in waiting around. Apparently a new passage had opened beneath the tree centered in Yu's arena. It would have been a time saver if she had saved her scolding for along the way, but there were no points in regretting what they couldn't change. And thus the group began another journey. There were no traps, no psychological attacks, no enemies. For the first time since entering the dungeon they could truly relax. Well, as much as one could relax when traversing a narrow and icy tunnel, one which the average mortal would freeze into a statue-like state if they were to step foot in. While the others were playing, Ivan took his time processing the state of Yu. Even in the face of the others' antics, her smile seemed just a bit too hollow. She'd respond to the inquiry of others half-heartedly. What revelation could have driven her to this state? Ivan mused for a bit. Considering the severity of the situation, it should be something related to before they met. And the only touchy subject he could think of was the betrayal of her vassals. As even in the past when he asked about her life before they met she would always be inclined to refuse, stating she'd rather not trudge in the past and live her life forevermore as you. The conditions in which she had been sealed were quite peculiar. Ivan didn't know how close she was with her uncle, but there was a great chance she trusted him to the degree of letting him know the extension of her regenerative powers. That being the one weakness it had, the fact that she was unable to regenerate should she be completely drained of her mana. A feat possible considering you herself said that regenerating is a process that heavily consumes mana. So why did her uncle not finish her off? If he truly intended to pull a coup d'état over you, then leaving her alive was no different than keeping a bomb in his cellar. Though he supposed that was the point. He didn't want to kill her, Ivan sighed. If that were the case, then things were truly complicated. Even if he was locked in the dungeon for a reason such as to protect her, then why did he go so far as to make her hate him? Why would her uncle go as far as to kill her dozens of times and create an uprising within her empire? The answer was obvious, he simply did it because he wanted to hide his inventions. Something or someone was watching him, something or someone was trying to use his precious niece for likely nefarious deeds. In order to come to a reliable conclusion, I must await you's words. He turned to his compatriot who had locked herself around his arm. Noticing his stare, she looked up at him, smiling faintly before nodding. All in due time, her eyes seemed to say. For some reason Ivan wanted to pinch her cheeks for giving him such a cheesy look. Her word was enough to him, they seemed to be reaching the end of the labyrinth anyways. After another hour of walking, the group found themselves at the end of the tunnel they had been traversing. They met a wall of solid ice, engraved in its center was a heptagon-shaped crest. Ivan came to the conclusion that it was the symbol of the Liberator who had made this labyrinth. As the labyrinth before had all imprinted a crest near the end as well. As they approached, the crest illuminated with a white light before swallowing the wall it stood on with it. Ivan approached that wall of light carefully, his fingers rippling off of it as the light rippled like water. Another teleportation door, though I'm quite optimistic about this. That crest on the wall was a good sign for things to come anyway. But just in case, allow us to enter with tempered expectations. I am expecting the end, but also the beginning of new bullshit. With a nod, the group gathered up behind him. As Ivan said, there was a good chance this was the end of the labyrinth. The last trials seemed fitting, and only now did they see a crest that was usually the routine of the other labyrinths. Sure, the journey was brutal, but the creator of the labyrinth didn't seem malicious enough to bait them through false hopes. In fact, the architect seemed to be quite serious about their trials. Everything except the ice skaters, at least those seemed more like a suggestion of Milady than anything. Off we go. With extra spring in his step, Ivan marched forward, being consumed by the wall of light, and behind him a conga line of attractive and cute ladies. The light faded and the group was met with a new sight. Their relief at having not been separated only lasted seconds before they laid eyes on the land that had likely not been stepped on for centuries. Cylinder pillars of ice supported the icy ceiling above them. The expansive room they were in was enough to fit about 500 or so other people. And standing in the middle of the rink of ice was none other than a mansion made of ice. Unlike other areas in the labyrinth, this new zone had water that wasn't frozen, bubbling on its surface suggesting a heat source nearby. Miniature islands dotted the mansion in a circular pattern, each teeming with icy greens and dark spruce trees. Apart from that were murals and sculptures of ice. No doubt this was the lair for the deceased van der Schnee. The group only took a minute or so before they snapped out of their stupor. Other than what was mentioned before, there was nothing else to be observed within the room. Its only building being the mansion that stood at its center. A miniature sun stood in the sky, completely identical to that of the one illuminating Oscar's lair. For as much as Oscar went on about how the two disliked each other, there was no denying there stood friendship in that relationship. Otherwise their lairs wouldn't be nearly as identical. That's right, Schnee's lair seemed to be an exact copy of Oscar's, only instead of luscious green and thriving life, his lair was a beautiful, cold and quiet sanctuary full of arts. Clank. It took some effort to open the steel-iced doors. Centuries of unuse seemed to have taken their toll on them. But immediately the group was met with another sight. Only several meters away from the front doors was a magic circle identical in shape and size to the one found before Oscar's body. So this is it, the final magic circle, the final ancient magic. In order to proceed into the mansion, one needed to walk through the array. Which meant allowing it to scan their brain and bestowing them the last ancient magic. Well, for you and Ivan it'd be the last one they needed, the others would need to backtrack a bit and clear the others for a full set. Something Ivan intended on having them do, as the chance was too valuable to pass up. Let us go one more step. The group linked arms, and together they took one step forward. And then. Arg. Gaia. Pain racked Ivan and Yu's mind like 50 megatons of TNT. Chapter 143. Seconds turned to minutes before the pain finally subsided. Ivan let out a sigh of relief before standing up straight again. A hand pressed against the wall he had used as support moments ago. However, the same couldn't be said for you, who was brought to her knees before her face made contact with the solid wood floor they stood on. Unlike Ivan, she didn't possess multiple thought processes to divvy up the overload of information that was implanted in their brains. And as such she momentarily shut down. It was likely that in her sleep her brain would focus entirely on processing the new information. But, the others didn't know that, and so they panicked. "Master, what's wrong with you two? Are you alright?" "We're fine, you all felt it too, didn't you?" Assuming they weren't in the same condition as both him and you, Ivan came to the conclusion that what they felt was isolated solely to those who possessed the other ancient magics. Nevertheless, the other girls felt the usual kickback that came with learning ancient magic. And thus they were unable to support either Ivan or you before they fell. Yep, the whole whoosh, and bzz, that came with the light, right? It was just like that other time. But how come you got hurt by it? It wasn't like that last time. In response, Ivan simply waved off the others before cradling you in his arms. "I don't know if it's the same for you, but aside from the magic from Shni I obtained something else. It was as Haltina said, only when possessing every ancient magic does the final tier show itself, concept magic." Ivan's slow introduction only made the group more anxious, so feeling pressured to move on he approached Tio with a question. "So, Tio, what do you think about the new magic?" It was simple, since the magic was something the others had as well, it was enough to derive their attention. As he thought, their thoughts became filled with the new power. "I am able to see just how that freed man was able to conjure an army. This magic, metamorphosis magic, is incredible." She pointed one of her fingers to a nearby object, or rather, an organism. The pot she blasted was imbued with mana before the plant it sheltered began writhing with vitality. Sharp razor-like teeth adorned each leaf, tentacle-like vines reached out and entangled itself with the table the potted plant had been sitting at. "Halt!" With a commanding voice the monstrous plant ceased all movement, its tentacles receded back into the pot and unhanded the innocent table. To transform the organic, and take hold of them, even weaker monsters would fall to the magic's temptation with a simple wave of my first. The plant monster was self-serving in example, as Tio had simply manipulated it and transformed an ordinary house plant and turned it into a weapon. To metamorphosize something was to change it. But there was another revelation with the magic: in order for something to be a monster it must possess a magic stone. So without hesitation Ivan smashed the pot of the plant and laid eyes on the crystal that sat beneath the monster. He broke the stone with his two hands, signaling toward Tio to apply the magic upon it once more. Bzzzt. And it was a success, the crystal formed back together despite being separated into two pieces. So what did the magic do? Did it really make a mana crystal out of thin air? No, something cannot be created from nothing. Which meant only one explanation existed. Everything has a mana crystal, or it was more suitable to say that every organic being possessed mana. Mana that would, like the divinity stone, harden over time and become a crystal. But what separated humans from monsters? Unlike humans, animals that grow into monsters have no way of expelling the mana built up within them over time. And thus metamorphosis, or evolution, occurs. Even a human with no magic would occasionally have to use their mana. Such as to activate the status plates. Or to sign important documents. Even that tiniest disruption in a human's pool of mana is enough to disrupt the flow and stop the pool from becoming a solid. If this world considered monsters to be beings with mana crystals, then that meant every living being had the potential to become a monster. It was only a matter of time. But this is great news. Ivan jumped up and yelled sarcastically, not noticing the scrunching nose of the vampire queen nestled to his chest. With metamorphosis magic Tio was able to prove that it was possible to remend a broken magic crystal. Meaning, unless Felis and Canis were erased to atoms, there is always an opportunity to revive them. Ivan nor the girls decided it was wise to waste the time they were given whilst you rested in her sleep. Now that they had a new ancient magic to experiment with, the best thing they could do at the moment was get as much training in with it as they could. This was especially so for Ivan, who had to adapt not only with metamorphosis magic but concept magic as well. Ivan who, judging by the expression on his face, was having a hard time figuring things out. He shot up out of his cross-legged position before allowing his back to plummet into the snow. Concept magic is powered by belief. What the hell kind of vague trigger is that? One does not simply believe in something wholeheartedly in a single instant. That's where he was stuck currently. Concept magic was extremely powerful, that he had no doubt in. But what was the use of such power if it only worked when the user had a specific desire in which he could only create something to remedy that specific situation? It was the art of bending reality, every ancient magic conceivable formed into one technique. The perfect power to activate Ars Magna with. Great desire, huh? Concept magic seemed to be related to giving the user what they needed rather than what they wanted. Or at least what their souls really needed. So a half-assed desire like, give me tons of money, probably wouldn't work unless Ivan truly treasured wealth. Meditation was on the right track toward his goal of creating an artificial desire and sticking it to the forefront of his true desire. Like, he had a strong desire to make it so that his loved ones would never die. Hence he made the homunculi practically immortal, so that if he failed in living with you for all eternity they shall accompany her in his place. There was the desire that could be used for concept magic. For his loved ones to never die. It was vague enough that he could manipulate it into something along the lines of, I want a magic that would make sure my loved ones would never die, or, I want a weapon to destroy all those who seek to kill my loved ones. But the most important thing was combining those two thoughts into one coherent desire. May death for my loved ones forever be only a thought, may it never come to fruition. Rumble rumble. And before without his notice, the entire lair shook furiously. Light shot into the sky like a beacon, and even the eyes of those indoors were blinded. Chapter 144. What the hell happened? When Ivan woke up he was met with a peculiar sight. Felis and Canis, who had been training nearby, completely vanished. Even his detection skills weren't able to pick up the life signals of the others inside the manor. 1 minute he was just sitting with his legs crossed. And in the next he found himself totally alone. That 1 minute, no, that 1 second. I was thinking about concept magic, and then Ivan was only able to muse to himself for a few seconds before the land near him shifted. What was once an open plain of ice and art transformed into human-like visages. And with the blink of an eye, the scene he had witnessed before the flash of light appeared before him. Everything was frozen in place, be it the leaves of a nearby tree, snow flowing from the ceiling, and even Felis, who had been frozen mid-diving kick. Did I go back in time? It was a preposterous thought, Ivan knew that himself. So with trepidation he walked up to the lifelike model of himself, who was sitting down with his eyes closed and feet crossed. It's he, no, me. I am so warm. I wonder how the insides of it look, if whatever spell he was under copied his exterior to every minute detail than what of his interior. However, he made a fatal mistake. As they say, one should always be careful of what they wish for. GLLPP. The copy's body inverted itself inside out, flesh and intestines laid bare, but still as if it were still attached to the body it spewed from. Oh God, my eyes still beating. As if hearing his words the flesh shuffled, the beating of the copy's heart grew furiously. Ivan had seen many sights in his life, many disgusting things, but seeing himself approach him with his innards on full display was another thing. Ugh, I think I'm gonna be sick. Rumble rumble. What now? The space began deteriorating at a rapid rate. The icy ceiling started disappearing like melting snow. Slowly Ivan was revealed to an open void, one in which nothing could be seen but darkness. There has to be a trigger. Oh yeah, was it when I saw that disgusting sight? Ivan composed himself, returning to a seated position. He closed his eyes and ignored the rumbling beneath him. After about a solid minute, peace returned to the mirrored space. When Ivan opened his eyes he was greeted again with Shnee's lair, only empty as it had been when he first arrived after the initial blinding light. Well, at least I confirmed that whatever it was, it belongs to me. Then that left only one answer. It wasn't just a coincidence that just as he attempted using concept magic that he found himself in a weird place. Creation magic, metamorphosis magic, spatial magic, gravity magic, restoration magic, spirit magic, evolution magic, each of these magics have a vital place in creating the spell known as Ars Magna. Creation magic transformed the geography around him, spatial expanded his range of transmutations, gravity allowed the affected area to hold a sense of realness as well as gave him control of his targeted area, restoration reverted any changes he made. And spirit magic gave life to the life forms created by metamorphosis magic. Such as the copies he made to recreate the scene he was in before activating the concept magic. And finally evolution magic just simply enhanced every aspect of the space, inhabitants, realism, range, and lethality. The problem was, how do I get other people to come in here? Wait, Ars Magna was to transform the space around me, so why am I in an entirely new space? Ars Magna was created using concept magic, and the concept powering the magic was to protect his loved ones. As cliché as it was the basis for the magic he wanted to perform. Then where the hell are my loved ones? Space distorted once more, this time so quickly Ivan wasn't able to react. Though that wasn't due to a lack of awareness, it was because he couldn't react. In a matter of seconds the ground beneath him vanished and he was swallowed by the void. And then it hit him. Felis dropkick, that is. Hiya. Bang. Gwa. It wasn't the pain of her attack that affected him, it was the fatigue that was accompanied with it. His mana reserves went from full to the brim to completely empty. And all it took was 5 minutes in that weird space. Yeah. I got him, I nailed father in the face. Hi, he never saw that flying kick coming. That's what's weird, Felis, I saw the flying kick coming, I saw it coming 5 minutes ago. Ars Magna, if his assumptions were correct, then the reason why the others weren't anywhere inside his boundary was because they had been deleted from existence, or more accurately, they were erased for the duration that the spell was activated. It was a spell made to protect them, and so it hid them inside his field where they couldn't be reached, not even by him. A perfect situation that would allow him to manipulate the space without worrying about them being affected. A field he could go all out in against his opponent. The problem was duration, time had frozen outside of his field, and by proxy it seemed none of the others noticed that they were temporarily removed from the present. But what about the world? Had time kept moving in spaces not affected by his spell? 5 minutes passed in Ars Magna, his watch had said so. But if he asked any resident of the world, would they tell him what the time had been exactly when he activated the spell, or had time proceeded normally? Just what exactly happened? He needed to go back there, he needed to trigger the spell again. But even if time froze, Ivan himself was the observer of time. Meaning it went normally for him. And so the mana he expended using the spell hit him out of nowhere, even though within his spell he had yet to spend any. 5 minutes, the spell had drained 5 minutes worth of mana from the user, but from the user who roamed freely. Not the one that stuck in the pose he was in before activating it. To put it into numbers, his time in Ars Magna was equated to the amount of mana he had before using the spell. Like a video game, some spells have conditions that make the user expend 500 points of mana per second. To use a really powerful spell. Ivan used the mana of the him seconds before the spell, and the version of him activating the spell used the mana of Ivan who controlled the space. Since the body of him activating the spell was in a stationary state, its mana was seemingly infinite, that's why Ivan had felt so much energy when he awoke in Ars Magna. In the end, that's a downside, I won't be able to track the amount of time I have left just by feeling it, I'll need to set a timer. For now his limit was 5 minutes, his goal. 30 minutes. Father, are you okay? Oh no, Canis. What should I do? I think I hit him too hard. Yua-sensei is gonna kill us. Us? How the hell do I explain all of this to everyone? Graph. Time shit is so confusing. Ivan sighed, closing his eyes momentarily as the two girls bickered over who exactly would be receiving punishment from you. Chapter 145. There was a time where one race had stood above the rest. Praised and deified as descendants of gods. These were the vampires. Small in number, they excelled in their natural affinity with magic. That paired with their lifespans meant that even the most talentless of the vampires would live long enough to become a master of magic. And that's precisely what happened during their time. With every other race envious of their abilities and gifts, every vampire, regardless of age or gender, were taught to fight. If the need ever arose, the vampires had the ability to utilize every member of their race to defend their homeland. Even if their blood-sucking nature seemed devilish in the eyes of others, with their strength they fended off each devout believer. Eventually they turned from monsters, to holy beings in the eyes of the people of Tortus. The people had no choice but to accept them, as each attempt to eliminate them ended in catastrophic failure. But, already declared as the strongest race, a development had happened that only made them seem even more untouchable. And that was the birth of a certain female vampire. Whether it be talents or looks, she prevailed in every field. Being the daughter of the reigning king and queen. Everything she ever wanted was gifted to her. Usually such a development would result in her character becoming poisonous, and yet her heart only ever moved to aid her people. And at the age of 12, her uniqueness only grew. She was an atavist, the blood of ancestral vampires ran in her veins. With it came the ability to cast magic without the need for a magic circle. That should have been enough to deem her the strongest being on Tortus when paired with her lifespan and a vampire's natural talent in magic. Automatic regeneration, so long as she had mana, the little princess couldn't be killed. Wounds were meaningless, and before long she became a legend on the battlefield. Demon, crimson-eyed beauty, devil, blood-soaked queen, she was given many names by those who were unfortunate enough to meet her. She became praised by her people but simultaneously a figure they declared sacred. There were only a few people capable of treating her as the little girl she was, those that treated her as a living being rather than an object of worship, something that neither her mother or father could do. Her uncle and a few of her appointed knights, trusted fully she treated them as family. For they stood to fill the familial void both of her parents were too busy to fill. In particular, her uncle, Dianlead Galdia Vesperitio Avatarl, was the closest thing she had to a father. Her days were filled with happiness, her people were happy, she ascended the throne with no trouble, war all over the world had ceased, there was only one thing that irked her. Those she had considered her closest personnel had cut ties with her. Whether it be her uncle or her appointed knights, all parties addressed her with coldness as one would with a stranger. She noticed that even the sight of her made her uncle clench her fist. And on the day she would be officially declared by the Holy Church as a messenger of God, she was betrayed. Her uncle led a group into the castle and slaughtered everyone and everything. Her parents, her cousins. Knights she had been familiar with since birth. The betrayal had shocked her so much that she didn't even respond when she was bombarded with magic spells. Her cries went unheard as her uncle coldly dragged her into the darkness of the abyss, locking her in a tomb where the sun would never shine. For centuries that scene played over and over in her mind. What had caused the deterioration of their relationship? Why did her uncle betray her? And for centuries she was unable to come up with an answer. Well, she did come up with at least one answer, and that was. He hated me. You was sitting upright against the headboard of her bed. A solemn expression on her face as she recalled the events that had transpired in her past. It was these memories that her mirror had used against her in the last trial. These very memories made her realize that there was a reason why her uncle didn't kill her. He hated me, that's what she had thought for the past few centuries. But now I'm not too sure. She closed her eyes with a painful expression. Faint images painted her mind as if to recreate a scene she had repressed in the back of her mind. There was one thing her uncle had said to her before locking her in the abyss. I'm so sorry, but there's no other way. One day, someone will save you, someone you can trust, someone that will surely protect you. This is all, but please, forget love. Only the first half she was able to comprehend. As for the second, only snip bits of it came to her before she held a hand to her head as if to suppress the migraine growing in her head. The very foundation of her thought process the past few centuries had been shaken with a single encounter in the labyrinth. Why did she forget it? Why until now did she truly believe he hated her? I see, well, that's a huge relief. Ivan sighed before sitting on the foot of her bed with relief. His reaction solicited an annoyed eyebrow twitch from you. No, don't get me wrong. This situation is pretty bad. I mean, you were the strongest person of your time and yet your uncle sealed you at the depths of a labyrinth that mortals nowadays can't reach. The man was scared shitless of whatever he thought was going to attack you. Not only that. But he needed to put on a show too. He needed the world to think Altea Galdia Vesperu Orisho Avatar was dead. Ivan, that's too many re's. Point taken. What I'm trying to say is that no matter what, we're gonna have to deal with whatever it is head on, though the likely scenario is that your uncle was thinking of the gods that even the liberators find troublesome. He got up from her bed before stepping up to her side. What your uncle probably didn't predict was a team full of beings that have control over the different types of ancient magic isn't exactly anticipated by many. And don't forget, we've been tested by the self-proclaimed god slayers themselves on what we need to go against to hit. Ivan laid a hand on hers, grasping it before looking into her eyes. So don't you go thinking we're gonna die so easily. Your troubles are ours, and ours are yours. We ain't gonna let you run away thinking you could get out of helping us out. Let's figure everything out from the bastard himself. We'll find out what exactly happened from Hit's mouth right after we give him a couple death wishes for all the trouble he's caused. A smile bloomed from Yu's lips. That's right, it's too late for me to leave everything to this guy. The others too, fufufu, where would they be without me? I'm going to figure out why my uncle betrayed us, and I'll do it by beating that false god first. She allowed Ivan's hand to pull her out of the bed, leaping to his chest before wrapping her body around him. But first, a little thanks from me. She sent a provocative smile toward Tio, declaring that even if Tio earned Ivan's affection, no one holds a place greater in his heart than her. Chapter 146. I see, you mused for a second. Now that her doubts were cleared up, she took Ivan's words wholeheartedly. He somewhat was able to create a spell using concept magic, albeit accidentally. The spell went as he hoped for, only it created a separate identical space to transmute rather than the real space the spell was activated in. And while not tested, if the spell went as he desired when concepting it, then it'd drag his enemies within range from the real world into his own world, and meanwhile the real world would be frozen until his physical body was depleted of mana. So there is a time limit. Aside from the time limit, Ivan had to worry about how much mana he had at the moment. It'd be best to save the spell as a final resort because of how much mana it consumed, but at the same time, if he used it without a lot of mana left, he'd only have a few seconds to fight against his opponent. That was the question. Its potency would be affected if he used it in dire situations, and it was too expensive to use as an opening move. Alright. Thanks for the help, you, but we should focus on using our time now to boost our individual abilities. If we're to fight against a god for answers, then it goes without saying that we'll be up against more apostles like that Noint lady. She was a real pain. I'll mess around with my new ability once we're at home in a controlled environment. And then we'll see what else we could make with concept magic. As Haltina said, it could be used to traverse other worlds. In other words, we may be able to create a spell capable of taking us to my old world. Now that the group cleared every dungeon, All that was left was to hone their skills for the inevitable fight against the gods. A good brief period of time that would allow the others enough time to go back and clear dungeons they missed, such as the Orcus or Mileti labyrinth. The more tools they had at their disposal the better. Who knows, a few of them may even be fairly attuned with some of the ancient magic. If the others who hadn't cleared the past dungeons were to travel alongside Ivan now, they most likely wouldn't be considered eligible to obtain the ancient magic with the reasoning that he would carry them through so they wouldn't face any peril. The labyrinth scanned memories, meaning cheating would be difficult. So the best next thing was to just chuck them in labyrinths and put his faith in their abilities. The labyrinths were pretty fair after all. From Tio to Felis, everyone that wasn't you felt a cold breeze pass by their necks. They shivered before staring at Ivan in trepidation. Not that Tio has much to fear, I'd say she's second only to you and not by a lot too. The worst out of all the dungeons they'd have to conquer would probably be Mildy Eyes. That crazy girl had been living alone in the bottom of a labyrinth for centuries of her own volition, a couple of new challengers might send her over the moon. And hopefully I'll be able to squeeze some information about the gods from her. Despite how much the little brat golem seemed to want Ivan and you to succeed, she never really gave them any important information. Teleporting using the transportation system Ivan created to the bottom of the Orcus labyrinth didn't work either due to the mind-reading magic circle. They'd have to go through a majority of floors before being allowed to learn creation magic. As per the requirements set by Oscar himself. Actually, now that I think about it, the only dungeons everyone else needs to clear are Orcus and Mileti. The former will probably take the most time just because of its sheer length. Alright, everyone gather around. Let's try to figure out how we're going to get out of here. Judging from every dungeon before now, I doubt we're gonna have to walk back from where we came, so scatter. The group nodded before scattering off like it was some sort of Easter egg hunt. They first searched the manor, hidden bookshelf door, magic stairs, maybe humming a certain tune or whistling, however there was nothing about how to get out. Even the bookshelves were full of useless information that seemed more for the manor owner's enjoyment than anything practical. So that left the obvious solution: somewhere outside was the way out. Could it have been a magic circle that would transport them to the surface? Well, perhaps, but there was no such thing as much as they searched. Even caressing the walls of the giant room they were in yielded no results. Transmutation just led to more and more layers of solid ice. Alright, so maybe there was one other place to look, and that was the treasures and art that had been scattered everywhere outside. Paintings, statues, sculptures, jewels, one of these categories of objects likely would lead them out. This is. One sculpture in particular stood out to Ivan. It was a dragon, not any dragon but a dragon made out of crystal and ice. But if there was something he specifically had to point out was its radiant dark blue eyes, made of rare gemstones. For a second it seemed as if the dragon was staring at him, but with the blink of an eye it seemed to be just another stagnant treasure. My adventurer signals are going off the charts. Ivan walked up toward the crystal dragon, petting it lightly with an infused hand of mana. Bzzzt. Whoa. The crystal dragon glowed with a bright intensity. Slowly it unfurled its wings before raising its head proudly toward the ceiling. Its eyes now more radiant than ever. Not wasting a single second, Ivan called everyone over after slipping his mask on. Everyone, come southeast of the manor's entrance. Quickly, I might have found a way out. The ground rumbled as snow kicked into the air and caught Ivan's attention. They were rushing toward him. Fast enough to shake the earth beneath them. As fine as the temperature was in this lair, staring at the same colors of blue and white was damping their mood quite a bit. Whoa. It's so cool. AA dragon. Oh wait, there's Tio, huh? It hurts to look at it, a little too bright. With a strong leap each of them climbed onto the back of the dragon, and as if sensing everyone present had gotten on board, it stood off its feet and started flapping its wings. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The ceiling opened up in a vortex-like fashion, snow burrowed down the opening in a swift motion. Everyone was happily enjoying the experience, except. Master, if I may, shall we dismount this impostor? I refuse to have you ride on the back of another. Well, his words were cut off before he snapped his head back to the front of the dragon. Several hundred lifeforms, intense degree of mana in each body. Oh god, they're here. The clouds parted and the group was met with a legion of flying humanoids, apostles to be exact. One stood forward with frightening intensity, the scowl on her face matching the emotion in which she pointed her weapon toward them. Mortals, for disturbing our Lord's game you shall be escorted out of the board. Take pride in knowing that for even a second, he considered your lives greater than that of a. Sorry, we're kind of busy, so see you guys later. Bzzzt. Ivan clasped his hands before a circular portal consumed everyone aboard the crystal dragon. A second later they vanished. Leaving behind the dragon that seemed somewhat animatedly distressed after being abandoned. The apostles making the formation all stared at their commander in confusion, and silence permeated the area. Chapter 147. Master? Did we just? I'd rather not be encircled by those bastards when it took a lot out of me to just kill one. Sure, things are different compared to back then, but I'd like total and surety. For that reason we are going home. Teleporting from where they were back to the manor was of course an impossibility, even with Ivan's prowess with spatial magic. But teleporting several hundred meters away, over and over until they were a safe distance away, was a viable option. And that's precisely what he did. Berries, droids, anti-air weapons, traps, the base back at home was the safest place for them to hide. And if need be, there was also the option to flee toward Oscar's lair. The dungeons were made to hide from HIATUS and his apostles after all. The problem is what lows those bastards are willing to sink. Since they appeared in front of us instead of blasting us out of the air, odds are they're up to something nefarious. Outputting his detection to the max, Ivan caught the presence of a crowd of apostles swiftly approaching their location. Ivan paused for a moment, plopping out his aircraft before herding the others in it with great haste. No matter what, we gotta get home first. I'm confident in my defenses, but whether it could stand up to several hundred apostles, I have zero idea. Noit possessed the ability to shoot rays that disintegrated anything they touched. There was no reason to believe the other apostles didn't possess the same ability. Even if Noit seemed a little up there in the hierarchy, not to mention with how robotic these guys act, they're probably a hive mind. How else would they be able to identify each other despite having the same faces, body structure, and attire? Yes, the standard thing to do when battling an opposing force is to eliminate the possibility of information from being spread to them. In the case of a hive mind scenario, information of the eliminated would likely be automatically transmitted either real-time or upon death. The core. Ivan's eyes snapped wide open before he remembered the core he had stripped from Noit's corpse. She had thrown large-scale magical attacks dozens of times at him during their battle. Her mana never waning. The core was the core of it all. It was the part that made the machine invincible. It was a weakness and simultaneously the strongest thing about the apostles. If I can just shatter their cores, and with Ars Magna, if I could open up their bodies with a single thought, the core will provide me with the mana necessary to keep the spell running. It's perfect. Master, a word from home. The droids have reported several apostle-like figures attacking the barrier. Tio rushed into the cabin with a device in hand, below it a strip of paper dotted with some symbols resembling Morse code. Well, I made transportation through spatial magic impossible in there just in case, though that may be to our detriment now. Deviating to another location would only put them at more harm. Who knew where more apostles could be awaiting them? Just the ones circling the base meant the likelihood of them blending into cities and towns were high. Their numbers seemed practically infinite, but the others were ready. Felis and Canis nodded to each other before leaving the cabin, sliding a pole down to the lowest level of the aircraft. They each went their separate ways afterward, occupying bubble-shaped rooms and strapping themselves into leather chairs. Deus, activate. An utterance of those words illuminated the room in blue coursing veins, and from the ground right in front of them, arose a single controller with goggles slung dangling from the ceiling. It only took the girls several seconds to equip the visors and hold onto the controllers. By then the veins completely made up the entire room. And with a flash of white light the outside world was completely visible to them. Enhance. Their vision was aided by the goggles, showing clear images of the apostles that were following closely behind. Fire. Felis' voice was heard by Canis, who nodded her head before sending an affirmative through the telepathy system. And thus they pulled the triggers of their controllers. Their new favorite game created by Ivan himself, World Invaders. A HUD-like green reticle appeared on their visors as well as a green numbered score in the top left corner. Green plasma fired from their pods into the snowy storm, the folk firing being the only ones to know where they were headed. Back in the cockpit. We should arrive in 25 minutes, I'll deactivate the barrier temporarily. We won't have time to land safely. I'll try to crash somewhere clear, but expect our home to be in a little bit of disarray. Ivan was also hoping he'd hit some apostles on the way down. At the very least he needed to be conscious enough to reactivate the barrier once they passed through. Tio, watch out for any more messages from the droids, order them to not aggravate the apostles and await indoors until further instructions. Oh yeah, have them input 6672 into the numpad east of their pods. It's a little early, but they're welcome to use their gifts now. Make sure each of them are properly armed. Yes, Master. Tio left without a moment to waste. Coordinating about 200 droids in a 25-minute span would be certainly difficult, but nothing a princess like her couldn't handle. Ari, Claire, you two are joining me and you to eliminate any apostles that might make it through the barrier while it's down. For that reason, strap yourselves in tightly. We eject the moment we hit the ground. Yes, Master. The two nodded before strapping themselves in, devising a plan between the two so that they may eliminate apostles in what they felt like might be the most effective way. From Master's data I suppose the easiest way would be to rip out their cores. If we don't focus on that we'll have to deal with a barrage of magical attacks that could melt us in an instant if we're not careful. I'm just hoping a handful of them make it in, any more and we might have some trouble, hehehe, at least that's if Master's droids aren't ready in time. I have faith in those lads. It's their first time having to defend the base from something not of bandit level. I hope most of them make it out alive. While Ari and Claire were taking bets on how many droids would live, Ivan had a few of his personal droids ready up the operation table so that they could begin operation as soon as he landed. Are you sure you don't want me down there just in case? You spoke demurely. While she had faith in Ivan's capabilities, implanting what was the heart of a robotic enemy into your own body may have adverse effects to his psychology, at least that's what she feared. Sorry but you're gonna have to wait in the manor with the others. If the apostles break in, it'll be you and Tio who are going to have to hold them off long enough for me to complete the operation. Very well, I'll protect your body no matter what. You steeled herself for the impending battle. The ship was starting to take some damage from the random rays shot by the apostles in the storm. And with bated breath, everyone aboard the ship prepared for the crash landing. Chapter 148. 2 minutes till impact. Brace yourselves. The airship was nowhere near resembling the untouched beauty it was when it began its journey. The firing cabins were trailing smoke and flames. Dozens of areas on the ship were patched up with materials that weren't matching, and the elevation of it was considerably lower. Now that the group had flown out of the snowy storm and into clear skies, the apostles had a clear shot of their target. Without mercy they sent flurries of disintegration rays that allowed no room for evasion. Even if Ivan could evade them, he wouldn't. Turning so suddenly to dodge a couple of lasers would result in the ship slowing down, and the ship slowing down would result in getting bombarded even harder. We just gotta roll with the punches. Thankfully, you is out there holding them back. When the apostles gained clear vision, the first thing they struck were the firing pods Felis and Canis occupied. That along with several offensive mechanics meant the ship had no means of holding the apostles back. So with her patented instantaneous regeneration, you volunteered to stand on top of the ship and defend it from disintegration rays. Ivan's protests were pretty much quelled when he realized it'd be the safest way to make it home without abandoning the ship and risking flying in open air. Hallowed ground. After having spent several minutes using spatial spells to cancel out enemy attacks, you used her strongest defense magic in her repertoire for as long as her mana allowed her. The barrier was nigh invincible. Though it did seem the disintegration rays were having some effect on it. TCH. She glared at the cracks in her barrier before whipping out a vial from her shtahel, in it deep crimson blood that shimmered under the sun. Gulp. She downed it without a moment of hesitation, and thus another layer of hallowed ground appeared within. The first 2 layers made it more costly, but it was a price she was willing to pay to keep those within the ship safe. 2 minutes until impact. Generally hallowed ground had a limit of 1 minute, but that only applied to general mages. You was, as they say, simply built differently. She was risking it all. With Felis and Canis moving to the cockpit of the ship, they stood on standby to eliminate apostles that may enter the barrier once it was deactivated. They'd be able to take her position at Ivan's side until she recovered from the damage she was about to sustain. It'll probably hurt. First would come the force of colliding into the earth. No doubt she'd be flung off if her mana was low. Second would be the expected explosion. The ship has sustained enough damage. Nose diving into the ground would certainly cause the end of it. And finally, the rubble. She'd be buried alive under the wreckage. Everyone please protect Ivan. Those were her last words as the sight of the manor and the shop came swiftly into view. The thick purple barrier that had been erected around both structures dissipated only a millisecond before the ship collided with it. And in her eyes, you was also able to see the barrier close again as the tail of the ship entered its range. Euchoria has temporarily left the stage. Smoke and ash as far as the eye could see. The crash landing hadn't nearly been as graceful as Ivan was anticipating. Thankfully the shop was closed, otherwise who knows how many lives would have been ended in the impact. Ivan called out somberly before transmuting his way out of the rubble. Behind him 5 figures each in combat mode ready to face invaders. You've done your duty perfectly, leave the rest to us. The purple barrier in the sky showed signs of rippling, the ground rumbled upon each impact and the deafened explosions were heard by all within. Including the several foreign lifeforms Ivan detected. A press on the gauntlet he wore, and all around the base several platforms rose from the earth. Metal doors marred their faces, slowly lifting up to reveal a single automatron within. But as those single automatron exited their station, dozens followed behind them. Dozens, tens, eventually hundreds of droids littered the compound. Each on their left hand was a staff-like weapon made entirely of mechanical parts. Alright you filthy maggots, let's shoot these fucking pigeons out of the sky. Anyone who kills less than 20 of these bastards is stuck with laundry duty for the next 2 months. A gruff mechanical voice resonated from a particular droid donning a general's outfit, a thick hairy mustache posed where its lips would be if it had some. In its aged voice it spoke out to the army behind it. Did I stutter? No, sir. No. Then what the hell are you lot waiting for? Fire. The apostles had no choice but to back away from the barrier as hundreds of yellow beams shot out at them simultaneously. Their strength is significantly weaker than their disintegration beams but nonetheless lethal enough to wreck their wings. Things escalated from there and the whole plane looked as though several laser light shows were taking place on it. Though things stagnated as the droids were unable to harm the apostles and the apostles were unable to pierce the barrier. Tio, I'll leave them at your command. Yes, master. Leave the rest to us. Men, lead me to the lab. Ivan garnered the attention of 2 droids on standby, ordering them to escort him so that they may stand as bodyguards while he was out of commission. 6 apostles. Tio surveyed the battlefield as the controller she was given indicated that the number of droids were dropping crazily. Along with that information were 6 red dots flying around the barrier at breakneck speed. If nothing was done to them quickly, every droid would be eliminated and the other apostles would have no trouble teaming up to destroy the barrier. Or even the worst possible scenario could occur: the invading apostles may locate the safe room in which the main droids operated the defenses. I won't allow that to happen. Transforming into a dragon, Tio took to the sky and headed for the nearest apostle, the remainder of the group following her into battle. Chapter 149. Passerbys and residents residing close enough to see sparks of the battle from afar were drawn into the light show. Stupidly they approached the shaking grounds with only curiosity on their minds. Because of his shop's popularity, numerous rich folk took it upon themselves to build their own homes on the borders of his land so that they may be the first one to procure his goods early in the morning. So when the shop that they dedicated their recent life to seemed to have something going on despite the more than a week length it had been closed, they took it upon themselves to check it out. Hell on earth, a battle between the divine and machine. Those were the words they were most aptly able to use to describe the scene. At least before they locked eyes with some of the apostles, each of whom gave them a stare that would haunt them even in their dreams. The devotion they felt looking at their holy figures all but vanished in a single instant, replaced by an insurmountable fear. Whether it be the mechanical bodies that littered the fields, or the soulless mass-produced soldiers that rained hell on them, each of them inspired a fear in the hearts of the residents. Fearing that they may become the ire of the unfeeling apostles, the residents scrambled into a mess deep into the dark, running home either by foot or horseback as fast as they could. Apostles who caught sight of this only snorted before turning their attention back to the scene. Frida, Alicia, any word on how you may be able to take down the barrier from within? We cannot afford to allot the irregular any more time. I apologize, Captain, however we have come up with nothing. What I assume to be the irregulars' teammates are steadily approaching our location, preparing to intercept. The captain scoffed before removing her left hand from her ear. Her fellow apostles have managed to infiltrate the irregulars' camp and yet they have been unable to do anything about the barrier protecting it. These are my orders: focus our attacks on a single point. Once the 6 within the compound take care of a sufficient amount of dolls, we'll be able to pierce through. Yes, Captain, several hundred voices resonated in her mind. The apostles who had received her message via telepathy shifted positions and all stood on one side of the barrier. Their master was expecting the mission to succeed. The last thing they could do was fail to meet that expectation. Clang clang. Claws crossed swords. Tio grunted in pain as 2 apostles bore down on her from the front. Sparks erupted before she opened her maws to release a startling amount of flames. However, the apostles with their outstanding bodies simply backed away without trouble, entering the fray the moment the flames disappeared. Her dragon mode provided her with the most defense, but at the same time against swift foes like the apostles it only made her a large target. Tio's scales glowed a void black as the rays and magic launched at her ricocheted and flew off in different directions. Thankfully I managed to get a better grasp on evolution magic before we left. Tio released a relieved sigh, shaking her head whilst approaching her enemies who were caught off guard by the deflection. The transformation was temporary, and as time went on it served to drain her mana reserves by a ton. But with it she was practically impervious to magical attacks. Her scales glowed even brighter, residue of mana flaking off like snow. Tio-san. Do you need our aid? Focus on the 2 apostles in front of you, I'll handle things over here. Tio's voice resolute. Claire nodded inwardly before turning her attention to the 2 apostles in front of her and Ari. Like Noint they each held a pair of white longswords, and like Noint they weren't very fond of waiting. Humph. Ari responded to one of the apostles' attempts at casting magic by flinging her chain toward the magic circle formed of feathers, her eyebrows narrowing as the other apostle stood in her way and deflected the blow. Claire jumped in with her vacuum blades. Even if her swordplay was nowhere on their level, she knew that all she had to do was break their cores like one would with any golem. With how close Claire was to her body, the apostle resorted to hand-combat. Swinging her long sword so closely would only leave her at a disadvantage. Though that proved to be a fatal flaw, as the moment her hands passed through the area Claire had swung her daggers, they were ripped off from her arms in a single instant. The apostle didn't allow Claire another moment to attack as it wrapped itself in its wings and dove back toward its comrade's side. TCH. Claire clicked her tongue loudly. Now that an apostle knew what she was capable of, they would likely decide against ever approaching her again. With no other options, she nodded toward Ari before charging in, behind her a chain bathed in flames and along its end a single sickle. Claire put her total faith into the chains, allowing them to coil around her body while she charged in bravely. The apostles met her head-on, one providing covering fire as it backed up. The apostle that still had hands equipped her own swords. However, the moment she got close to Claire, the chains that had been wrapped around her body shot forward like snakes. Taking the moment where they locked the apostle's arms to her sides, Claire dug her daggers into her chest, grah. With a yell she plunged them in as deep as she could, only retreating when the other apostle rushed in to stop her. Bang bang. Noticing that her partner had her cord destroyed, the remaining apostle launched magical spells without restraint. 2 magical arrays made of feathers littered the sky. From one erupted a sea of flames, from the other a wind so foul it threatened to root up trees. The intensity of the wind only made the flames more intense. The little forest residing within the compound was about to be destroyed in a single move. Ever plant and vegetable Ari cultivated would be gone forever. Stab. Ha. The apostle looked down at its chest. 3 extremely sharp and blood-soaked blades protruded from it. Confusion painted her eyes, then doubt, and finally, something that resembled regret. The apostle slumped over, a hole in her heart. Yo, sorry for being late. Phyllis posed proudly. Whoever her sudden entrance was ignored by Ari, who sighed in relief as TRH death of that apostle spared her farm from being obliterated. Phyllis, where's your sister? Claire voiced out after not seeing the lazy feline anywhere nearby. Oh her, we got separated. Last time I remember she said something about an apostle following father. I'm not sure, she left in so much of a hurry that I immediately lost her with all the robot guys around. Claire stared at Phyllis with a blank expression, then in shock. She got up from her kneeling position without a word and charged back toward the manor with great haste, leaving behind a confused Phyllis. Hey Arine, let's help Tio-sensei. Chapter 150. It probably wouldn't have killed Ivan to create another barrier exclusively protecting the manor. Something similar in those base-building PvP-oriented games, an airlock of sorts. Add an offensive mechanism to affect those stuck in between the 2 barriers and boom, the situation that was occurring right now probably wouldn't be happening. Destruction in battle was an inevitability, the destruction of material, the destruction of money, the destruction of morals, and the destruction of life. A single apostle had focused their entire attention to destroying the door in front of her. And within 15 minutes. She accomplished that. Aside from a few automatic turrets, the insides of the manor weren't particularly well guarded. Stuffing it full of guards and automatons would only make it uncomfortable for those living there. Even when the manor was constructed, the bulk of its defenses either went to maintaining the barrier or fortifying the underground level of his lair. The apostle known as Delia haunted the halls on full alert. It was quiet. Too quiet. Her target had entered the manor 15 minutes prior to her, and while she had no idea what his intentions were, she knew that the best thing for her comrades was that she took him down. The problem was, where the hell did he vanish in that short 15-minute time span? Surely there had to have been some secret path or transportation device that had spirited him away. Each room she visited was empty. And while the second of her thoughts seemed quite likely at this point, the data she had been provided suggested otherwise. The irregularity known as Ivan Koryai was unlikely to abandon his comrades. Many of the things she found in his manor made her pause, devices and tools she hadn't ever seen before. Even in her centuries of being alive, the manor seemed like a whole other world in itself. And she may have been a little embarrassed when she got spooked by a blender after pushing its big gray button. BBR. Bang. The poor blender had lost its life just because it sought to fulfill its purpose. Delia bent over to cup the ashes of the recently obliterated blender, a bit mournful of destroying a tool when it was she who had prompted its actions. She was about to utter a sigh of disappointment when the hair of her neck went straight up. Clang! Inches from her face were 6 sharpened claws. If she had withdrawn her long swords from her dress any slower, she would have lost her head without knowing who it was that slew her. Delia stared daggers into the lightly clothed beastman in front of her, the golden fur, long hair, thick tail, and yellow eyes. All of those details, along with the figure's way of approaching a battle, all indicated that the one in front of her was Canis Koryai, daughter of the Irregular. Of course she and the other apostles weren't so dull-minded as to truly believe the Irregular had conceived a child and matured it to near adulthood in the span of a year. The same went for his other daughter as well. Which meant there was a secret she and her lord didn't know. That was unacceptable. Canis Coriae, for not only attempting to slyly assassinate me, but the constant interruptions of my master's plan, you shall perish here, but die with relief knowing that we shall observe your body with great interest. Delia held one long sword above her shoulder. The other pointed toward her opponent stuck to her waist. The arena for their match would be small. Most kitchens weren't built with the reference of having two man-made warriors with magical abilities to fight in. Canis neglected to respond to the apostle's words. As far as she was concerned, all she had to do was stall until her father completed his transplant. Even winning didn't matter to her, though she did think it'd feel great to beat up the doll in front of her just to shove those words she spoke right into her mouth. Observe my body with great interest. You perverts, in the face of two long swords capable of slicing a mountain in half. Canis snuck her tail into her back pocket before slamming whatever it was holding into the ground. PSH. A dense fog enveloped the whole room. Delia snorted with contempt and swung both of her swords, the mist being sent out of the room as her strength created a gust of wind. To use such elementary tricks, are you perhaps underestimating me? However, her question went unanswered, as Canis had elected to hold a hand over her mouth instead. Delia couldn't help but get a bad feeling in her stomach, and for a single second, her vision darkened. Apostles were definitely beings above humans, whether it be their intellect or strength. They exceeded in both. Their only faults being the ones brought upon by their creators who cultivated overconfidence in them or stripped them of so much free will that making choices was difficult for them. Even with a mechanical heart, apostles still had blood coursing through their veins, blue thin blood, but blood all the same. They existed between organic beings and autonomous machines. The powder that had infiltrated Delia's system only worked for less than a second before her inhuman body rejected it. Her earlier words had become a reflection of herself. The data she was presented all supported that the irregular and his group were dangerous, and yet it was her pride as an apostle of the one God that did her in. As if Canis would resort to a cheap smoke trick against a being who probably possessed as many skills as her father. Canis held one hand forward, her fingers and by proxy, her claws, extended to the furthest extent. And despite feeling a large amount of pain, each claw flew out of her hand and fired forward like projectiles. TCH. Delia opened one eye to see the approaching kebabs before aptly enclosing herself with her wings. Like hitting a garage door, the claws bounced off while producing a distinct dinging noise. To buy herself time, she then detached some of her feathers and deployed them in the air, forming 3 magic circles, each of which produced green, red, and blue light respectively. Canis wasn't so much of an idiot that she couldn't guess what each circle represented. But instead of fleeing in case the walls around her fell from the attacks, she dove around a corner and pressed herself against the wall dividing the main hall and the kitchen. Boom! Dahlia half let down her guard, expecting the entire manor to have been split apart with her attack. And yet when the ashes faded, the scene had been just as spotless as it had been before. That immediately sent her earlier plan to the burner, the plan which included nuking the whole building to deactivate the barrier and get rid of the irregular. These thoughts didn't last that long, as an open fist adorned with sharp claws was hurtling her way. Chapter 151. Clang clang. Under normal circumstances one was unable to contest with the strength of a single apostle, but Canis had the upper hand. The terrain made it so the apostle was unable to use its spells effectively, a shame considering 90 of her spells were AoE. And of course one should consider the fact that Canis was no normal being, be it incineration, amputation, or laceration. She withstood each fatal attack to her body as if they were nothing more than flesh wounds. Her claws never buckled under the weight and strength of the apostle's longswords, instead it was the longswords that were starting to show signs of breaking. Creak creak. The apostle, Delia, quickly shunted from Canis' claws, sliding against her body before turning around swiftly. Entangling with the target's claws would only apply pressure that would spell her end. Clang. No to mention the ability Canis had that no one other than Ivan and his group knew, that being her specialized magic that only enhanced her abilities the longer she exerted herself. In contrast, the apostle's body was wearing out due to the strain, even if its body was painstakingly crafted. It was still a mortal vessel. Just as Canis abused the blood flowing through her veins, she also abused the muscles that broke after prolonged fighting. Whoosh! Delia threw the sword in her right hand the moment it showed signs of breaking. Her throw being the final straw that made it implode before being disassimilated into hundreds of shining lights. What was amazing was that the sword had created a significant amount of damage upon breaking, likely a factor added to catch opponents off guard. Though at her current pace Canis had no fear for projectiles, simply sidestepping it before shutting down the idea of catching it and returning to sender. At its velocity it would likely only pull her along for the ride. Thud. The wall it hit caved in, warping around the point at which the broken sword struck. Canis moved in swiftly, her opponent just lost one of her weapons. Now was the best time to strike, especially when the apostle in front of her was wary about using her physical body to shunt her claws. Splat. Reaching from your left to your right was an awkward position for anyone. Even for the apostle, who wasn't able to deftly cover her right arm with the sword in her left. Even if she was able to make it in time, the position her arm would have been in would just make the defense meaningless in front of a strong attack. As the balance would fail almost immediately. Delia lost an arm and a sword, her wings were low on feathers, her body strained, and yet her opponent had nothing to show for the battle other than torn-up clothes. For the first time ever, she felt true shame. Shame in failing her mission. Shame in not living up to her lord's expectations. And shame in having lost. But even so, she wasn't going to give up so long as she still breathed. Clenching her sword tight enough to make her pale knuckles red, the sword began to show cracks coursing through its body. Delia swung with a strength that turned the kitchen into the wreck site of a hurricane. Slice. Canis saw the attack coming miles away, not literally. But to say the apostle's movements were done in slow motion were somewhat accurate in her case. Her instinct as a byproduct of one of the most powerful beasts in the Orcus dungeon, paired with the strength she built up in this fight, enhanced not only her strength but senses as well. She crouched low to the ground, her claws hovering above the surface of the kitchen floor, her chin centimeters from it as well. Her visible calves tensed to the point it looked as though the veins sprouting were about to pop out. The ground beneath her bent inwards, the sound of metal bending would have been distinctive if not for the whirling winds of Delia's attack. An unstoppable force and another unstoppable force. Only one could remain, the other torn into shreds. One fighting to buy time for her father's rebirth, the other fighting for her creator's goals. In that split second where the world turned silent, Canis' slit-like pupils were about as thin as a needle. Crash. Delia wasn't allowed a single moment to process the movement of her opponent. The next thing she knew, she was staring at her own headless body. Cradled in Canis' arms, she struggled forward to connect herself with her body. Canis stared at the head nestled in her chest, sighing before approaching the collapsed body. Stab. And like that, Delia's core had been destroyed. Essentially being her heart, she was only allowed a few seconds before slipping into eternal darkness. Her comrades were taking too long in their mission to destroy the barrier from within. Suddenly a vast amount of data invaded her mind. The apostles she was awaiting had all been killed. Hers snorted, with her options numbered. The only thing left to do was focus everything on one point. Something a group of apostles had been doing already, but nothing near the amount it would be if she had everyone do it. The only problem with that plan was the puppets shooting at them. Focusing everything on destroying the barrier would leave all of her comrades defenseless. Their wings would be singed almost immediately, but nonetheless it was a sacrifice that had to be made if the mission was to be a success. Rearrange the formation, form a single file line and turn 90 degrees to the right, focus all beams of evaporation on the manor. Not a single member is to activate any other ability. Know that your sacrifices are essential to this mission. Hurst received no response, and neither did she expect one either. As apostles, they were to follow the orders of their superiors without question. And as such, for the first time in centuries, they followed an order knowing full well they'd be exposed to great danger. BZZT. It would have been a beautiful sight if the beams being directed toward the barrier weren't meant to destroy everything within, that and the occasional singed body that fell from the air as their wings were destroyed. Crack crack. And after 20 minutes, and hundreds of apostles lost, the barrier finally showed signs of cracking. This renewed the vigor of the apostles, their beams growing in intensity as hope to complete their mission bloomed. Except in this whole bout of destroying the barrier, they completely forgot that it was not their original goal, and that their true goals were staring at them from the inside, awaiting for their inevitable entry into sacred grounds. 5 minutes later, and the barrier completely shattered. Shatter. BZZT. The beam didn't stop there, it kept hurtling toward the manor, only being held in place when a black dragon, the size of the manor, contested it with a beam of her own. Chapter 152. Deep below the surface of the war, a single man rested on a metal bed with nothing but a gown to cover his privates. His eyes closed, his body rigid. To his left and right 2 metallic beings meticulously worked over his body. Beeping every now and then, that was the only way they were able to communicate with each other. But each beep was characterized by how low and slowly it vibrated through the empty white room. The room, which held no more than the bed the man laid on, and a few tables full of complex technology and organic materials. Beep beep. That was neither the droid's, but the beeping of the heart monitor tied to the man's wrist. Every now and then a droid would stare at it before beeping to its compatriots. The time limit their lord had set them was swiftly approaching. But they weren't worried, they had already completed 90% of the process. All that was left was to insert the apostle's core into its slot and connect it with the tube bus that sat below where his heart should be. What was worth noting was that there happened to be a slight pause in the process when the rumbling from the fight above caused a slip-up that left their lord without a beating heart longer than they intended. In any case, everything was fine now. They felt slight relief when it turned quiet up above. Unfortunately, that didn't last long, as an incredibly loud rumbling emanated from above after a dozen minutes. Suddenly the white fluorescent lights that lit up the room grew an intense red. Sirens sounded and a large screen descended from the roof and covered the wall at the end of the room. Though there was no audio, the sight was as clear as day for them to see. The barrier had been pierced. Their brethren were slaughtered by the tens in mere seconds. Against the magical tsunamis made of fire that enveloped the compound from all sides, they didn't stand a chance. They were built to just wield weapons that fired projectiles after all. Other than that, they were about as strong as the average person, albeit capable of lifting 5 times their body weight. Such strength didn't mean much when being melted by a wall of flames they couldn't even touch. At the rate things were going, it'd only take 10 minutes for them to all be wiped out. The only feature they were given was that the weak magic cores inside their bodies allowed for them to use artifacts. As for producing magic themselves, without a semblance of organic flesh to transmute energy into a magic spell, it was impossible. Even with their lord's partners fighting alongside them, the number of apostles made it impossible to protect everyone. The droids glared at each other before nodding. The best thing they could do for their brethren was finish their work as soon as possible. If even a single apostle made it down to the lab, they would do whatever it took to save a single second. Bang bang. And it seemed such a scenario had happened upon them. A gaggle of apostles bursted into the room. Coldness on their faces. Looking back at the screen, the others were still occupied by the large number of apostles that were ravaging the outside. It seemed the group that had broken in attacked from a blind spot using their disintegration rays. Irregular spotted, preparing for lethal force. The rest of the apostles followed suit, charging their signature move and aiming it toward the hospital-like bed. Bang! A droid beeped loudly. Seeing the approaching rays of light, it jumped forward after leaving a message behind. Instantly, it melted into ashes. The rest of the droids didn't allow their brethren's sacrifice to go to waste. They unlocked the bed's wheels and used their lord's ring to carry the rest of the medical equipment. The underground level was compromised. The best thing, albeit risky, was to go to the surface with their lord's body in hopes the others could take him far away. They still worked on the surgery while running. Using the secret routes and emergency tunnels prepared to circle around the apostles and approach the elevator. It was the strongest point of the facility, so without hesitation they locked themselves inside it. 3 droids now worked on their lord's body. The banging from the elevator doors all but indicated that their little trick didn't buy them much time. They threw caution to the wind. There wasn't enough time to be meticulous. What they were worried about was if their lord would even wake up after the process was complete. They had used a ton of anesthetic just to ensure that he wouldn't feel the pain of having most of his veins and nerves replaced with mechanical tubes and circuits. In the end, they put their faith in him. After all, he himself intended on going through the operation to save his comrades. He likely took into account that he would need to wake up immediately to take care of the dangers. They were using the amount he recommended, so such a hope wasn't so far-fetched. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. Only a few seconds left. Normally it would have taken another 3 minutes, but as a result of their rushing they had managed to speed up the process. It was truly a miracle considering the risk. A single push of a button and a blue liquid flowed from the core into the pipes. The core pumped itself therapeutically, regulating the flow of the blood. His body just had to absorb the contents through every part of him and the process would be complete. Essentially, their job was done. Screech. The worst scenario happened. All 6 of the apostles had used their swords to pry open the elevator doors. The sound of the metal bending to make way for them was loud enough to resonate to the surface. One droid pointlessly pressed the button to take them to the garage, knowing full well that with the doors being pried open the elevator wouldn't move. Soon enough there was a gap large enough for an apostle to stick its arm in. And that was exactly what she did. There was a beam of white light for only a second, and in the next second another droid had disintegrated. Though it hadn't been the target of the attack, it rushed forward to protect its lord. Now all that remained were 2 droids. Both of them rushed the arm the apostle had stuck through the door, forcing it with both hands to point upward. The sound of metal creaking resounded once more. This time it was the sound of the droids exerting their bodies to the fullest. "Foolish puppets, cease your futile attempts to deter our mission," the apostle spoke with coldness in her voice. Time and time again it was the droids that made their mission more of a pain than it needed to be. Another arm had forced its way through the doors, and both droids pressed their feet onto it, locking it to the ground. But another trouble arose when another arm made its way through. This time they forced their heads into the hand's wrist, forcing it upward. And when one more arm snuck through they couldn't do much more. Every limb of theirs was too busy holding another apostle's arm down. It was the end. They had bought as much time as they could. Was their mission a success? That didn't matter to them. They tried their best even when their brethren faced doom, they never gave up. To them, that was a win. And though they couldn't smile, an apostle that had stared in between the gap to make sure her aim was on the target couldn't help but feel that they were both smirking at her. Bang! Both the droids were consumed by the white light and disintegrated within a second, their smirk staining the apostle's mind. Obstructions eliminated. Now proceeding with the elimination of our target, the apostle shook her head to regain her bearings, charging her disintegration beam once more, this time hopefully to end the madness that was occurring on the surface. I'm going to have to stop you right there. The apostles on the other side of the elevator doors were startled as a figure appeared inside the elevator. She was short, very short. Her long golden hair stopped right above her waist, pristine clothes and a pretty black bow settled on her hair. Black stockings ran up to her knees and after that gap a short black skirt. Her white coat extended down to her thighs. But if the apostles were asked what was the most eye-catching thing about her, it would be the crimson-red eyes that stared daggers into them. Euchorii entered the battle. Chapter 153. The first thing you did was teleport Ivan to a safe location. At least a location that could be considered safe in the current scenario. And that was their bedroom. Extremely fortified and nigh impossible to break through, something you had begged for so the two's alone time couldn't be disturbed. If there was one thing that made the room unsafe to be in, it would be that it was a dead end. Being unable to break in made it difficult to break out. Which is why he had chosen to proceed with the operation in the lab. An example of the danger being when the apostles broke into the lab room, he was only able to survive thanks to the droids employing escape routes he had prepared. Something that couldn't be done in the bedroom. After all, neither he nor you wanted their lovingness to resemble something like a high-security prison. Even if kings and rules littered their bedrooms and chambers with secret passages, he wasn't willing to do the same. He was no king anyways, and you was no queen. Well, you was a queen in the past, so that point was retracted. But now that she didn't need to worry about her partner's safety, she was ready to deal with the pests that broke into her home. Her recovery had taken longer than anticipated, and upon awakening she was surrounded by apostles. If it weren't for Tio and the others who took attention away from her, she wouldn't have made it in time to save Ivan. And of course she wasn't going to discredit the droids that had lost their lives to protect Ivan. She made a note in her mind to honor them later. But for now, she glared coldly at the 6 apostles. I shall be your opponent for the rest of your duration in our home. Oh, but don't be afraid, I am a very hospitable host. She brought out her staff and casted a composite spell consisting of both fire and water. The steam was useless in front of the apostles, she knew that. What she wanted was the scalding hot water that came along with it. The very water that entered the eyes of the apostles. They backed away and closed their eyes to let their constitutions work on healing them. An opening you took advantage of by casting another spell. The hallway to the elevator was a narrow one. It was inevitable in their blindness that a couple of the apostles would line up behind each other. So when she saw 3 apostles standing in a line, hurriedly wiping their eyes, she casted one of her space spells that required great precision. Cosmic Rift. A line divided the space in front of you, separating it into 2. And what was bisected in that line were the 3 apostles she targeted. Since their heights were all the same, creating a line that cut where their cores had been was quite a simple feat for the once-in-a-lifetime mage. 3 apostles eliminated in a single move. The other apostles recuperate before backing up further. Now that there was a gap in the elevator, they decided to go ahead and cast a spell that they had been spamming on the surface. Hellfire Tsunami. The apostles each muttered beneath their breath as the feathers adorning their wings shot forward to form red glowing magic circles. Within another second those same circles produced heat that melted the hallway's walls. And after one more second huge waves of flames, practically resembling magma, scorched everything in the hall and made way for the elevator. You merely stood still with her staff pointed forward, moving her lips as the flames poured into the elevator with her. From what the data had told them, you was a high-priority target who should be captured. Killing was not an option. However, they knew killing her was a difficult feat and not possible unless one desired to intentionally. As such, they didn't hold back, firing a few more waves to ensure she was incapacitated. When the dust settled, or more aptly soot, they stared into the shaft and inched closer with their long swords in a defensive position. Honestly believing that the 3 of them would be fine as long as they were careful, unlike their sisters that had felt dealt to them by hot water. What wasn't deposited in the data they were allotted was that their foe was cunning and sly. Likely adopting the style from her partner. Spatial Severance. Through the halls echoed a very light voice. Only 2 of the apostles were able to respond as they flew backwards as fast as they could. The third, being at the very front, wasn't given much time to flee as the very wall of flames her and her companions shot was flying her way. When the third apostle was melted out of existence, the remaining 2 stared at the floating ball of black mass that had spewed out the flames. Spatial magic is very convenient. You spoke those words as she pressed the elevator's button and opened the doors wide enough to pass through. Ivan taught me that I should finish things off with a bang, so have this: 5 heavenly dragons. Earth, fire, thunder, ice, and storm. 5 dragons, as the name implied, spiraled down the hallway. Guided by gravity magic, each element packed the hall to the point that anything within it would be crushed as soon as it approached. That was the apostles' cue to run away. Illusion cage. At least that was the plan. Until you locked the space behind them. Illusion cage cost a lot of mana to upkeep, especially when paired with the dragons that cost not only a lot to manifest but a lot to control too. Though to her it was a small price to pay to ensure past enemies wouldn't come back to bite her. If need be, she could always resupply herself with Ivan's blood after. Wait, if he replaced most of his blood to insert the apostle core inside him, would his blood still work? If she remembered correctly, he said that his blood would turn blue. I wonder if it would taste like blueberries. She developed such innocent thoughts as her dragons cornered and effectively froze, burnt, and crushed the 2 remaining apostles. Bang! Boom! Rumble! What the hell is with all this noise? In a dark bedroom, full of lavish furniture and pristine decorative items, a single man leaned forward from his bed and held a hand up to his head in pain. Can't a guy get some sleep without an explosion or two? He listlessly got up from bed after adorning his slippers, looking down at himself and noticing the blue gown he had been wearing. Whose perverted fetish got me into this? Bang! Rumble! He turned his attention back to the windows as the house shook once more. Every now and then the faint sounds of a monster growling or lasers firing resounded from the outside. Ivan tripped on something. It was a tube, and in that tube flowed a glowing blue liquid. What was odd was that the end of the tube was stabbed into his wrist, the beginning of it leading into a machine beside his bed. One thing at a time for now, the window. He hardened his resolve and removed all distractions from his mind. Slowly, he pulled the curtains covering the windows. It's like a goddamn laser light show. Oh, now I remember. I guess there's some work to do, huh? Beams of light littered the sky, each either striking a living being or an innocent slice of earth. Explosions followed by fire. A large black dragon flailed about as a couple dozen winged women shot rays of light at it. Other than that, 2 cat-like females pounced around the battlefield with claws that made titanium look like Swiss cheese. A maid and dancer-looking girl following behind, albeit at a slower pace. Though their attacks were considerably less powerful, their effect on the battlefield couldn't be underestimated. Maybe I should just go back to bed. Chapter 154. Even after several minutes of non-stop fighting, the number of apostles never decreased. Rather, it grew at an incredible rate. Though the apostles didn't possess spatial magic, the speed of their flight paired with the fact that apostles were posted in every civilization under their lord's orders meant that their response time wasn't half bad. Trinkets and potions that replenished their mana and all were good, but not infinite. And considering the best way of dealing with crowds were large-scale AoE attacks that cost a lot to cast, the group melted through their reserves at a fast rate. Tio had debated rushing over to Ivan's side the moment she caught a glimpse of the hole on the back of the manor, but thankfully she received a transmission from you to leave the protection of Ivan to her. So currently she had her attention completely put into dealing with the army in front of them. If Ivan were awake, he could probably teleport them far away. But that wouldn't buy much time, not to mention long-scale teleportation would drain him if used in succession. Their ship was in a total wreck, and other than a cargo ship that moved at a significantly lower speed, fleeing using those means would be pointless. I suppose I can carry the others on my back, but someone is going to have to hang on to Master. Continuing the battle in hopes of ridding all the apostles seemed to be a fruitless endeavor. A battle of attrition against beings possessing infinite mana was a fool's errand. The apostles circled in on the group. Tio's large scale was starting to make her akin to a sturdy punching bag. Really durable, but so large it was almost impossible not to miss. Added to how she used her body to protect the others, she had no other choice but to fire breath attacks from a seated position. Any ideas, Temp Leader? Unlike the others, Ari and Claire were without a special contusion that gave them incredible defense or regenerative bodies. Essentially they were the only normal people on the battlefield. Not exactly something to be proud about in a scenario in which it made them the weakest. Sticking in a circle was only going to work for so long before the apostles coordinate a large attack. Waiting any longer would mean they'd encircle and leave them without an exit. Ari was willing to risk it all to make an exit. Even if they didn't pick up Ivan, the apostles would likely chase after, assuming he was with them. Abandoning Ivan would be an action the apostles wouldn't even process as a possibility with their vast amount of data. And so long as you remained with him, his safety was as assured. Tio hummed to herself, fleeing in the face of battle was against her pride. Abandoning her master, regardless if it was for his sake or not, was even more so. But what mattered to her at the moment? Her pride, or her master's safety? Obviously she was going for the latter. Beneath my wings, hurry. While the first volley charges their rays, take the opportunity to climb on top. I'll try to defend the wave of attacks, but it will ultimately be up to you guys to live while I ascend. The apostles attacked in 2 different intervals, the front row forming the inner ring were the first to fire. And while they cooled down, the second row of the ring, which was slightly more elevated, fired off the attacks they charged while the first ring was firing. From there they would simply alternate, a tactful plan made by beings who knew what their strengths were wasting time. Now, Tio opted to open her maw to release a final draconic breath before leaving, one that consisted of more ash than flames to at least obstruct the views of the apostles. Claire, Ari, Felis, and Canis slid out from beneath her wings and settled on her back. Each of them stomped their feet to signal to Tio that they were ready for takeoff. Words at this point would take up too much time. Claire pulled out a large tied-up mattress from her spatial ring while the ashes still covered them. This would be her cover for Ivan. Hopefully they took the human-like figure for their target and not a plain old futon. She brought it up to her chest, making it look as though she was nestling his head between her breasts. We cannot allow you to leave. Light shimmered above the group, thin needle-sized ornaments hung in the air. Trembling they looked eager to fall down and pierce the group with terrifying strength. Forget deceiving the apostles, they weren't even going to let them leave. I will not allow it to end here. Tio closed her eyes. Her wings that drooped over both sides of her body stood up and bent to wrap those occupying her back. She activated her body-strengthening magic to the max, despite not being very proficient in it. She knew the other girls had steeled themselves to sacrifice themselves so you would run away with Ivan. And as such she had no inhibitions, allowing her body to coast into the ground once she propelled herself as far as she could. After being hit so many times by needles that pierced even her scales, she'd have no choice but to revert to her human form, so most of them would slip out. Hopefully they would be able to buy enough time for the 2 to flee. Ivan had already prepared places for them to run away in case of such a situation. They were to either head to Milady's labyrinth to seek refuge from her, or isolate themselves in Oscar's lair. Tio's eyes snapped open with burning resolve visible in her cruel golden irises. She opened her mouth to release one last mighty roar. But then time came to a stop. She was only able to gaze in shock at her surroundings. Her body had been in the same position as it had been before the world turned black and white. And then, another second passed and she felt her consciousness fade away. The apostles looked around in silence. Confusion marred their usual expressionless faces as the large black dragon they had been bombarding with magical attacks all of a sudden vanished. In fact, it had been way too quiet for their liking. All noises came to a complete halt. Only the rapid breaths of apostles that had been exerting themselves physically prior to the change were heard. But apart from the quietness, everything was the same. The manor set aflame, craters on the land, wreckage of automatrons scattered around the compound, and previously green grass that was burnt and turned to black soot. Hurst, how shall we proceed? Faltus and Marika have searched the area, but our targets are nowhere to be seen. They each put their minds together to think of what happened prior to the dragon disappearing, and the first thing that came to their minds was the single second of white light that engulfed their vision. So you saw it too? Omo, I assumed it was a technique used by the enemy to blind us and escape. However, something tells me that wasn't the case. No matter how fast that dragon man could fly, we'd at least have been able to see her silhouette in the distance. Not to mention the lack of a single life form. Our units have even been unable to identify a single living insect or critter. The situation was too peculiar. Their target vanishing in a bang of light was unlikely but possible. Especially since they seemed to have a fondness of stripping their opponents of their vision. But for not a single life form to be anywhere near them, not even a single ant or worm, that was suspicious. And then it happened, like an earthquake it struck them when they least expected it. The world rumbled, the sound of glass breaking resounded for everyone to hear. And the floor bent to become walls for the apostles within. Each of them stood in a circle formation with their backs to each other, only to stare in shock as the ground that had bent around them turned into a mirror that reflected their images for what seemed like infinity. Rumble, rumble. Things didn't stop there. The mirrored walls shattered into hundreds of fragments, those fragments drifting as if having lost gravity until freezing in the air as if they were being dangled by a string. And even in each shard of glass, the apostles only saw themselves. The image of themselves in the mirrors contorted before their heads popped, and replacing it was the target that they had been searching for the past day. Ivan's face, maskless, smiled back at them. Welcome to my world. Congratulations, you all have the honor of experiencing my rebirth first. Please endure this trial as this will be my first time invoking this world on other beings. You do want me to get my desired results after all, right? Chapter 155. Irregular, what game are you playing here? Hurst pointed the long sword in her right hand to the nearest shard with Ivan's face. Though her attention was elsewhere, surveying her surroundings in hopes of finding where he hid. What else does it look like I'm doing? You dealt my companions outside quite a bit of trouble while I was out. Honestly, can't a guy get some rest without having to deal with xenophobic robots for once? So you intend to continue getting in the way of our Lord's ambitions? Cease resistance now and we may allow judgment to pass upon your cohorts by our benevolent Lord. Who knows, he may very well offer them an accord into our reigns. If I asked my cohorts themselves, I'd say there's a good chance they'd rather choose death. I like to think of myself as a better boss than that faceless coward who hides behind his dolls. Hurst's eyes narrowed. A provocation against her was something she could let slide, however if it were against her lord, she'd have no other choice but to hurt the one who spread such insolent words. I've seen you've grown tired of living. You have no authority to speak of our Lord in such a way, especially when you are the one hiding from us. Now, show yourself lest we tear down this place one piece at a time. Her words were curt, laying her intentions on the table. Since you've asked so kindly, who am I to not oblige? As a man it's my duty to inflict a worser fate to the one you raised against my comrades. That's what it means to not allow others to outdo you. To Hurst's delight, Ivan showed himself merely seconds after saying those words. In this mirrored world. In between the walls that surrounded them shattered and exposed an endless void. He floated down elegantly, as if he were as light as a feather. However, Hurst didn't sense any mana coming from his body at all. Is this a fake? No, that can't be. There'd be nowhere else for him to be. He must have some way of suppressing his presence. Inwardly, she made a command toward her subordinates, who in turn seamlessly formed a tight knotted formation around Ivan. Well? Isn't this what you wanted? Hurry up and attack, I don't have all day. Or actually, just take your time. His behavior put the others on edge. Was this a trap? Or was he perhaps bluffing? They never once considered that he just may be that confident. As someone who fought one of their kind before, and had a narrow life and death experience, he should be the last one to underestimate them. So they launched a simple attack to test the waters. Feathers lined the sky, but upon closer observation one could see their metallic sheen under the cracked sun. They trembled in the air furiously, their numbers in the hundreds. From all sides, Ivan merely stayed still as they closed in on him. And with a single order from within Hurst's mind, each feather flew down on him like a rain of arrows. Whoosh! They left a trail in their wake, a loud whistling noise followed before they floated centimeters from Ivan's body and face. But still he never moved, and that really sent Hurst's alarms off. The feathers hit their target, at least that's what it looked like to every apostle on the scene. But next thing they knew the feathers had phased right through him, and went straight for the apostles on the other side. Stab, stab. In their confusion they weren't able to react in time. Though they weren't very perturbed, as they knew their feathers wouldn't do much damage to other apostles. It was annoying to have to shrug off the feathers stabbing into their skins. An illusion? Had her assumption been incorrect? The Ivan in front of her possessed neither a presence and was invulnerable to physical attacks. But in order to cast such an illusion one needed to be close by, impossible for Ivan considering they already confirmed that he was in no other location. The only place that hadn't checked was the void above his head, the very place he had descended from. Or could we be the ones in the illusion? None of their data indicated that Ivan Korii was a powerful illusionist, and yet he seemed capable of capturing hundreds of apostles in his trap. What's happening to me? One apostle spoke aloud, directing all attention towards her in the momentarily quiet scenery. The others stared in pause as she rose up into the air, dangling helplessly as it looked as though she was being hung from her neck. And then her body started changing. Her wings became pitch black, feathers turned into scales. The apostle's beauty diminished as her face became that of an eagle's. Above her rear protruded the tail of a scorpion. Long enough to match her height. As for her feet, they simply became black hooves as an abundance of brown hair crawled up to her waist. The visage of cool and collective she had portrayed only a minute beforehand were all gone, erased or more aptly, transformed, into the monstrosity that now stared daggers into the other apostles. Not exactly the look I was going for, but it'll have to do. For my first time truly messing with this I'd say I did a pretty banger job, though I wonder what'll become of her when we leave this place. Apostles surrounding the newly transformed chimera were strung up into the air as she was before, only they didn't experience the same thing she did. For they were her benchmark to test the amalgamation's abilities. Ivan let go of the gravity magic that strung up his humanoid chimera. Immediately she pounced in the air and dove for the closest strung-up apostle. Her tail coiled around the apostle like a snake would a rodent. And using her natural predator instincts, her scorpion stinger stabbed itself right into her heart. The apostle's struggle only lasted for 10 minutes before she lost movement throughout her body. Of course those that were not being hanged with gravity magic wouldn't just allow the scene to play out. Hurst flew forward at a startling speed, but then... She was certain she was moving forward, even propelling herself forward with her wings. However, no matter how much she struggled, she never got closer to Ivan or the transmuted apostle. Either she was forced in place or the space around her kept looping her into the spot she was formerly in, making it so that no matter how much she flew she'd always end up in the same spot. But even if that were the case, she still couldn't feel any traces of mana in the air, nor was the space around her distorted in any way, as traditionally spatial magic showed preemptive signs of warping space through ripples in the air. "See, Captain, help!" The drugged apostle used the remaining will she had left to call for aid, closing her eyes only when the beak of her former comrade approached her face. And then... bite! Blue blood shot out of where her head had formerly been like a fountain. Hurst bore an indiscernible expression on her face as she watched the apostle's body convulse, and after several seconds, dangle. Chapter 156. That scene played itself over and over. An apostle would be turned into a monster, another apostle would dangle helplessly, and everyone else would watch that apostle being eaten alive. Soon the number of chimeras spread from 1 to 20. Each of them features a different set of animal-like features, or features Ivan was inspired to create after referencing the mythology and folktales he knew from his old world. Such as the new, a Japanese chimera having the head of a monkey, the limbs of a tiger, the body of a tanuki, and the front half of a snake for a tail. Its cries would have sent shivers upon any normal human being, but the apostles for the most part were completely occupied with breaking out. For the most part, Ivan was more adept at using metamorphosis magic to transmute the body of apostles into creatures he was familiar with. Any attempt to turn them into inanimate objects simply resulted in their horrific death. So long as he was manipulating something organic into something else, organic things should be fine. Such as turning people into a dog. Turning people into a toilet, however, was simply not possible. But the interesting part of the transformations he created was the loss of reason among the apostles. All he did was alter their biology. So why did they in turn lose their sensibility? And at the same time did something they were incapable of doing, disobeying orders. No matter how much Hurst rebuked the transformed apostles, they never halted their movements and instead snarled at her as if she were disturbing their meal. Ivan supposed the reason behind this went more into what made a monster, and not simply another animal. Why did monsters instinctively have a mutual hatred for anything that wasn't another monster? He had seen monsters of different species cooperate with each other many times, sometimes even without the influence of another party. Could the mana crystals within them be affecting their reasoning, or did they simply become monsters because that's what I envisioned them to be? The amulet that you had destroyed months ago corrupted him to a similar extent, the precious amulet that he had transmuted out of the core of a monster. If every living being could form a mana crystal if they didn't expend the mana within them for a long period of time, did that mean everyone could develop the same penchant for violence? How the hell would I even go about experimenting with this without seeming like some kind of monster? Well, I suppose the best time is now. In this world no one else would live to see. Ivan stared at the few remaining apostles. Though he had uttered those words, the apostles had a hive mind-like ability. No doubt what they were experiencing today would be transmitted to their home for other apostles to use as data. They know I have this ability now. And they know I can transmute living beings. I guess the best way to solve this would be to do nothing more and allow the chimeras to go wild. Sometimes doing nothing creates more mystery than being proactive. He'd allow the apostles and a hit to come to their own incorrect conclusions. So when in doubt, sit back and enjoy the show. Ivan manifested a lawn chair from his ring, laying in it leisurely while a tub of popcorn appeared from thin air. This earned him a stink eye from Hurst, but what did he gain from caring about the opinion of someone who was about to die? Aera? Tio awoke in befuddlement as the barrage of destructive beams that had been raining on her body came to a complete stop. When she looked around, she noticed that they weren't the only things missing. But the culprits who shot the beams were gone as well. She ceased flying and landed back in the compound to regain her bearings. The other members who had been bracing for impact on her back gave her questioning stares, but remained silent as it was obvious to them that she was busy dealing with the situation. After all, they too wondered what exactly happened. But seeing as how whatever it was benefited them and even saved their lives, they threw all inhibitions out of their brain. Only one figure came to their mind. One figure who had been explicitly under operation to perform his ultimate move without concern. And while they received his explanation of the magic when he first developed it, seeing it work in real time was a surreal experience. Especially for Tio, who couldn't help but feel that something had happened. From Ivan's words. She shouldn't even be able to notice her brief erasure from the world once Ars Magna was activated. And yet she was able to remember the scene she witnessed as the world came to a complete stop, moments prior to her blacking out. I shall report my findings to my master, perhaps he has an explanation for this. With visible excitement she undid her dragon transformation, making her way to the manor with large motions. And of course the rest followed suit, there wasn't much for them to do elsewhere anyways. Reconstruction of the land would be left to the remaining droids, and every apostle's corpse had mysteriously disappeared. So cleaning duty practically did not exist for them. "Oh hey guys, it's been a while, huh? Or I suppose it's only been a couple hours." Ivan greeted everyone back with a smile, sat crisscrossed on the ruins of his manor. "Are you truly fine, master?" "Hey father, it's about time you got up. We could have handled it, even without your help. For making us worry like that I would like a raise." "Yeah, you owe us now, master." Ivan greeted each complaint or worry with a wry smile. He could have easily responded with the fact that it wasn't really up to him when he awoke, but in the end he kept silent. He didn't really want to make anyone feel guilty, especially after all the good work each of them did. Yeah, we'll get to your complaints later. But for now, since we don't have a home anymore, let's head on to Oscar's lair. We have no idea when another attack will happen, so it's best to be in a place they can't reach. The droids have already been instructed to repair things here. Talos is working on repairing the barrier as well, but before we go, thank you everyone for keeping our home and our lives safe. Ivan finished his words with a brief bow, showing his gratitude for the deeds done today by the others. Even if their home was in shambles, it was enlightening to know everyone did their best to protect it. Of course we did, what the hell else were we going to do? Each member laughed upon hearing that. And with a smile adorned on their faces, they boarded the APC to make way for the Risen Gorge, where the teleportation circle to Oscar's lair had been. Chapter 157. Home sweet home. Thanks again Oscar, you have been plenty of help to us in death. Ivan spoke freely after launching a plethora of wooden crates from his storage ring into Oscar's manor. The girls did the same, instead deciding to dedicate a few of the manor's many rooms exclusively to their belongings. Things like personal rooms didn't matter to them, it was already decided that everyone would be sleeping in the same room. Once again, I'm not sure if apostles can enter the labyrinths, it may just be a matter of a hit's arrogance to not rely on the powers of people who opposed him, but it makes more sense that the bastard would do it to spite the liberators. Ivan clasped his hands before turning around with his arms crossed. Either way, a hit has shown that he is ready to face us. This recent attack had failed, but he'll most certainly try again. He then pulled out the compass. It stalled for a little bit before glowing, and then the orienteering arrow snapped toward a certain direction. This could allow us to take the fight to him. I refuse to allow the bastard another opportunity, and if we delay too long he may very well decide to eradicate the lives of those we know just to draw us out. Ivan smiled, and with a snap of his finger the compass disappeared. But there are several problems we must take care of before raiding heaven. Firstly, there's no doubt he knows most of our abilities, as the apostles act as a hive mind. Meaning everything they experienced in our most recent battle has already been transmitted to the apostles by his side. Secondly, I can take care of apostles pretty quickly, but that doesn't mean we should underestimate the number of them. A hit can seemingly produce an infinite amount of them as far as we can tell. And last but not least, we don't know any of his damn abilities, despite him knowing ours. Though these 3 points can be expanded into more branching points, Ivan thought it would be best to leave things at that. The last thing he wanted to do was dishearten everyone with how much of a disadvantage they are at. So if we are to even the odds, we must be prepared for everything. I'm quite confident with my newest ability that I could solve most of our problems, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. A hit has home field advantage, but we have the element of surprise. He won't be expecting a few mortals to dare knock on the door of God. Ari and Claire, inform the Halia of our upcoming battle. Those bloodthirsty psychos would probably rejoice at the opportunity to slay a god. Lead them back here through the portal in the gorge. Ari and Claire nodded before making their way back to the teleporter. Of course, to make quick haste of the travel they carried alongside them 2 Barak trucks that could each seat 20 inside their storage rings. Tio, your mission was to inform your people of the time when worthy mortals face God, right? Well, get out there and tell them that that time is right now. Tio gracefully nodded, before kneeling to one knee. Then she too left in a hurry, leaving her words for a later time, as she more than anyone knew of the importance of time they needed for the mission. She accepted the stone Ivan tossed to her, immediately figuring out it would create a portal back to the lair upon breaking. Canis and Felis, sorry about this, but learning gravity magic would probably immensely improve your strength. Take the compass and find Milady Risen's labyrinth. Once you beat her, tell her who sent you and what our plans are. The liberators may have not made it to the stage where they fought face to face with a hit. But they probably have good info that'd be worth knowing anyways. Once again Canis and Felis were unaware as to the reason why their father and Yu's faces scrunched up at the mention of Milday Risen. The only reconciliation they had as they left the lair was Ivan's repeated whispers of, "It'll be fine, right? She's an ally, right?" Though replaying his words in their minds, they couldn't help but feel that they inspired more dread than relief. "I guess it's just us left, huh?" Ivan locked eyes with the vampire queen that he had began his journey with. Her eyes glimmered with a light that practically begged for a mission too, one so that she could provide as much help as the others were. "As for me and you, we'll be making our final preparations until the promised time. First of all we should check to see if the mining Roombas have collected anything that might be worth using for the upcoming fight. We can't allow Shay's tribe and the dragon men to go empty-handed. I'll assist you in making their artifacts." "Well, that's most certainly true, that might take up a bulk of my time as well. I'd be extremely grateful if I received some of your aid." Ivan didn't bother to remind the poor 300-year-old girl that she herself said that she had next to no affinity with creation magic. Either way she could help by collecting materials while he was crafting, so there was that. "I wonder if I should craft everything within Ars Magna, that way I'd have all the time in the world to craft artifacts." With his new heart, prolonged use of Ars Magna wasn't a problem at all. What was worrying him was if a hit now had some sort of control over him now that he implanted the crystal core. The answer? That likely wasn't the case. If a hit was going to put a kill switch on his apostles, it would likely be connected to the brain and not the heart. At least that's how Ivan would have made it. As even if someone's heart was to shut down, they'd still have a few moments to cause some damage. Ivan would have loved to turn every apostle he met at a hit's heaven into a chimera, but it didn't seem feasible with how his control over monsters he created with metamorphosis magic only applied to beings affected by his field. Meaning the deactivation of Ars Magna would turn the newfound monsters into mindless beasts that attacked anyone, useful for most situations but not in one where Ivan and the others had enough enemies to deal with as it is. Not to mention the allies they'd bring along would likely get mauled to death as well. Checking the terminal docked in Oscar's manor, Ivan noted that the mining Roombas had made a decent amount of progress since they last visited. But there was one thing that aroused his suspicion, and that was the inactivity of the mining Roomba on the 150th floor. "Hey you, isn't that? That's where you saved me." The pausing of the Roomba meant one of the two things: either it was destroyed and the tracking chip was the only thing that remained, or the Roomba ran into something it couldn't mine. And if Ivan had to guess, "Oh yeah, that weird box you were locked in, huh? If I remember correctly it had the property to absorb mana. Hey you, do you mind if I break it down to use it for something?" At that Yu's eyes gleamed with more approval than what Ivan could measure. It seemed she held a strong resentment toward the box her uncle locked her body in for the past few centuries. "Alright, I guess we'll start with that then. We'll pick up the materials from the other Roomba as well so we could begin work on the artifacts." Chapter 158. So this is it, huh? It's been a long time coming. Ivan smacked the side of the golden box with a single palm, smiling as the sound of the slap echoed through the halls of the 150th floor of the Orcus Labyrinth. In the middle resided a large crater, an opening at the front of it where Ivan blasted through to free you, and a mold of her body that the box seemed to encapsulate perfectly. What's there to be embarrassed of? I've seen the real thing after all." Ivan's words of course incited a flurry of shy punches from you. "Well, let's get to work on destroying it. It shouldn't be too difficult now with the hand of destruction." Ivan had you back up a few steps before placing a palm on the surface of the prison cube. Red lightning flared behind him as his entire arm coursed with a similarly crimson-colored mana. He made careful, decisive erosion on the surface of the cube, disassembling pieces into perfect cubes for storage. A material ground into dust by accident was vacuumed by a hand vacuum he brought along specifically for the task. As even if a material was ground into dust, transmutation would allow him to transform it into a usable state that could be incorporated into other crafts. "Ivan, look here." Yu's soft yet anxious voice pulled away Ivan's attention. He turned to her side, combat ready in case what she had exclaimed for was a threat. Instead he followed her finger to a clearly man-made mold that was beneath her prison cube. Taking a few steps closer, Ivan mused before tracing her finger along the molded pattern. "This looks just like the emblem in Shnee's manor." To confirm his theory, Ivan pulled from his storage ring the badge which had been awarded to his group for clearing the dungeon, as every labyrinth did. And just as he suspected, even hovering the emblem above the mold, he could tell that they were exactly identical to each other. A secret for only those who have cleared the Shnee labyrinth, huh? Before inserting the emblem into the slot, Ivan stood up straight and faced you. There was one thing he thought of when he thought about the things you had said about her uncle and how that might correlate to Shnee's emblem being beneath her former prison. You said your uncle had a couple of familiars, right? Did he ever tell you how he happened upon them?" You mused for a bit before coming to a pause. She most certainly remembered her uncle was a prominent mage who specialized in using his familiars, especially the bird he always had at his side that would sometimes carry messages between her and her uncle. You don't think? You knew what Ivan was implying, and the more she thought about it the more plausible it sounded. There was a huge chance, that her uncle had cleared the Schnee labyrinth and used metamorphosis magic to create his familiars. After all, it wasn't exactly a secret to her that her uncle managed to obtain creation magic. Or it was more like she inferred that he was able to claim it. As it was unlikely that he dragged her from the first floor to the 150th, meaning he had used the teleportation circle connected to Oscar's lair to carry her back 50 floors. He had even been able to manufacture the prison that she had been locked in. No ordinary person would have been able to create the weird material that prevented her from expelling her mana at all. Your thoughts align with mine, you. Upon closer inspection I got to say this cube is more like an organism than a mineral. If I had to guess, your uncle created a rock-like organism to constantly absorb your mana forever. At least that would explain why I couldn't part it when we first met, and instead had to destroy it. Under normal circumstances transmutation should have allowed Ivan to part the prison. Instead, when they first met, that wasn't possible. At first Ivan thought it was just a matter of not understanding the composition of the mineral, and while that was technically the case he never would have guessed that it was because it was alive. Well, I guess it's dead now. If it was truly a construct of the labyrinth it would have auto-repaired like everything else. The fact that it had a crater in it and the mold of Yu's body indicated that it was not a part of the original dungeon. But that did get Ivan thinking on how her uncle created the room without it auto-refilling and regenerating as did the rest of the dungeon. He never went back to investigate. But maybe the rooms he had made on his way to the bottom of the labyrinth were probably still hollow as they were when he made them. At least that might be the case, otherwise Ivan felt like the letter he wrote might have been a waste. Hajime did say he found the rooms I made, and the stuff I left behind. So I guess your uncle was the first person in hundreds of years to ever clear the labyrinths, huh? And to think he completed 2 of them as well makes me think about how a guy like him didn't naturally ascend to the throne instead of his brother. You wordlessly nodded before staring down in contemplation. Ivan only silently watched her while readying for her resolution. And only seconds passed before she prompted him to insert the emblem into the mold. Clink. It slipped in seamlessly, only making a very quiet clicking sound as it fell in place, almost as if it had been magnetized to stick there. Rumble, rumble. Ivan and you assumed combat positions as the ground beneath them shook furiously. Slowly but surely, the room that had been Yu's former prison had revealed something they hadn't anticipated. This is. As the shaking receded, Ivan stepped cautiously forward to receive the item that had appeared alongside the compartment embedded in the floor. It was a ball. A ball of metallic material that just about fit in the palm of his hand. He stared at it inquisitive before noticing the gray, almost see-through lines that permeated throughout the whole device, resembling veins one could find in their own body. It seems like a grenade, though I really doubt someone would put it here after asking for something like Schnee's emblem. Ivan had you take a few more steps back before infusing the device with his mana. The vein-like circuits glowed with a brilliant golden light before a projection of what seemed to be a man closely resembling you appeared. Uncle, you muttered aloud. And not more than a second later, the man that was her uncle spoke. Chapter 159. We're back. Felis and Canis teleported back into the lair with a flash of blue light, the former homunculi exclaiming out listlessly with a strained face. Though with a single glance one could tell the little sister of the pair wasn't in a much better condition than her elder sister. Canis immediately took her place beneath a nearby tree before staring off into the distance. Recent memories flashing in her mind that mostly consisted of walking in circles forever or being returned to the beginning of the labyrinth right before the end. Even with the compass, navigating through Milady's homemade hell wasn't made any easier for the two. In fact, it seemed Milady had gone harder on the two since they were in possession of an artifact made from concept magic. Every time the duo thought they were headed the right way, the ghostly liberator would swap rooms using gravity magic so quickly that it was hardly conceivable. In the end, the only way they resolved the trials given to them was by using their heads. Literally. Felis allowed Canis to warm up before grabbing the lioness and using her like a battering ram to break through walls. This of course elicited a whine from the childish liberator, but it mostly went unheard as the duo was more occupied with getting their revenge for the hell they were put through. Sorry, but I see that you guys must have been successful, right? Ivan gave a wry smile whilst making no attempt to comfort the two. What was important right now was the success of the mission. Yup, we even managed to snatch a few things from her that she thought would be useful. At first she wanted us to beg for them, but after a quick bashing and dropping your name she became real easy to deal with. Felis spoke with newfound maturity in her voice. To Ivan it seemed as though the tigress had aged tens of years in the 10+ hours she was gone. Though he sweated a bit knowing that they basically mugged the poor former resistance fighter, ignoring the fact that he had done as such in the past as well. Like father, like daughter, I suppose. Well, good work then. I would have loved to be there to witness it all, but you and I have been busy since coming upon a new revelation. Ivan nodded toward the hard-working vampire queen, who in turn smiled before returning to sort the items she had brought back to the lair from her recent venture. Yua-sensei, what's that around your neck? Oh, this is something important to me, something my uncle had left behind for me. You spoke with a fond grin, holding the device with both hands as she proudly declared the value it held to her. Ha! I thought Yua-sensei hated her uncle. Phyllis was about to voice out her doubts before noting the silent finger Ivan had raised out of Yu's vision. She nodded after receiving a simple message through telepathy from him. I'll explain it after we deal with the current threat. Ivan wasn't exactly fond of the idea of using the precious few remaining hours they had to go through a history lesson beginning at the inception of Tortus. Even if he were to do such a thing, he would rather wait for everyone else so he wouldn't have to explain it more than once. He especially didn't have much time considering what they learned from the message left behind by Yu's uncle. Thanks to it, Ivan came up with a contingency plan that would hopefully give them a huge advantage in the upcoming fight. It's been a while since I made a fake double, but it'll have to do. Ivan sighed before considering using one of the cores he stripped from an apostle's corpse. Deciding that authenticity was important, he went ahead with it. In the off chance that Demon Lord, who was more than likely in cahoots with the hit, was able to read minds, Ivan decided to keep his plan a secret only he knew. I should have enough skills to ward off any debuffs. I'll have my other thought processes running counter-thinking to jumble up everything should my mind get looked into. If he was being honest, Ivan had completely forgotten about the existence of the Demon Lord. In his mind the title was already accompanied by a former Demon Army Grand General who had bit the dust back in the Gruen Labyrinth. For a guy who we had been summoned to kill, he sure hasn't had much of a presence in this world. Ivan could count the instances of where the demons made trouble on one hand since the year plus he and the others were summoned to Tortus. Which was odd considering the demons would be expected to make a lot of huge moves after hearing the news of a hero party being summoned from another world. Must be a hit's work. He just wanted to give us enough time to become worthy pieces on his board. The closest the class was to annihilation was when Catleo was sent to the Orcus Labyrinth to determine whether they'd become allies or threats. The question was whether a hit would really approve of such an operation when it nearly ended the game he had been building up for centuries. Did that mean even if Ivan didn't intervene would everyone still be alive? His class was the first ever case in recorded history to have been summoned as heroes, who knew when the next time would be should they be killed. So what did you acquire, from Milady? Oh yeah. Well, she gave us this cool arrow. It had a really long name so I couldn't remember it, but I call it Boundary Kuan. According to Phyllis, who said according to Milady. The silver arrow in her hand was the prototype of an arrow the Liberators made using concept magic to enter a hit's heaven. And while the original arrow worked perfectly to that ideal, the current only existing prototypes were incapable of such a feat. Though Milady believed that Ivan may be able to make some adjustments to get it working towards its full potential. And then there's this other thing too. Phyllis pulled another thing from her treasure trove, this time a couple sacks full of white marbles the size of peas. She said these were supposed to protect us from this divine edict thing. I don't really know what that is, but it sounds super dangerous from her words, something about a hit being able to control people with words. Ivan nodded. He'd break a couple down later to what they were composed of and see if they could be mass-produced on any level. In any case, they learned something actually important from Milady, and that was a hit had the ability to control people's actions with just his words. And finally, well, this thing is, the Godslayer dagger. Yeah, that's what she called it. Canis finished her elder sister's words as she snatched the dagger out of the latter's hands. One didn't need much of a brain to guess what it did. Ivan accepted the dagger from the lioness before examining it intensely. Aside from its completely blue body and lack of a handle guard, the dagger was jagged, thin, brittle, and blunt. It seemed absolutely ineffective as an actual tool to harm someone. As a test, Ivan sliced it down the length of his left arm, musing as it left behind not a single trace of having cut him. Canis nodded before continuing her words. The little golem said it was created using concept magic to only kill a hit. It cannot absolutely hurt anyone or anything else. She also mentioned it was created under special circumstances. Canis' hesitation brought Ivan to give her a curious stare. If the dagger worked as intended, then Ivan wanted to know everything about how it came to be so he could produce some other god-slaying artifacts. Well, the little golem said that it happened after she and the other liberators failed one of their attempts to slay a hit. They stood holed up in a bar for hours each proclaiming how much they hated them. And after they drunk themselves unconscious, this thing was sticking out of the table when they woke up the following morning. So just extreme hatred, huh? I guess it would be feasible if all the liberators converged their hatred into a single concept magic spell. That's all, right? The two homunculi nodded before returning to their own separate areas of the lair to train themselves. Now we await the return of the others. Ari and Claire should be back soon considering the Sea of Trees ain't too far from the teleportation circle. Chapter 160. As Ivan expected, Claire and Ari returned a few hours after the homunculi sisters. Though their task should have been the easiest, they were constantly delayed over and over by overly hospitable beast men who did everything in their power to suck up to the two considering whose group they hailed from. But seeing as how Ivan deemed them useless in their upcoming venture, the two just ignored them before reaching Wonderland. The Halia accepted their request immediately. As soon as Shay heard their words a siren resounded through the hidden village and within seconds an organized army armed to the teeth were in formation right in front of her command room. Claire and Ari admitted that the time has come and our glory awaits being shouted down the streets frightened them a little bit. And that fear seemed to spread to the rest of the sea of trees as it became noticeably quiet in the woods that day. Claire gave a basic rundown of their plans to Shay, then handed her a jagged blue crystal before pulling Ari out of the bar and running toward the gorge as quickly as possible. If everything worked as intended, the crystal would glow golden the moment Ivan signals for the beginning of battle against Ahit and his forces. Breaking the crystal would then open a temporary portal for the forces to go through, immediately transmitting them to where Ivan was. The same crystal was also within Milady's possession. And now the only ones that should be in the process of receiving the device are the dragon men. It's been 2 days since Tio left and Ivan wasn't exactly rushing her considering she hadn't been home since they first met. He was sure she had a lot to catch her clansmen up with regarding the matters of the outside world. But a whole clan of dragon men fighting by our side, huh? It seemed that in every world dragons were regarded as immensely powerful beings. Whether it be in Ivan's past world with the amount of legends that pertain toward them. Or this world where the dragon men were once praised as the peacekeepers of the world. You who especially idolized them swung her legs from the workbench with anticipation, all whilst handling the sorting of material. The dragon men in this world were akin to heroes from fairy tales before their names were besmirched by Ahit and every other race. They were at their peak popularity sometime before you was imprisoned. Though now they are no different than the myths of Ivan's old world, at least to the people of today. Which was probably a good thing because that was the point. The goal of the dragon men for the past few centuries have been doing their best to hide from the public eye and have succeeded thus far. Tio should be back tomorrow. She seems more eager than anyone to get her revenge against Ahit. I imagine her clansmen are no different. Felis and Canis were also able to convince Milady to muster her forces as well. At least the petite golem said herself that she'd accompany them during the final battle the moment she accumulated enough golems for battle. Not that Ivan ever doubted such a declaration from her. She had in fact been waiting at the bottom of her labyrinth for over 500 centuries just for the opportunity to kill the god she and her group had been conspiring against for even longer. Ivan sighed before suddenly dropping his elbows atop the workshop table, strain going to his eyes as he shook his head furiously. The Halia had managed to accrue a vast force since the last time he saw them. Hell, their little civilization was enough proof of that. Then there was arming the dragon men. There should only be a few hundred of them, but Ivan needed to make artifacts that would fit their forms when alternating between dragon and human form. And last but not least, the golems of Milady. Who knew how many she'd bring? Hell, if she couldn't even give a concrete time of when she'd show it, then that probably meant she'd bring more than a few hundred. The number could even likely be in the thousands. So what would Ivan do in preparation for something like that? Well, to him the best course of action would be to allow the centuries-old golem to use her own expertise along with material he would provide. To be specific, apostle cores. He had an abundance of them and would likely gain even more after the incursion. Ivan opened a portal by his side before holding his treasure trove above it. Apostle cores rained down into it like a waterfall before it promptly closed up, just quick enough to avoid hearing the complaints of the golem girl who'd get pissed off every time Ivan dropped hearts on her head. Literally, of course. Thanks to the ring Felis and Canis took with them to Milady's labyrinth, such a convenient way of transporting items was born. Simply stick something through one ring and it'll come through the other. Even without spatial magic anyone can use it. It certainly sprouted some perverse ideas when he first conceived it, but he decided to leave those behind until the current threat was dealt with. For now he was satisfied knowing that if he showed such a convenient device to any force that relied on transporting goods, they'd be eating out of his palms just for a single pair. Speaking of forces that would eat out of his palm given the chance, Ivan wondered how quickly this little battle would go on for. At the very least he wanted to make sure the Highlight Kingdom survived it all. As there were his classmates there, who he didn't really care for, there was Aiko, and then not to mention all of Claire's lingering affection for her friends and family that reside there. But one more day, I guess I have to work extra hard until then. Chapter 161. Welcome back. Ivan greeted the beautiful dragon princess with one hand, the other occupied with a glowing purple gem that looked about ready to explode at any second. I have accomplished the mission you have assigned to me, my master. Tio responded with much vigor, the tension in her body that she didn't know she had lessened considerably after a quick visit back home. And with renewed resolve, she was in the best possible condition she could be to fight a false god. She even managed to acquire a secret ability no one else was able to, that was created by the first dragon man who knows how long ago. My grandfather told me all who attempted to acquire it were driven mad within seconds, but fortunately it could not stand to my will. She puffed her chest out and let out a proud smile. According to her words, what she had acquired was the personification of the first dragonman's hatred towards God, a malevolent scale that corrupted anyone who tried to absorb it. Or that used to be the case, until Tio did the impossible. You should have seen grandfather's face, it was as if he had seen a ghost. That probably wasn't an exaggeration, he had likely seen many of his kin before attempting to tame the scale in the past, and in the end he must have had to put them down before they turned the corruption onto the village. But would he be able to put down his own granddaughter if the moment came that he had to choose his village or her? And it seemed he chose to harden his resolve. A fact that Tio hadn't resented, in fact she'd be grateful if he would kill her before she harmed the people she swore to protect. Thankfully she had no plans of dying that day, her master was awaiting her return after all. They possess the transportation crystal and are preparing for a glorious battle, rest assured that every single of my brethren are prepared to lay their life for this purpose, as this was the will our forefathers had left centuries ago. While Tio was proud that her family would not back down, despite having the option to remain hidden as they have been for over 500 years, she couldn't help feeling a little melancholic that she may lose many of them in this upcoming battle. She knew firsthand the apostles were no joke, and she also knew her grandfather, who was the strongest dragon man before her adventure, had only survived his battle against a single apostle by pretending he was dead. A single hit by their disintegration beams would cause devastating damage. Tio snapped out of her thoughts as a reassuring palm pressed against her head. What's there to worry about? The dragon men are the strongest, ain't they? And with my adjustments they'll be unstoppable. So have some faith in them and do your best for their sake, the quicker we kill that bastard god the less opportunities the apostles will have to cause damage. Fufufu, yes, my master, you're correct. Everything will be fine, my master will make sure of it. Tio closed her eyes and savored the warmth. Thankfully she didn't have her tail visible in her human form, otherwise the sways of it would have displayed her glee for everyone to see. Though from the corner of the room one onlooker stared with dead eyes. So this new ability you acquired, what exactly is it? Ivan originally wanted to wait and see what the ability was in action, but it was his curiosity that got to him. A skill born out of the first dragonman's resentment against God, it sounds so badass. Fufufu. You're just going to have to wait and see, my master, you shall witness my beautiful new form tear that false god's army and he himself into shreds, that I can promise. Tio spoke with a whimsical voice, a mysterious smile painting her face as she brought up a single winger and wagged it in a teasing manner. The personification of the first dragonman's hatred was a single black scale, its hatred oozing and powerful enough to overwhelm even the current clan head of the dragon men, and yet Tio was able to absorb it. Without realizing it, Ivan stepped forward and cupped the dragon princess' cheek with one hand, planting a chaste kiss containing nothing but his love and joy for his partner. Tio uncharacteristically twitched before evading her eyes, a noticeably red glow permeating her face and climbing up her ears. For someone who was always so straightforward with her desires, she was not used to receiving them. What was that for, master? Did you perhaps find that unsettling? I apologize if I made you unsettled in any way. No, that's not it, I was in fact very overjoyed. I was just wondering what compelled you to act as such. I do not believe I've done much to earn such esteemed pleasures. Just consider it my appreciation for the perverted dragon that grew up so much in such a short time. To be regarded as a pet whom master has been pleased with the development. Fufufu. It's the best. Tio had instantly decided to interpret his words into something with a completely different meaning, taking his praise for her development to something a pet owner feels when seeing their dog go from unruly to obedient. But that wasn't what I was trying to insinuate at all. Ivan kept his complaints inside his heart as he slowly backed away from the writhing dragon. Her heated pants and lustful moaning became fainter by the second as his careful steps turned into a sprint. Chapter 162. Time, 6 o'clock. The sun was only just rising, though Ivan and the others only knew that by the artificial sun inside the lair that was synced up. An hour prior everyone got up and began preparing for what could be the final battle. And just like that they spent the few minutes they had after preparing to watch the fake sun rise. Honestly, I think it looks better than the real deal, though there's not much of a horizon for it to crest over. Yeah, but at least we could look at it without burning our eyes out. And yet there's a certain beauty in that fact as well, a beauty you could only witness for a few seconds before your eyes glisten with tears. Of course it would be the perverted dragon that says she likes it when the sun burns her eyes. This admonishment. Why your eyes that stare at me perturbed, fufufu where are you all going? Why must you all shuffle away from me with such haste? Don't leave me alone. Yes, they were entirely prepared to quite possibly die this day. "Ah, where's that orb thing you had around your neck?" "I don't want to risk it breaking," you responded with the usual stoicism, her eyes staring back at the tanned beauty expressionlessly. Ari was about to respond with how restoration magic would just put it together again, but it was Yu's stare that made her stifle her words. She backed off with a wry smile before chalking it up to the fact that you may just be sentimental regarding the device. "Everyone ready? How's the gear feelin'? It'll be too late to make adjustments out on the field, so speak now or forever hold your peace." Ivan broke up the tension with a few claps. Aside from the usual attire, silver bracelets adorned each wrist, their size about as thick as a penny. And looking at the girls' wrists, each of them wore the same devices. It was a simple combination of metamorphosis magic, restoration magic, and spatial magic, all tied neatly together by creation magic. To put it simply, they were just bracelets that projected a living barrier in front of the user that would eat whatever energy source collided with it. Theoretically, they should be able to consume disintegration beams and repair themselves with restoration magic before exploding and dying. Knowing that the barriers were alive put the girls a little on edge, but after Ivan notified them that they were without a soul, well, it didn't exactly make them feel any better. But it at least eased their guilt by a little bit. Ivan had debated transmuting the soul of a monster or an animal into the shield, but the whole living necklace arc a year ago shut that idea down. Though things are a little different now, I have spirit magic after all. He even messed with the idea of making that immortal spoon he thought of at the beginning of his journey. A living immortal spoon sounded cool as well, but it seemed like torture for both parties. One for the person inserting the spoon in their mouth, and two for the spoon going inside someone's mouth. The only exception would probably be if the spoon's spirit was formed into a soul that desires to fulfill the purpose it was assigned. Ivan could already imagine the nascent toilets terrorizing the streets of Hylai begging to be filled. It was horrifying to think of, and yet at the same time a situation so odd he wanted to see it at least once. I wonder if the demons have toilets. Considering how good-looking Katlia was, the demons seemed to care about hygiene as much as the average human. So the answer was, of course they have toilets. Ivan shuddered as a number of eyes landed on his body. What kind of excuse should he make in a situation like this? He had no idea, even with his dozens of thought processes. "No, I was just asking if everyone made sure they didn't need to use the toilet before we left. I'll bring along the portable toilet just in case, but I doubt it would give us enough time to take potty breaks." The governess, the princess, the maid, and the dancer all looked at him with doubt. Anyways, now that we're all ready, shall we make our way? I've set us a strict wake-up schedule so we may arrive at a decent time. Not everyone could see in the night after all. The others rolled their eyes as he made hurried steps toward the teleporter. He eyed the others awkwardly as they all took their places beside him. "So long, Oscar. You've been a real help to us for a large part of this journey. I'll make sure to make this place a memorial with gift shops and show stands if I make it out of this encounter alive." And then he didn't allow anyone else to comment on his comment, wrapping everyone in his arms before taking a leap forward. A white light consumed them all, and in a matter of seconds the rowdy underground lair became silent again. What would we do without this compass? Thank you, Liberators, for taking 10 steps ahead when preparing for the future. Ivan fumbled the compass in his hands for a bit before staring out the front windshield of the newly repaired Falcon, the name of his dragon-like airship. He of course noticed the irony in its name. Thankfully Tio didn't find it disrespectful, or it's more accurate to say she found it so disrespectful that she approved of it immediately. Any other name that was suggested ended up being too long or hard to say, like Steel Soaring Dragon or Zarestia. The first sounded like some move a hot-headed protagonist would yell out in a shonen manga, and the latter sounded like a name that would bring upon a Greek god's wrath. Ivan sat up in his chair from his slumped position as he squinted his eyes to somewhere along the horizon. Red as far as the eye could see, a cloudless red sky and darkish red-brown ground that seemed to be this area's equivalent of green grass. Even the occasional pond, river, and sea on the horizon was just pure red. How much more cliché could this shit get? Might as well put a giant sign in the air saying, "Bad guys over here." I guess the gods of this world really like their stereotypes, as expected of bastards that would do anything for entertainment's sake. The land of the demons was almost a one-to-one idea of what humans on Earth thought of as hell, but without the excess fire and tortured souls. If anything, the red was just a bit harsh on the eyes. I'm surprised there isn't a red tint to light here, then again I guess I have the cloudless sky to thank for that. Muttering such pointless things, Ivan held the compass higher into the air, for now the goal he infused in it was to bring him to a hit. And not so coincidentally, it seemed to take him straight toward where the demon kingdom laid. Not a surprise to the group at all, considering Fried's behavior before he met his end. Screaming this and that about his god. Activating cloaking, prepare to descend. I'll use a scope to observe the situation from afar. We'll want to sneak in without arousing suspicion. Our goal, the ominous-looking castle looming over the city. The iron dragon named Falcon shimmered with blue light before the panels on its underside transformed to show the sky above them, completely concealing the underside of the aircraft. A hatch opened beneath it and every member of the group descended, each without a parachute. Superhero landing. Ivan yelled as he followed suit, the Falcon disappearing into his treasure trove. You latched onto his back and hung onto him as if she were a backpack, all the while Ivan made it a point to land on one knee. Thud. Master, oh, I'm so glad I managed to put my body beneath yours in time he, who knows what sort of injuries you may have succumbed to. That same one knee fell down from the Falcon and onto the back of Tio, who writhed with pleasure as she made up some excuse as to why she threw herself under him. The impact master, the impact would create a loud noise and kick up dirt that would attract all too much attention to our position. Ivan sighed disappointedly. Pulling a scope from his ring, he stretched it out and looked out into the horizon, one eye peeking through. They're literally the same as humans in almost every way. Sure, they had swarthy skin, sure they were born with stronger physical bodies and had a better innate potential for magic, and sure they prayed to a different god, but at the end of the day they were people. Not the monsters that the Holy Church had tried to instill into their minds the moment they were summoned. Ivan saw it all from his telescope. Children laughing, families merrily shopping through the streets, old men quibbling over insignificant matters, and drunken men making noise. That's propaganda for ya. He shook his head before monitoring the streets closest to the castle. Cadlia herself was happily engaged. Such an aspect made it clear to the students that demons weren't monsters, the same aspect that made Cookie hesitate when he could have dealt the killing blow in Oscar's labyrinth. Time, 9 o'clock. It's time. Approaching at night was comparatively a bad strategy, more guards, likely on higher alert than in the day, each irritated by the fact that they were spending their night outside. People rarely expect crimes to happen in broad daylight, and because of that they often have their guards down. Especially in a time of peace. And while the current era could be described as a time of war between demons and humans, the guards who were too comfortable because there've never been an instance of humans breaking in slacked off on their jobs. Ivan took the opportunity to tunnel as closely to the castle as he could while the guards were occupied socializing with each other or with the locals. We're in. Chapter 163. We're in. Ivan looked around warily, he and the others down an invisibility potion, but its effects would only last 5 minutes anyways. He planted a strange device with 4 suction cups on the floor, fiddling with it as the red light in the middle turned green. And then a large holographic projection appeared above the device and showed the ground their location. We don't know the schematics of this place, but with X-ray and electromagnetic pulse technology we can get a rough estimation. The castle was huge, made to seem even bigger on the inside. The halls were tall enough to fit 20 men stacked on each other's shoulders, red carpets everywhere gilded by golden linings. That sort of fancy decoration made a striking contrast to the dark brick walls and stone. Display life forms, with an utter numerous red lights illuminated the holographic diagram. Numerous detection skills were activated and each detecting heat sources or irregular movement. Looking at it all, Ivan only sifted through the halls to see the best path to the throne room without obstructions. Sort by energy. The red dots disappeared as a blue one appeared in what Ivan guessed was the throne room. If the Demon Lord was the strongest entity, then sorting by the biggest source of mana made things much easier. Even with the amount of skills he inputted into the device, it was unable to surpass the cloaking energies of the apostles. So even if it seemed like the Demon Lord was the only thing to worry about, Ivan knew that within the walls stood the doll-like sentinels. At that point there would be no choice but to break into an all-out brawl. Ivan hoped it would be a swift one as well, lest he would have to deal with the Demon Lord, the apostles, and his lackeys. Sneaking through an enemy's fortress was no easy feat, especially when it was done with a group as large as 7. Numerous times the group were met by guards who weren't previously in place but moved to do their patrol. Instead of waiting for them to move, Ivan brought out another construct of his. He placed the scanner on the floor again to make sure no one else other than the patrolling guard was near. If he knocked out the guard, then the likelihood of another patrolling one discovering their body would be high. The same would happen if the guard just mysteriously disappeared. At least if they were diligent in their duty, then they'd consider a missing royal guard who should have been patrolling a big hint that something was wrong. 4 purple pins came out of his ring, each with a suction cup of their own. Ivan placed them in a square formation with equal distance from each one. The square is large enough for a grown adult to climb through. Clap. With the palm of his hands the purple pins glowed with a blue tint and a thin purple see-through film filled the void of the square. And through that film was what should have been on the other side of the wall. Quietly they passed through it. Slap. Though Ivan did need to slap the hand of Felis, who kept playing with the film, amused by its rippling. With the flash of his ring the 4 pins teleported into storage and the pass-through film disappeared. We are a lot closer now. Observing the situation, there were no other life forms detected on the path they were following now. Hurriedly they rushed down it, no concern for making noise or a random guard appearing crossed their mind. And there it was before their eyes. A staircase that stretched out for 20 meters, dressed lavishly with red pristine carpet and ornate chandeliers hanging above each island. There were 3 islands in total before it met with the grand double doors at the end. Each island is occupied by 2 guards. Unlike the slackers outside, or the almost dull ones they ran across before, the ones guarding the stairs were particularly on high alert. Not to mention the gold-gilded white pristine armor they adorned on their bodies. Not a single piece of skin was revealed to the air as the 6 guards stood perfectly still as though they were statues. They aren't apostles, I can sense a mana reading from them, it's dense but nothing we can't handle, but stealth is our element, down another invisibility potion and equip these. Ivan whispered to the group behind him as he threw each of them thick steel greaves. Upon closer inspection one could notice the purple coil-like material melded into where someone's fingers would be if they equipped them. With a little bit of circulated mana the greaves' coils glowed a light purple. And then the rest followed suit as Ivan climbed up the walls with ease. Father, are you sure this is safe? Turning his head, Ivan was met with the sight of the frightened tigress as she quivered in fear, each movement trembling as she hurriedly crawled toward him. Ivan only stifled a laugh before turning forward again. Seeing Felis flop around while they were upside down was just a ridiculous experience for him. Ugh, I think I'm going to feel sick. Claire on the other hand removed one of her hands from the ceiling to cup her mouth. Her cheeks expanded before she took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Tio just snorted proudly toward the 2 as she made easy strides forward, not at all concerned that by leading the charge she was essentially showing off her undergarments for all to see. As for Claire and Ari, they just ignored everyone and made it a race to see who could surpass Tio first, a serious yet eager expression on their faces as they crawled forward with stern expressions. And as for you? Oh, we're here. Ivan used telepathy to halt the group, shuffling his way forward. The film passed through devices stuck to the frame of the door as it created a rectangular passage for them to go through. Thud. All notions of stealth were undone in a single move. Ivan and the others deactivated their greaves and fell to the floor like a rock. And in front of them, even more stairs. But at the top of those stairs was a magnificent throne. Who if it ain't the visitor from another world, and I see you've brought your posse as well. And on that throne resounded a grand voice, deep and rooted with confidence. Every word the figure uttered sounded as though he held a perpetual smirk on his face. Step step. His footsteps echoed throughout the lonely room, resounding as his feet firmly pressed into the stairs below him. It was when he was halfway down to the level where Ivan and the others were that he stopped, seemingly intent on staying there. Allow me to introduce myself, I am Dianlead Galdia Vesperitio Avataro, the Demon Lord and Queen Atlicia's uncle. He slightly bowed, one arm in front the other as he closed his eyes. Kneeling ever so slightly toward where you stood. And in response, she just stared back at him, her brows lightly furrowed. Chapter 164. Long slicked back golden hair and blood-red eyes, his skin not as pale as Yu's but Caucasian nonetheless. Flawless features with a strong build, the confidence he excluded tidied up by his appearance made him seem all but invincible. Even with the wrinkles that adorned the skin beneath his eyes, one wouldn't be able to tell that the man in front of them was someone who's lived several dozen lifetimes. At least that's if he were the man he claimed to be. Hello my beloved niece, it's been quite a while since we last met. The man's overbearing disposition disappeared as an amicable smile covered his face, relieving his bow. He stood up straight and spread out his arms warmly. Still, Yu was unconvinced. She remained in a combat-ready stance, one arm forward as another held her spell-casting spell to her side. Ah, to treat your uncle so coldly. I know it's been 300 years since we last met, but how about some familiarity for old time's sake, Altia? The middle-aged man claiming to be Yu's uncle put on an expression of faux pain, his shoulders slumping lowly as he spoke with a regretful smile. If anything, Ivan had to admit that the man's behavior was awfully convincing. After all, he was without a doubt the only person besides Ivan's group that knew of Yu's old name. The very same name that she abandoned after being freed. Even the others had let down their guard thinking about the semblance between the 2 relatives. Don't fall prey to his words, unless Yu herself says that the man in front of us is her uncle. Stay on high alert. Hell, even if he is actually her uncle, be prepared to fight, he has a lot to make up for the way he treated you. The others nodded with glints in their eyes. Ivan was right, if he was really her uncle then they were going to teach him a lesson for all the things he put her through. Dianlead watched the whole event transpire before him with an amused smile. He stepped down the stairs with no restraint even as the girls continued to point village-destroying weapons toward him. And to think you've made such reliable comrades during your travels. Oh, as your uncle it makes me very proud. At least with this I can be assured that you'll be safe in our upcoming tribulations. Once he reached the end of his journey downward, he spoke with a proud expression, his eyes glistening as he recounted his memories. But it was the latter of his words that took the group's interest. Upcoming tribulations. Tio muttered lightly underneath her breath. As the eldest in the group with a whopping experience of 500 years. Her judgment in people was quite accurate. And something about the man in front of her just put her on edge. Whether it was his words or demeanor, she didn't know just yet. Omo, I conclude that by your group's appearance here and the way you snuck into my castle like assassins that you are determined to deal with him, am I correct? Dianlead spoke mysteriously with one hand cupped around his mouth. His eyes shifting left and right as he observed the room for any unwanted listeners. A pointless task considering the volume he spoke in was enough for the whole group to hear from several feet away and loud enough for his words to echo through the somewhat empty throne room. Give me a second before I go into details. Without waiting for the group to respond, he turned around and slammed his two hands together. Rumble rumble. The moment the two forces met each other, a blue electrical discharge flowed throughout the room. Other than a slight tingle. Ivan felt nothing, instead he observed silently as apostles fell from the rafters like flies after they hit a bug lamp. Blue discharge covering their bodies as they hit the ground. Well, I'm glad that worked. Now, children, I don't have much time to explain, so shut up and listen. The man's former tranquil smile faded away in an instant as it was replaced by a more hurried and anxious expression. I know you all might have a lot of questions, but we truly do not have much time. The discharge will only disable them for a few minutes before they go back online. Oh, and I don't recommend killing them as they sleep. So long as the big guy up there is watching, he'll notice the situation is strange the moment his toys start breaking. Of course, by big guy, Ivan knew he was referring to HIATUS himself, as he concluded both the bastard god and the demons were colluding. A vampire being the king of demons, who would have thought? Now, since we don't have much time as you said, explain in 20 words or less why you've treated you as you did 300 years ago. Ivan adorned a sardonic grin as he approached the anxious man, not at all looking as though he cared about the time restraint. In his eyes Dianlead saw the promise of pain should he not provide a satisfactory answer. First of all, this was a position I was appointed to. Second of all, I have a very good reason, and that being related to the force that now oppresses us. HIATUS games went deeper than we ever expected. Dianlead took a step toward you before finding his path blocked by Ivan and the others. A sad smile crossed his lips as a remorseful expression marred his face. 300 years ago, my brother, his wife, your parents. I indeed murdered them, and such a sin I do not expect for you to forgive. In fact, though I stated that I had good reasons. Do not take that statement as me validating the crimes I've committed. But months before your coronation as a HIATUS messenger, I learned the terrible truths about the Holy Church and their motivation. From the 2 dungeons I conquered I learned it all. And that is why I acted as coldly as I did the moment you took reign. If I didn't make it seem as though you truly died that day, we would have been powerless to stop it. I took advantage of your bond with me, and knew you wouldn't be able to overcome the shock the moment I tried to kill you. He took on a mournful expression as he went into detail. The day of your coronation they intended on offering your body to the god they love, to HIATUS himself. And with that he'd gain the powerful regenerative abilities and talent with magic that you were blessed with. I couldn't allow that to happen, but I also was too powerless to stand against his forces. So I locked you in that dungeon, hoping that one day someone would save you. Someone powerful enough to do what I couldn't, and that is to protect you. Dianlead extended a hand toward Ivan, hinting to the fact that the opportunity he had been waiting for finally showed itself. From there I offered to hit my fealty, well on the surface at least to know his every move I submitted myself to him, and with my strength earning his trust to become the new demon lord was just trivial. He got down on one knee and pleaded toward the group, staring into Yu's eyes as he begged for her aid. Not for his sake, neither for hers, but for the world. Our brethren, our families, they were all slaughtered by him. And now only I live to avenge the taken lives, to lead those more worthy than I to slay him. Now I ask of you heroes, would you please lend me your assistance? For a minute time seemed as though it came to a complete stop. And in that silence everyone looked toward Ivan. Only Dianlead stayed with his head down as he prostrated seeking aid. At that moment Ivan looked toward you, and she stared at him back. She gave a single nod, seeing that Ivan smiled before turning back to Dianlead. Who in turn looked up to meet Ivan's smile, thinking he had obtained his trust. Dianlead smiled. What part of 20 words or less do you not understand? Red sparks writhed around Ivan's arm, followed by a palm to Dianlead's face. The unsuspecting middle-aged man only stared stunned as he was lifted into the air. Bzzzt. And then his head popped open like a watermelon, blood, flesh and the faint scent of burnt meat filled the room. Flop. His body fell to the floor. Chapter 165. Silence permeated the area. Everyone other than Tio and you looked at the brutality that transpired before them with shock. Their eyes constantly went from Ivan, to the headless body, then back to Ivan again. Phyllis had her mouth agape, Canis had her eyes particularly wide open, Ari held one hand over her mouth as she swallowed back down what she had for breakfast, and Claire stared at Ivan with an incredulous expression. Even with Ivan's warning, they didn't expect things to devolve like this. In fact, they were half expecting a bittersweet scene in which two long-lost family members reunite after some short bickering. Instead they were met with murder. Father, what the hell was that? Ugh, I think I'm gonna be sick. You could have at least informed us ahead of time. Ivan ignored the onlookers as he bent over the corpse. And with a snap of his fingers a tub of molten lava appeared by his side. And under all their incredulous expressions, he slung the body onto his shoulder before promptly dumping it into the lava. This time they were truly stunned. The girls looked toward you to see what the main star of the current events thought about all this. Only to see her nod back as she approached the tub of lava. Well, what are you guys all standing around for? That faker will regenerate any second, screw his warning, take out as many apostles as you can before they awaken. Why yes, sir. While they had no idea what was going on. They knew what had been done was done. And it didn't seem to bother you, so it wasn't exactly their place to be bothered by it for her. Though they were definitely going to get an explanation from Ivan once all this was over. But it seems that death of the demon lord bothered the apostles enough that they immediately gave up the act and got into combat-ready mode. Not like I didn't expect that. A crystal appeared in his hand, and with a bit of force he managed to crush it into dust. That was the signal for his allies to use the crystals on their end and appear. Thankfully, they did just that. Whoosh! Blue portals appeared out of thin air and completely filled the throne room. Dragons, rabbit men. Droids, hundreds of each force invaded the room, finger on the trigger. There should have been golems as well, but Milady herself said that she would join up a little later. Immediately the room was full of the sounds of lasers, explosions, and yelling. That escalated very quickly. The culprit behind all this watched from afar as he teleported both himself and the tub of lava far away from the conflict. Each of his 200 droids were equipped with an apostle core. Their job was to march out of the throne room and secure the area. To put it more plainly, kill every single guard and make sure no one interferes. The Holia's mission was to do that and take care of apostles along the way. Although they were not encouraged to do the latter as they could be easily one-tapped by the angel soldiers. But they made up in it for ways the droids were incapable of doing. And that is by impressive teamwork. If a Holia fought an apostle alone, the result would be clear. If 10 Holia fought a single apostle, they had about a 50% chance of winning. They played dirty. Saying they played was inaccurate in itself. They didn't play at all. To them it was kill or be killed. If the only way to win was to bite their opponent's throat and rip out their carotid, then so be it, they'll do it without hesitation. As such, Ivan provided them with tools to frustrate and draw out their opponent for as long as possible. Smoke grenades, caltrops, a gun that shot super sticky glue. Flashbangs, pepper spray, tripwires, basically they had mini treasure troves full of tools a middle schooler would dream of. The question is, are they prankster rabbits, or are they tricky rabbits? Internalizing such philosophical discussions, he turned his direction to the dragonkin. Compared to everyone or everything that teleported into the room, they were the biggest allies Ivan and his group could get. So long as 3 of them teamed up on an apostle, then they had a good chance of winning. Especially so when adorning the power armor he gave each of them. Black glistening steel covered their dragonified bodies. Blue tech circuits coursing through the armor like blood through a vein. Siphoning the mana of its host, the DL set was made imbuing strengthening magic onto it along with regeneration and steel body. Though not made with Azantium, they were practically the next best thing. Ivan. Bang! A familiar bunny girl crashed into the spot right before Ivan, a smile adorning her face as she slung a dangerously large mallet over her shoulder. Like the DL set, its body coursed with bright circuits. But instead of imbuing the mallet with strengthening magic to give to the user, it worked the other way around. Shay was unusually talented with strengthening magic, even managing to evolve the skill into a stage people nowadays don't even know existed. And that was body strengthening, level 2. The muscles on her body bulged, and her height grew by a few centimeters. The ground beneath her cracked while the air screamed from the intense pressure. And in a flash, Shay swung her mallet-like hammer right behind her, smacking it square into the face of an apostle. Strengthening magic multiplied strength. And so when Shay managed to make it so there were higher degrees of multiplication, Ivan knew he had to copy it. And so the dragon possessed armor that enhanced their strength using strengthening magic level 2 as their basis. Oh yeah, and for curiosity's sake, Shay proclaimed that she was able to reach even level V. though it put a ton of strain on her body and left her practically unable to even move the moment it deactivated. So to her it was a do-or-die level. Ivan would have liked to copy the dragon armor to level V as well, but unfortunately that was something not even Phyllis was able to copy with her skill. At least not without considerable practice. As a homunculi, Phyllis was okay with practicing the skill to an extent that would be dangerous for someone who couldn't regenerate, lethal in fact. When she tried to emulate level 4 she just straight up exploded. It took a week for Ivan to wash that scene out of his mind. Splash. Ivan raised an eyebrow as a hand completely showing its bone and flesh popped out of the tub of lava and gripped the rim with excessive strength. Along with that movement some of the lava flowed out and touched Ivan's shoes. Splash. And then another hand jumped out. Couldn't you have just raised your thumb and die respectfully? Sorry Shay, but get out of here, you and I will take care of this. Ivan left no moment to rebuttal as he teleported himself you and the tub of lava to a secluded location on the other side of the castle. Tio, you're in charge. Tio roared out proudly as those words resounded in her head. As the princess of the dragonkin, it was her duty to lead her brethren for battle. And so for just this moment, she was okay with splitting up. Gra. Chapter 166. Why you cur? Attacking me so blindsided, I'll apologize to Lord Ahit afterwards, but I'll destroy you here and make you beg for death. From the molten lava arose bones, and at a startling speed those bones became wrapped in flesh and blood. Right before the eyes of Ivan and you a body was being reborn. Even if you now possess the body of a royal vampire, the only one that should be capable of coming back from that level of destruction is you, so tell me, are we right in our deduction, Alva? Dionlead, or more accurately, Alva the demon god of the demons, took tentative steps out of the tub of lava as he glared at the two responsible for his first ever demise with burning hatred. Not even Ahit, his creator, had slaughtered him to test his nigh invincible regenerative abilities. Even if he were blown up to ash, frozen into pieces, or torn up and scattered, he'd remain alive. With a snort of his nose, new clothing covered his body as his previous garments were turned to ash. He hadn't lost total sight of his mission, so even when his cover was blown he stared at you with nefarious intent. He had possessed the body of her closest relative for the sake of deceiving her and handing her over to his creator once she let her guard down. But it appeared that it was all for naught. For centuries I've acted as my lord's hands, deceiving races, playing at the world so we can watch as they mutually destroy each other, but because of you two things have become too uncertain, all of my lord's precious pawns have been eliminated. That's not necessarily right, as much as I'd like to brag about my 100% success rate there's still one pawn left, and that's you. Alva stared back at the finger pointed at him with resentment. He wanted to retort but his mission stood first. He would stifle his anger now and revel in the despair of the boy once the ceremony was complete. His body was immediately wrapped in bright colors, a tinge of his silver mana seeping through as he combined both air and fire magic. As a creation of Ahit he was as capable as any other apostle, in fact he was quite possibly Ahit's strongest creation. Especially when factored in that he was even bestowed some of Ahit's personal skills. Chantless spells, spells without circles, mastery of every element, the ability to meld two different spells together, and he even possessed what in his opinion was undoubtedly the most powerful spell of all. Though personally he felt it would be an affront to his pride if he had to use it on some pathetic mortals. It was the signature skill of his creator after all, even if he possessed it he felt the compulsion to ask for permission. Lend me your screams, my lord will take satisfaction in them. The billowing flames swarmed at the couple with incredible heat, even the marble pillars lining the room they were occupying started melting away without even coming into contact with the flames. But Ivan's suit was resistant to weather conditions such as heat and cold, while you simply didn't care about it as her regeneration was fast enough for her skin not to melt. So she simply dodged the wave as a golden light shimmered around her body. Ivan held one hand up to meet the wave, coming into contact with what could be called the nucleus of the spell as it all dispersed as if it were an illusion. Thankfully he didn't have to worry about the armor melding together with his skin. Since his enemy was a spawn of Ahit, Ivan had no doubt he had some proficiency with combat. So even when the little bastard was stunned by the uselessness his attack had, he probably had the situational awareness to react to his upcoming attack. The space around Ivan distorted as the ground beneath him crumbled into several hundred pikes of marble. Without a wave of his hand they flew toward Alva with a speed that nearly rivaled supersonic. Alva waved his hand and a wall of earth rose beneath him. Stab! He smiled sardonically, listening to the thin pike stab the wall as if they were hitting sandbags. Aritich! Shatter! Alva's first mistake was obscuring his own vision. The moment the wall divided the two, Ivan rushed up to it on his own 2 feet. Red lightning coursing through his body as his left fist shattered through and transmuted the rubble into spikes. His mind couldn't compensate for the sudden change in situation, and as such his body was riddled with rubble that stuck into his organs and eyes. You, now. Thunderlord's judgment. The spell she had been casting during the short conflict finally came to fruition. 6 lightning orbs circled the blinded Alva and quickly closed in, threatening to crush him. Ababababa. The healing Alva spurred noises from his mouth as his body was in a constant state of electrification. And things only worsened from there as when the orbs met each other in the center. A huge ring surrounded Alva and made it impossible to get close without being hit by it. Listening to the god spawn get zapped, Ivan smiled cruelly as a coffin-like structure appeared out of his spatial ring. He laid it open on the floor and lifted the hatch after inputting a few numbers into the keypad embedded on the side. Without worrying for its safety against the raining thunder, Ivan slid the coffin with the kick of his foot over toward Alva. The coffin moved as though it had a mind of its own. In fact it did in a weird sort of way, imbued with metamorphosis magic. It sought an opponent its master sought to have devoured. Thud. Alva had finally managed to raise both hands above his waist, readying his attack that would hopefully push him out of the circle of death. His attention was taken away from him as a metallic gray and black box hit his foot. Ha! The coffin jumped off the ground and engulfed him. Metal protruding spikes were the last thing he saw as it consumed him. Pain writhed his body as his vision was completely darkened. And to add it all up, the coffin itself was a great conduit of the electricity Yu's spell was constantly casting. Gra! His mind was becoming a mess. Here he was to consummate the ceremony and bring his lord into the mortal world, and yet he was interfered with over and over again. Alva hoped that thanks to Yu and Ivan separating from the rest of the group his job would be easier. And yet, his blood now boiled with rage. He had the blood of his beautiful creator flowing through his veins. He'd never be able to show himself again if he failed. I'd rather kill myself here and now. Not that it was an option. He was practically unkillable after all. Enough. After several dozens minutes of being impaled and electrocuted, Alva pushed away all inhibitions. Even if he had to use his creator's ability to solve these pests, he had resolved himself into completing the mission. His silver-golden mana rampaged and filled the metallic coffin to the point of inflation. The sound of the corrugated steel bending resounded through the room. His pure mana dispelled the electricity and blew open the coffin. Divine edict fall. Alva's voice was oppressive and manipulative. Ivan felt his body move before he even had time to think. An oppressive weight fell over it as he face-planted into the granite floor. The same applied to Yu, who struggled and flailed in an attempt to lift herself up. Only to give up as her elbows buckled with each attempt. You damned mortals, rejoice, for you too have had the pleasure of experiencing the Lord's own edict, and now, the purposes for which you've been allowed to make it this far shall be fulfilled. Seeing the 2 targets lay flat on the floor, Alva held a maniacal smile on his face as he approached them. Snickering all the while. First he went over to Ivan. He crouched down and lifted the boy by his draconic helmet, applying a bit of force. He smiled in satisfaction as he got a look of the face that has been troubling him for the past year or so. Now he couldn't wait to see the boy's face the moment the ceremony was complete. Alva let go of the boy's blonde hair as his head sank to the floor with weight. Thud. Now he turned his direction to the target of his lord for the past 500 or so years. The immortal vampire queen. With the possession of Dian Lead he got access to every memory, all but the location of the main target known as Altea. For some reason the man possessed a powerful enough block to thwart both his and his lord's attempt to break in. Well, there was the more likely option as well. And that being that the man might have wiped that memory from his brain just to keep her safe. Either way that doesn't matter now. I shall begin the ceremony before other pests interrupt me. Alva held both hands in front of him, slowly he pressed his palms together as a silver aura covered his whole body. Light descended from the sky in a holistic beam, landing straight on Yu's figure. On the side, Ivan grinned lightly as Yu's body ascended. Chapter 167. Yu's body, bathed in blinding white light, peacefully ascended to the ceiling of the room as though gravity didn't exist. She stared silently to the world outside the beam of light, her eyes empty before she felt her movements become more and more constricted. And that's when she knew it was time to give up control. She closed her eyes, and readied herself for Ivan's next move. A smile painting her face which had been expressionless this whole time despite the growing isolation encasing her. Then, the light completely disappeared. Plop. The room became silent as her body fell to the ground. 1 second went by and she wasn't moving, then 2, then 5, but it was at the 10th second that something remarkable happened. Yu bent her waist forward and along with it the upper half of her body. She looked around disgruntled before clenching her open palms again and again. Lord Ahit, my creator. My mission was a success. Now you have the body you have coveted for centuries, and with it the ability to roam the mortal world and play with it as you like. Yes, the person who inhabited Yu's body was in fact Ahit. The self-proclaimed god of Tortus. Previous to this ceremony he was just a conscious orb surveying heaven, a fate he brought upon himself accidentally when he converted the faith of the people into his strength. Desperate to gain a body again, he was elated to discover you, who had both the talent he wanted and regeneration. As such he was devastated to know that she had been killed before he could steal her body. Originally, his plan by summoning the students was to cultivate one of them into a suitable vessel. And he had in fact succeeded with that. If he didn't find out that you was alive he would have instead gone for Cookie's body, the student with the most talent and powerful class. And he must admit that when finding out that she was alive he became a little hasty in his plans. A haste he blamed the current blunder on. He stared at the irregular that forced him to such levels, the grin his supposedly prey adorned on his face couldn't help but piss off the ego of the false god. Ihit knew for a fact he had been duped, or more accurately it was his servant that had been deceived. He glared at Alva for a few seconds before standing to his feet. The body was incredibly short and weaker physically than what he had been when he still had a body, even though he too was a mage. It would take time to get used to, but time he wouldn't do as he knew he'd have to transfer bodies again the moment he ended the current situation. My lord. Alva's ecstaticism turned to confusion as his creator took somber steps toward him, his expression carrying an unamused smile and happiness that didn't quite reach his eyes. And then Alva felt a hand stab right through his stomach. "Why?" Alva uttered with the only word he could think of, his confusion at the certain circumstances painfully apparent. He had completed his mission. And now his lord wanted to kill him. His body slumped forward as he felt the energy in his body disappear. If it was from his creator, even a god such as himself couldn't regenerate. Isn't it obvious, you failed? Even with the skills I passed down to you, you were unable to complete the very important task I delegated to you. But don't worry, when this all blows over I'll build you back again. And this time I won't make an error. Poochie. Ihit removed his fair slender white hand from Alva's torso, licking his blood-soaked fingers as blood spewed from the gaping corpse. As I thought, his servant had inherited the body of a vampire, and through his words Ihit was able to come to an understanding about their constitutions. Such as the state their body goes through when consuming blood. However, none of the signs his servant had told him about appeared in the moment he consumed blood. Instead, there was only an oppressive silence. Where is she, irregular? His eyes gleamed with a horrifying light. The air around him whined against the immense pressure his body was releasing. Even his voice reached a low octave he hadn't used in centuries. Though the effect of that wasn't apparent to Ivan, who only heard the voice of a pissed-off little girl. If you're asking where you is, she's right here. Ivan got off the ground as the wounds and damage his armor sustained completely vanished. His helmet appeared on his hand as he adorned it once more. A blue crystal sat in the palm of his other hand, with a little force he crushed it as the dust blew in Ihit's direction. And then a blue portal appeared behind Ivan, and out of it came the real you. Her eyes burning with anger, a metallic ball hanging from her neck, in front of her stood the man that took everything away from her just because he wanted to use her as a vessel. If it weren't for him her uncle wouldn't have had to slaughter everyone she knew for the sake of fooling the bastard god. If it wasn't for him she wouldn't have had to spend 300 years in a dark hole, but if it wasn't for him she turned to look at Ivan, who nodded and smiled as she returned a dazzling expression. She had one thing to thank Ihit for, and that was for helping her meet Ivan. But this and that are different matters, fake god, I am here to avenge my uncle who you terrorized and toyed with. I could give less of a damn about saving this world, it'll just be a little bonus for me. Her golden mana flared and illuminated the room, space contorted as blue lightning encased her body. For Ivan it was an odd sight. He had molded a fake body of you for Ihit to take over. In order to make sure that he wouldn't be seen through, he sculpted it to be as realistic as possible. He even hid the plan from everyone else in the group just in case Ihit or any of his goons possessed mind-reading magic. As for weaknesses, he didn't input any. It ran on an apostle core in case you needed to control it for longer than they thought, as well as to process as ancient magic needed to keep the illusion of her regenerating, which was actually just restoration magic. She controlled it from a remote distance with spatial magic and spirit magic. In terms of magic talent though, the fake body was only good at restoration magic. Essentially crippling the fake god's expertise in magic. All of this was enough to fool Alva, but not Ihit. From the moment he was put into the body he knew something was up. But as the spirit was being transported he couldn't do anything to stop the ceremony. But considering ancient magic was inscribed into a person's soul, Ivan knew better than to underestimate the fake god in front of him. Time and time again you've stood in my way, irregular. I should have killed you the moment someone with a class I didn't force on them appeared. In the end it was my curiosity that brought upon this situation, but I don't intend on letting things end here. He was a god, at least in his mind. He had lived for millennia. A setback like this was nothing big in the grand scheme of things, he still had control over his apostles. All he would need to do was capture the vampire queen for real this time and have his apostles commence the ceremony in exchange for their life force. The irregular and his vessel had resisted his edict before, so all he had to rely on were his own skills and experiences. An array of spatial portals appeared behind him as a wave of apostles entered the scene. Things had strayed from his original plan, he was no longer keen on playing around in the current condition he was in. I want both of them alive, the irregular will be mine to kill, but only after I made him wish he was never even conceived. With the wave of his arm, the wall of apostles soared toward the target of their lord's obsession, the two mortals standing back to back as if ready to fight the entire world. Chapter 168. Ivan looked at the sea of apostles before grunting, his foot sparking as the surrounding materials built a wall in front of them. For only a few seconds it lasted and then was promptly disintegrated by the dozen beams of death. What he was focused on was a hit. The bastard god had enough pride that he was unwilling to flee just because his plan was shaking, but he seemed shameful enough to try and justify it should it mean living another day. There was also the factor that even if the fake body was destroyed, his soul would just return back to heaven unharmed, not even soul magic would be able to destroy it in time before it ascends. Which was precisely why Ivan was putting a careful eye on the fake god, because what he didn't know was that Ivan was gifted a certain god-slaying weapon before confronting him. Thankfully the liberators all died before they even got to use it, otherwise a hit's guard would probably be so high he'd just flee directly. As for whether he would even believe such a blade existed, Ivan didn't care. Though it would be a complete lie to say he had complete faith in the thing. You know, since it was made by a bunch of drunks and all. But nonetheless it was forged from the emotions of raging rebels using concept magic. If it didn't slay the god it should at least mortally wound him. The problem was getting close enough to use it. Ivan would likely only have one opportunity to whip it out before the fake god takes notice. With the whole arsenal of weapons Ivan had that a hit had seen, it'd be suspicious if he pulled out an ordinary-looking dagger when in close proximity and not some energy-consuming mass weapon of destruction. With most of the wall being destroyed, Ivan leaped forward, breaking what remained and rushing through the rubble to place both his palms on the neck of two apostles each. As red and blue electricity mixed, one apostle's body exploded into steaming blood whilst the other had her entire body contorted in ways that shouldn't be possible. The steaming blood came into contact with the eyes of a swiftly approaching apostle, who didn't have time to rub it out of her burning eyes before the blood staining her body became ice cold. And with the wave of Ivan's hand a gust of wind went hurtling her way, shattering the sculpture of her and leaving her in pieces. In total it took Ivan 7 seconds to take care of 3 of the about 70 apostles. Though Ivan could easily finish them all off with Ars Magna, every step he took toward a hit only made the fake god step back. It seemed that he knew the maximum range of his ultimate spell was 220 meters, about the length of 2 football fields. Though a hit wasn't a coward. He also wasn't a complete idiot. He had read the mind of his dolls and absolutely wouldn't risk being pulled around in a space that wasn't all too dissimilar from his heaven. In fact, Ivan's Ars Magna seemed even more terrifying. While a hit could control all of heaven, basically several different dimensions, the control he had never extended to living beings in the realms, and neither were the changes he made any more detailed than basically choosing where a world drifted or controlling where a portal took someone. Ivan on the other hand had a short range but control over lifeforms. He was able to make allies turn on each other, configuring them into beasts that did their being. Even he could manipulate the space to make himself untouchable. That mirrored world never once left a hit's mind. As did the scene of his apostles being torn apart by each other. Disgust marred his face as he stared at the approaching irregular. At least that was until he realized he couldn't spot the target of his obsession anywhere. Where did that damn vampire go? Electricity encased his body as he looked around warily, with it being the only other thing than restoration magic that the body he inhabited was proficient with. He pushed it to the max. The apostles near him backed up a little when facing the lightning of their lord, as standing near him was becoming increasingly dangerous. With the electricity burning their flesh and the sparks obstructing their vision. A hit casted an eye toward them before casting a basic restoration spell. With the body he was in, he was currently handicapped, and even though he usually prioritized his pride, right now his life was at stake. I can cast a spatial spell, but I'd need a few seconds where my hands could do nothing but hold the position of it, and I can't rely on these fools to protect me either with that vampire skulking around. His first move would be to deal with you. In the middle of combat he wouldn't be able to pull off the ritual, especially when he needed the coordination of some apostles, but it was the right thing to do now when Ivan was being swarmed with apostles. That was when a portal opened up right behind him. Zap. A hit turned around swiftly as a string of blue lighting shot into the hole, hopefully harming whoever sat behind it, which was presumably you. Instead he could only open his eyes in horror as another portal opened behind him at that exact moment where his hands were preoccupied. Bang! And then that same lighting he just shot went straight for him. Cough cough. You little snake, I thought to go easy on you since you're using my body and all, but now I guess I'll put those regenerative abilities to the test. The smell of burnt flesh wafted through the air. It held a solemn look before a green light wrapped his body. At a moderate pace the black singes on his skin dissipated. Snap! With the snap of his fingers several thunder clouds floated to the ceiling of the room. It didn't take long before they suddenly started shooting down thunder from the sky. Though that was without regard for his apostles. He had faith they'd be able to survive it with an inch of their life. From there he just planned to heal them back up. The only problem was that you might be able to evade it by simply running away through her portals. Which would be a smart decision on her part, as Hit's control over lightning was ironically at the level of God. A direct confrontation would be suicidal for even her. And yet at the same time she hoped Ivan wouldn't pull the false god into his realm. It wasn't that she didn't have faith in him, but the fact that she wouldn't be able to be there alongside him to watch the fake god die. If possible she wanted to end it all with her own hands for the suffering the bastard god did to the world and the people she loved. Where could she be now? Hit spoke out amusedly as he eyed each of the pillars holding up the room. Sparks at his hands as he readied to destroy each of them just to see her scurry out. At least that was until a large number of deaths registered in his mind. What the? His face was met by a stream of scalding hot water, but half a second before it hit his face he was able to see the figure not too far from it. And near him, the bodies of his apostles. He used it. All his apostles died in a single second, at least that's how he perceived it. But Hit knew the truth. While he was occupied with you, the irregular took the opportunity to use his special move while he wasn't looking. As a defense mechanism Hit poured all of his mana into his chest, practically exploding as a stream of lightning pushed everything in front of him back, including Ivan. Simultaneously restoration magic restored the fresh hole in his torso. Ding! The sound of swords clanging resounded from behind him as a dozen apostles stood to his back to protect him from hurtling boulders. As the lighting vanished Hit spotted the irregular right in front of him, so with a wave of his hand he withdrew a mystic sword from his pocket storage. Clang! The sword was positioned horizontally as two gauntlets came crashing down on it. But the moment Ivan laid his hands on it a powerful force blew him back. To think I've been forced to such an extent, fine, you shall be the first mortal in centuries to die by my personal hands, be sure to savor the moment. At that the gravity in the room became several times more dense, the apostles and their damaged gear visibly repaired at a fast rate, his long golden hair turned black as white wings sprouted from his back. And to top it all off, red circuits coursed through his body like veins, stopping at his cheeks after climbing the sides of his neck. He was using multiple ancient magics at the same time. Chapter 169. Hit may have been trapped in a mediocre body, but it possessed an apostle's core nonetheless. With its infinite mana he was confident in simultaneously using all the ancient magic he knows to enhance his new body to the limit. Though he was in a predicament as he held the same weakness the apostles did, and that was while he had infinite mana the body didn't have infinite stamina. Staying in a transformed form for an extended period of time would destroy him. And as such he came up with a simple compromise. And that was to run restoration magic perpetually. He knew the moment he stopped the wounds would all attack him at once from the strain his body sustained. Which was why he resolved himself to stay in such a form until he could be transferred to use actual body. Even if he somehow lost against you and Ivan he was assured in his safety, as even if his body was killed his soul would just return to the same floating orb it had been and automatically transfer to heaven. But just because he couldn't die he wasn't going to lay on his back and allow the two who disrupted him over and over again to parade his corpse. Hit held the magic sword in his hand vertically in the air, seriousness marring his expression as a reluctant sigh escaped his lips. And then, he pointed it forward. Whoosh! In a single second it traversed the whole length of the room and appeared right before Ivan, who collapsed to his back as the blade narrowly scathed the top of his head. Another second later and the blade withdrew just as fast, its length returning to its former state as it appeared as normal as before in Hit's hands. This was the divine sword, a blade that contracted and expanded without limit. What was crazy about the weapon was also its ability to cut through space to reach its target. Time around Ivan came to a halt as the blade he dodged a mere second ago suddenly shot at him from his 4 o'clock. Even if the physical changes he made within his reel didn't apply to the world outside, the position he was in before and after was one of the factors that could be changed. And as such he made it seem as though he was teleporting without the use of magic in the eyes of Hit. 2 meters. Ivan judged the distance with his eyes as he dove forward with his right palm open. For a split second he glanced at the figure behind Hit, who had billowed a wall of flames heading toward his direction. These were used flames, and their goal was to turn Hit to ashes the moment Ivan blew his head off. Water shot from beneath Ivan's left foot and propelled him into the air, allowing him to just barely dodge a blade that had appeared beneath his chin. The water then turned into a wall of ice, forming a half circle that blocked off Hit's only path of escape. FOOM. And then the flames consumed him. Ihit stood there silently, a grin appearing on his face as he was bathing in flames that would evaporate the water of the eyes of ordinary people just from looking at it. Whoosh! His figure vanished once he brought his two arms to his chest. Ivan turned around swiftly with his gauntlet horizontal. Clang! Gauntlet met blade once more, only this time it was in the air. Ivan sank like a boulder as the weight behind the lithe god's figure was a complete contrast to his strength. Thankfully at that moment you appeared above the both of them. Noticing his glance you nodded and dropped the spell she thought would suit him best, she dropped on him what was essentially an iceberg. The air became tens of degrees colder as vapor exhaled from both Ivan's and Ihit's mouths. Ivan was fine. His suit providing a near impenetrable resistance to status effects like cold or heat. Ihit on the other hand felt his body freezing, even the mere act of bending his fingers required a great deal of restoration magic to bring them to an unfrozen state. That's when things for him went from bad to worse. Ivan moved one of his arms and both of his feet past Ihit's body, making sure they were the first things to come in contact with the structure. He was met with Ihit's backbreaking grip, but that was a price he was willing to pay. So as Ivan withstood the pressure of a god squishing his waist like he was an empty tube of toothpaste, he closed his eyes and imagined the next thing he was going to transmute from the iceberg. Boom! The moment his hand and feet made contact with the giant frozen liquid, blue sparks erupted and showed down on Ihit, who clenched his teeth in pain as his entire back was being melted down to his bone from the mana within them. Just that was enough for him to tell that something was wrong. If the residue from his move was causing him intense pain, then he couldn't imagine being subjected to Ivan's actual lethal move. In a gross act, Ihit used metamorphosis magic to grow an extra set of eyes behind his head. Only he was 1 second too late. The ice turned to water and encased both him and Ivan before solidifying into a boulder of solid ice. With its layer too thick, he was only able to see the two silhouettes of them floating before she hovered slowly to the ground using gravity magic. Her expression unchanging as she held another spell just in case the situation changed. Moments before being restricted in the ice, Ivan had cut a small hole on his thumb using the sharp bits of his gauntlets. The blood flowed, and then it kept flowing, and then it flowed way too much. The ice blue boulder became a dark red. Chapter 170. With one hand holding her spell, Yu withdrew several blue crystals from her treasure trove and crushed them in the palm of her other hand. The blue dust that emitted from the destruction floated away in the wind and glistened for a bit before completely dissipating. HM. Oh hey Yu-sensei, what's up? Felis was the first to respond to the signal. According to what the group had planned beforehand, the glowing of the crystals at their sides meant they would need to group up to end the battle, or more accurately to end Ihit. I apologize, you must give Master my regards. But I cannot turn from the battlefield with my kin unguided. I shall stay here and lead the remaining forces until their SA. Tio was about to relay her message to you using telepathy before a familiar hand sat atop her shoulder. Chief, though she normally referred to him as grandfather, currently they were on the battlefield, and as such it was only respectful for her to address him as his rightful status. You say such a thing in your mind and look down on us as if we need to be protected. Adel stared at her with stern eyes. For the near 1,000 years he was alive, he had been the village's chief and also the one the others looked to when seeking leadership. And while his granddaughter had grown strong enough to surpass him and take the position of Dragon King herself, they had not yet officiated that ceremony. So in no way did he plan to just sit in the back lines and allow one of his clansmen to take on the role he was responsible for. Chief, my words were in no way a spite to your leadership skills, I'm merely jesting, Tio. Listen, for centuries since you were just a wee whelp you've trained tirelessly to avenge the fallen. And now that the time has come, how can I live with myself should I deprive you of the moment you deserve? So go on, have some faith in your grandfather. And don't you dare think of coming back without that bastard god's head. Adel's stern expression faded into a wan smile. He sighed lightly before facing his granddaughter in a more informal way. Who spoke to her now was not the chief of the Dragonkin, but rather her grandfather who has raised her for almost all her life. Tio repressed the tears leaking from the bottom of her eyes before turning her head hastily. The last thing she wanted to do was leave her precious family member with a face covered of tears, so she wiped her face with the hem of her sleeve and turned around with the brightest smile she could muster. Grandfather, I'm off to kill God. Black wings sprouted from her back as she flew off at the speed of sound. This is Claire. Ari and I have discussed things on our end and decided we'll do our best here. If we head over there, I have no doubt that we just hold you guys back. In terms of strength on the hierarchy of the group, Claire could declare without a second of hesitation that both she and Ari were the weakest members of the group. They likely had the strength on the scale of the hero from another world, but in the bracket of Ivan's group they knew they couldn't compare to the real monsters of the group. It might have to do with the fact that they were the only two humans in the group. Their talent above average compared to the residents of the world. As for Ivan, he could now barely be classified as a human, at least that's what his own status plate told everyone. I'll go. Hey sis, you wanna come with? Phyllis spoke excitedly, even as her arms never stopped moving and made several swipes to nearby apostles. No, my ability wouldn't be helpful in a fight against someone so proficient with magic. Canis knew when to admit her faults. And as such she realized that if she were to battle against a hit even alongside the others she would just be a target for the magic-spewing bastard. I'd need to get close to do any damage, and to get close I need an opening, and to get an opening I need him to look away from me for about 5 seconds. Forget it, I'll just stay with Clairne and Arine. She huffed as her tail strangled the throat of a nearby apostle. Her claws then stabbing into its eyes before launching her across the room. If she was going to be a punching bag then she'd rather stay in an area where she was actually making an impact. Claire and Ari winced a bit at basically being referred to as the designated useless team, but their motions to kill the enemies in front of them never stopped. Whenever they killed an apostle 2 more would take its place. Which meant that they would have to endure things with the others until a hit was dealt with. Otherwise there'd be a significant amount of deaths within the period of time they weren't there. We've come to another decision. Ari will be assisting with the Halia and acting as a force in their team. Shay Halia has already permitted the movement and even offered to travel alongside her in the front lines. As for me, I'll be taking the lead of the droids. While they have their own leadership droid, their relying on numbers often means they take risks that could have been negatable. So I'm thinking a little human touch is all they need. Her transmission came to a halt as numerous clouds of white smoke rained down on them from the sky. For a second the battlefield turned quiet as each side respectively chose to turn their attention to the new party. Dun, durarara, dun, dun. From the thick impact clouds resounded a high-pitched cheery voice. The grain and volume of it a bit ear-piercing to members of the Beastman variety. But for you who listened to the report of Ari, who was on the scene, she couldn't help but feel an immense amount of dread. That's right folks. 'Tis I, the one and only, Milady Ryzen-chan. Here to save the world again. And along with me, say hello to me and my amazing team of golems. We're here to take ass and kick names. A small doll-like figure appeared on the shoulder of a titan-sized golem. Its 3-foot stature a huge contrast to the 5-meter giant it stood on. But what really irritated the hearts of everyone present was the dopey smile crudely painted on the face of the tiny golem. But before anyone could display their displeasure, one of the 5-meter giants made of silver steel and glowing blue eyes had its shoulders shifted a bit as a mechanic mechanism shot out of it, and then it happened to another golem. And then another one, all the way up till the 500th golem. Their glowing beady eyes crazily shifted throughout the battlefield, likely targeting those that have apostle signatures or those that have a close appearance of apostles. And without another word from Milady, those devices on their shoulders bloomed with a brilliant blue flash as hundreds of gold beams shot out of their shoulders. In a single move about 20 apostles had died. Those that had survived either used the apostles in front as cover or used their own wings to defend themselves if they were able to respond in time. A hit, I've come to not bargain. The doll declared war on God once more. Chapter 171. It's about damn time. Ivan responded to the news with a huff, aware that the culprit of his annoyance wasn't able to hear him because she wasn't included in the call. Canis, you should have another transmitter in your treasure trove. As much as I'd love to go without hearing her voice right now, teamwork is key. Her large force will be essential in mitigating casualties. His voice was unhurried and calm, as cool as a cucumber, ironic enough considering he was sitting completely frozen in an orb he made for himself and the false god. Though that just might be because he didn't have to talk at all. Telepathy is an amazing skill. His eyebrows slowly raised in amusement as he locked eyes with the bastard himself. Despite being frozen, Hit's eyes all but indicated that he was completely conscious of what was going on around him. His eyes darted left and right, twitching from time to time as Ivan assumed he was trying to break through the ice with sheer physical force. But no matter how much the false god broke the bloody ice, new layers would take its place. It was essentially a new ending loop of being imprisoned in a ball of ice. And unfortunately it worked both ways. If Ivan tried to leave the ball, the gap he would leave behind would allow Hit the movement to destroy the whole thing should he invade the open space quick enough so it doesn't fill. In any case he was alright with this situation. While the apostles slammed on the thing from the outside with numerous disintegrating beams, none of them were able to penetrate further than 5 inches. Plus it was because of their destructive desperation that you was able to capitalize and remove them from the battlefield at a quick pace. And to top it all off, the reason why Ivan wasn't bothered being trapped is because his trusted comrades are on their way. If he and you were able to drive a Hit into a corner, he couldn't imagine the beating a Hit was going to get when Tio and Phyllis joined up. Tio in particular seemed quite intent on showing off the transformation she inherited from her ancestor. She did after all refuse to tell him what exactly it was in favor of doing some sort of grand reveal. While Ivan found the sentiment to be a bit childish and even dangerous. He couldn't help but think the Dragon Empress was a bit cute. Not that he didn't already think that before, but this was the rare childish act she did aside from her seriousness and usual perverted escapades. Even if the act potentially endangered himself and the group by hiding a card, they could instead work together to use it tactically. It better damn be the best spectacle I've ever seen. During this whole situation Ivan counted each second using one of his mental partitions. With how dark the blood made the outside of the encasing, it was a bit difficult to tell how much time exactly had gone by. 3 minutes. For 3 minutes he and the false god were stuck in place. And it was in the present time that he realized flaring his strength to break out was futile. Instead he sat there silently. His eyes closed as Ivan couldn't help but feel that whatever he was scheming was going to work. Even in the tinted red ice, the transformation the bastard god was going through was very much apparent to the frozen Ivan. His skin glowed red, his chest specifically looked to be a bright orange red. From Ivan's position he felt the structure shift, the ice was dispersing and assimilating at breakneck speeds. And within 2 minutes of that, Ivan could have sworn he saw bubbles coming out of Ihit's mouth. He was burning his own body at an incredibly high temperature. Ihit's boiling led to his skin bubbling as well, a very disgusting sight to Ivan, who was already a bit perturbed by the fact that Ihit was possessing a body that was one-to-one with you, if not for the changes he made to it already. At least one more minute until he breaks free. Without a moment of hesitation Ivan's palms glowed as the blood ice that wasn't turned into slush by Ihit became jagged and pointed, like spears they shot forward and stabbed into Ihit's body. But instead of grunting out of pain or anything, the false god only mouthed quietly to Ivan. His injuries healed as the bloody icicles melted almost instantly upon contact. But even as the blood water filled his mouth, Ihit kept mouthing. They were threats. Instead of uttering the name of some spell or commanding his apostles outside to cooperate, Ihit uttered threats by moving only his lips. Ivan had half a mind to not just piss in the encasing and shut Ihit's mouth up with that. The cavalry should almost be here. Tio was a quick flyer, especially so after unlocking metamorphosis magic and creating a new form that would allow her sprout her wings in human form, negating the weight a dragon usually has when flying and keeping the same strength in her wings. Phyllis was only quick in her physical ability, her aptitude in magic was about average. Even more so in the ancient magic department. So she couldn't just teleport over to him. With Ihit restricting everything around him with his presence, large-scale teleportation was disabled. Fleeing was impossible. For Ivan and you it was do or die. But anyone could just waltz in, so it was fine in Ivan's opinion. Phyllis and Tio would only have to dodge the few hundred or so apostles that littered both the ground and air. No problem. And then the sphere collapsed. Blood-red water spewed everywhere as Ivan and Ihit stood up from their frozen positions. Azure blaze. Immediately after, out of nowhere you popped out from the sky and rained down the spell she had been preparing. A large sphere composed of blue-white flames fell from the sky like the sun itself. Ha! Ihit embraced the spell with both hands, it growing in diameter as each second passed. Eventually the sphere became so large that he had to bend backwards just to lift it up. And then he swung his arm upwards. The sphere flew upwards like a balloon and exploded on the ceiling above. Ha ha ha, I must thank you, Irregular. Normally I wouldn't have resorted to transfiguring my vessel into something so inhumane, but I think I could get used to it. Ihit held both his hands in front of him, admiring them as he turned and showcased them for everyone to see. Ihit, being a prideful bastard, put his appearance above everything. That's why he coveted you so much, not just for her talent or special skill, but her appearance. He felt she had a beauty that was worthy of him taking as his own. So naturally he had many inhibitions, ruining the body he possessed with metamorphosis and turning it into something completely different. To him it was the same as throwing away his pride for the sake of strength. His arms coursed with blue lighting, their skin ash black. His chest burned a fiery red, cracks coursing through it that seemed to seep something volcanic. His feet resembled tree roots, writhing and squirming into the earth beneath him. And finally, his head was gone, or more accurately it had been turned into complete air. Ihit had transformed his body into 4 different elements. Added on with his infinite mana, he had successfully transformed the fake body he was in into a pure monster. And with it he gained the physical stamina to play with that mana a bit more freely. Chapter 172. In his adventure of this magical world Ivan didn't meet much that surprised him. Sure, here and there were a couple things that would catch him off guard or unsettle him with its strangeness, but surprise was not something he really felt when faced with those situations. But right now he could certainly say he was surprised. Glad you two could make it. Ivan didn't need to turn his head to greet the 2 figures that appeared beside him and you. In fact, he made absolutely sure he didn't evade his eyes from the monstrosity in front of him. He and his group managed to push a god to this extent. Even as he and his group often belittled the self-proclaimed god, they each knew the bastard's abilities were real. A hit did after all basically enslave a planet for centuries under the nose of almost everyone. A little bit of brainwashing here, and a little bit of brute strength there. He had both aspects completely locked down. Who knows when was the last time he personally stepped in to take care of something? Was Ivan honored by the revelation? Not really. He was a bit happy, but that was for a different reason. Inwardly he prayed the arrogant bastard sat on his throne for so long that he was completely washed up. How much training could a bodiless god even do? He's gotta be somewhat rusty, right? Ivan wasn't even sure what a hit specialized in, none of the documents he's gathered from the Liberators never specified. Then again, the Liberators never even met a hit before. He could be a mage, perhaps a swordsman considering that weird sword he was holding, or with how his combative skills deteriorated over the centuries a hit just might be a berserker. I wonder if he has a class. When Ivan and his class were first summoned, Ishtar explained that it was a hit who bestowed the otherworlders their jobs. Ivan just wondered how much validity that statement held. It could have just been the Pope's shameless shilling of his god. Ivan had half a mind to not ask the powered-up god himself. A decision he thanked himself for as the sky literally darkened and the world started shaking. The heat causing shimmers even at a close distance. Tornadoes started littering the land as it held no regard for friend or foe. Indiscriminately ripping apart anyone or anything that got close. Ivan looked to his side before nodding. All there was to take on a hit was himself, you, Tio, and Felis. And unfortunately a hit wasn't the only enemy present, the endless supply of killer apostles made things a bit difficult on the squad's side as well. Yo Milady, we could use a couple of your sentinels here. A dozen if you would. While he had no idea what the golems Milady created looked like or what they were called, he was a bit desperate for someone or something to take the heat of the apostles as he and his group dealt with a hit. Fighting an infinite amount of enemies would just drain them and screw them over in front of the real threat, a hit. Fufufu, since you've asked for this one's help, then you may rejoice as I'm feeling especially generous today. 20 should suffice. The moment she finished her words, 20 silver robot-like golems descended from the ceiling with thrusters hovering them closer to the ground. Milady was no tech whiz. But something as simple as thrusters that would slow the fall of her golems was well within her abilities. Well, they got quite the bulk to them, they should at least make excellent shields. But then the shoulders of the metal giants opened up to reveal sets of weaponry, lasers littered the air as Ivan gave an amazed gasp. In terms of strength the beams were not even close to the level of the disintegration beams, but they sufficed when hitting the same target together. While not instantaneous, the beams would melt whatever they combined to hit in a matter of seconds. They were special compared to the rest of Milady's legion, they had a unique artifact equipped to their forearms that Milady didn't have much time to incorporate into the rest of her units. And those were the devices she mimicked from Ivan's disintegration blocking shields. Thum. Without a word the apostles surrounding them shot disintegration beams simultaneously. A couple of the golems shuffled forward before presenting the bars of their arms vertically in front of them as if to block a blow headed to their face. Instead what appeared were thin film-like orange barriers, each bubbling and rippling upon impact. And as more time went on their barriers became less and less translucent, a sign that they were reaching their limit in terms of capacity. Golems that weren't defending launched lethals from their shoulders into the attackers. They knew that the longer the barriers were hit the less disintegration beams they would absorb, meaning prolonged absorption would just end in the group's destruction. Humph, futile resistance. A hit spoke coldly as he raised two hands into the air, the dark clouds in the sky growing louder as they glowed an ominous blue. At least that was until a silver needle came whistling his way. He dodged it with relative ease before glaring at the figure who had shot it at him. A hit, your meddling ends here. Ivan charged the multi-elemental figure without too much vigor. Felis at his side as Tio and you flanked him, preparing spells in each of their hands. Chapter 173. Humph. With a grunt Ivan released a barrage of needles from his hand. Though they were quickly intercepted as an assortment of tree roots grew from cracks in the floor and formed a defensive wall in front of a hit. Kaboom. What a hit didn't know was that the needles weren't aimed for him, the incendiary compound contained in each needle exploded upon contact and engulfed the wall of roots in flames. A strong wind bellowed that almost immediately put the fire out, most definitely something conjured by the wind aspect attuned to the fake god's new body. Swish. But behind that wall of burnt tree roots came shooting out a beautiful feline whose claws seemed dead set on attacking a hit's left arm. Noticing her intent, a hit snorted before snapping his left hand, the lightning coiling around his arm compounding to his fingertips and shot forward in a beam-like fashion. Unable to dodge without losing her momentum mid-air, Felis used her surprisingly durable tail to anchor herself to nearby rubble. Successfully pulling herself down from the air and only barely getting out of the way from the concentrated beam of lighting. Things headed toward a worse direction as the sky above them crackled with the same intensity. All before promptly flashing and screeching as a jagged piece of the thunder descended toward the group quicker than one could blink. Thankfully you had anticipated such an attack the moment those thunder clouds first appeared. Enhancing her body several times, she was able to sharpen her response time, albeit only for a brief moment. But that's all it took for her to summon her shield less than a millisecond before the thunder struck. Hallowed ground. The spell, which had often protected the group without a scratch on it, showed signs of waning against the strength of a single thunderstrike. It being a thunderstrike, it lasted for only a second before dissipating. Eager to not allow HIATUS another opportunity to launch such a devastating attack again, Tio held both hands in front of her and casted the spell she had been holding. Soul Shock. Looking at HIATUS, it was obvious elemental spells weren't going to be any effective in this scenario. As such, she targeted his soul directly. HIATUS' hand, which had been ascending to summon another thunderstrike, trembled in the air as it instead went to hold his head. This was the effect of one of Tio's favorite spells. Soul Shock. As the name implied, bypassed all defenses and targeted the soul directly. The downside being that it only affected the target momentarily and was easily shaken off by those with strong mental defenses. HIATUS, being the pinnacle of what a soul could be in this world, met the latter requirement with natural maturity after the couple millennia he's been surveying the world. So unfortunately the effects of Soul Shock only lasted a single second before he stared at Tio whilst grinding his teeth in rage. Out of all his elemental strengths, it was his control over lighting and thunder that put the group on edge the most. Both its quickness and strength was nothing they could scoff at. And seeing as how HIATUS had an arm completely radiating the phenomenon, they concluded that if they got rid of the arm they'd also disable his ability to control that element. The problem was what to do when said limb was removed. HIATUS had completely transformed into something resembling a monster. His natural regenerative abilities could have been instantaneous for all they knew. And even if that were the case, HIATUS still had restoration magic on his side. He'd simply be able to regrow the arm if he were given enough time. Though the fake body that served as the basis of his new form should affect his affinity enough so that such a surgical miracle should take at least half an hour. Enough time for Ivan and friends to kill the fake god should he decide not to run away when such an event occurs. Tio, about now seems to be the time where you show off that special move you inherited. At this rate Ivan foresaw things leading to a stalemate. For now things were a stalemate, but HIATUS had one element he had yet to use, and that being the arm of ice on his right side. Whether it was because it was his trump card or it was because he was being careful of Ivan's water transmutation didn't matter. What mattered was that they killed the bastard before he could do anything crazy. His body was just a suit after all. Even if he was turned to ash or blown up into thousands of pieces, his soul would remain intact. HIATUS waited thousands of years for this moment. A couple hundred more to create a new plan wasn't a concern to him. Sure, he might lose you if he were to do a cataclysmic suicide attack, but it was better than allowing the irregular and his posse the chance to continue interfering with his plans. Not that HIATUS believed you would die if you were to blow up everyone along with him at the moment. She still seemed to be filled to the brim with mana. And as such she was essentially unkillable. He could kill everyone along with himself, leaving her all alone to despair. Then he could just observe her from heaven for a couple centuries as she wallowed in her own despair. All before jumping back to the mortal realm to attempt to take over her body once more. Something he was sure he could do so long as her companions were dead. But there was one thing stopping him from going through with that plan. I will not allow these mortals the satisfaction of pushing me toward a suicidal attack. Such a move in his eyes was no different than retreating, but that's because it was. Essentially he'd be killing himself to escape to heaven. A notion he would heavily dismiss but acknowledge with shame deep in his heart. Thud thud. HIATUS broke away from his thoughts as an odd noise was resounding from behind the what he assumed to be Beastman and Vampire Queen. The irregular he acknowledged was currently beating his own comrade with his own fists. His hands did not stop at all as blood dripped from her nose. And yet the dragon princess did nothing to end his abusive behavior. Instead she took each hit with an intoxicated smile on her face. What the hell is happening? Even the god who had millennials of life experience was confused by the sight in front of him. Are you sure this'll work, Tio? Ivan wasn't exactly pleased about beating someone he only recently acknowledged as his lover. But it was upon her words that he acted upon. She herself had told him that this was the key to activating the legendary skill she inherited from the progenitor of the dragon men. It's fine, master. In fact I implore you to strike me with more vigor. The harder the better, fu. If it weren't for the current circumstances Ivan would have just directly banished the pervert by sending her through a portal out in the middle of nowhere. But for how perverted she was, Ivan knew she wouldn't jeopardize their lives for some sexual gratification. Pain conversion, a skill she awakened on her first meeting with Ivan. As the name suggested, it converted pain into magical energy as well as providing a small boost to all her stats. But even knowing that his abuse was strengthening the dragon princess in front of him, Ivan still felt a little reluctant. Thankfully, someone decided to break the awkward tension that now littered the whole battlefield. And that someone was the bastard god himself. Despite turning his entire head into terrifying winds, those observing him couldn't help but feel that he was heavily frowning. "You dare act so flippantly when I stand before you." What was even weirder was how his words traveled in the air despite him possessing no mouth to expel them from. Illusion cage. Hallowed ground. One voice followed another, using her copycat skill. Felis mimicked Yu's earlier spell and created a barrier to trap a hit in. Yu on the other hand used one of her many spatial magic applications and locked the space inside the barrier directly, making it impossible for a hit to simply teleport out. What they were doing was simply buying time. A gesture they on their own decided to do without Ivan even needing to ask. "Here, take all my mana suppliers. With this apostle core I don't really need them." Ivan dumped all of his mana restoring containers to Tio, not even blinking as she consumed them all the moment they left his spatial ring. Whatever she was planning needed a vast amount of mana. A threshold she seemed to reach upon scarfing down Ivan's entire supply. "My ancestors who lived before me, ye who brought justice and prosperity to all, heed thine words as I carry thoust wills, the evil god before me shall be slain by my own two claws, O progenitor of mine, lend me your strength dragon god's advent." The sky darkened, and all of Tortus remained still as a dragon descended from the sky and stared down at the world from the clouds. Chapter 174. Dragon God's Advent, an oppressive name befitting the oppressive transformation. It's unclear whether it is a spell or a skill. But the only means of obtaining it was by conquering the burning hatred of the dragon men progenitor over a millennia ago. A single scale was all that was left by the legendary figure, and even that managed to subdue every challenger until Tio conquered it herself. For the first time in recorded history, that very same transformation was unleashed into the world once more. It can't be. A hit for the first time uttered what sounded like an unintentional admittance of defeat. All as he stared at the majestic onyx-colored dragon whose body extended far beyond what his eyes could perceive. The dragon peered through the dark clouds, not at all mind the thunder and lightning which struck its body. To the dragon, such attacks were the equivalent of if an ant were to bite the body of an elephant. Even Ivan hid an incredulous expression behind his mask as he stared at the body that seemed to intertwine with the sky itself. Her scales glimmered with an almost blinding gleam. Though what distracted Ivan the most was the fact that her body type had gone from a western-looking dragon to something more eastern. Who the hell was the progenitor of the dragon men? From what he understood, the world had faced several resets at the hands of a hit. Some surviving members of the Wipes managed to pass down the events to later generations. Though out of those generations it seemed that only the dragon men were accurately aware of the fake god's misdeeds. A hit must have pissed off this guy for him to create such an absurd skill. Metamorphosis magic, evolution magic, restoration magic, and spirit magic, that past progenitor seemed to have been a prominent figure in the world for him to have combined several ancient magics. Ivan didn't even know where to begin if he wanted to analyze the transformation and break it down. In that aspect, it seems to even border concept magic. At least going by how it was formed through the progenitor's pure rage, similar to how the frustrations of the liberators created a god-slaying weapon they didn't even know they could produce. It was a once-in-a-lifetime miracle that the scale left behind was even able to bestow the transformation. It probably wasn't even an intentional thing for the godly level figure. He simply got so angry that he accidentally created a god-slaying transformation right before dying. The question is, how did this not stop a hit when it was first formed? There were two answers Ivan came up with. Firstly, a hit wasn't anywhere nearby when the transformation activated, the progenitor likely just went into a rage when his clansmen were killed. A hit might have even sent thousands of apostles down to subdue the dragon god. Secondly, the transformation might be able to kill a hit, but it didn't have god-slaying properties that would slay a hit's soul. Going by how a hit waited so long for the perfect host, I'm going to guess it was the first guess. But right now all of those thoughts weren't important. The dragon had moved. What the hell? A hit's attempts to flee were denied as his body had sunk into the ground up to his knees. She's using gravity and spatial magic. That was what Ivan was able to infer as he too was affected by the great dragon in the sky. Teleporting had been disabled, the weight of the area around her became several times more intense, and lightning cackled throughout the entire sky. Tio had become unable to differentiate between friend and foe, her reasoning had been consumed by the power of her transformation. Claire, Milday. I'm going to need you two to lead the fight into the city. The citizens should have evacuated by now. I'll feel some guilt if their homes get destroyed, but it's better than endangering everyone with Tio like this. Make sure the others know as well. I doubt the apostles will resist the movement very much. Looking at their leader right now, I'd say they too want to run away. Ivan sighed as he received multiple affirmative responses. He didn't know how far her control spanned, but looking at the city from afar it was clear that none of the buildings had suddenly collapsed due to the straining gravity. Thankfully, while she couldn't differentiate friend from foe, she seemed particularly keen on erasing a hit from the face of the planet. Tornadoes whirled around what remained of the Demon Lord's castle, seconds passed and a new element intertwined with each of them, fire. Heavy gravity, constant thunder, flaming tornadoes, today has been quite eventful so far. Apostles that remained by their master's side were immediately forced to land as those who failed to do so in time were almost instantaneously sucked into the whirling tornadoes and thrown around whilst being burnt alive. Not that flying for them was easy in the first place, at least with Tio's gravity field in place. Unable to teleport or run away, a hit frowned before assuming offensive positions. Apostles huddled around his body as he conjured elemental attacks of his own. You, Felis, ranged attacks for now. We don't want to get caught in whatever attacks Tio is cooking up. All that mattered to Ivan currently was disrupting any action a hit took while allowing Tio to do whatever she wanted. The problem was the living wall that the apostles surrounding a hit. The onyx dragon flapped its wings proudly as it stared down a hit aggressively, and then, it opened its maw to reveal the hundreds of teeth lining its mouth. A powerful vacuum emitted from Tio's mouth, and even the apostles had a difficult time holding their ground as the force of the suction ripped apart the ground beneath them. But that wasn't the worst thing that happened because of Tio's actions. MI strength. In her current form, Tio had perfect control over 3 elements, air, fire, and lightning. Within a 5 kilometers range, each of those elements was at her bidding, allowing no other ruler of them besides her. That of course included those very elements that made up a hit's elemental body. His molten fire chest, his electric left arm, his head completely composed of wind, each of them was stripped from him. Kuh. Faced with the loss of such things a hit knew he had to adapt before he'd be left bare without abilities. He deliberated between the wood element and ice before coming to a swift decision. The parts that were stripped from him were immediately replaced by a chest of strong magical oak wood, the same for his head and left arm. If he went with ice then he would be afraid use flames would melt him just with their presence. Though the same applied to his wood element as well, but compared to the ice he felt safer as his body would not just ignite by being exposed to the air. In a single move, 5 elements were reduced to 2. Chapter 175. It looks like there's still some Tio left, whether it be my instinct or a deliberate thing on her end. The transformed Tio never once turned to Ivan and the others to attack them. Though her wide-scale attacks were a different matter. If he had to put it in simple terms. It seemed like everyone she didn't want to attack were essentially invisible in her eyes. If they got hit by a stray attack then so be it, all that was important was that it wouldn't be on purpose. While this was a good thing for her allies, a hit on the other hand was getting fed up. Gra. A beam of pure lighting shot out of the dragon's mouth and pierced through a hit's barrier of wood as if it were wet paper. It immediately clipped a piece of a hit's wooden torso after he narrowly dodged where it had initially aimed. Any apostles surrounding the fake god were unable to put up any resistance as their cores were immediately destroyed by the beam. Their melted bodies littered the field as any blood immediately dried up after being exposed to the air. The problem is, how do we stop her? Tio was not in control, at least that's what it seemed like to Ivan. Even if she destroyed a hit she'd probably still be stuck in that form. What would she do when a hit was gone? Would she just wander the world destroying everything she came into contact with? It cost a lot of mana to activate, but what about the upkeep? She changed the weather and casted several large-scale spells quite freely. If I had to guess, either the transformation expanded her reserves or it's giving her an infinite amount. If it were the latter, then perhaps she couldn't stop at all. Ivan sighed before redirecting his attention back to a hit. For now he would have to focus on the whole reason she transformed in the first place. He held a faint hope in his heart that maybe when a hit was dealt with the ancient dragon would dispel itself after sensing its duty was done. Since it was born from the progenitor's hatred toward a hit, then perhaps a hit's death will appease it. He knew that applying the rules of some movies he saw back on Earth about ghosts and spirits on a dragon god was probably one of the most naive things to do. But other than that he couldn't come up with any other conclusion about the being he knew next to nothing about. I guess I should have asked Tio to spill the beans after all. Wait. This is Tio we're talking about. Sure, she can be a pervert and damn right depravity incarnate sometimes, but at the end of the day she's a reliable member of the group. She wouldn't have gone through with the transformation without thinking it through. And so for probably the 9th time, Ivan put his faith in the scaly princess. Ivan rushed right toward a hit, ignoring the wall of apostles around him and the several beams of light Tio shot out. The best way to take down a hit was to not allow him time to adapt. That method generally worked with about everything in the world. A hit could grow as many eyes as he wanted, but there's no point in having eyes on the back of your head if you couldn't get out of the way because of the opponent in front of you. So even knowing he might get hit by one of Tio's attacks, Ivan still rushed forward. In fact, he was looking forward to a situation where he'd hold a hit in place, allowing Tio to shoot through the both of them. It was a risky plan, and at the same time perhaps needless. But it guaranteed a greater chance of success. Even if Tio's attack was fatal to him, there was always you to cast some restoration magic. Just in case he would be too injured to cast it himself. Ivan held one hand behind him as the god-slaying dagger appeared. With the hit's attention drawn to the dragon, he stealthily opened a portal behind him as well, throwing the dagger into it and right into Yu's hands smoothly. From there she promptly hid the dagger into her own storage ring. If anyone was going to get the final hit on a hit, it sure as hell wasn't going to be Ivan. Well. At least that's what Ivan believed. Compared to the suffering Tio and Yu were dealt by the bastard in front of him, the interruptions of a hit to his life were minuscule. Tio could avenge her family, her parents and her clan. Yu was the same, her kingdom was destroyed and her uncle was driven into a corner which led him to do horrible things. A hit had taken away a piece of both of their lives. If anyone deserved to get the final hit on a hit, it was only either of them. Thank you, Ivan. Sensing Ivan's intentions, Yu softly expressed her gratitude. The significance of his gesture warmed her to the bottom of her heart, even if the act she was about to commit was not exactly a pure one. To bond over something like murdering a god, you wouldn't have believed anyone if she were told such a thing over 300 years ago. Having similar thoughts, Ivan smiled wryly. Lightning enshrouded his body as he wound up his left fist for a back-breaking punch. Wind whirled around his fist as the air itself sounded as though it was shattering. Dodging a billow of flames, a hit noticed the sneak attack as the apostles screamed out to him to warn him. His right arm composed of ice formed to a single point, creating a spear-like formation as it met the fist in front of him. Bam! Neither side budged, both combatants refused to move an inch back as the two elements collided. If it weren't for his armor, that single ice spear would have pierced straight through his arm and up to his shoulder. Felis, cover me from the apostles. Ivan gave a quick command before grunting as the boot on his right foot transmuted to form a knife at the end of his foot. He jabbed it forward and stuck it to the wood-structured pelvis of a hit. A hit only stared down at it for a second before his chest opened up and shot out several vines. Inwardly he sent out a sigh of relief as his transformation pretty much negated all physical pain. Feeling the icky vines entangle his waist, Ivan made a bottle and match appear in his free hand before throwing both onto his own body. Immediately he was enveloped in flames. The vines entangling his body burnt away in an instant as they climbed the natural bridge towards a hit's body. A hit turned his arm of ice into a cleaver before promptly cutting off the vines with it to stop the flames from climbing onto him. Chow! Ivan flipped backwards and immediately made a distance between him and a hit. A hit looked confused for a second until he felt a particularly powerful mana signature rain down on him from the sky. Bang! Without a moment to dodge, the thunderbolt hit him square on his wooden head, his body stiffened under the electric pulse as his hands moved slowly behind him. From there his fingers elongated into vines and pulled him out of the attack swiftly. Ivan moved and once he saw Tio charging another attack. Whoa! However, his momentum came to a halt when a white beam nearly disintegrated his head. Turning around he saw that Felis was completely overwhelmed. Sorry father, there's too much for me and Yua-sensei to deal with. We're gonna need backup. Even with Yu's proficiency in magic and her general strength, for every apostle they killed, two more took their place. The apostles were a never-ending force. If they couldn't win with strength, then they were confident in their numbers. Ivan grit his teeth before making another call. Ari, get Shay over here. Have her delegate leadership to Cam. The situation right now is dire. Report the same to Milady as well. Knowing her, she'd be eager to leave her duty to one of her golems just to get a crack at a hit. Having two powerful combatants leave the battlefield left other members at risk for their lives. But for now Ivan hoped they could last without their leaders for just a few minutes. It was either that or letting them get overwhelmed by apostles anyways. The quicker they took out a hit, the faster the madness would end. Chapter 176. Ivan extracted the fluids from a nearby apostle, launching it forward as Yu followed up and hit it with her spell. Rupture, with the utterance of her lips the blood, sweat, and liquidized mana in the liquids Ivan threw at a hit condensed into a high-pressure blade of liquid, soaring through the air as it intended to cleave a hit in half. Humph! A hit only snorted as with his right hand the liquids froze into solid ice, where it was immediately shattered by his left fist afterward. He turned around swiftly as a set of claws narrowly missed where his head had been. TCH. Phyllis clicked her tongue before retreating back into the mob of apostles, sure she was currently occupied by the sheer amount of them, but she wasn't going to miss an opportunity when she saw one. Ars Magna. Time came to a halt for everyone other than Ivan and Ihit. Even the golems seemed to freeze in place as the color of the world seemed to bleed out from the two's visions. Hearing it from my servants has done this amalgamation no justice. Ihit grimaced as he felt an intense pressure weigh down on his body. Having experienced Ars Magna for the first time, he had to admit he underestimated it even after hearing his apostles' words. While I'd love to do everything in my power to kill you here and now, I promised my girls that they'd be the ones to kill you, Sue. For now I'm just going to need you to let me beat you half to death. Ivan cracked his knuckles and took a few steps forward, his knees arching as he suddenly began to ascend as if he were climbing stairs. Now looking down at Ihit, he didn't care if his smirk was hidden by his helmet. Neat trick, but in the end that's all this is. Concept magic has always intrigued me, yet its system still eludes me to this day. A power based on feelings? What a joke. If magic were that simple, a random commoner should be able to become a proficient warrior by that logic. Ihit paced in a circle, his arms behind his back as he slowly ascended into the sky with wind magic. Now that Tio was out of the equation, he was able to go back to the elements he had to disable because of her. His torso burned into molten lava, his wooden head ripped apart by blades of air, his left arm crackled with a familiar electricity. And as for his feet, they too transformed into wisps of purple electricity. All Ivan needed was to touch him a single time. Ihit knew that for sure after listening to his servants' reports. From there the boy in front of him could transform him into a piece of furniture or a snail for all he knows. Worse yet, the irregular may even cripple the transfer of mana into his veins. At that point Ihit would be unable to form a restoration or metamorphosis spell to save himself. And for that he needed speed. The silence was burnt by the sudden cackles of electricity, smoke trailed in the sky as Ihit zigzagged from place to place without ever stopping. His figure became only a flash as visages of where he remained were the only thing left. But Ihit wasn't one to only play on the defensive. Bang! A combination of fire and air magic created a beam of solid flames. But with the wave of Ivan's hand the flames suddenly turned into a swarm of butterflies. What? Even Ihit was confused as the swarms softly floated in his direction, the pattern on their wings a simple plain white as their scales glistened under the realm's sun. His instincts kicked into overdrive. Even if in the millennials he was alive, he didn't personally partake in much combat. In the beginning he was a prominent mage. If he weren't, he wouldn't have been able to upstart his transformation into a god. Electricity on his left arm flared as a chain of electricity shot from one butterfly to another, the liquid in their bodies a good conductor for it to travel through. Slam! As the butterflies exploded from the pressure, their scales floated to the ground in a gathering of smoke. It wasn't until the smoke hit the ground did Ihit notice what they were intended for. A powerful corrosive. What remained of the castle's reinforced marble flooring disintegrated within seconds, but even then the effects of the butterflies' scales didn't end there. The pit left behind by their residue only went further and further, completely sinking to what was the core of the world. If that was in the real world, I'd wager that attack would have jeopardized the world more than I have should it hit the core of the world. Ihit muttered his feelings before holding his two hands above his head, his fingertips glowed with an ominous red glow as the sky darkened. Trees in the distance were lit ablaze, flowers wilted, and the red grass of the demon land became pitch black before withering into ash. This was Ihit's counter against anything Ivan created. The blood of any monsters would immediately evaporate from the heat. With another snap of Ihit's fingers, tornadoes appeared all around the two and only amplified the effects of the heat he created. If you're hoping I'd jump out of this suit because of some mere heat, then you're sorely mistaken. Ivan smudged his two fingers together as dust flew from his hand. Small and unperceivable to the normal human eye. For a god like Ihit who had configured his body to detect movements in the airflow, they were just about visible enough for him to see. Termites, tiny termites with a body made of white stone. They burrowed into the ground and disappeared from the face of the surface. What can they do? I'm in the air, you fool. His arms combined together as his body grew several times larger, consuming the flames and heat of the nearby area. And then the termites struck. They burrowed into his body without facing any resistance, tearing away into him like he was a delicious slice of ham. They chewed and chewed, bit away at the insides of his body from top to bottom. You filthy insects. Ihit flared in rage as his entire body became ice. If burning the stone termite golems wasn't going to work, then he'd freeze them and push them outside his body. But Ivan moved in. Rah! With a charge he swiped toward Ihit. Ihit looked up for a moment before shrinking his body back to what it had used to be. In his larger form he only existed as a big target, so the logical thing to him was shrinking down. Ivan's hands only met air, his palms glowing a sky blue as they sparked with an electricity that matched their color. That's when Ahit made a mistake and allowed his waist to be touched by him. Immediately Ahit melted off the bottom half of his body, shooting himself backwards in a flash of lightning as the lower half of his body disintegrated into dust. Arg! Ivan held his heart for a second. The apostle core kept his mana filled, but his body on the outside was getting strained by the constant flow of its juice to his heart. Ars Magna. Coming to a decision, Ivan signed before putting his hands into the air. He deactivated his spell as the world around them shattered. The great dragon in the sky. Apostles alive and dead, and his comrades came back into existence as time came back to the world. Chapter 177. What game are you playing at, irregular? Our fight has not yet been finished. Is this bastard underestimating me? Does he truly believe I don't have the gall to murder an opponent who has surrendered? Forget opponents who surrender, I've burned nations who prostrated before me. Didn't I already tell you? I have no intention of being the one to deliver the killing blow to you. That whole thing just now was to gauge whether doing so would be unwise, but rejoice, Ahit, I've determined that you simply aren't worth my effort. Ivan simply ignored the provocation of Ahit and sent out his own. Though he meant every word he said. You've lived several millennia and yet your skill only amounts to pumping basic elemental control with mana. I'll admit, I truly didn't think you'd transform yourself to this extent. But in the end your certainty over your rule of this world made you lazy. Ignoring the rising coolness permeating the air, Ivan walked in an arc around Ahit with his two hands behind his back. I can't really blame you though. You have angels that do all your bidding for you, gods that follow your every whim. And the entire world nibbling whatever shit you threw at them because of their religious beliefs. The world was yours, and it had been for multiple millennia. And you held on to all of it with one simple spell, Divine Edict. With the wave of his hand, a dozen pills appeared in the palm of Ivan's hand. He picked one up before gently inserting it into his mouth. It's really a fascinating spell, super simple but fascinating nonetheless, imposing spirit and soul magic onto a subject via your voice, allowing each of your words to control their body and soul, cruel honestly. Ivan clapped his hands together as if to praise Ahit's ingenuity. Only making the bastard god upset, as the only thing that stopped him from ending the farce was the giant dragon in the sky, who had for some reason stopped its destruction and instead looked at the two with blatant curiosity. With a simple few words anyone and everyone just did whatever you told them. A simple die would be all it took to get rid of your most hated enemies. Your proficiency with magic fell as you became sloven and bored. Your lack of motivation affecting your desire to do anything at all. Ivan paused in his steps before lining up straight with Ahit's vision. He took several steps toward the lazy god until there was only a 3-meter distance between the two. But what you didn't expect was that your former enemies came up with a method to defend themselves against it. Though they never got the chance to use it, as they were crushed by the inhabitants of this world before making it to heaven. Thankfully, a certain friend of yours provided this method to our group. In fact, here she comes now. Ivan pointed a finger into the air. Trailing it downward as a giant steel mechanical golem descended from the sky using thrusters, on its shoulder a creepy humanoid-looking golem that was about the size of a little girl. The crooked smile painted on the girl's face afflicted the heart of everyone on scene with unease. Even the grand dragon in the sky just crooked its head before staring at the silver golem like it was a new toy. The apostles, who were just battling with their lives on the line, just looked around in confusion, unsure whether to lower their arms or attack the irregular and his group while they had their guards down. Dun dun dun. Hello world. It's me, your favorite idol, Milady Risenchan. And I'm all ready to kill God Ararara. Don't tell me that pathetic excuse for a god is that amalgamation of elements over there. Have some shame, Ahit. To catfish in this day and age you look nothing like how you're presented in your paintings. Ivan had nothing to say to the being that broke the tension at the scene, the same for Ahit, who finally remembered who it was after she basically spelled out her name for him. Hey, I'm here too, you know. The attention of everyone was directed toward the large golem's back, a pair of dainty white blue bunny ears peeking over its shoulders as a tired voice emitted from that area. Letting go of her grip on the golem, Shia landed roughly on the ground. Her knees buckled as she came up to a hunched-over position. She held one hand over her mouth and another shaking toward the group as she repressed that morning's breakfast from flying out of her mouth. I was already winded as is, and then that little gremlin forced me onto her back. To make matters worse, she was doing all sorts of spirals and flips in the air on the way here. I've only known her for 5 minutes. But I can confidently say in this world there is no one I hate more than her. Shay was already spent from spamming her body-strengthening magic on different levels. Being forced on a roller coaster ride wasn't doing her any favors. Ah. Thanks, Shay. Your kind words truly mean a lot to me. If my body could shed tears, I would have been doing so already. Milady paid no heed to the complaints of Shay, instead she interpreted them as compliments. Ivan sighed as he interpreted the girl's odd behavior as the result of being deprived from human interaction for centuries. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is that you've wasted so much of your time doing jack's hit, your strength has already been restricted by the mortal body you're inhabiting, as you can guess those two things don't go so well together. Ihit jolted at suddenly having everyone's attention redirected toward him. The whole scenario has been quite odd for the fake god who himself forgot what normal interactions between living beings were. You're not a threat, not to me, and not to the girls, so be a doll and let them kill you, it's the least you can do for ruining all their lives. Before Ihit could respond, he felt a large pressure weigh down on him. Multiple glares were sent his way, each of which only more murderous than the last. Shay found out that because of him both humanity and the demons held a prejudice against beastmen, a revelation that led to the slavery of her kind and suffering of her people. Tio seemed to shake out of her stupor. The giant black dragon in the sky gnashed its teeth before releasing a world-shaking growl. The hatred she felt for the god who culled her people, and the lingering resentment the first dragon man had combined into an overwhelming pressure. Yu floated slightly into the air with both of her hands at her waist, each of them glowing faintly as the air around her vibrated. Her uncle, her parents, her entire kingdom had all been taken away from her by the thing in front of her. Finally, for the first time in forever, Milady decided not to say a word. The golem she sat on only assumed a combat-ready form, rows of barrels popping out of its shoulders. The only family she ever had, and it was taken by Ihit so many years ago. For centuries she buried herself in a hole all on her lonesome, waiting for someone to carry the will she and her comrades couldn't. Looking at all this, Ihit stared silently. And then, he crouched low to the ground as he propped both fists in front of him. With the space locked by the dragon in the sky, he had nowhere to run. So, he resolved himself to take down all those present with him. In his mind, he couldn't die anyways. Chapter 178. First came the lighting, the great dragon in the sky hurled a cluster of bolts to Ihit's position. In response, Ihit held one arm up as a collection of tree roots shot out from beneath him and created an umbrella over his head. They were immediately burned away as the bolts continued, but for Ihit replacing the destroyed roots was as simple as projecting a single thought. His other arm aimed forward, his fingers pointed toward the sky as a beam of solid ice shot out of his palm. Even the mere outburst of the beam froze the floor it traveled over without ever touching it. Crimson Javelin. The beam contested against a spiral of flames casted by Yu. The spear-shaped flames overpowered the beam with its momentum and cut straight through the middle of it, flying toward Ihit as it continued spinning and gaining momentum. TCH. Moving his arm of ice to the side, Ihit created an outburst of cold wind to blast himself out of the way. He narrowly dove to his left as the spear of flames scathed the right side of his waist. Branches and vines enveloped the right side of his body as they got to work on repairing the latest damage. Meanwhile his left arm moved again, this time his fingers turning into lengthy vines that pulled him forward as he stood in the air and let the vines carry him like a spider's legs. Ihit's mouth opened up as a storm of wind blew back the glowing berserker bunny that had launched herself at him with her hammer slung over her shoulder. Being pushed back, Shay grunted as her back hit the floor. She stared at the weird monster in front of her before huffing in annoyance. Jumping straight back on her feet, Shay arced the warhammer above her head and bent her back before throwing it forward with all her strength. Body strengthening, level 4. Her strength was amplified by 4 times, a sky blue light encasing her body as the aforementioned warhammer broke the speed of sound, a sonic boom resounding in the room as it hit the arm Ihit was standing on and tore it cleanly off. Ihit fell to the floor swiftly, with the right side of his body still in repairs. He tilted himself back and protruded roots from his feet, breaking his fall as he looked at the other part of his body that would need swift repairs. But his thoughts were interrupted as a swarm of pellet-like bullets shot out from the barrels of the steel golem. Ihit tilted his head down before opening his mouth again, wind shot out of his mouth once more and pushed him into the air. Only narrowly was he able to evade the horde of miniature missiles that completely destroyed the place he had been standing on. Hey, hey, hey. What's with all this running? I thought gods were supposed to be invincible. Milady's voice projected from inside the steel golem. Scorn and disdain were very apparent in her voice as she lifted both of the golem's arms and shot out a dozen more of her tracking explosive darts, courtesy of Ivan. Milady Ryzen, my former most loyal executioner. The first human to slay an apostle. To think after all this time you've been uselessly clinging to life. How pathetic, how disgusting, but don't worry, I'll put an end to you today. Think of it as an act of mercy for the god who pities you. Ihit snarled. The golem in front of him was inhabited by the little girl that had troubled him so long ago. In fact, he had once debated taking over her body when she was once alive, as at the time her proficiency in magic was unparalleled. Unfortunately, what she didn't possess was immortality, so while he had thought somewhat highly of the youngest liberator, in the end he just marked her off as another nuisance to his plans. He had thought she passed away in her cave like all the others, and instead she clung to life and now stood in his way again. That desperation led him to diminish a bit of the girl's reputation in his heart. Think low of me as much as you want, big guy. Humph. You should be grateful that a pretty girl like me stood alive all this time just to see you. I may not be that good at magic anymore, but this should be all it takes to get rid of you. I've been waiting for this opportunity for centuries. He hit. Today I avenged the only family I ever had. Not as Milady Ryzen, the Holy Church's executioner, but as Milady Ryzen the Liberator. Milady cried out with a rare seriousness in her voice. The center of the golem she controlled opened up to allow the barrel of a device to protrude from her chest. Whoosh! In an instant the area was swamped with flames. Her flamethrower didn't spare anyone else in the immediate area either. Instead she had faith that the other girls had the sense to run when seeing the weapon, and thankfully, they did. Jhich. Ihit crossed both his arms in front of him like an X. Right before he was hit by the flamethrower the wound on his waist had healed. Though that didn't exactly matter when the flamethrower hit him straight on and started burning his wooden body. To his left was Shay, who waited for the flame to disperse so she could move in and attack. Yu was in a similar position. She stood to his right with a ball of electricity in her hands. Dodging either way would only put him in a worse position. The same went for going up. A large black dragon loomed over his head after all. The longer the battle went on, the more the creature seemed to get a hold of itself. More accurately, it seemed the person who transformed into the dragon was gaining control over it and becoming cognitive. Tio no longer affected the entire castle with her attacks, she only focused on the boundaries of the large room Ivan and the others were in. That included not restricting the use of lightning, fire, and wind magic by her group. Though for a hit, those restrictions still applied to him. Freeze! The ice from his right arm spread quickly throughout his whole body. It created a whole new layer of protective armor over his wooden parts. The coldness of himself overpowered the heat generated from Milady's flamethrower. Any part that was starting to melt was only reinforced with mana. He charged forward with his arms still in and Bex in front of him, covering places that would trouble him if destroyed, like his head or shoulders. Oh! Milady cried out as her opponent had run straight down the stream of her fire and appeared right in front of her flamethrower's barrel in a blink of an eye. Ihit moved his arms from his defensive position and put them both behind him. And then, he slapped them both forward as his palms came in contact with each other at the speed of sound. Clap. Shatter. Milady's golem was sent flying along with her. Ihit's arms and hands made of ice shattered right after due to the sheer force of the crash. Before he could get over the success of the attack, his moment of catharsis was ruined. Jump his ass. Ivan grabbed the man by his waist, his feet planted into the ground as he brought Ihit to his knees. Shay grabbed Ihit's left arm, pointing it high into the air and in no place where it would hurt someone if it were to shoot something. Her body glowed a dark purple as she shouted. Body strengthening, level 7. I got this one too. Milady made it back to where she was after using the thrusters on her golem's back and feet to propel herself. Using her gravity magic she commanded several other golems to hold up Ihit's right arm. Unhand me, you bugs. The wood of his body attempted to pierce through each of their bodies. Though they were unable to, as the armor covering their vitals was too tough for it to pierce without some sort of momentum. A momentum Ihit was unable to reach as his targets were quite literally huddled up on his body. Out of desperation, he attempted to use fire and electricity as well. But each element was cancelled out as the great dragon in the sky absorbed them before they could materialize to a point where they were harmful. Do it, you! Ivan shouted out. With a startle Ihit looked up to see the figure of a young girl in front of him. She charged at him expressionlessly, but the dangerous glimmer in her eyes was all too apparent for him to see. Her flowing golden hair followed behind her like the streak of a comet, her blood-red eyes piercingly blinding. She ran toward him hunched over and with a blue dagger in her right hand. Ihit couldn't explain it. But for the first time in millenniums he truly felt like he was about to die. Something about the weapon in the girl's hand put the non-existent hairs on his neck on ends. If he had a back, he knew it'd be drenched in sweat at this moment. Why does this mage have a knife? Why are these mortals so desperate to have me stabbed by it? What is this palpable fear in my heart? Poochie. Those were his last thoughts as the dagger was firmly planted in the center of his chest, the exact spot where his soul was being kept. Chapter 179. Silence perverted what was formerly a grand castle. Instead, what remained of the imposing figure was the few walls that miraculously survived, while the roof and floor was practically erased into non-existence. Did we do it? Milady was the first to speak. Even the apostles seemed to jolt back into consciousness upon hearing her words. Ivan was unsure. He did have quite a lot of faith in the god-slaying weapon created by the liberators, but it was a fact that it had never even been tested before. Was there supposed to be some effects or something? Maybe a giant beam shooting into the sky, or the personification of a hit soul flying into the sky before exploding? Tell us, Milady-san. I don't know, we've never used the god-slaying dagger before. Milady reeled back against the intense interrogation of Phyllis, who had surprisingly addressed her so formally. Though that just might be because Phyllis didn't want to address someone who made her and her sister suffer so affectionately. 10 seconds turned to 30, and then a whole minute had passed. Finally, 5 minutes later and nothing changed. Ahit's body was still slumped over on his knees, a gaping hole in his chest as the wooden parts of his body slowly lost color. The apostles remained silent throughout the whole ordeal, continuing the fight never entered their mind as they stared at the lifeless corpse of their master. Some of the eldest apostles held a disgruntled look on their faces. Even if they have never seen their master lose his vessel before, something about the current situation puts them at unease. A feeling of loss or sadness wasn't what they experienced, instead it was an unease for their futures. What now? They thought. Their master was gone, at least as far as they knew. His commanding voice never appeared in their head. The voice that constantly told them what to do, the voice that existed solely as their reason to exist. It was gone, and so was their purpose. Ivan swept his eyes through the army of apostles before sighing softly. In his heart he felt a little bit of pity for the purposeless beings. He turned to you, who started at the crumbling body of Ahit with furrowed brows. He's dead. That's all Ivan needed to say as her lithe figure handed him the dagger. Ivan stepped forward without another word, the dagger in hand. He stabbed Ahit's corpse again. But just to make sure. His right hand glowed as the dagger pierced where Ahit's heart would be if he were human. His right hand was placed on Ahit's head. The red sparks enveloped the area before the disintegration of Ahit's corpse accelerated at a visible speed. And within 1 minute, everything that remained of the dead god had disappeared. Damn, I didn't even get to hear the bastard beg for his life. Milady spoke with a huff, her mini golem arms crossed as she stared at the ashes that blew away in the wind. A sense of accomplishment washed over her. Revenge won't make you happy. What a bunch of bullshit. I haven't felt this good in centuries. Her purpose as well had been complete, but unlike the apostles she was gratified by the fact. She successfully avenged her only family. If she wasn't unwilling to start a fight with the already pitiful apostles, then she would have bottled Ahit's ashes and incinerated them just for the fun of it. Phew. Phyllis on the other hand was unconcerned about appearances. She slumped to the ground and supported herself up with the palm of her hands, leaning with her head in the air as she used one hand to wipe the non-existent perspiration off her forehead. She didn't exactly know about the situation. But what she did know was that her father's enemy and the one who hurt her Yua-sensei was dead. That was enough for her to feel happy about. In the end all it meant was that she'd have more peaceful times with her family. Phyllis fought a lot of powerful enemies, and by the end of it her claws kind of hurt. But, to her it was all worth it. Shay felt she was a bit of a bystander in this whole event. Unlike the others she didn't exactly have hatred toward Ahit, even if she said something about him during the confrontation. One less enemy for my kind. At the end of the day that's the only thing she took from it. Because of Ahit her kind had a bad reputation. Out of the 3 races the beastmen had it the worse. Hated by both sides they couldn't even leave the Sea of Trees without someone trying to enslave them. But now word will get out that she and her people participated in the elimination of the evil god. To her that basically guaranteed that the beastmen will get the treatment they deserved. Master? Tio? Ivan heard the voice of the dragoness inside his mind. He searched around, only now noticing that the sky had returned to its former color and the great dragon in the sky had disappeared. He used one of his scouting skills to locate where she might have gone. After a minute and a bit of back and forth with her he managed to locate a weak heartbeat from the corner of the castle. With a snap of his fingers a portal opened to his side, the dragoness softly descended from it as Ivan guided her weakened body with gravity magic. Her clothing was badly torn, but thankfully none of her private bits were exposed. But even then Ivan quickly rinsed her off with some water magic before drying her off with heat and wind. Manifesting a curtain from thin air he hid her inside while he changed her into a new set of clothes using his gravity magic. After that he held her delicately in his arms, a faint blush adorning her face as being held in a princess carry in front of so many people was an embarrassing experience for her. Though she never once let out a complaint. He's really dead, huh? That was all she said afterward. She was cognitive toward the end of the fight as Ahit had thought. So she was able to experience his final moments and even got to revel in the fact that she had partook in his end. She wiped a tear that had formed at her eyes. Mother, father, did you see me? I finally did it, I'm so glad. We avenged those we lost along the way, our hundreds of clansmen who honorably perished by this evil man's machinations. So you can rest now, leave the future to this Tio of yours. Her clan no longer had to live in hiding on a remote island as they have been for centuries since their extinction. She had realized the dreams of her people since the inception of her clan. The final will of the first dragon man who died fighting against a hit to protect the peace. She was sure he already noticed it, but she couldn't wait to tell her grandfather the good news. And then She battered her eyes at Ivan coyly, her blush returning at a greater intensity. Her eyes moistened for a totally different reason. Ivan smiled wryly, an expression everyone on the scene noticed as he had stored away his helmet for the sake of formalities. What he wanted the world to know was that it was he and his companions who took down the evil god. And while he'd love to acquiesce to Tio's not-so-subtle hints, there was one person he had to talk to before anything else. With the waves of his hands, Tio floated away from his embrace and descended slowly onto a rug he put on the floor. Tio on the other hand had a wry smile of her own on her face, but nonetheless her eyes showed approval. So without a word Ivan approached you. Let's go, you. Amen. She gave a little nod followed by a noise of acknowledgement. A hit ruined her life, but it was also thanks to him that she was able to meet her other half. If her grandfather hadn't imprisoned her she would have never met Ivan 300 years later. Though what she felt for that wasn't gratitude. Instead she felt a little bit of pity for the false god. His actions had unintentionally created a monster team that would destroy him and his plans. He brought Ivan to this world and the hero party so he could use the hero as his latest vessel. Then she met Ivan. After that his fate was sealed. With the wave of her hand the message orb that her uncle left behind appeared in her hands. In it were the detailed motives of her uncle and the reason as to why he turned coded and locked her away. But most important of all, it was his message to her. He prayed for a day when she'd be saved, well he essentially predicted it. As he predicted, Ivan was her protector. You turned to look at Ivan, she spread both her arms before standing on the tips of her toes. Even then she couldn't reach her lover's face. So he crouched down for her. Chuu. Thank you for everything, Ivan. He, don't sweat it, I'd kill a bastard like that any day if it meant protecting your smile. Now, let's go, we must inform the world of the end of this war. Chapter 180. Days passed since then, the world outside was in an uproar but to Ivan and the others it was none of their concern. The princess of Hylai Kingdom had invited the group numerous times to honor them as heroes in front of the whole kingdom, something about festivities and celebrations was also said as well. Even if she was the princess who had to look over the kingdom since the king's death, even if she was swamped with work regarding the kingdom and because of a hit's death, she'd be a fool not to make a show of force using the heroes. Of course she meant the people on scene, and not the heroes, who were blissfully within the kingdom with no idea that the war for the end of the world had started and ended. You went to fight the evil god and you didn't even invite us. Ivan remembered those words quite vividly, especially when they came from someone who was usually regarded as the embodiment of level-mindedness. That person was Cookie. Ivan had only teleported to the kingdom to deliver the news to the class as well as to tell them to meet at his shop in a week if they wanted to go home. Of course after Cookie's outburst everyone demanded Ivan to stay so he could explain himself. Though their efforts were fruitless when Ivan went back into his portal and ignored their incredulous expressions. Just thinking about the whole event brought a smirk to his face. What ya smilin' 'bout, boy? Ivan's good mood was instantly broken as an exaggerated voice resounded from his side. 148 centimeters in height. Her long golden hair cascaded to her shoulders in twin-tailed style drills. At the back of her head was the same golden hair held up in a ponytail tied together by a white ribbon with black outlines. From there it stopped just below her nape. She had sky-blue eyes and a rambunctious smile painted across her face, her eyes narrowed mischievously as she poked Ivan from the side. I was just thinking how lucky I am to be able to work side by side with one of the legendary liberators, Ivan replied bitingly. Umu, that's the correct answer, boy. Milady Ryzen, only this time she wasn't a little golem with a painted-on smile. Inhabiting a body created by Ivan using alchemy, Milady was able to guide Ivan into recreating her old body and succeeded in making a perfect replica. She was even able to regain her proficiency in magic other than gravity magic as well. Fufufu, you like what you see, boy? Milady raised the hem of her black frilled but predominantly white skirt, doing a little spin as she put on a show for Ivan. The red frills attached to the black panels on her white corset swayed gently by the motions. A pretty red bow hung by her neck and if one looked down they would be met by the sight of her white stockings and the black garter belt straps that appeared between the gap of her stockings and skirt. Ah, I can't believe I invited another pervert to live with us. What's there to be embarrassed about, boy? It's not like you didn't see my bare body when creating this vessel for me. He he he. Milady had no inhibitions toward giving some fan service to the boy that made her current body. In fact, she felt like it was the least she could do for him, giving her another chance at life. I can only pray I'm not unleashing a worser being than a hit upon Earth. To find a way back home. Ivan knew all he needed was concept magic. However, applying it into a way that would actually take the group to Earth was more vague than he thought it would be. So he consulted the only living being that had more experience with ancient magic than him. And that's how he ended up recruiting Milady. In exchange for a body and a chance to explore a world she's never been to before, Milady would aid him in creating a portal to Earth. And there we go, that should do it. Ivan, for the first time since the death of a hit, Milady had used a serious tone. Perspiration dripped from her face as she lifted a crystal key from Ivan's workbench. So that's it, huh? It took the two a week, but they were finally able to create a tool that would allow them to traverse worlds safely. Now, let's see if it actually works. Ivan took the key Milady gently handed to him. He gripped it with two hands before holding it straight in front of him. Whoosh! The key glowed a kaleidoscope of colors, the room spun as a ball of light appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the room. And then a minute went by. The ball of light molded itself slowly into something resembling a door. That's... Ivan exclaimed surprisedly, though the sight was one he hoped to see. He didn't think they would be successful so quickly. It's Tokyo Tower. His shout made Milady jump. Is this Earth? She stared at the scene in front of her with glittering eyes. Lights as far as her eyes could see. The streets bustling with people in peculiar clothing and vehicles she's never seen. Buildings towering over 90% of what she's ever seen in Tortus became commonplace. Even just the sight of one city at night was enough to convince her what she was seeing was a totally different world. Everyone, come to Lab 9. Our experiments were a success. As soon as he transmitted those words through telepathy, another portal opened up in the room. You, Tio, Felis, Canis, Claire, and Ari walked out of the portal as they all instantly locked eyes with the only other portal in the room. So this is your home. Master's world. Huh. It's kind of intimidating. Do we just walk in? Ivan nodded as if he were pleased by their reactions. Yep, this is Earth, 100% my Earth as well. The last thing I want happening is that we get stranded on another version of Earth. As for when we'll be leaving, I'm still waiting for my guests. Ding dong. Ah, that must be them. A blue translucent hologram appeared in front of Ivan. On it was the image of a couple faces familiar to him. Led them down here. Ivan had one of his droids escort the class to Lab 9. Within 15 minutes they finally arrived. Is that? Each of them immediately ran by Ivan before standing in front of the door-shaped portal. They instantly recognized the iconic tower that appeared before their eyes. Ivan, is this? Ivan turned to the incredulous voice beside him. He met the young boy head-on before resting a palm on his shoulder. Then, his eyes trailed down as he looked to see whose fingers were interlocked with the boy's. Forget the portal back home, what I'm more concerned about are you two. Did ya finally tie the knot? Both Hajime and Kaori's faces became bright red, but eager to show their love to the world, the two shyly nodded. Ha ha ha. Excellent, excellent, you two should have told us sooner, then maybe we might have showed up to that party to celebrate. Ivan looked away from the couple for a second to take a peek at the hero, and as he expected, the boy seemed quite peeved at the two's affectionate relationship. Good luck, Hajime. Life is going to be tough for you even back in our world. Ivan sent his condolences to the blissfully unaware boy. Now, I take it we've all said our goodbyes to the people of this world. Don't worry about parting forever. So long as this key exists, we could return anytime we want. After all, even a few people in my group still have some responsibilities left over in this world. Ivan winked to Tio, who was initially worried about how her clan would fare without her before being told the circumstances by Ivan. Ivan Cohen, before we go, I just want to thank you for everything. I knew it'd weigh heavily on the mind of these children if we just left this world to its fate. But thanks to you we can leave in solace knowing that this world is now in the hands of its people. As your teacher, I know I shouldn't have allowed you to bear these responsibilities, but to be honest, I'm glad that it was you. Ivan had no idea what to say in response to his overly earnest teacher. In a situation like this, would it be appropriate for him to answer that the only reason he went after a hit was to fulfill his word to Tio and you? Probably not. So without uttering a single word, Ivan left his right foot as he gently pushed her through the portal. Huh. Aiko's incredulous cry was met by the students' dumbfounded expressions. Alright, who's next? Anyone who doesn't go through is gonna meet the end of my boots, so get on movin'. WW8, Ivan. Bam! Cookie. Cookie's best friend let out a worried sigh before jumping through the portal himself. The rest of the class followed suit, afraid of being kicked by the spike at the end of Ivan's boot. The last people to go were Hajime and Kori. The two looked at the group before smiling. See you guys on the other side. And with some pep in their steps they were absorbed by the portal. Silence pervaded the room. This was it. The end of their adventure. The group each closed their eyes as bittersweet memories of everything they went through flashed through their minds. For Milady, it was the memories she had with the liberators before she was forced into hiding. For Ivan, the most important day to him was the days Felis and Canis were born. For you, it was her first meeting with Ivan deep in the abyss. Even if he was slightly unhinged at the time, it was despite that craziness that he still decided to save her that moved her. For Claire, she remembered everything building up to Ivan's supposed death. The conversations they had, the long nights they spent making potions or sorting shipments, and finally their meeting afterward. Tio's fondest memory was having her feelings accepted by her master. That day the two kissed would become one she could never forget. Ari remembered the day she was freed from the slavery ring. Even if Ivan rescued her as a byproduct of him wanting to rescue some kids, it was still a memory she held to her heart. And for Felis and Canis it would be the day they accepted their father into their hearts. When they were created they were blinded by the monstrous instincts inside their souls, but even when they clawed or scratched at them, their father still gave them a chance to become family. And for that they were eternally grateful, because if that didn't happen they would have never experienced the things they went through up until this point. To them, this was their first and greatest adventure. So this is it, the end of the line. Ivan sighed wistfully. When he opened his eyes he was greeted by the sight of the others doing the same as well. Man, I'm going to miss this place, you responded with a slightly saddened expression. Didn't you hear what I said? We can come back anytime. Just because we're going somewhere new doesn't mean the adventure ends there. Hell no, it means exactly that the adventure will wait for us. It'll wait for the day we're ready to pick it back up. You nodded before entangling her fingers with Ivan's. Ivan smiled softly before entangling him with the person right beside him, Tio. The chain continued, and the group was all interlocked with each other. And just like how they had traversed through portals in the dungeon, they all entered the portal together. Their hands connected, and brave smiles painted their faces. All as they were consumed by the light. The end.